Arab development denied. Dynamics of accumulation by wars of encroachment. Ali Kadri. I am indebted to too many people to name for the completion of this work. However, I would like to particularly thank Professors Martha Mundy and Adam Francis Cornford for their helpful comments. I also would like to thank Professors Timothy Dyson and Stuart Corbridge from the Department of International Development at the London School of Economics. I would especially like to thank the National University of Singapore for providing me with research facilities. Over the last 3 decades, the Arab world has undergone a process of reverse development. It has developed. The quality of its capital stock has depreciated, median incomes have plummeted, unemployment has soared, and restrictions on already constrained civil liberties tightened. When wars and civil wars in Sudan, Yemen, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria are considered, the scale of humanitarian disasters could possibly compete with those of the Congo. In short, the A has failed the test of development, broadly defined as a process of economic growth, with expanding output and employment, technological progress, and institutional transformation that steadily improved the well-being of working classes. That the Arab ruling classes would bring about the astounding is not the obliviousness of the international community to violations of human rights and gutting of working-class living standards by Arab regimes, it is the degree of used intervention and overt support for these regimes. Until several people across the A burned themselves to death in the street, THC mainstream's assessment of Arab development was as rosy. I have replaced the people with working classes in the definition to by THC Economic and Social Council Commission on Human Rights. Also, my employment of the concept of freedom differs from its meaning as a set of choices aligned with given probabilities from which the individual chooses. This is a formalist definition of freedom. Human rights are inseparable from communal or working class rights, and freedom is the appreciation of the necessity in the mediation of the individual in the particular, or, simply, the complementarity between the part and the as could be. In totality, few other regions in the world can match the rate of developmental descent experienced in the A and the success with which the ideological instruments of capital have depicted Bain as boon. There is plenty of evidence to support the hypothesis of development. Ironically, there is evidence in the lack of evidence. Whereas states on the road to development produce evidentiary statistics to assess their own course of development, most Arab states have ceased to produce adequate statistics. This is so not because of national security concerns. THCSC states have little national security. It is because seed development has become so pervasive that producing knowledge in the form of statistics exceeds their productive capabilities. These nations have hollowed out the production of knowledge, which is additional evidence that they have undergone a process of development. In the 1960s and 1970s, Iraq, Egypt, Algeria, and Syria produced sophisticated input-output models meant to guide planning in the economy. Now, paucity of data in almost all areas of economic and social activity tells of retrogression. The data gleaned from the available macro records tell the story. Poor long-term growth, oil revenue-dependent growth. Some of the highest rates of unemployment globally, increasingly unequal income distribution, which is also some of the most extreme in the world, outflows of real and financial resources, and infringements on human rights rarely seen elsewhere. What is more unusual is that when positive growth did take hold, as happened over the last decade, absolute poverty grew. After a decade of around 6% real growth in Egypt, the Integrated Regional Information Networks reported in 2009 that nearly a third of Egyptian children suffered from malnutrition. In Yemen, more than half of all children are malnourished. When one assesses the degree to which Arab ruling classes are subordinately tied to international financial capital, one is apt to ask why the sophisticated organist dimension of USICD capital has not intervened to halt regression when it takes so little in money capital to do so. Development should not be confused with relative underdevelopment vis-a-vis Western formations or with the delinking of developing formations. The global accumulation process. De-development is the purposeful deconstruction of developing entities. Primarily, it involves stripping by force the working classes in those entities of the right to own and control their resources and use them for their own benefit. The fact of de-development is an argument for capitalist decadence, manifest by the CDCGRCCS of misery in securitist peripheral countries. Decadence, the lethargic stage in development akin to forms of primitive accumulation or dispossession without the re-engagement of Rexauerks in national production, Lichtclosures of common land without THC rehiring of peasants in wage labor activity hits new lows when wars socialize whole countries, leaving their resources up for grabs. Point 2. This is not the developmental locus daceris of evicting thousands of peasants from the land and thereby transforming them into social labor in search of wage work. Wars dislodge and evict massive national reserve to be likely decommissioned and engaged in international market because of the rise of financialization. Capacity deficiency and lack of technological progress underline much of underdevelopment, but when war and abjection combine in a given territory, the sovereignty of states and geopolitical considerations provide a sounder understanding of the disaster. This book is an attempt at such understanding, although it is possible to observe narrow strips of accumulation via commodity realization or market expansion by the sale of goods in the Aviv, violent social dislocation, value grab structured around oil, and commercial as opposed to industrial activity are unequivocally the overarching characteristics of the prevailing mode of accumulation. Because development, security, and sovereignty are an intercausal whole determined by the well-being of working classes, the imperialist forces must always ratchet up their power and exercise, often with the support of their local class alliances, the worst forms of atrocity against the Arab working classes. In short, the Arab nation-state power deficit is a working class power deficit. WHC-THC are real or perceived. The discompound of the working classes imperils national, communal, and individual security. Of all the deficits in knowledge, democracy, or capital formation, underdevelopment is a deficit in almost all the social variables. It is the working class power deficit that deprives peoples of the right to shape their future. Without a re-articulation of THC regional security arrangement to redress the sovereignty deficits of national states whereby working class power becomes preeminent, the A will not be able to own the means and tools of development. Without the restoration of power and sovereignty to the working classes, the right of working people to determine the conditions of their livelihood development, seen more generally as the betterment of human spiritual and material life, will remain elusive. Since the second half of the 20th century, the A and its surrounding region have experienced the highest frequency of conflicts on Earth. War and THC SPCCTRC of war oblicracy THC prospects for sound development. Occupations in Palestine, dormant or flaring wars, civil wars in several countries, and countries living with the threat of abrupt and violent conflict incarnate the condition of accumulation by encroachment. Wars and violent conflict. The drive to accumulation by belligerent encroachment and dislocation originates in the global crisis of capital accumulation, which necessitates the subsumption of world labor and resources to USICD capital. Organized violence against working classes by the imperialist forces or by local ruling class, which are in any case inseparable, engenders redistributive anti-developmental outcomes and holds determining primacy over the course of historical events. By primacy I mean a determining moment in THC-SCT of social relationships that necessarily but not exclusively govern historical development. Modern Arab history as of the mid-20th century is a story of struggle leading to defeat in the face of better armed Usaid imperialist forces, including Israel. Encroachment wars and military routes, structurally or directly, reconstituted national class formations to imperialist will. Arab state has been robbed of the autonomy by which it could practice development. Botched development, manifest analytically in the poor interface between development policy and outcomes on the one hand, and in weak national security that takes away autonomy over policy on the other, cannot be fully explored by building separate arguments for each of its constituents. A dichotomist approach can be informative, but it is also misleading. Because of fundamental social differences, the standard conceptual tools of macroeconomic policy become irrelevant in an Arab context. Arab development is a holistic process commandeered by a historical subject that is alien to Arab working classes. In this context, Accumulation and working class security, through THC sovereignty of the nation-state, are indivisible. In a process of appropriation where the subject of history led capital in alliance with ruling classes forcibly dislocates Arab resources and labor, to pose the problematic in a classically analytical fashion is not only complacent but specious. LHC causes of development are overdetermined. At its most fundamental, development is working class security wrought in the course of the class struggle. It is both means and end of the sovereignty of the working class. 5. Political security is a determining moment for Arab development. Insecure Arab social formations have lacked the autonomy required to devise developmental policies of their own. In the real polyslash and violation of international law marked the course of events. Successive defeats, socialist ideological retreat and neoliberal policies that enable the siphoning of resources have eroded Arab working class and national security. The laboring classes have not constructed through the medium of the state an effective anti-imperialist front, nor ha THCY national redistributive policies that would build their capacity to produce. Development has mirrored Arab security exposure and the retreat of anti-imperialist fronts. Acute intraclass fragmentation and polarization fed by petrodollar-propped imaginary identities, together with repressive regimentation of the labor process, has severely compromised Arab sovereignty and the rights of working classes to partake in economic and political life. Rival imperialists vying militaristically for position in a strategic area, it has become imperative to strip working classes of any control they might exercise over their means of development. The imperialist beholden Arab state, which is in its state of debilitation capital's ideal form of social organization, has estranged itself from the working classes. The private person of civil society has been denied effective citizenship. Social institutions of civil society and NGOs, selectively designated by the nominal Arab state according to the whims of imperialism, have assisted in supplanting the transformation of private person into public person or ideal citizen. In Egypt, for instance, the Muslim Brotherhood have declared that they have been engaged with US-sponsored NGOs since prior to the uprising. Where the secular state was absent, the citizen was absent, but the private religious person was present. The synergy between particular aspirations that coalesce in organic general institutional forms to improve social conditions perished in this induced social disarticulation. Implosive divisiveness reigned instead. LHC imperialist power vortex, or all the substructures intermediating capital by the strengths of its ideology, swallowed the national bourgeoisie, integrating it into the global financial space, until there was little national left in Arab nationalism. 4-3 spokesperson of the Muslim Brotherhood speaking at a public lecture, at National of Singapore, 22/2012. For the Sortker THCCYR of capital's ideological storm grows exponentially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. This state of affairs cannot be comprehended fully from noting the working class struggles around the world. There is not an international labor front to dent the progress of capital, but there certainly is an organized capital, ideological and political machinery. Where the constraints on US-led capital from its would-be competitors mount, as in the case of Iran, the ideological vortex emerges as the Saudi Roval family and Israel roll for an Iran attack. This aggressive stance ties in 6. Arab states, which did not embody much of the working class even during the era of socialist pan-Arabism, under US-led imperialist assault have extricated themselves almost completely from their citizenry. Their class structures have metamorphosed correspondingly to absorb the terms of successive defeats. Corrosion in development has less the result of poor policies than a subordinate outcome of imperialist wars of encroachment. Imperialist positioning for control of oil has occurred alongside wars. Not only does oil control boost imperial standing, but because militarism itself is a province of capital accumulation in imperialist nations, wars and conflicts in the become ends in themselves for imperialism. The resonance of terror bolsters military technology and spending as well as financial capital. Wars also weaken Arab states and their corresponding working classes and institute the Usaid imperialist hegemon as the sovereign over a strategic region. Imperial rents attendant upon control of Arab region and standing of Usaid financial capital vis-a-vis other ascendant powers grow in proportion to the control Usaid capital exercises over the flow of resources from the region. Just like the flow of oil, the flow of war in the Arab region is a tributary of capital accumulation. Or capital, the social relationships of control and domination supersede the generation of the money form per se. Much in the way that capital regiments the labor process in the Western Hemisphere, such as via the recent austerity imposed in the US, the UK and Southern Europe, Usaid imperialism conducts wars of aggression and control to subordinate whole working populations in the irreversible darnage at any point in this degenerative development. It was plain to see that driving Arab working classes further into poverty was unsustainable, unless of course the repressive apparatus reaches newer heights. Which, short of genocide, was no longer possible. This deepening poverty was not an unintended consequence, it was deliberate at every stage. History as the imminent development of dialectical historical forces and interacting oppositions, mediated progressively in real time by forms of social organizations defined in terms of class power, cannot be reduced to self-indulgent notions of inked and uninked acts. It cannot be more obvious that it is not the individualist with Usaid strategy to push forward its agenda as an ideolo bonus resulting from its victory and the amassing of momentum by the growth of its ideological vortex. The segmented struggles of labor lacking a clear structure that mediates them in their transition, formation, and transformation PRMV to be the essence of left ideological worker, politician, or professor who runs the UN Security Council, the IMF, the World Bank or similar structures. It is their mediation in complex forms of social organization of which the ruling social class encapsulates the agency. Counterforms against Arab labor have dispossessed the working class not only of its material necessities, but also its potential political ascendancy. More important, when Usaid capital provides Arab ruling classes with their security coverage, it can also influence how much they weaken and how much perksirk can be CCXCRTCD on them by their working classes. Under this pervasive and discriminative influence, any social platform from which THC working class might potentially challenge the hold of Usaid imperialism had to be and was dismantled. In retrospect, slightly more civil liberties and a little more indirect payments to the lower strata might have briefly redressed the inequitable political and distributional arrangement and delayed onset of uprisings. But such measures not even entertained, alone implemented. In this, capital's institutions, which have so far ensured its resilience, were not being short-sighted. Global capital accumulation in the modern age still proceeds by commodity realization, reinforced by neoliberal ideology and, more determinately, by encroachment wars and violent dispossession. War and repression comprise the ultimate instrument of dislocation. In the wars, including repressive regime violence, have sowed the deliberate purpose of dispossessing working people of their political and social rights and of their resources. Working class security has waned, and so have national security and the sovereignty attendant thereupon. Though undertaken under the rubric of international law and humanitarianism, these military assaults are in fact encroachment wars whose real function is to socialize massy resources. Wars dislocate workers and farmers and remove national resources from even potential political control by national working classes. Much of the private and national wealth, including workers themselves, will sit idle, waiting to be called into production very cheaply when international capital deems it necessary. People as well as things become the inexpensive material of capital. The power of capitalist ideology also makes the costs of imperialist war appear to CXCCCDTHC gains. Interlocutors of capital in WCSTCRN policy think tanks or news media can claim democratization and a civilizing mission rather than control over oil or other raw materials as the principal purpose of the war. However, when demystified, prices and the sums of financial resources they amount to can be shown to be brokered by a structure of POSFA from which Arab working classes have been excluded. After the usurpation of the greater share of value by Usaid Capital and its subsidiaries, the Arab ruling classes, the resources remaining for the Arab laboring classes have been 8. Insufficient to maintain a historically determined decent standard of living. A dispossessed and disempowered working class cannot negotiate the conditions of its survival and social reproduction. Development in the in fact, has to be continually denied so that the security of working classes, and consequently national security, remains compromised. Power of US-led capital is leveraged by the disempowerment of Arab working classes. Hence, the terms of power that underlie exchange and the reproduction of global accumulation and its attendant financial structure will also favor US-ICD capital. RHC crisis of capital implies further escalations in encroachment wars or dispossession processes. Alongside enforced public-to-private transfers under neoliberalism, wars act as the instrument by which Arab-moneyed and non-moneyed resumes are coercively engaged in the formation of value under capitalist accumulation. Wars on a continually defeated and redefeat accomplish multiple goals. Maintain US-ICD capital's control of oil supplies through direct military PRCSC and CC. They stabilize a financial order in which the dollar remains the world reserve currency and wealth-holding medium. They reinforce militarism and its associated financing and technological superiority. They foment religious and ultranationalist ideologies. They assist in the compression of the global wage, and, ultimately, they allow Usaid capital to hold at bay ascendant and competing imperialist powers. Wars also tax the working classes everywhere to various degrees. In the US, workers are taxed to fund the war effort, and in the many workers die. In the war as a feeder of accumulation by militarism became an end in itself. War is either constant or easy to instigate. From the wars of decolonization, by way of the regional hot wars of the so-called Cold War, the war on Iraq and selective US and NATO bombings, to the recent and ongoing civil wars, violence has engendered more violence. When central nation wages do not rise enough to buy the overproduced products on moneyed central markets and when pressure builds on profits to fall, militarism saves capital by restructuring value relations and value shares. So far, there is little evidence that any of the heavyweight players in the have tried to defuse regional tensions. Judging by the rate at which the Israeli settlements grew during the peace process, in fact, there is every reason to believe that war or THC deconstruction of societics by liberalising tricatics is the purpose for which everyone negotiates. The fact that US-ICD imperialism heightens the intensity of the Arab-Israeli conflict, which was absurdly meant to resolve the Jewish question by relocating European Jews to land inhabited by Palestinians, is proof of the increased imperialist drive for war. If a proposal as phantasmagorical as the resettlement of millions by the promise of Yahweh becomes a fact by imperialist fiat, then, anecdotally, reconciling different ethnicities over the same territory in a secular democratic state would be an 9. Easy task in comparison. Anecdotes aside, the historical momentum of wars waged on the immediate inter-imperialist rivalries, which have mutated in the financialization phase of imperialism into differentiated structures in which capital's class interests have risen above national affinities. The financial interests of capital did not supplant nationalism, they just further subordinated it. I have considered nationalism to be a means of capital accumulation. The contradiction between Usaid capital's oversized share of international financial RCNTS upsets other rising powers with national productive baskets whose wealth is held in dollars. Risk powers vying for a bigger shark of the rents require an orderly US debt workout not only so as not to endanger the dollar as the world's medium of wealth holding, but also to ensure a smooth transition in the power standing of the US such that its declining imperial stature will not cause precipitous dollar devaluation. That is the catch-22 situation these rising powers China face. Is always a social process annexed to economic money demand and supply are real-life processes that involve union busting and third-world country bombing. Capital accumulation molds the social conditions for production. Profit-driven relationships invest in sections of the working class and divest from others. The long internalized dislocation of Arab working classes necessarily but not exclusively contributes to regulating capital's rate of profit. In an integrated and closely interlocked global circuit of capital, in which Arab oil and development form principal monuments of the totality, denial of Arab development and regional insecurity become themselves instruments of accumulation. Both the usurpation of misworks.cs and rising capital's ideological hold imparted through war, specifically of ideologies that fragment and differentiate working classes into subnationalist, tribal, ethnic and religious sectarian identities, form self-reinforcing constituents of capital. Arab Accumulation, then, significantly contributes to the reproduction of global capital in social, physical, and ideological terms. Apart from militarization, the immiseration of Arab working classes facilitate the engagement of non-priced or underpriced value-forming constituents in production. The values profits extracted from the pauperization of the Arab working classes, however, are not solely to be gauged on THC basis of THC absolute value produced from longer working hours or poorer working and living conditions. Relative to the global product, Arab social product is puny in money terms. Arabs constitute around 5% of the world population, while their total income is around 2.5% of global income. When remember that most of that income is cudgelled by a small population in the Gulf, the real Arab share of global income falls to around 1%, of which the share of the working class weighed by labor share would be roughly 0.3%. 10. In comparison, Sub-Saharan Africa comprises around 13% of global population and receives a little less than 2% of income. Hence, the surplus obtained from the repression of the Arab labor force measured in Arab-derived profit.s is small. But where does one draw the link, the share of value in a single commodity deriv CD from the third world and the share derived from the first world? Is it not the case that the value of unskilled human lives should be at par across national boundaries? Why is it THC and that THC lives of fallen Kapulk in bombardments of oil control wars do not represent as much value when summed in money form? In a commodity, value, the natural form of value and the social FRRN are inseparable and contradictory. These forms of value are moments of the same expression of value, which belong to one another and are reciprocally conditioning and inseparable. The fetishism attendant upon the production of commodities, fetishism which clings to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities and which is fork inseparable commodity production. Once fetishism enters the picture, the materialization of value in exchange becomes determined by a social rapport in which the ideological power of ruling classes and their labor aristocracy sets the exchange rate of the human input/life in production. At times, human beings serve as inputs by their very demise under bombardments, at differentiated levels determined by reified national boundaries. Before we arrive at production, resume.s excluded from contributing to production have been fought viblog dislocated and cheaply priced by the dominant powers. They thus necessary constituents of capital accumulation. The social product derived from imperial control of Third World and Arab assets, which is the outcome of the practice of depriving working classes of the right to own and deploy their resources for their own benefit, is hugely significant. From the deformation of Arab industrial and infrastructural development under colonialism to successive recent assaults on Arab working classes, a historical surplus value has been amassed by Usaid capital, the illegitimate heir of past colonialists. From a purely quantitative angle, little also would it matter for capital had Arab development preceded by productivity gains and higher wages. The monetary gains from selling and buying in the are insignificant when compared to the power that Usaid capital draws from its hegemony over this region. Power is central to capital, which is a relationship of appropriation by means of control. Usaid capital's oil control backing the dollar, its pricing oil in THC dollar and its higher share of imperial rents are determined by its DCGRCC of hegemony oxer the In a global metabolic rate of capital reproduction, the depth of social dislocation is equivalent to the heights of social prosperity. The betterment of working class living conditions and the impoverishment of working classes enhancing national security would undermine the power of us hegemony. This is not a problem that a reified policy package of exchange, interest, or tax rate can solve. A solution can only emerge from understanding the specifics of the history of imperialist assault on Arab working classes. The following addenda refer to 5 concepts that I employ throughout this text. 1. Working class. The notion of a working social class in the is made to appear elusive when it should not be so. In the Marxian definition of classes, class relationships prevail over class definitions per SE5 for Marx. Social classes cannot exist outside class relationships that tick together, and the analysis of class in socio-economic formations must begin there. It is within these relationships that class structures, including their history and evolution, are constituted. What a class is and does depends on how it is situated in relation to other class. Foremost among THCSC in Lassie capitalism is the relationship of that class to imperialism. The structure of classes, or the ensemble of interclass relationships, is decisive in determining the qualities of a social class. In other words, classes are a macro-sociological expression of relations between classes, including their subjective, cultural, and dimensions. These relationships between classes are founded upon social relations of production, which are capitalist and will have to be defined in their specificities and development. Here the specificity is the oil-based formation in the in which the relational matrix of the ruling class is composed principally of an alliance cum subservience of the Arab ruling classes to the international financial elites. To the extent that these relationships between classes rest upon relationships of production, they are essentially, but not exclusively, relationships of domination, exploitation, and imperialist control. In these social relationships of production, owners organize not only their own relationships to the means of production but also distributional arrangements in relation to the pace of capital accumulation. This is THC organist dimension of capital, a political process mediating the growing scope of capital in which state power is the key articulating moment. Working classes in relation to the dominant class maintain their organization, anti-imperialist struggles and experience, which influence the cohesion of the working population as a whole, including the peasantry. IHC imperialist assault and control element is a determining moment that holds primacy in the restructuring of peripheral social classes. In a specifically Arab context, Shiite/Sunni, Palestinian/Jordanian, Arab/Berber and other historically shifting notions of identity and, often presented by orthodox commentators as constituting fundamental divisions that criss CMS.S beneath classes and other fault lines of bonding and organization. They are taken as evidence that the cultural and tradition-based determinants of class are more pronounced than economic ones, as if economic determinants are in a competitive game with traditions. Recognizing THC ends the sort of language sanes, one can discern that social science is being purposely debased to suit imperialist doctrine. This discourse, in other words, is intended to divide the working population, conceptually and thence practically. However, in these tradition/culture definitions of class, cultural characteristics can easily proxy for genetic differences. Biculture resembles otherness. Bicultural demarcation lines am arbitrary and according to shifting ideological forces. Individual acquisition of specific economic and cultural qualities would decide where one is situated in the class system. Perversely, the atomist approach to class asks not how a class devolves to THC formation of THC individual, it instead asks how the individual through personal endeavor and attainment of certain economic and cultural values can come to belong to one predetermined class or another. CLMKS is thus conceptually turned into a club to which people with similar characteristics belong. In this schema, a class can continually change according to the changing characteristics of its individual members to the point where it ceases to exist, given the endless and ever linear demarcation lines that may exist between one set of people and another. In this class as a concept is redefined in relation to the ideological power of capital. In the state of Encroachment into which social ideology in the and elsewhere has decayed, the collapse of class into sect and ethnicity appears quasi-permanent. Larsit Krasi, class is not the sum of various characteristics common to some group of people. Class exists in relation to other classes and as a relationship to property and or modes of appropriation, in which political, social, and legal arrangements enact the division of labor according to the prevailing power balances within the political structure. At a very abstract level, class is the mediation of a particular stasi of being that is materialist in THC more concrete political form. These social and cultural characteristics in their commonalities and differences are the outcome of the degree of cohesion in a class and of the balance of forces, including ideological ones, within a political structure. Classes as forms of political expression constitute a historical process. Again, to stay at a general level, class in capitalist society is the genus of the relationship between capital and a subject of history in which the reproduction of social conditions is materially determined. Various attributes and qualities are 13. Devolved to social classes as outcomes of class struggle. A class therefore is not the sum of common characteristics, it is a process that divulges the manifold social characters that exist in relation to it. The repression endured by the working classes in THC in relation to imperial oil control CR and CRGCS as disarticulation between social condition and consciousness. Most Arab formations are oil abundant. The class to which oil is relevant is THC class of USICD capital. THC relationship of oil reflux to class is extranational and constructed by a constellation of global powers to which the disempowerment of Arab working classes is a means to an end. Thus, while working class fragmentation under the capitalist ideological barrage in terms of religion and other cultural categories is pursued everywhere, oil rents and their imperial control shatter even more forcefully the terrain on which social conditions might lead to working class political action. Had working classes in the do not identify THC-MSCLVCS politically in terms of a social class is far from exceptional in a comp-RD-.AE sense. And much like others, they do not exist socially outside the class system either. It is the role of science not to succumb to the fetishism or THC illusion that identity falls above class. 2. Social formation, broadly, the concrete whole comprising social practice. Particularly, an Arab state/country as a deployable concept, fraught with contradictions and unraveling as it is, would be less than adequate to encapsulate the role of social forces in a political process. The Arab countries were already 011 a downward path, which is Poslo-Farlow proof of the dominance of class over state. For the purposes of this book also, the concept of social formation is not a formal interplay between atomized agency and structure, but an articulation of classes that may be reconstituted in the struggle against imperialist aggression. 3. Imperialism. Imperialism refers to the process of capitalist accumulation on a world scale in the era of monopoly capitalism, and the theory of imperialism is the instigation of accumulation in the context of a world market created BV that accumulation. Anwar Abdel Malik notes that the study of imperialism SCCMS to BC safely gark to THC political economic individual approach, but his contention is that the Leninist view is fundamentally sociological. Lenin's imperialism is a study of the functioning of early 20th century capitalist systems in the framework of the international balance of forces and the united world front of working class and national movements, facing the constellation of conflicting colonial and imperialist forces. From the underconsumption crisis side of accumulation, the crisis of the center was driven by low wages depressing demand. Lenin viewed 14. Underconsumption as a byproduct of blind competition, which produces both overproduction and underconsumption simultaneously. In evacuating this conclusion, he principally relied on production-based social crises that develop a momentum of their own under unpitalism. Capital recreates symbolic and real social structures that mediate class positions and recracy overproduction crises. The social forms, fetishes, triffications and superstructure in general reflect the requisites of accumulation, hence Marx's oft-quoted remark. Accumulate, accumulasi. That is THC Moscas and THC profits. RHC political economic sidk of THC crisis cannot be disked into realizations versus overproduction. The track of blind accumulation and the primacy of production makes the crisis one of overproduction with overtones of underconsumption or undle% realization scenarios. There need not be a pragmatic dissection of supply and demand sides under which the real history of accumulation by violent encroachments disappear. YL 2005. Details of how wages decline, how demand lulls or how hit a steady state ignore the pillage of the Third World. Lenin's schema of imperialism emerging from the rise of finance capital, of monopolies, and the concentration, centralization and export of capital, are analytical breakdowns of the constituents of accumulation on a global scale. The historical and more decisive side has been the functioning of capital in the sphere of politics, manifest in measures of crisis aversion of which war is the most important. For Lenin, imperialism is synonymous with war. The question is, what means other than war could there be under capitalism to overcome the disparity between the development of productively, LVCS and the accumulation of capital on the one side, and the division of colonies and spheres of influence for finance capital on the other? After years of financialization, in which industrial capital assumed the role of finance and industries behaved like banks, the restructuring of society has proceeded unabated since Hilferding noted the transformation. The development of finance capital changes fundamentally the economic, and hence the political, structure of society. The individual capitalists of early capitalism confronted each other as opponents in a competitive struggle. Illy's conflict prevented them from undertaking any common action in politics as in other spheres. It should be added that the needs of their class did not as yet call for such common action, since the negative attitude of industrial capital to the state did not allow it to come forward as the representative of rural capitalist interests. Given the retreat of socialist ideology in the present epoch, it is a divided working class that confronts capital as the Unix.Aircel monolith. The dissolution 15. Of national capitalist classes into financial dollar internationalist imperialism. Hence I use the terms us-ed capital or us-ed imperialism interchangeably. Also, one may note that the issue of the descent of the US adumbrates the fact that capital, which has become more international, is in ascendancy. 4. Merchant capital, capital in the viewed in its social dimension of consuming and allocating resources, has edged close to a mercantile mode of accumulation whose principal characteristic is thc absence of positive increased dietitian bctwcc and privacy and public wealth. IHC merchant mode revolves around quick private gains and does not require productive reinvestment in society. The usurpation of value BV financial means is a subsidiary outcome. The practice of merchant capital mimics that of financial capital, in the sense that money is transmuted into money without direct involvement in production PMCCSSCS. Rentigra or rent grab may too general a categorization, it is also something of a misnomer, incant to support an ad hominem argument which conceals the fact that value transfers away from the working classes am conducted by national as well as by us-ed international financial capital. The resurrected merchant mode of accumulation is a reincarnation of early modern mercantilism in a modern guise and, as was pointed out quite early in the industrial age, where merchant capital still predominates, we find backward conditions. The broader context from which this condemnation stems is as follows, yet its enhanced development, as WC shall presently SCC, is capable by itself of promoting and explaining the transition from one mode of production to another. Within capitalist production, merchant's capital is reduced from its former independent existence to a special phase in the investment of capital, and the leveling of profits reduces its rate of profit to the general average. It functions only as an agent of productive capital. The special social conditions that take shape with the development of merchant's capital, are here no longer paramount. On the contrary, Euro merchant's capital still predominates. We find backward conditions. This is true even within one and the same country, in which, for instance, the specifically merchant towns present far more striking analogies with past conditions than industrial towns. The independent and predominant development of capital as merchants' capital is tantamount to the non-subjection of production to capital, and HCNCC to capital developing on the basis of an alien social mode of production which is also independent of it. The independent development of merchants' capital, therefore, stands in inverse proportion to the general economic development of society. 16. A qualification is in order to allow for their juxtaposition. Save slavery, imperialist aggression, and colonial genocide, the evolution from the merchant mode as Venetian traders began to control and own upstream cottage-scale or small manufacturing undertakings represented progress and a turning point in the organization of social production around wage labor. The case can be generalized in the sense that the security-exposed states of Africa and the fall on the grab side of capital as a historical process, and dividedness becomes defining feature of their historical subjects, that is, the classes that shape their histology. Another distinction arises between a comprador class and a dominant class that commandeers merchant capital processes. Whereas a nationalist bourgeoisie differs from a comprador class according to whether the sphere of accumulation and its circuit are nationally or internationally linked respectively, the merchant capital leading class is fully fused with international financial capital because its concrete activities are inclined to short-term investment wherein the costs of plant removal are also negligible. It is not just that the rate of imports is nearly at half of income in the merchant capital emulates its international financial counterparts in many areas. Apart from buying abroad and selling at home, its principal hours at home are, as noted, in the speculative areas of a fire economy. This class has little to lose from forfeiting its production base in the home economy. Its principal activity is to tap into national resources by speculation, devalorization of national assets and the sale of imports to national economy. Illy's merchant class does not contribute in any significant way to the development of working classes. These merchant capital leading classes are either detached from the process of industry within or exhibit an ephemeral link to it. Like the classic comprador class, they are subordinate partners of capital. The pressures of imperialist hegemony and the instilling of the merchant mode have together reinforced the downward development spiral. Already in 1980 a prevalence of oil revenues and geopolitical flows obviated. 17. The prospect of productive job expansion. The thus became an economy that could not for structural reasons produce jobs, and where profits without effort had gripped the ruling class mindset. In this context, cheapening life and reducing people to commodities became part of the shift to the merchant mode and the value usurpation process. For the Arab working class, this is a process that religious alienation, imaginary projection of the causation of worldly misery onto a supernatural power can only momentarily redeem. As working people endure harsher conditions, it appears that Islamization of political life offers a short-lived reprieve to merchant class. In the absence of a social alternative toward which popular movements can strive, however, change need not imply progress. 5. Capital accumulation. Capital can also be understood as a way of organizing production and economic activity, so that accumulation of capital is extension or this form or organization into areas in which production, exchange, and distribution were governed by other rules. Capital is typically considered to be a mass of goods or money associated with a special form of organization. However, this definition is lacking on three interrelated levels. Firstly, goods and forms of organization have always existed and, hence, simply stopping at the definition of capital as a heap of goods and a form of organization renders capital transhistorical. Secondly, the very coming into being of goods in other historical epochs was determined by concrete social relationships, which means that forms of organization are also historically specific. The nature of accumulation varies drastically and acquires a new content in different historical epochs. Thirdly, under capitalism and with the prevalence of the money form, the production of goods is no longer an end in itself, but a means to acquisition of money capital. This form of capital accumulation is specific to capitalism. Moreover, for Marx, capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character. It is the means of production monopolized by a certain section of society, confronting living labor power as products and working conditions rendered independent of this very labor power, which are personified through this antithesis in capital. Capital manifests the seminal contradiction between socially produced wealth and the private appropriation of that socially produced wealth. Capital accumulation is the process by which social classes under capitalism reclass to catch other in the process of production, exchange, and distribution. Broadly speaking, a crisis of capital accumulation is not a rupture within this social process, but inherent to capitalism on a global scale as 18. Peripheral classes bear the burden of dislocation resulting from accumulation by blind competition. Cern Mary of chapters. This book explores the obstacles to development in the by delving deeper and deeper over the same principal points with the aim of highlighting the forces that obstruct sound development. It begins with a summary of THC economic history of THC ABV, and then moves into a discussion of THC apparent macroeconomic phenomenon and policies. It is a generalist approach and, as in every broad view of things, many details are submerged within it. But I aim to make the level of generalization adequate enough to deliver a meaning that would not be grossly altered by additional details. The way to do this is not to from quantifiable outside manifestation of conditions, but to focus on their modus operandi. It is at this point that it becomes necessary to discuss the social dynamics and framework in which development has failed. The topics of class structure, democratization, war, oil, and imperialism are taken up at length in several succeeding chapters. The final chapters assess the ways Arab disintegration leverages the hegemony of U.S. capital and the impact of development in commodifying human lives. The following are synopses of the contents of each chapter. Chapter 1, Stocktaking and Assessment. The purpose of this chapter is to explore the empirical background of the Arab economy and to lay bare the underpinnings of the business cycle. It exposes the record on the basis of available statistics, and shows that the business cycle is determined by us-ed imperialist concerns. It also addresses some of the falsifications that painted a rosy picture of the period preceding the Arab uprisings. Despite the immediate post-independence aggression of imperialism against leading Arab countries, state-led development had demonstrated a better welfare and developmental model than the neoliberal one. When the state-led development model collapsed, the rates of poverty, hunger, and repression rose under neoliberalism. Compared to the latter neoliberal experience, the rates at which literacy, living conditions, and other welfare measures rose in the eight-atist post-independence period show that the Arab socialist model, at least with respect to welfare and dynamic economic criteria, performed better. If we view development as the retention and redeployment of resources in 19. The national economy, the anti-imperialist positioning exercised by the then newly independent Arab states represented a necessary step for galvanizing real reserves in their national economies, one that invariably resulted in favorable developmental outcomes. Chapter 2, De Development and Conventional Policies. This chapter revises and criticizes existing macroeconomic politics. Arab countries claim to have cooked the onslaught of the global financial crisis just prior to the ongoing uprisings. Indeed, Arab governments appeared successful in using available monetary and fiscal measures to dodge the downturn. The real issue, however, which was intentionally overlooked, is that oil prices remained high enough before and after the great financial crisis. Consequently, in an oil export-dependent growth region, there was no downturn to speak of anyway. THC economic growth rates were positive all along and had nothing to do with how the policies in place reacted to a downturn. Macroeconomic and social policies did not budge. In any case, they could not move in A and V direction because most currencies WCRC PCG GCD to the dollar and fiscal deficits were bound to a minimum. Ever since the rise in oil prices in 2002, all Arab countries, of which the majority are oil producing, have registered steadily positive growth rates of around 5%. However, this growth was hollow and degenerative, like the swelling in the bellies of malnourished people. In point of fact, the uprisings erupted when Syria, Tunisia, Yemen, Libya and F.GVPT enjoying record real growth rates. The chapter criticizes existing policies and concludes that in the resource curse is the curse of the imperialist assault sustained by the Arab working classes, and that an examination into the re-empowerment of the working class within the political process is required. Chapter 3, Class Politics and Masquerading as Democracy. Politics hold primacy in the There must be a priori an introduction to the role of democracy in development. Democracy became the veneer beneath which conflicts ravaged Iraq, Libya, and Syria, or THC obfuscation by which class structure was preserved by political Islam. The mainstream discourse is blatantly racist. After bombing Arab formations, instituting divisions within their constitutions, and letting them slip into endless civil wars, the mainstream would not see that THCSC violent transitions are necessary for democracy. But how could democracy of any sort arise in a state redistributing value around religious sects or ethnic entities? The constitutions of the are not a 110% CD to become universally democratic, supposedly because Arabs 20 are inherently sectarian and or primitive. Waiting to see how the bloodbath of civil war transforms the savage into the democratic man reveals the racism that seeps through the mainstream's literature. What is more, the very idea of bringing democracy to Syria, a country whose structural destruction would leverage U.S. Israeli power over the region, is the most absurd of the Arab democratization stories. In countries where sectarian strife has not led to outright civil war, ballot box democracy became the rule of a box over society boxocracy. In Egypt it brought to power a political Islamwoke spokesperson wanted to mimic THC small government of El Hachra in development. Political democracy, understood as the protection of basic civic and political rights, equality before the law, freedoms of speech, of the press and of political organization, is increasingly a farce even in the Western Hemisphere. It is obvious to any informed observer that the Arab countries depart widely from this definition and arc at a democratic low of their own, around which they wash back and forth by minute DCGRCCS. Errol, working classes are insecure and their insecurity weakens national sovereignty. The penetration of a Wahhabi doctrine of rights into political Islam, which absolutely places equality of opportunity before equality of condition, strips the state of reasonability. The function of political institutions has more to do with arresting the evolution of socialization and devolving their legal and institutional powers into newly reinvented forms of social organization meant to fragment the laboring classes. In this chapter, the thorny issue of transition to an institutional framework that would allow Arab working classes the right to have power in the state is investigated. Chapter 4, The Stillborn and Decomposing Arab State. When colonial powers revamped the Ottoman form of social organization into the modern Arab states, they project their models and objectives as to what constitutes a state in the Arab colonies. They refounded institutions that organized social relations in line with their strategies and ideologies. Many Arab countries thus constituted are quickly decomposing as a result of military defeats, the daunting balance of fomies or neoliberalism. It is important to note upfront that THC colloquial turn in THC is not separacy from conflicts or military assaults, it is an outcome of political defeat and waning sovereignty. A cohesive social entity represented in a state would tolerate the draining of its resources and wealth under neoliberalism over many years unless it were in a condition of certainty or, more pertinently, unless its social classes WCRC in a state of acute conflict and on the way to destroying the state. Wars and defeats imposed wealth-draining policies by shifting national class structures to accept the imperialist terms of surrender. More recently, many of these states 21 have fragmented into loosely governed territories, and many others teeter on the brink of failure. Libya, Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria can now be added to Afghanistan and Somalia. However, these failures are not a one-time occurrence after which their states will be resurrected in better forms. Many Aral states have devolved into a continual condition of depression, vacancy, and collapse. It is not only that their effectiveness in development is declining, as forms of social organization, they actually engender ruin. Chapter 5, Wars and Oil Control. Their hubris notwithstanding, successive American administrations have designated the Arab-Israeli conflict as the foremost source of instability globally. But in reality, wars are an integral part of the global economy. Reshape social conditions that produce value and uphold power of the social class that relies on war economy for reproducing itself. Also, galvanize the development of civilian spin-off technology by public funding, maintaining an edge for used capital in technological advance and intellectual property patents required for supremacy in the global production process. Financially, wars expand the indebtedness of the state. They raise the dollarized money supply that has to be underwritten in turn by further military expansion and hegemony over strategic resources, namely oil. In the financial age, the growth of moneyed debt spent on wars also requires higher tax levies and a lower share of wages for the central working classes. Wars reproduce the social relations by which assets are devalued, including human resources. They resituate the balance of forces not only with respect to the occupied or aggressed Arab nations, but more importantly vis-a-vis other advanced capital circles. Wars as a social process recalibrate social conditions with the aim of grabbing the most human wealth for the few via the least costly inputs and least expensive real or symbolic forms of power directed against the working class. The is a war flashpoint and the recruiting ground for the war on terror. It not only consumes war material and human lives, it foments the conditions for war elsewhere as well. Combined with the power emanating from oil control, wars in the are a principal social condition of global capital accumulation. Chapter 6, Dislocation under imperialist assault. Least developed countries mostly in Africa and Islamic states. WHCRC. The extraction of raw material is vital to global capital accumulation and WHCRC. The rapport de forces favors the imperialists. Areas where the cask for deceit development ATM objection can be made. The belligerence of U.S. capital in the -WV expand in proportion to oil's importance as a strategic commodity and, equally, in proportion to U.S. capital's dependence on oil, not so much for energy use or the technologically enhanced imputed derivatives it provides, but more so for control and geostrategically owning U.S. signage and imperial lent acquisition require that competing colonialist and imperial partners dissatisfied with the present unsteadiness of inter-imperialist redistribution. Via the financial order beheld at Chapter 7, Arab disintegration and the rising power of imperiali.snt rents from natural resources are said to account for Arab dividends. IHC spin-off of this story is the capacity to earn income without effort from the sale of an asset that is found in nature, and that need not be capitalized, expanded, or improved upon. But the fact that the Arab working classes endure so much in relation to their own U.S. capital-backed ruling classes that relinquish sovereignty over resources makes their increasingly imperiled survival anything but carning without effort. Rather, it is carning with huge effort that involves weathering the wrath of imperialist wars and policies. National revenues and resource distribution between local labor, comprador and international capital are determined by a process of control and coercion. Stripping the working classes of their resources constitutes the very basis of the regional circuit of capital. The merchant class cannot benefit from redistributing assets. Uncertainty erases the long-term and affords primacy to short-term commercial gain. This renders extremely elusive the goal of welfare-associated gains without an integrated regional industrialization project along with a more equitable income distribution. Chapter 8, of labor. For more than 2 decades before the uprisings of 2011, economic supply-side policies dominated the development landscape in the When for every 5 entrants into the labor market there were little more than 2 jobs being created, The neoliberal policy advice was that the educational system produced people who were unqualified for the existing jobs. When wages and incomes 23 were steadily falling and led by public sector compression in incomes, the policy advice was that the labor market was too rigid. With national income stifled, declining productivity, rising inequality and an absence of autonomous civil society institutions, wealth was generated by absolute, as distinct FMR and relative, measures. That is, by extending the hours of labor without a corresponding increase in wages, or more generally by paying working people less than what was needed to maintain their living conditions. In a world where technology and market volksodiskgagt billions of ensorking kapelk from production, the commodification of human implies THC PCRVRRSC and murderous fusion of working people with the labor power they sell for a wage. By dispensing with some of the working people by means of wars, neoliberalism, or some related form of socially produced disaster like the persistent deaths from hunger globally, capital demonstrates the worthlessness of the labor power commodity. In a Malthusian model, WHCRC measures enacted to help the poor would later the mayhem that reduces swelling populations and then drives up wages. By the late 20th century, surplus labor is so huge that by destroying human lives, capital gets rid of unnecessary commodities and cheapens already engaged labor. WHC and there are 1.1 billion officially unemployed persons globally. Reducing the supply of labor power does not raise the wage. The slack is in the billions. The death of several millions does not reduce labor supply, it traumatizes and dislocates more people to cheapen wages and labor. NIS vast surplus and its reduction by war and starvation demonstrates the irrelevance of labor. It justifies the low returns to labor given its not so scarce position, and it exerts downward pressure on the wage rate everywhere. Chapter 9, Coming to conclusion. In times of socialist ideological retreat, poor development derives first of all from the politics of imperialist aggression and secondarily from the interface between free market policies and their anti-developmental outcomes. THC stranglehold of FRCC-marked ideology is such that after 3 decades of developmental failure, THCRC is neither an indictment of past failed policies nor of the agents who implemented those policies. In countries where the uprising led to ballot box democracy, the new Islamic governments overlooked past policies and attributed failure to corruption as a moral category. According to the Islamists, the problem was not that the free market inherently channels social wealth into private hands and promotes waste, it was the falling away of those in power from 24. Monotheistic ethics that squandered resources. In more concrete terms, development exists in the shadow of international ideological and power play. It retrogresses according to the degree of tacit or open inter-imperialist rivalry. As U.S. capital differentiates itself from other competing capital circles in terms of its share of imperial rents, the autonomy of Arab states over the execution of their own policy diminishes. To be sure, the tested the limits of inter-imperialist collusion when Usaid imperialism breached the covenants of international security and occupied Iraq. THC divergency of imperialist opinion THC occupation of Iraq demonstrates the ikvangsi of THC to imperialism and the boundaries to which financialization diluted the national identity of capital. Arab development does not elude policymakers. It is policymakers who reshape development as an elusive goal. The scope and scale of coordinated economic and social policy, which augment national productive capacity via international linkages, are capped by the mgagark sovereignty of the Arab state. The crisis of underdevelopment undermines the security of working classes, which in turn blights sovereignty. Sovereignty in the practice of development is that state of government which affords working classes with control over their resources and improves their living standards. The exposure of national security simultaneously undermines the security of person, community, and democratic institutions. Battering these components of security vitiates a genuine sovereignty substantiated by working class hegemony over society and the state as the principal agent of development. One stands confronted with a self-reinforcing vicious circle. His chapter brings back the necessity of working class representation in the state. It concludes that there need be a reinstatement of policy concepts such as egalitarianism, distribution, land reform, and nationalization. A note on the data. Data about the is scanty and generally of poor quality. The retreat of the state meant that the state capacity to produce data about its own economic development retreated. The only data that could be counted upon with any DCGRCC of accuracy deals with THC financial records of THC balance of payments, and that is because these data form part of the imperialist control arsenal. Today, the cannot be accurately assessed by macro data. It is more amenable to assessment using microanthropological surveys than macro data, as was the case BCFBRC the formation of modern states. It is rather strange that so many publications about the cite the data without cautioning the reader about its quality. For instance, official unemployment in Syria would fall from 15 to 2% between 1997 and 2000, then would rise 25 to 12% in 2002 and fall to 8% in 2005. In the case of Syria, the World Bank recommended counting the seasonal workers during olive picking season as fully employed at around 2007. The problem was that the rate of unemployment hit a plateau of 8% up until the uprising, which meant that THC olive picking season was not a season but a permanent condition. That is highly unrealistic. In the case of Tunisia, the rate of unemployment would fall from around 16% in early to 1-2% in THC cask of Morocco. It would fall from around 20% in Lassi 1999 to around 10% by 2004. In the cask of Algeria, it falls from around 30% in early 2000 to 10% by late 2000. When one peers behind this astounding success, one sees that while unemployment was declining, the number of persons registered as employed in the informal sector was rising on a nearly one-to-one basis. These wild improvements in unemployment illustrate of misrepresentations and data had them BCC and such improvements in unemployment in such short periods of time, the could have been an unsurpassable model of sound development. In the case of investment rates, when the World Development Indicators database is before the uprising, THC average RASI of investment for several years before 2010 dips to below 20%. When the database is accessed in the post-uprising period, the same figure is revised upward and rises above 20% without a commensurate rise in the growth rate. Oddly, the growth rate remained nearly the same. Moreover, Iraq withdrew much of its past data from the World Bank database. Its data now is very spotty. Lebanon has practically no statistical office. A private bank actually estimates national data. Whenever I collect data on the in the 1960s, I only use about 2/3 of Arab countries for which data that far back exists. I always include Egypt, the largest Arab country. Chapter 1 Stocktaking and Assessment. The Arab development experience of the last 3 decades cannot be understood outside a context of development. The uprisings that erupted because of misery and repression and, foremost, because of a crisis of rule by the ruling classes notwithstanding, wars, civil wars and the continued Israeli occupation of Palestine characterize the recent history of the region. Instead of mobilizing resources for development, the surplus petrodollars of the Gulf states fund the formation of divisive sectarian identities, contribute to wasteful consumption and bolster regression. While there are differences as well as commonalities in Arab development, it is somewhat scholastic to define the various discrete shades of developmental malfunction. Rather, the scope of the research Herc presented addresses the social relations that repeatedly generate disasters time. In any case, all Arab countries have fallen short of real development by different degrees. Detailing the minute differences between countries would add little to our understanding of the historical dynamics behind the collapse in development common to all Arab countries. The mere accumulation of such detailed distinctions is a form of empiricism leading to theoretical nihilism. To examining the shared social relationships that shape poor development is a more useful form of analysis, because it allows us to conceptually address the underlying causes. I ork most among THCSC social relationships thus linking and ruling classes to international financial capital. These variants of capital have much more in common with each other than they do with their own working classes. Among the many destructive manifestations of this relationship, generating sectarian/ethnic divisions in the working class within and across Arab states stands out insofar as the eruption of civil wars serves to destroy the material basis for the reproduction of working people. States such as Iraq, Syria, Libya, Egypt, Bahrain, and Lebanon, among others, face the prospect of continued implosion or has crumbled already. The fragmentation of Arab working classes has reached a nadir in places like Syria and Iraq. THCRC has BCCN little active effort to arrest THC carnage. Accumulation bolsters security. HCNCC THC Arab working class population is being splintered in this way precisely because economic and social policies supporting a broader development strategy in the can principally be achieved through closer working class alliances. Hence, to splinter the working population is to underdevelop it. Working class alliances superseding rent bolster CD sectarian identities would provide crucial preconditions for the self-reliance NCCD-CD for BCTTCR growth and distribution, but THCSC alliances have become difficult to form. The regression in socialist ideology has worsened steadily since the 1980s and implicates the labor process and its attendant working classes across the globe. Sound working class alliances mediated through the state, had they existed in the would have generated momentum within the region's policy space to promote productive investment and the environment required for the implementation of a development project. By itself, a cooperative economic and frame structure arising from working class integration across the would for instance turn the NERC's problematic small markets or low demand levels resulting from poverty leading to low investment on its head. But the reverse of rising investment has happened. Because of the divisiveness, all macroeconomic components have been heading in the wrong direction. Another manifestation of the alliance between Arab merchant classes and international financial capitals is that the process of accumulation has increasingly shifted to commercial activity away from manufacturing. Buying abroad and selling at home has gradually supplanted industrialization and the homogenizing forces of an industrialist market economy in addition to the role of the imperialist comprador class alliance that erects and subsidises cultural modes of social segmentation. THCMO away from industrialization all by itself entrenches social differences both within and across countries, rendering sacrosanct the despotic forms of political rule in each one. Also, the distinct economic structures of the Arab countries, their respective sizes, their foreign asset holdings, natural resource endowments and differential depletion rates of these endowments, and their subordinated mode of integration into the global economy together offset the centripetal forces that would otherwise bring Arab working classes together across borders. The closing of NT 29 factories and the creation of a mass of people employed in patronage-like schemes annul the public or collective spaces in which workers would meet to organize. The inherent and perpetual drive of capital to divide working people colludes with emerging facts that are in themselves promoters of disunity. Harmonization for economic and social integration both within and across countries confronts the formidable forces of a local ruling class whose principal activity is commerce devoid of industry, and for whom THC social contract is signed with international financial capital, not its subject population. LBR this ruling class, the function of the social structure is to accelerate resource and value grab. These are some of the issues that this book will deal with extensively. In this chapter, however, I start by depicting facets of the full reality by highlighting and exploring some relevant empirical facts. What follows, then, is a short economic history substantiated by data. WHCRC The availability of evidence allows us to scan the surface of fork I go on to introduce the process of accumulation as it is determined by imperialist policies and aggression. A synopsis of economic history. The recent history of economic growth in the can be divided into three distinct periods. A period of high growth driven by comparatively heavy government intervention beginning in the early 1960s and ending in the early 1980s, a period of low growth typified by collapsing oil prices, free market reforms and gradual structural adjustments extending from the early 1980s until early 2000, and a period of high oil prices and highly inequitable growth beginning in early 2000 and continuing to the present. Vulnerability to external shocks in the is crucial to capital's growth process there. In an environment fraught with uncertainty, economic shocks were further compounded by the liberalization of the financial market, a FRCCR trade regime and a public sector that became increasingly privately owned by the ruling classes. The business cycle moved extra further away from a developmental growth free of external shocks and ever closer to an anti-developmental process. This evolution reached the point that if economic growth kicked in, commercial as opposed to industrial sources accounted for THC rise, industrial value added retreated and inequity grew. This state of affairs continues to characterize the post-Arab uprising economies. The new regimes in Egypt and Tunisia, the two countries that escaped post-uprising collapse, remain set in their ways and pursue the same path as that of their predecessors. Mainstream research on Arab growth performance using the method of growth accounting finds that the knowledge-based sector and internally developed technologies are either absent or yield a net negative impact on 30. Economic GMWTH on account of fiscal leakage. A growth is said to be driven principally by its extensive components or net additions to capital and labor without the scale-enhancing effect of the knowledge economy, or what is referred to as the intensive component. This is not, however, unusual in deindustrializing economics. According to the UNIDO database between 1970 and 2010, the shares of industry in Syria, Egypt, Algeria, and Iraq went down respectively from 19 to 5, 21 to 15, 10 to 2 and 12 to 4 PCRCCNT. So THC sector that requirks THC most nalk to BC in fusk in production is in clink. It is no anomaly fork to SCC Arab economies steering away from knowledge-based economies into low-productivity ones. In the case of Arab economies, the high rate of leakage in assets, low capital output ratio investment and capital flight establish the relationship that underlies the allocation of resources. Not only have investment rates declined a high 0.30% in 1974 to around 18% in 2010, but much of the investment has poured into areas that are of little or no relevance to productivity growth. The bigger share of investment goes into short gestation period capital and into what are commonly known as FIRE economies. High imports generate most of the value added in import-led economies. The financial capital assets that accrue circulate abroad as dollar assets. A greater part of consumption is composed of imported goods. Capital flight in the case of Saudi Arabia can represent about a quarter of GDP. Without the plowing back of generated money capital into the social infrastructure and plant and equipment, the mobilization of national resources proceeds at rates below what is necessary to upkeep the working class and or to absorb population growth effectively in productive employment. Under atavism, in the immediate post-independence era and up to the early 1980s, regulating exchange and increased rates to stem the outflow of resources at prices set far below value as was needed to maintain living conditions for local populations was the policy choice. Thereafter, in the neoliberal age, macro prices, wages, and interest and exchange rates were deregulated at the behest of international financial capital to restrict/downgrade the expansion of the national capital stock. Variations in growth rates became more DCPC and DCNT on THC share of oil in total product, which grew oxcra time. Mislaid investment, high levels of imports and a considerable leakage in assets have typified the neoliberal era. Evidently, oil prices and revenues considerably impact the economies of the However, the issue is not merely the oil curse itself insofar as it invites imperialist aggression. Also crucial to this investigation is the changing macroeconomic environment that veered oil revenues away from contributing to equitable growth and development. The region is beset by conflict and allocates at least twice the world's RASI to DCFC and CC spending. Consequently, defining its economic attributes and establishing the threshold at which oil revenues would seep into development is by no means easy. A priori, what matters for regional development is not so much the level of oil prices or revenues per SC, rather, it is principally value-preserving policy and, secondarily, the oil price level that offset the costs of uncertainty and begins to trickle into productive investment activity. All other things consider CD, a higher LCVCL of political instability underscored by working-class insecurity and imperialist belligerence necessarily imply that for regional development to take root, oil revenues must offset defense spending, smooth out government consumption and act as a propeller of public investment while defraying an insurance premium for private investment. WTH persistently high levels of political tension in the Middle East, that may be too much to ask from oil, one of the most volatile export commodities in world trade. For the time being, it appears structurally prohibitive to abandon oil dependency to kick oil habit. Persistent dependence 011 oil is not haphazard, it is defined and reproduced by a consortium of Arab ruling classes and US-headed imperial powers. Assuming that development were to occur, the effects of Arab development on the sway of forces that 3 on accumulation by encroachment and militarism would be significant. This is a war region, in which the state of conflict itself is an input into global accumulation and that the world has come to internalize as a necessity. To say that the AH faces difficulty in escaping the oil gridlock is a serious understatement. The share of oil relative to national output has risen over time and is now at more than half of national income. The forces that tie down development supersede Arab national boundaries. An industrialization process in THC resulting in a higher consumption of petroleum at home would reduce the quantity remaining for a world dependent on oil. The obliviousness with which the misery of the has been handled is an outcome of that global dependency, which may have led to a tacit accord on encumbering the process of Arab development. The impact of conflicts. Conflicts and the persistent threats thereof exact a heavy toll on the AH. In 1991 there was a 14% loss in AH output in the immediate aftermath of the First Gulf War. This was equivalent to about $50 billion in 1990 prices. Had the war not occurred and where the growth rate in the region would continue to rise at a modest 3% after 1990, the cumulative losses in constant 1990 prices from 1990 to 2002 are estimated at around billion. The recovery from the war was lethargic and inadequate. It took about 5 years for output to regain its pre-1990 levels. Although this number is difficult to assess, foregone employment possibilities were potentially 6 million jobs in 1990s alone. Directly or through threats, the calamity of war imposes a heavy and unrelenting burden on the regional economy. The spectre of war also circularly justifies the rise of the class in power and the security apparatus that sustains Arab regimes and, by implication, shifts resources from productive investment to stabilization efforts. In the past 50 years, the Middle East has witnessed 11 10M wars than any other region in the world. Despite the heavily negative impact of wars on human development, there are surprisingly few studies that try to assess the effects of militarist conflicts on growth. In the mainstream literature on that subject is limited to the link between militarist conflicts and trade, and assesses the direction of causality between trade and war. However, a broader perspective needs to underscore the negative effects of wars in withering a considerable part of the human and physical infrastructure. Lebanon and Iraq and CVC fully reflect their past losses. Wars affect long-term growth, particularly by destruction of productive capacity and, in an Arab context, by the tailoring of policy to the implicit or explicit terms of surrender. Devastation wrought upon the ensures that the balance of forces is further tilted in favor of imperialist powers that have a direct interest in cheapening and grabbing Arab as well as other Third World resources. Notwithstanding the sale and exchange of commodities on the market, imperialism is a relationship in which undervaluing and grabbing resources by more advanced countries contributes to their profit rates. War is costly in the sense that it increases public debts and tax burdens and distorts industrial production through the disproportionate expansion of militarist manufacture and imports. However, this is not why the impact of war in the Arab region appears to be not merely lingering but permanent. In the there are very low tax rates, the public domain is privately anti. 33. Controlled and most weapons are imported, hence, the tax consequences of war are less relevant to economic performance. The artificial exaggeration of world addiction to oil turn and again reinforces the scramble for the region's misours to the detriment of the working population not only in the but around the globe, as a result of the costs of war and to the environment. Pauperizing the Arab working class and subjecting it to the misery of war serves by the demonstration effect to prop up an ideology of ultranationalism in THCCC and TRC. By THC lifeboat thick, THC hordes of barbarians are said to be at the gate of the great Western civilization. Nation-states, at the behest of capital, subjugate the working classes within them and pursue their vital interests, whether by wars or other nonviolent means of aggression. However, placing their own class above the fetish of the nation-state, the Memhant Arab classes in charge of development disempower working classes in particular by stripping of their sovereignty over national resources. Of all the instruments of dispossession, war is most powerful tool for socializing third world assets, that is for depriving the national working class of owning its resources. Far worse than foreclosures that evict peasants from their property so that they join the non-owning labor force, wars prevent whole populations from owning their natural resources. War is useful in resource grab, or the process by which dexaloped formations garner the resources of the third world under highly inequitable terms imposed, more often than not, by military superiority. As will be explained in Chapter 4, in a strategic region targeted for imperialist control, the Arab ruling class alliance with Usaid capital promotes the reproduction of war. Past performance of the Arab world. Over 30 years. The has been characterized by one of the lowest real average per capita growth rates in the world. The average includes the high rates of the early 1970s during the first oil boom. That the is rich in capital is a false dictum that nonetheless dominates the development discourse. Real development is about THC mobilization of real resources, not THC mass of money capital. Arab regimes, by virtue of their shared security and sovereignty with the US, are mere custodians of an oil resource that is effectively not theirs. Most of Arab private financial resources abroad are of a personal and/or private nature. LHCSC assets remain unrequicked transfers or uncashed chkuks and are practically unavailable for regional development. Thus, insofar as the mainstream media projects an image of rich Arabs, the broader picture, in which around 50% of the population survives on less 34 than $2 a day and spend more than half their income on basic foods, is purposefully concealed and/or overlooked. In any case, the $1 or $2 thresholds are arbitrary benchmarks that mean little in an Arab context. The Arab countries are the most food-dependent countries globally. These $1 or $2 poverty criteria in countries highly DCPC and DCNT on food imports tell us little about poverty conditions. In India, where food is mostly home-produced, $1 goes a long way. In Iraq, Lebanon, and Libya $THC is spent on imported foods whose prices are determined internationally, so THC locals pay international prices from gagger salaries. YCT rising poverty rates have often been concealed. A cursory look at the figures before the uprisings would imply that absolute poverty rates those below $1 per day were around 5% or various years. These are low by global standards. Following the uprising, these figures were revised upward considerably. In any case, purpose of THCSC falsifications was to embellish picture of development conditions and to strengthen the allies of U.S. capital. However, in spite of higher growth as of early 2000, Arab poverty worsened. A growth in which maldistribution prevailed was occurring in states that were mainly at the disposal of foreign powers. These were U.S. satellites directly or indirectly by virtue of conceding to the World Banks and the International Monetary Funds. The figures one gets from the VAT, on poverty, where they exist, are misleading. Egypt in the VVDI, for instance, appears as egalitarian as Austria and to be holding steady to that trend, whereas in THCIOX's income inequality database, the data shows Egypt to be one of the most inequitable countries in the world. 7 Despite the formal change in ruling faces in some Arab Spring countries, the flow of resources remained the same and the divide between the private, internationally integrated capital and the social spheres continues to grow, only aggravating past conditions. Upon a closer examination of the per capita income performance, the broader picture tends to conceal some varying patterns, the most visible of which is that since about the early 1980s, the more diversified economics hacks consistently outperformed the big oil exporting economies. These more diverse economies have proven to have a more stable growth path and, consequently, WCRC less exposed to disturbances caused by external shocks, notably, falling oil prices. More diversified countries internalize value in complex production chains, whereas the Gulf countries only superficially absorb new value in their shallow production structure. Although the received view holds that low oil prices were the culprits behind this poor growth performance, a broader analysis finds that this is a very partial assessment. Driven by higher output levels, export revenues, principally composed of oil recoveries, have risen at an Iraq yearly RASI of 2% between 1985 and 2002. Since 2002, oil revenues skyrocketed as a result of oil prices rising from a plateau of $20 per barrel to a current plateau of $100 per barrel. The chief issue remains, however, that this revenue did not bolster the investment rate or the principal component in the growth mechanism. With the onset of neoliberalism in the early 1980s, the accent in policy shifted to private sector-led investment. The investment rate, dependent on risk considerations and uncertainties chiefly non-quantitative, LC risks decreased 0.11 average by about 2 percentage points over the 1990s. By contrast, in the 1970s, export earnings had increased at a much higher rate with proportionately more resources spilling over into economic investment activity and, hence, a much higher investment and growth rate. High oil prices in the 1970s, conditioned by atavism, meant that more resources were available for productive investment in spite of the perennial tension plaguing the region. National security and development concerns ran parallel to each other in the immediate post-independence period. Although spending on defense and other security considerations bit off a comparatively large chunk of available resources, THC remaining funds propped up productive capital intended for civilian use. The correlation between economic growth and investment was such that for every percentage point of growth there needed to be 3 percentage points of investment. When the macro context was first liberalized in the early 1980s, this relationship changed considerably. It would then require around 5% of growth in investment to register I% of economic growth. Under atavism and regulated markets, by contrast, the growth rate responded 36. Favorably to the channeling of public savings into an investment growth. A continued state of instability along with a laissez-faire framework meant that the investment rate remained low and indeed investment was to be placed on ephemeral and low capital output ratio activity. It is difficult to determine either the threshold level of risk at which regional oil rents would flow into productive investment or THC impact of growth on Accumulation, which is determined by THC rapport design of social classes, but had the region only spent the average world RASI on defense, it would be safe to say that because of instability alone, the IA has lost on average roughly 2 percentage points of growth every year since 1980. This estimate, nevertheless, is hypothetical and only a potential assessment of losses. The real losses from instability-associated conflicts would LOC correlate with losses in human and capital assets, which have indeed been incalculable. Patterns of growth. A high variance and an overall poor yearly average growth rate characterize the Arab business cycle. For the periods 1971 to 80, 1980 to 90, 1990 to 2000, and 1970-2000, the average per capita growth rates of the Gulf states respectively were 2.0, 7.5, 0.5, and 2.50. GDP is a value-added calculation that does not include excess savings of Gulf states. For the rest of the for the periods 1971-80, 1980-90, 1990-2000 and 1970-2000, the average growth rates were 6.0, 0.0, 0.5, and 0.0. The long-term average per capita growth rate from 197 to 2000 is at 0.05, and up to 2011, it stood at less than 1.0%. In the it is possible to grow under stable conditions with low oil prices because the peace dividend could be channeled into infrastructure and productive activity under regulated capital and trade accounts, but the opposite occurred. The rise of merchant capital intertwined with imperialist control motives preempts social investment in labor and recirculates capital away from THC national formation. Social investment in labor, including the education of women where it occurs, forms part of the regime stabilization strategy that does link to development. It follows that under persistent tension and a policy interface facilitating the transfer of resources abroad, the exhibited one of the lowest and poorest quality per capita growth rates of all regions over the last 3 decades. Poor quality growth performance is even more pronounced in adjusting countries such as Tunisia and Egypt, which were touted as WB/IMF model students. Nt. 37. In both countries, income inequality was eroding the income of working people at a faster rate than the high rate of growth in GDP. In sum, 3 anti-developmental processes and 1 outstanding impediment determine the path of growth in the a. The volatility and dependence of growth on oil price fluctuations in oil exporting economies, and geopolitical flow disturbances in the case of the more diversified economics. B. Oxral poor trade integration in THC regional and global economy, a lower investment rate relative to the 1970s/early 1980s that yielded lower growth rates in the 1980-90s, including a shilly into poorer quality investment marked by the relatively minor contribution of technology and other knowledge-based activities to growth, and D. A policy interface allowing for the usurpation of financial and real resource at macro policies and prices set by the agencies of us ICD capital. Although a slower rate of growth in oil revenues can partly explain the decline in investment since the early 1980s, promoting private investment and trade openness, regardless of how far or how fast, resulted in poor investment and trade performances. The investment rate dipped at an average of around 5% annually, and basic sectors like agriculture and industry declined as shares of output. Manufacturing declined at a rate of about 1.5% after 1990, and agriculture went down to 8% of GDP. Neoliberal reform policies are implemented piecemeal with the intent to suck resources at prices below value from THC. Policies are an indirect restoration of colonialism, the control of national resources by an outside power, and the below-value resource transfer. Further, despite most Arab countries' adherence to the terms of the market, access problems have persisted for the areas in which the region displayed a comparative advantage, namely textiles and agriculture, or, more RCCC and TLY, their remnants. More importantly, on the investment side, where the decline has been substantial, the risks were considerable given the small domestic market, capital-biased institutions, poor regional integration, and, ultimately, precarious and uncertain political cycles. For instance, when one-stop shops to CRCD tape and 8, these measurements include major Arab countries, the Maghreb and the Mashriq including Egypt, and exclude the Gulf states. 38. Facilitate domestic and foreign investment were set up, very little investment flowed into economies. Stability concerns beg the question of why an insurance scheme that offsets the non-market-related risks to long-term investment was not considered in the first place, assuming business is afraid of nationalization or of war. To secure the future in order to draw investment would create regional geopolitical security. It diffuses the tensions needed for global capital to boost its militarization. Investment would have the forbidden type of economic growth, THC rights-based TYPC with expanding output and employment, institutional transformation, and technological progress that might steadily improve the well-being of working people. This development would also imply working-class sovereignty or the right of working classes to design and implement policies that conform to their social needs. Because the is integrated with global capital via militarism, no effort could be spared by the cross-border class alliance of local merchant capital and imperialism in snuffing any policy that moved toward empowering working classes socially. The extraction of value at fire sale prices from the contributes to lowering THC costs of inputs required for global accumulation and to raising THC RASI of profits for financial capital. War and neoliberalism have worked together to ensure the deterioration of social conditions in the The knock-on effect is not only material but also ideological, spurring warlike attitudes in working people everywhere. The mainstream view of growth. Mainstream investigations of economic growth can be summarized as an effort to find a stable relationship between aggregate output and stocks of physical inputs and technical knowledge. Supposing such a relationship exists, the growth rate of an economy depends on the RASI of accumulation of primary production factors such labor and capital and the speed of technological progress. These factors enter as symbols in a growth equation. It is natural to envisage a wide variety of economic and social issues that affect the growth of an economy, but these are said to be the principal factors. The purpose of growth investigations is to provide a framework for examining how THCSC economic and social issues can be counted on in the accumulation of primary production factors and the speed of technological progress, and ultimately their impact on economic growth. Various manipulations of this growth research schema have been introduced since its reintroduction in neoclassical growth theory by Robert Solow, but a critical point remained that state intervention boosts growth, otherwise economies decline into a steady state. Nt. 39. Specifically to the discomfort of free market adherence, outside intervention by the state holds sway. Once we end Say's law and recognize that capitalism is prone to deficiency in aggregacy demand, WC have to accept that sustained growth in this system requires exogenous stimuli. By exogenous stimuli I mean a set of factors which raise aggregate demand but are not themselves DCPC and DCNT upon THC fact that growth has BCCN occurring in THC system, that is, they upcracy irrespective of WHC THCR or not growth has BCCN occurring in the system. Moreover, they raise aggregate demand by a magnitude that increases with the size of the economy, for instance with the size of the capital stock. They are in other words different from erratic shocks on the one hand, and endogenous stimuli, such as the multiplier accelerator mechanism, on other, latter can perpetuate or accelerate growth only if it has BCCN occurring anyway. Erratic shocks explain the persistence of business. For the free marketers, the notion that government and social policy are necessary for long-term growth ran counter to their belief in self-adjusting markets. That their models always stumble on a steady state, a state wherein all growth falls while its determining variables grow at constant rates, was not a desirable outcome. Further mainstream growth modeling led to a class of endogenous growth models that emphasize behavioral mechanisms and technological conditions through which accumulation of production factors themselves can be a source of exponential economic growth. In this class of models, knowledge-related factors enhance predictions of long-term growth. The rate of growth becomes determined endogenously by the economy's dynamic decisions to internalize human or technological capital. THC crucial assumption that underlies this class of models is that the dynamic decisions for investment are not wholly subject to diminishing returns. This maneuvering with algebraic symbols emphasizes learning effects, research and development activities by firms, and the role of economic institutions as well as social and political ones as direct sources of long-term economic growth. Endogenous growth theory's predictions of long-term economic growth remained unsustainable in aggregate-scale economies. A litany of related research followed and included a discussion of the role of human capital, the role of innovation and international trade, the role of politics in economic growth, or how income distribution policy affects economic growth. These developments grew in an eclectic fashion. 40. Overlooking the social dislocation that precedes the making of growth. They furnished symbolic interpretations underlined by reified economic factors, social policy, and institutions. By their very nature, since they are conditioned by the fact of growth itself, they cease to operate when the system is in a stationary state. They cannot be adduced as an explanation for the system experiencing a positive TRCND. Such an explanation can only be based on THC creation of cognate stimuli, that is, of stimuli which are not THC MSC LVC SDCPC and DCNT upon the fact of growth taking place. In these models, capital and labor, the living forms of social organization in contradiction with each other, fell by the wayside. In all their permutations, real historical conditions WCRC confined to rigor of mathematical modeling a multifaceted decrement by actions or politically organized social classes in Hempley at loggerheads with each other was reduced to a manageable system of individual agents enjoying level playing fields and reaching a contract that satisfies an equilibrium condition. Mathematics perverted social conditions. Equilibriums of any sort led to steady states in a rather unsteady world. No matter how much endogenous growth models would tweak the symbols of the growth equation to delay the inevitability of declining marginal returns to factors of production, in the there were wars and immense idle labor. The variables that would explain Arab growth are themselves explained by growth but not the growth of rather the growth of the central economies. The exogenous stimulus whipping on Arab growth was in fact the disincentive of imperialism. Mainstream growth theory generated much empirical literature using cross-country data samples that analyze growth and the possibility of poorer countries catching up with the richer ones. For this literature, the problem was economic and not sociological, that is, related to debilitating social conditions in countries saddled by force with colonial institutional structures. The power structure, foremost in which is military power or the threat of military power, is what underdevelops society. More industrially advanced Arab economies succumbed in war and to THC inflow of geopolitical petrodollars from THC Gulf. They underwent a process of deindustrialization, while the Gulf states that had no industry appear to have industrialized without acquiring an industrial culture, which is really not industrialization at all. Moreover, the permanent state of political instability and conflict bolsters the DCPC and DCNCC of the region on exports of oil and oil-related products. The process of development differs for historical reasons that cannot be captured by symbols representing governance, institutions, or corruption measures. In several empirical trials, Ant. 41. Statistical proxies for wars explain much of the growth process in the The mainstream policy message was that economic development depends primarily on the creation of an enabling environment for the private sector, free markets and good governance. These conditions prevail, the theory says, development prevails. Given that these conditions exist nowhere, advocating good governance to Arab despots is especially absurd. The more astounding parochialism is that Arab economics would actually grow CVCN if their ruling classes awakened to the rulk of law and abided by human rights principles, as if Arab development would not weaken imperialism's hegemony over oil. In accounting terms, growth can be entirely ascribed to the circulating share of oil in national economies. The recent growth episode beginning in 2002, much like its predecessor of 1973, occurred concomitantly with rising oil prices. In 20 years BCTWCCN peak oil price periods growth RASI slowed down considerably and per capita average real growth was negative. In light of the variability in oil price and in the presence of mercantile and inherently comprador institutions and policies which have an inbuilt TC and DCNCY to dislocate sections of the working classes as opposed to engaging them, the recent growth experience was uneven, both within countries and across the region. Unsurprisingly, empirical assessment of growth performances in the A shows that capital generates relatively less output per unit than other regions. There are weak positive effects of capital formation on GDP growth in ALI 2004. But specter of conflicts, by their corrosive nature, nullifies the contribution of physical capital formation. Moreover, the Arab region lacks the capacity to smoothly absorb technical spillover from foreign investment. Trade openness provided no extra inputs to long-term growth. The arrival of new technology has no statistically significant CFFCCTS on the growth of labor productivity in the A region. It is not unusual to witness these results in a region whose average growth rates were nearly on par with its population growth rates. The economy grows on a one-to-one basis with additional growth in the population. By the natural growth RASI approach, this implies that labor productivity has experienced no significant growth. A decomposition of output per capita into GDP over employment, employment over labor force, and labor force over population reveals that the labor engagers have risen. In forked labor market flexibilization as of 2000 appears and only appears to have brought up output per worker from 1.5 to 0.7 in various years. Oil prices and revenues distort the output per worker picture. M% and a simple exercise by which oil revenues is subtracted from 42. Output is carried as of 2000. The results show output per capita and output per worker as of 2000 to be negative and significantly exceed the previous period of 1980-2000. Although productivity is very roughly mimicked by output per worker, the rates are negative, more or less typical of all Arab countries, save the small oil states whose output per worker appears inflated as a result of oil revenues they brought up the overall average. The rise in the employment to labor FOAM rate as of 2000 underscores the higher rate of participation in informal sector poverty employment and THC lower RASI of DCPC and DCNCY. More persons THC same family would have to engage in employment to maintain the same living income. Furthermore, the gap between growth and development highlights the poor intermediation between financial capital and real resources. This is not just on account of the Gulf being money wealthy and in the grip of the US, and why should one even entertain idea that Gulf should transfer finance to poor CR Arab countries? It is so on account of cash-strapped Arab countries that are incapable of nationally emitting their own money supply as a result of deregulated capital accounts. Unlike many other developing countries, the OFF hills to nationally mobilize real resources with its auto-generated finance. Both real resources, capital, and labor, are subject to a misallocational relationship and leakages. Exercising austerity in a capacity-wanting Arab context implies that while labor naturally grows, neoliberal policies cap the expansion of capital. Industries shrink even as the population pyramid balloons in the youth tier. This is not a case in which capital and labor are incongruous in terms of skills. The economy needs engineers, but we are producing economists, say, but a case in which policy lowered the rate of expansion in productive capital while labor grew. Unless some regulation plugging the leakages and coordination or an expansion of capital is carried out, unemployment grows in absolute terms. High unemployment in the region is structurally rooted in this anachmic accumulation process. Mainstream growth theory, eloquence and irrelevance. Mainstream theory is not intended as a mantra of growth. Its aim is to supply an element in an conceptual understanding of certain important elements of growth and to provide a way to organize one's thoughts on these matters. Point 9. Yet, invariably, in the literature foisted upon the envy, the policy design for development rests on the basis of compulsive liberalization, without due regard. 9. This description of neoclassical growth theory is taken from the Zuchtgrave Dictionary of Eton Omies 1998. Nt. 43. To the history and particularity of a specific accumulation process under conditions of uncertainty. No matter how complacent one is, one must recognize that liberalization in a state functionally owned by the class of merchant capital whose interests are vested in extra-national territory will mean that national resources will be stifled. Is little chance that the Western-governed WB/IMF consortium was unaware of this fact. The market, even in the fictitious neoclassical sense, is not the unquestionable control of few individuals over allocation, it is a Hulk SCT of institutions guaranteeing intermediation and Uckelfark by way of more or less equal power platforms. The usual sermon-like policy of the WB/IMF is to liberalize, increase the effectiveness of labor, and improve technology. Restoring growth will require raising private investment and improving the efficiency of investment through greater integration with the global economy. Given such unrealistic assumptions, THCSC formulaic policy measures am tantamount to obfuscation. Raising growth is not a matter of simple additions to the logical arguments of growth capital, labor, and technology in an equation. Growth represents a quantitative benchmark for capital accumulation. Capital accumulation, however, is a socio-historical process decided by organized power and classes and not something that can be traced to a formal argument. The formal argument can clarify matters, but it has to adhere to some realistic assumptions. 30 years of reforms aimed at expanding and enhancing the efficiency of the private sector have shown no substantive expansion in investment capable of dodging an inequitable path. Should this not beg the question as to whether a neoclassical growth framework can generate reasonable GMUNs on which a policy for capital accumulation can be formulated? The alternative approach has to be traced in terms of the history of social classes reinitiating change in the region. Foremost among these changes is to enact economic policy that will ensure the recirculation of wealth in the national economies, that is, to shut off the spigots of resource transfer abroad. In one concrete instance, state-generated savings underwritten by future development would be plowed back into investment activity. Apart from investment, which is deterred by uncertainty and small markets, the region experiences a significant leakage of resources and or affluent consumption, which reduces private or public savings. When so many resources escape and imports represent on average around 50% of GDP, the multiplier theory, according to which $1 multiplies several-fold in the economy, founders. Capital inflows are channeled into raising consumption, especially on the luxury goods of the merchant class as it emulates its foreign counterpart either directly, or indirectly shifting resources away from investment. As conspicuous consumption and regional tensions have risen, the private savings 0.14 retained in the national economy have fallen. Public savings have also fallen with falling tax receipts or by the change in the composition of government expenditure carried out under structural reforms intended to bolster the savings of the merchant class by tax reduction. In any case, oil revenues in the oil-producing economics, or geopolitical rent injections to stabilize the more diversified economies, have crowded out retained savings as affluent consumption has risen and tax revenues have plummeted. THC biggest scoop on domestic savings, however, remains THC combination of insecurity, the compradorial nature of the ruling merchant classes and, just as important, the open capital accounts policy that hijacks the interest rate as a savings instrument. The missing discourse in the Arab uprisings. Relative to its wealth, then, the has BCC and PCT forming far below potential. While the real GDP per capita, for the region as a whole, was growing annually at a rate of 6% during the 1970s, it declined during the 1980s at the axial annual rate of 0% and grew at a mere 3% during the 1990s. When it picked up again to an average of 5% in early 2000, it was hollow and inequitable. Inequitable distributional arrangements that dampen demand alongside declining investment rates, especially investment rates in plant and equipment which are usually associated with long-term stability and sizable markets, are a drag on economic performance. Investment rates in the Arab Legion were on average around 4 percentage points below the rate in the developing world for the period 2000-2010. The 2011 uprising coincided with rising regional tensions and a trumpeted larger role for a private sector under Islamic finance. The Arab private sector, now deeply rooted in commerce rather than industry, cannot assume the agency of development. It chiefly buys imports for local consumption and taps into oil revenues. Industrial capital could have had a long-term stake in the region, but the conditions for industrialization eroded over time. It may be too early to tell, but so far, in states that elected political Islamists, no policy is boosting public investment in the physical and social infrastructure or promoting state-sponsored industrial projects. Accumulation has not been treated as the long-term social project that it is. There has been no redistribution of wealth and land that were earlier confiscated from the working class by the kleptomania of Arab regimes. The Islamic economy is no different from its predecessor. RHC regions DCPC and DCNCY on oil, its degrading CFLCCT on the environment, and the ideologically motivated exaggeration of oil are causes and outcomes of underdevelopment. Oil itself, the black substance, cannot be given a life of its own that explains underdevelopment. Rather, the explanation lies in a peculiar dependent process whereby the agency of development dislocates labor and recirculates the region's wealth outside the region as opposed to within. This modus operandi is clearly the explicit policy design of the WB/IMF, which has its consequences but pursues it anyway. But matters were not always as bleak as this. In the 1960s and 1970s, the regulated policy framework offered the chance to improve the industrial capacity. Oil Reclux, WHCRC-THC Wyxist, Nabluk THC economics to command additional resources, boost industrialization, and build an infrastructure, dramatically missing in some cases, like the Gulf states. Additional spending in domestic currency grew as part of the new foreign currency inflows, which were in turn leased and exchanged for local currency. Currency inflows induce a higher level of activity in the domestic economy and trigger, in some cases, a real appreciation of currency. His appreciation can corn a sour C of difficulty for the economy if it hinders industrialization and export diversification, or if it erodes the competitiveness of traditional areas of activity. Later, Gulf financial flows in the form of aid and remittances to the more industrialist Arab countries, like Egypt and Syria, began to be mishandled and contributed to Dutch disease-like symptoms. As will be seen in the next chapter, however, the exchange rate story is only a minimal part of the picture. The principal component behind deindustrialization is the defeat in wars and the rise of an ideology of defeatism that furnished this merchant class with an alibi by which it could escape its populist egalitarian rhetoric and shift its allegiance to world capital. Thus, instead of boosting the security of the war economies, Gulf funds and remittances gradually increased the structural fragility of the balance of payments and rendered these economies less able to cope with adverse shifts in resource inflows. In the 1960s and 1970s, the distortion of oil earnings on exchange rates was initially minimal and contained. In this same period, the populist regimes controlled capital accounts and tailored interest and exchange rates to equilibrate saving and investment while protecting the basic consumption bundle, which was part and parcel of national security. These renact prices WCRC construed and monitored so as to arrest ICACX and incrementalist accumulation and knowledge PMCCSSCS. In the 1980s, owing to the shift in the class alliance of ex-Arab regimes already discussed, neither the oil-rich countries with small populations nor the poorer, relatively more populated and less oiled economics incrementalized the complex chains of economic activity that might have permitted sustained and autonomous development. Moreover, these private sector-leaning reform policies were built on the implicit belief that the private and public sectors compete for the same resources. 46. In developing countries performing far below potential they do not, especially when national finances are not exposed to international financial pressures. There is plenty of mourn in the economy for both private and public sectors to use in complementary fusion. Given the resorki, demobilization and the risks that the private sector FHCCS in these countries, public investment serves as a jumping-off point for private undertakings. But instead of a Marshall Plan, with the initial capital injection required for public and private investments to risk simultaneously, THC got a Morgenthau plan. This was in marked contrast to the immediate post-independence period, when private investment was underwritten by the state's commitment to increasing public investment and the private sector piggybacked on the public sector. Despite the glaring fact that if economies are ruling increased chant classes will divert the WB/IMF promoted investment as a panacea at a time when no rational private investor could possibly invest the long term in the uncertain context of the Arab region. Slowly, export of primary products camped to typify the AVV. The earnings from oil, which are the property of working classes as per the second principle of the UN Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, became the unearned incomes of merchant and international financial capital. As of 1997, the impact of oil extraction on the environment when factored into the savings rate lowers a positive rate to 0% on average. Future generations have been left without development and with a degraded environment. Inequitable growth and institutional distortions have paralleled shifts in class relations. These reforms created rich countries with poor people, but here, not as Stiglitz notes, that is on account of the Dutch disease but on account of rich Pkopelk abandoning the recirculation of wealth within the national boundary. Conclusion. Poor performance associated with imperialist assault is not related to Arab oil per SC, it is a much broader social phenomenon prevailing wherever imperialism strives for primary product control by aggressive means. To resolve the debacle, socially, politically and historically specific mediations between capital and labor and CCD to be discussed. WB/IMF policy has overlooked THC obvious, which is the ties of Arab merchant classes to Usaid imperialism and the war context. Arab ruling classes practicing unsightly forms of human rights abuse do not heed advice to pursue good governance. The fact that NT 47. The World Bank advises a change in governance strategy when change is impossible MEMly embellishes the public images of us-friendly dictators. To recommend, as the WB/IMF has in some cases, that a country might be better off ignoring potential sums of oil wealth is also nonsensical. Oil can be a source of funds for continuing economic growth and improvements in social and welfare standards. Until 1977, to underline this point, real per capita income in the ASVGREV at about THC Sarn Rasi as that of East Asia. However, alker that time, last Asia's PCR capita income tripled by 1996, while on of Krag PCR capita income in the stagnated from the early 1980s on. The retreat could not be fully attributable to oil prices or revenues, since the latter declined once and started to rise again as of the mid-1980s. Successive Arab defeats, shifts in the mode of appropriation of the ruling classes from industry to commerce, and imperialist oil control/militarisms represent context of development and the C.org reason for Arab retrogression. State was gradually stripped of a sovereignty whose substance is working class security, hence it lost autonomy over policy. Eroded sovereignty and failure of the state constituted a failure of development. Swings in the regional business cycle could be attributed to pressures arising from external forces, and not to forces generated causa sui by the economy's internal mechanisms. The business cycle of the exemplifies a case of an imperialistically determined cycle or one mainly driven by outside press sums. Oil prices and revenues are relevant to development only insofar as they exceed the costs of political tensions in a state that mediates the interests of the working class, otherwise, they simply act as stabilization measures without being transmuted into productive activity. If policy were to implement improvements in social welfare and productive employment via the internal redirection of oil revenues, an empowered Arab working population would loosen the imperial grip on oil, at least to the degree to which they actually hold sovereignty. Or Arab development to be denied is key to the hegemony of Usaid imperialism over the area. Unless post-Arab uprising policy measures go to empower the working class by locking in the circuit of value, direct redistribution, and land reform, development will continue to be a case of de-development. Before I proceed to the political determinants of development, in THC next chapter I vico and criticise some the macroeconomic policies implemented in the since the onset of neoliberalism. Chapter 2. De-development N. Conventional policies. After several military routes, the Arab ruling class, whose interests became progressively more rooted in international financial capital, has relinquished sovereignty and autonomy over policy. The crucial point at which the surrender occurred coincided with the Camp David Accords of 1979. These treaties ripped Egypt out of its Arab milieu and slivered the Arab world, further weakening its Al-Riyadh-Flaxid security agreements. In this context, for developmental growth to take hold, oil lexenus, or better yet nationally cracked finance, ought to then cover the political instability. LH should exceed the costs of security as well as the sunk costs of public spending and investment. It is hypothetically possible for an Arab economy to grow under stable conditions with low oil prices because the peace dividend in a state that promotes the rights of labor could be channeled into the social infrastructure and production. In reality, of course, the opposite of this desirable path was followed. The regressive developmental process leading to the Arab uprisings was reinforced at every stage by WB/IMF proposed pro-cyclical policies. These measures accentuated the many shocks to which the Data was subjected. The downturns were lasting because the vacillation of oil prices intertwined with a precarious political environment to deepen the troughs in the cycle. Rooted in the interests of their own class, the ruling class's commitment to the neoliberal framework engineered a whole set of macro prices that ensured anti-developmental outcomes. Macro prices including wage rates were calibrated to insufficient even to maintain, let alone improve, the majority's standard of living. Prices, to be sure, do not descend from heaven. Prices were reproduced across time by a quasi-colonial power relationship in which Arab resources are undervalued. Money form explanations cannot suffice for investigative social science, otherwise, accounting could reign as its coupon. Prices CMCRGC from a metabolic social process in which workers and nature are consumed by the voracity of production for profit. Owing to the enfeebled power of the Arab 50. Working classes, their reserves are either snatched for a pittance or, when high prices are paid for oil, the revenues cycled back into the dollar economy. During this process of recirculation, petrodollars wreak havoc on societies and feed the construction of divisive identities splintering the working class. Petrodollars have demobilized real resources. The neoliberal agenda acquired theoretical backing. Coinciding with the retreat of socialist ideology, the IMF, employing a neoclassical framework, cl. Arab regimes not only codified a whole set of power relations which rendered their functioning possible, they confiscated all power. The A was probably the only place where capital's coercive hold on the economic and political sphere was complete. Hence, implying that good governance and reform were possible under these regimes was a sham used by capital to soothe the working classes and to circumscribe their revolt. By employing the language or reforms in an unrecoverable, LC situation, the IMF consortium endorsed repression and development. In addition to the uncertainty related to wars of imperial aggression, which acquire the semblance of measure, the interface between private sector-based macro policy and outcome generated disastrous results. In the double disaster of war and bad policy, the ensemble of privatization, deregulation, and trade and capital account openness allowed the transfer of value either at no cost or at fire sale prices. Dislocation of labor and other resources through privatization socialized assets to be grabbed. Typically, the class that earned its keep by private means would lose its means of self-reproduction and join the market in search of employment. In decades of market reforms, labor's share of total income in the AVV dropped to about a third, none of the lowest shares globally. I-class power brokered prices signaled. For the neoclassical equilibrium to be reached at the point in which capital owns nearly everything and labor nearly nothing, neoclassical efficiency dogma turned the illusory into the real and crippled developmental growth. Working people had less to buy with and were buying more imported staples, yet that condition was edging toward Pareto efficiency. The poor hit a bottom after which they cannot be made worse off. Hence, the chemistry between Pareto, a long-dead member of the Italian fascist Senate, and us governed international financial institutions, in a Kafkaesque manner, burn THC Arab mad map to development into the backs of the Zab working class. In this chapter, I review and criticize some of these policies with the aim of motivating the social and political context in which development proceeded. The boom years from 2002, and as a result of rising oil prices, began experiencing another oil boom similar in many respects to a previous boom experienced between 1974 and 1981. Since 2002, excess savings investment in constant year $2,000 for the stand at $1.2 trillion, several years. The capitalized excess savings over domestic investment of the Gulf states since 1970 are estimated at $4 to $5 trillion OVDI, several years. Between 2001 and 2011, the uncapitalist excess savings OXCR investment in the Gulf states alone are at around $2.2 trillion. More so than the previous oil boom, the current boom rides on high oil prices. Between two booms, and as a result of declining oil revenues and faulty policies, the exhibited one of the highest unemployment rates, the lowest average real per capita growth rates, and the fastest widening gap in income distribution. Of consumption of from total income weighted by income distribution data, where data are available and given that Arab labor does not save. By these results, the share of labor would be around a quarter of total income, which is close to what the ILO reports intermittently. Guerrero used statistical techniques and arrived at the following shares: Yemen 0.27, Tunisia 0.45, Sudan 0.41, Saudi Arabia 0.36, Qatar 0.29, Oman 0.34, Morocco 0.37, Libya 0.28, Lebanon 0.40, Kuwait 0.32, Jordan 0.49, Iraq 0.11, Egypt 0.29, and Algeria 0.41. Mardigari M, the labor share of income around THC World, F8C from a panel data set. The 2012/13 ILO Global Wage Report shows that since the 1980s a majority of countless experienced a downward trend in the labor income share, which means that a lower share of national income has gone into labor compensation and a higher share into capital incomes. The same report also shows that real wages fell steadily for countries reporting data on wages between 2000 and 2011. 52. With openness and lower oil revenues, funding of the social infrastructure shrank. In 2002, for the majority of Arab economies, investment rates were the lowest of all regions at 16%. Growth in productivity per worker was on average negative, and intra-regional trade remained as low as 10% various years, UN 2010. Capital flight in the cask of Saudi Arabia, the largest economy, accounted for a quarter of GDP. In spite of high absorption capacity domestically, money capital fled abroad. 420 YR's BCTWCC and THC first and THC second oil boom, THC region was in a sort of FICC fall and was a record holder in KCY economic variables indicating poorest performance. When oil prices, revenues, and incomes picked up again in 2002, apart from high growth driven by a higher imports share, investment and productivity growth remained set on a declining trend. The money capital pouring in was not going to repair the damage inflicted by the WB/IMF sponsored policies last 30 years. Unlike the 1974-81 oil boom, when the state handled allocation of resources, there are distinctive features to the present oil boom, beginning with the heavier involvement of the private sector. While private investment rose, total investment fell as a result of the receding share of public investment. Private investment went into the so-called fire economy or into areas of quick gain related to short gestation capital or speculative activity. Alongside this shift to the private sector, the prospects of expanding regional conflicts implicated the class and institutional structure. The principal agency of development, the Alliance of Arab Merchant and USICD Financial Capital, seized the institutions of the state. VV11 Korea's in money terms asset bubbles were forming, especially in real estate, as a result of excess liquidity, Political insecurity devalued resources in real terms. Assets in war zones are valueless. The cash sunk into real estate and other assets set at speculative prices was hardly being exchanged or was twirling in tight circles of wealthy speculators. Inflated assets and financial exchange cracked little value added. However, the separateness of the financialized sector from the rest of the economy was by no means innocuous. Through merchant-skewed central bank policy, the financialized sector drained state coffers and dipped into the public purse, providing finance on asset interactions held by the wealthy at THCC-XPC-NSC of social assets. On way to visualize this process is to imagine that the central banks created money to expand credit for the wealthier classes, which is not far from the bailing out of the Western financial institutions in the 2007-08 financial crisis. Credit underwritten private sector assets rose while many governments exercised austerity to service their debts, resulting in primary surpluses in state budgets. The investment rate was declining. Domestic credit to the private sector rose from a range of 15% in the 1960s and 1970s, to a high 46% in 2009. And Convention A, Pod ICIF.S. 53. During this process, WB/IMF literature attributed the developmental decline to government intervention in the economy. But as the state retrenched, the supposedly free market forces steered resources to a minority that had already captured the state. As low growth, low productivity growth, unemployment, and poverty took hold, the retrogressions WCRC assumed by WB/IMF to issue from distortive taxation, subsidies, overvalued currency, and rigid labor markets. Despite dipping economic performance, first-marked politics, reduction of public expenditures and inflation, open capital and trade accounts, and reliance on the privacy sector continued to be peddled as the solution. Employment growth, it was said, would ensue from reducing public employment and investment, creating room for the private sector to grow into. When the public sector retreated yet unemployment rose, morally designated corruption, high population growth and poor governance WCRC labeled culprits of redundancy. The ideological panders of the international financial institutions and their stenographers in the business press, the ideal of the flea market was irreproachable. Its mathematical symbols, and that's all they were and are, symbols in a fiction mimicking reality. They were so far removed from the complexity of real conditions such that they could mean anything at any time. Fecundity and cultural traditions were implicitly assumed to be short-term policy variables that were supposed to decline with structural adjustment policies. This was free market policy with just two-dimensional variables, price and quantity. Whenever a real social condition arose, it threw the model off course. The equilibrium model itself was logically valid but inoperable. The WB/IMF policy framework resembled religious catechism to be followed by the unfaithful. The effects of pillage on Arab economies were, in a perfect inversion of reality, blamed on the generic Arabs' inadequacy embrace of free market policy. The WB/IMF consortium concealed gaping income inequality and political bias against labor by the token effort taken to improve schooling and labor market participation for women. However, as the working class sank into poverty, real and invented symbols of repression against women intensified. The ever lower share of income accruing to THC working class was redistributed less to THC growing ranks of poorly paid men and more to also poorly paid women, though both sexes were actually of course being immiserated. The WB/IMF consortium abstracted the free market from an actuality that does not exist, imposed modes of conduct on the basis of the abstraction, and employed banalities to place the blame on the patrimonial and cultural traditions of national working classes. That a level playing field, broadly representative institutions, lack of productive capacity and, crucially, a region 54. Free of imperialist interventions were necessary developmental preconditions in an Arab context apparently eluded their ideologically blinkered faculties. As the market became freer in the financial age, the wealth and savings of the narrow minority exercising power through the state or under the security cover of Useed imperialism instead of investing at home, the merchant classes exhibited astute entrepreneurship and instead abroad where the returns were safer. The WB/IMF consortium overlooked the obvious in their cant but in reality always aimed to deconstruct Arab social formations. For central capital, union busting at home or social devastation in THC are unintended consequences. They are the social measures necessary to accumulate capital. From national policies to anti-national policies prior to freeing the resource transfer channels, many Arab states practiced selective controls on their capital and trade accounts. They devised several interest rates and exchange rates to calibrate savings and investment and to limit capital outflows. Long-term bonds sold on the internal market supported the expansion of the money supply and financed investment. Under neoliberalism, capital accounts were opened up and multiple interest and exchange rates collapsed into single rates. The national currency traded internationally, while states that exported little oil and exhibited balance of payments problems resorted to external borrowing to steady their exchange rates. In combination with intensifying imperialist intervention and wars, the risks and uncertainties of the market increased. The growing risk premium within the single national interest rate rose significantly to hedge against capital outflows. The high borrowing costs of financing national projects delayed investment. The short-term stabilization measures of the fiscal budget implied reduced public investment and, concurrently, shrank the money supply. States could not issue money because their foreign exchange receipts were dwindling or kept in reserves to ensure exchange rate stability. In low oil capacity states, the money space opened up as a result of dwindling national currency was filled by the dollar, and implicit or explicit dollarization gradually overtook THC money markets. Short-term stabilization introduced welfare-cutting reforms that shortchanged national labor and assets. The negative social impact of short-term austerity built up exponentially over time to the disaster that is the long term. Together, conditions in both short and long terms which are in reality insparably worse. In fact, the analytical splitting of the short from the long term was yet another bogus ploy whose effect was to undermine long-term growth and development. The formalist construct of time was taken literally as real and convention a, pod ICIF.s. 55. Historical time. So, after a period of belt-tightening and poverty, prosperity would dawn upon the Arabs, another version of pie in the sky to bamboozle the working class into submission. These free market policy packages were not so much about contracting government spending and money supply, which they achieved anyway. Real purpose was to structurally shift the ownership of these policies away from the national purview to Useed capital and to vitiate the prospects of long-term growth. In circumstances WHCLV production capacity is lacking, Stasi Encroachment STCCRS development. But THCXVB/IMI sought to shrink the public sector, lower taxation, deregulate, cut public investment and balance the government budget, after which, it claimed, the state would garner sufficient resources to lead development. The Arab state did not. As the biggest agent wielding financial assets, the state provides the CIRD for large-scale economic activity. State spending is a continuous flow of money capital, to which downstream and upstream economic activity correlates. State's capacity to deliver on financial commitments also acts as the ensurer of long-term stability and economic activity. The public sector cushions growth pitfalls and stabilizes economic activity, especially in Arab countries where external threats jitter the business cycle. More importantly, state intermediation between capital and labor adjusts the distributive impact of growth. Such intervention can either boost the savings of the ruling class or the consumption of the working class. When uncertainty and high import rates prevail, the rich save abroad and the working classes consume goods abroad. Add to that all the ephemeral economic activity, which treats investment as a short-term speculative procedure, and yet a clearer picture of the merchant mode of accumulation around which lives are organized emerges. From about 1980, the role of the state in the economy retreated. The fiscal policy stance pivoted from so-called distortive intervention to a supposedly unadulterated price system that was meant to allocate resources in a socially desirable way. Unadulterated, in the sense that for every imperfection in the market there will be a price that will clear the said market from its own excesses. Arab states, in turn, cut spending, cut taxation, implemented budget austerity and pulled out of the welfare arena, which is underpropped by public investment. THCSC states non-CLCs continued to mock direct payment subsidies to THC working class, which screed the role of pacification and only pacification. The synergy between demand side and production side tapered off as openness led to the bulk of the consumption bundle being imported from abroad. For instance, all Arab countries are now significant oud importers. While these measures were being implemented, the erosion of national agriculture combined with coercive dislocation laws and measures caused the biggest exit from the land since the beginning of the 20th century. 56. However, the key aspect that tightened the constrictive grip of neoliberal policies was the investment framework. Another roundabout fallacy of neoliberal policy assumed that fiscal deficits raise interest rates and crowd out the private sector. Crowding out occurs when an economy is near full employment. When there are unutilized resources, there is economic space for an increase in all types of expenditure, both public and private. Even if crowding out occurs in under full employment, it is unlikely to be complete. That is, THC classicity of privacy investment with RCSPCCT to government of any TYPC will be C less than minus on. THC interest rate in an open economy with balance of payments constraint, moreover, is administered by central banks to avert capital outflows. It has little to do with financing investment in risky areas with shallow financial markets. Most Arab investment, in any case, is auto-financed to begin with. The projection of RNG-solved.SPCT forming poorly ill the hemisphere onto A is likely not roar lack of imagination, as the WB/IMF policy architects would have been well aware of these facts. The purpose was, then, simply to reduce government spending and with it the value shares of the working class. THC cash-strapped Arab governments could not control deficits as stabilization spending rose with receding tax receipts. Interest rates also rose, but not because of deficits, rather because of risks and in relation to returns on capital markets abroad. Inflation rates also rose on account of falling national production, monopolies on import patent by patronage, and higher import prices. Openness of trade and capital accounts makes the financing of deficits possible mainly through external savings or borrowing, which in turn may cause currency collapse and inflation. Inflation will in turn rise by roughly the rate of imports to GDP. When selective controls are exercised in the trade and capital accounts, by contrast, balance of payments constraints are less binding, deficits can be financed from tax revenues, and multiple saving and investment interest rates can be seeded to calibrate investment with industrial expansion. This happened in the past in Arab socialist states until lost wars revamped social structures and the class in charge of the state followed its class proclivity and accepted the terms of the neoliberal medicine. Save THC Gulf states, which have enough cash to cushion immediate shortfalls, Arab countries exhibit a shallow tax basque and open capital and trade accounts. These governments cannot monetize the debt or impose a progressive income tax, despite the fact that the tax rate is at a low of 0% of GDP on average 2006. Instead, these governments implement indirect value-added sales taxes, which criminalize the working folk and are difficult to implement in cash and informal economies. Meanwhile, the exposure of N-convention A, pod ICIF.S. 57. The national currency to international pressure, high import ratios and the hold of the merchant class upon the state apparatuses combined to transform governments into bookkeepers for international financial capital. Higher interest rates stunted growth, less because investors could not borrow to invest but because they dollarized economics and opened the doors of speculation against real assets and the national currency. Unsurprisingly also, monetary policy withdrew funds from public investment, intensified balance of payments problems and inflated THC price of basic commodities. Or a decade before THC uprising, food prices WCRC rising as wages clinked, while real estate prices were supported by a central bank policy ensuring ample liquidity and ease of money convertibility to the dollar at steady exchange rates. While the assets of the ruling class grew as a result of the exchange rate policy, the prices of food for the working classes were hiked by the very same policy. Given high ratio of ruling class to working class assets, the PCGGCD exchange RACI policy was more of a subsidy to the rich. Their assets had fixed dollar values in the international markets guaranteed by the national wealth produced by the working class. Interest rate policy, instead of addressing savings and investment concerns, served the sole purpose of slowing capital outflows. Restrictive monetary policy shrank the credit space into which industry and the wealth of working classes might grow. The central banks were organically tied to the structure of merchant capital. They represented a facet of the organized dimension of capital that imposes the rule of money as an alienated form of value society. Complex the intermediation of credit, the various layers of claims upon claims, hedge funds, and securitizations, all partially resolving value contradictions resulting from the real crisis of accumulation. The more ferocious the deployment of the wrath of the money form upon the working classes, hence the austerity. The gradual shift in the anchor of the national currency from product national space into the more complex international financial space since 1980 subjected the Arab working classes to austerity unhampered by national opposition. What would soon be imposed in Europe and the US after the 2007-08 crisis had already been tested in the Third World under the rubric of structural adjustment. Post-uprising monetary policy today is no different than it was prior to the uprisings. Through manipulation of the interest rate, central banks aim to achieve low inflation and to reduce the balance of payment constraint by regulating the pace of economic activity. The high interest rates they imposed took the money available to the state and to workers, but did not regulate economic activity. Given the superficial development of the financial markets, the private banks' demands for high collateral in view of national risks, and their low 58. Involvement in financing industrial activity, one deduces that the interest rate was unrelated to the national economy. During the great financial crisis of 2007-08, the Arab states' growth rates remained positive because they had few linkages to the global financial markets. Arab financiers and the Gulf Cooperation Council Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Oman withstood significant losses. The interest rate did not calibrate savings and investment or supply and demand by targeted borrowing from national sources or by boosting investment. All that THC Encroachment did was to regulate THC RACI of capital house with THC fixed convertibility of national currency to the dollar. In any case, under open capital accounts, interest rates should remain high, not only to limit the excessive outflow of capital to safer areas abroad, but also to stabilize the currency exchange rate so that money profits earned nationally can be exchanged at quasi-fixed rates against the dollar. In a SCNSC whole monetary policy apparatus serves to subsidize resource transfers by ruling class abroad or to maintain the money value of their nationally appropriated wealth fixed against the dollar. In Arab countries that do not export significant amounts of oil, the interest rate policy has reduced savings and investment as a result of declining demand, has not significantly affected inflation and has had minimal impact on the balance of payments. The interest rate in an open capital account environment and with a pegged exchange rate has redistributed wealth upward. Moreover, because of the long-term risk from holding government bonds, money capital speculates on short-term government instruments and asset markets. Empirically, whenever the interest RACI rose or fell, it did little to performance. Impact economic. In situations with closely observed and regulated capital accounts, the manipulation of interest rates can secure financial and money market stability and induce savings for the purpose of reinvestment through the issuance of long-term bonds. In the pre-neoliberal policy setting, particularly under Arab socialist policies, the interest rate targeted specific economic sectors. Differential interest rates on loans earmarked the relevance of economic undertakings and their linkages to the rest of the economy. Under more developed financial market conditions, the interest rate may influence inflation as a result of varying LCWLs of savings and investment and total income. But when Arab countries import most of their food and manufactured goods and exhibit huge unemployment and squandering of financial national wealth, the interest rate serves mostly to bolster the pegged exchange rate policy. In undercapitalist and underperforming economics, state spending on investment and consumption has a direct bearing on building capacity and improving demand simultaneously. In more developed formations, the interest rate may influence industrial expansion and effect and convention a, pod ICIF.s. 59. Inflation as a result of money expansion influencing demand. But Arab private sector liabilities in the area of industrial development are minimal. Industrial investment migrates into short-term gestating capital. Moreover, personal loan and credit card debt are insignificant as a portion of total debt. Most of the state debt, where it exists in non-Gulf countries, supports the expansion of credit to the ruling classes. In the Gulf, the finances of the state are mostly within the purview of the absolute monarchs. In economics of this nature, THC Inkerstrassi principally raises THC servicing of THC public debt and augments THC deficit. It actually acts as a snatch mechanism for the private bankers who earn a considerable share of debt servicing part of government expenditure and, therefore, serves the opposite purpose to that for which it was ostensibly designed. Under the neoliberal regime, inflation control policies would allegedly lead to higher private investment and growth. Neoliberal to curl, inflation is to lower debt, shrink the money supply and fiscal deficits. Privatization, freer trade, financial and capital account liberalization were, as it turned out, the necessary precursors to austerity. However, restrictive fiscal and monetary policy in such an environment reduces inflation only superficially. In the presence of high import ratios and contractionary macro policies, the dollarization of the economy ensues. The expansion of economic activity because of shortage in credit issued nationally occurs via cash dollars. Where the national currency withdraws from the economy, the dollar becomes the de facto national currency. The de jure national currency, although it appears steady in terms of the exchange rate along with falling or steady inflation rates, has become only a partial reflection of the national value of wealth. Much of national wealth is dollarized. Inflation does not disappear. Growing state debts inflate capital assets owned by the propertied classes in real terms, or in terms of exchange rates fixed against the dollar and supported by national wealth. Add to that, as growth and national money supply decline while the country becomes more dependent on imports, the dollar enters the local market as an alternative currency to cover the rising costs of those imports. Although inflation may have fallen by some insignificant percentage, dollarization implies that the national currency has at least partially turned into a nominal symbol. National currency is THC fact currency while THC dollar is the real currency. So, how can one measure the decline in the general price level denominated by a fake currency? Therefore, the lowered inflation rate is illusory. These policies, in the end result, mean that the country forfeits growth along with monetary sovereignty. High inflation, in an Arab context, is rarely a monetary phenomenon. Food and lodging rental prices did not rise because of higher money supply or debt monetization. As the central banks pumped liquidity into speculative 60. activity, driving up asset prices, rents on capital rose in tandem. So whereas, for instance, real property owners benefited from higher real estate prices, the working class encountered higher housing rents. Food prices rose because of higher agricultural prices globally, and 5 trade agreements had eroded a good part of subsistence agriculture. In macroeconomic terms, growth was slowing not because of inflation but because of rapid fiscal and financial leakages. When central banks inflate capital assets owned by the ruling classes by force and currency reserves at on end, and USC inflation as indirect taxation on THC working class on the other, the RASI and quality of growth plummet. Inflation of any sort in an Arab context taxes the working class according the degree of the autonomy of labor and labor unions. Unions demand indexed inflation adjustment contracts that cushion the impact on the working class. However, moderate or immoderate inflation, GOFS RNMCNT spending. SPRVCS on stabilization, and huge deficits are not at the KCRNCL of the problematic of erratic, low-quality growth. The real is the deregulation of capital and trade accounts and their associated balance of payments framework. As noted in Chapter 1, it was the decision to remove controls on THCSC accounts that industrialist THC Arab states, which until 1977 had been growing as fast as their East Asian counterparts. What the experiences is a very particular Arab disease. This disease is the Arab merchant CLMSS acting as the suzerain of Usaid global empire. Dutch diseases and resource curses. In the AVV, there is neither a resource curse nor a Dutch disease. As mentioned above, the economic sickness is far more severe and is caused by an imperialist curse. Imaginary powers bestoxed upon mainstream economic constructs obscure the shifts in the class structures and class alliances, which have led to the implementation of policies that magnified the negativity impact of low productive capacity. In the Netherlands the appreciation of currency was redressed and the ailment healed, in the illness metastasized into the final stages. Where v.orking CLMSS political power is strong enough to help shape LIC, oil rknooks can galvanize dormant potentialities and see poverty. The relative success of the Chavez model in Venezuela is a cask in point 2, but the policy framework that has permeated the macro environment over the last 3 decades has misallocated resources. Although most states pursue stabilization spending that could invoke positive developmental linkages, the stabilization pursued by Arab regimes has centered on consumption spending without significant links to production. Spending on healthcare, for instance, was extensive, yet public health awareness and nationally driven research and development WCRC thin. Spending on imported drugs represented a significant leakage. Local production accounts only for 45% of consumption. By historically determined standards, Galth progmes was rudimentary and resulted from THC fallout of advancement in CNC and the import of generic medications produced by scale economics as opposed to internally developed public health standards. In any case, where life expectancy has risen as an effect of rising historically determined levels of subsistence, it did so as a collateral outcome of the medical product silly and not as result of internally driven development. In relation to what it could have been, though, AVV life expectancy is still short. That is, although people on average have lived longer lives, the absence of adequate public health and environmental programs has meant that in comparative terms, their living standards were lacking. The way public health is financed meant that spending on medication was less concerned with better health than with boosting the profits of the drug importers. Sult 1 CE it to say that in Egypt, Yemen, and Sudan child malnutrition has grown significantly. Education expenditure also rose. However, education has emphasized areas of qualification that are by no means attuned to the demands of industry or of what remains of industry after liberalization. As industry shrank, workers educated in technical fields either emigrated or remained unemployed, further accentuating the resource drain and brain drain syndromes. Rote learning characterized education, and the regimenting aspect of schooling overtook its illuminating function. What is more, investment in research and development as a share of GDP ranked lowest in the world. In view of the shrinking numbers of jobs, much of the desired investment in education CNDCD up abroad through complex migratory routes. Spending on education that does not connect to the production structure ends up as yet more fiscal leakage. In the it would have been a boon had the inflow of foreign exchange overcaled the national currency, reduced competitiveness, and precipitated deindustrialization. The areas of the like the Gulf states, that initially exported oil possessed little industry to begin with. The Arab countries that had industrialized in the post-independence era, namely Egypt, Iraq. 62. Lebanon, Algeria, Tunisia, and Syria, underwent deindustrialization following liberalization. Oil revenues did not raise the value of the national currency, leading to lower competitiveness and deindustrialization. They did, however, as they seeped from the Gulf into the industrialized countries, create a new Saudi-sponsored class that adhered ideologically to the merchant consumption model of the Gulf and that bestowed holy powers on commerce and the free market, resurrected on the basis of a fabricated history of Islam. Natural resource abundancy is said to undermine economic performance as DCPC and DCNCY on Kisali Karnt Foreign Skank BRCCDS complacency. States can begin to borrow funds in order to sustain levels of consumption during the downturn, funds they might not repay over the long term. Consequently, steadying levels of consumption in this way permanently dents savings rates over time and hence reduces movement that on for the uslks of aid to world countries, in teleological order as aid goes in, gets consumed or snatched, lowers savings, and yet more aid is needed. Oil prices indeed tend to be volatile, keeping long-term spending decisions on edge. But as applied to Arab states, this is a misconception. A Stasi hijacked by a national merchant class whose property is in us secured oil and dollar savings abroad is really not much of a state at all, in the sense of mediator and protector of the national interest. The vested interest of this class in the GCC countries, in particular, is principally in dollarized wealth held abroad. The GCC countries still produce a narrow range of goods for export, namely oil and some of its shallow value-added derivatives. However, they remain underdeveloped in terms of the definition provided in the introduction. Given that after 50 years of oil profits, jinn can be called upon to testify in their courts, women are forbidden to drive, and every sort of backwardness and superstition continues to shape social legislation, no case for their development in any real sense can be supported. Rhe channelling of oil revenues in development occurs in a class-determined context. A health context is one in which oil revenues mobilize real resources in value creation as opposed to their long history of funding anti-working class wars and value destruction. In addition to funding imperialist assaults on world liberation movements, including Saudi funding of THC Contras in faraway Nicaragua, Gulf petrodollars have supplanted THC necessary synergy for development in the intermediation between oil revenues, technological developments, and economies of scale. Natural resources have only wrought hasi where imperialist encroachment has reached. Reducing the ital condition to an intrinsic evil residing in the natural resource itself or to the stupidity of a national ruling class existing in a vacuum and unwittingly underdeveloping its own nation conceals the decisive role of imperialism. Irrational behavior on the part of political elites, poor resource management, rent-seeking by political actors, and states that rely on uncurrent income and avoid developing their economies are not characteristics of resource-cursed countries only. To one degree or another, they fit all capitalist countricks. Flops in Arab countries are CSCMBLC THC Rexork Kursk or THC Dutch Discask only superficially. Resource curses are context-specific in relation to the political structure and institutions in each country, which are in turn determined by the class configuration. When the ruling class is more integrated with international financial capital than the home production base as in the nationalist capitalist state, evil is when a resource becomes a curse. Gulf countries did not complex supply chains post-independence epoch later deindustrialist as the ruling class underwent a metamorphosis from nationalist to comprador. That wars and civil wars in correlation to natural resources and undemocratic regimes are glaringly in evidence in the supports the notion that imperialist war-making and weakening of states follows imperialist diktat. The ostensible goal of WB/IMF policy design is to stabilize the macroeconomy by reducing public investment, shrinking money, preaching good governance to change the mindset of rulers, making the civil service lean, and privatizing natural resource and other high-performing sectors. Hypothetically, the outcomes of these policies democratization, the reduced power of minority groups and consistent backing to private sectors that generate employment will exorcise the resource curse. However, the closest allies of us-eat imperialism have been the undemocratic regimes in the When principally Accumulation international institutions advise good governance and privatization, they do not intend to overthrow the bad governors, but they intend to get the privatization going and going into the bad governors' pockets. Such basic questions of who did what and why are ignored by a pragmatic policy design that bestows agency on Neoplatonic forms of thought or delusional neoclassical efficiency criteria for productivity and their corresponding prices. These concoctions do not comprehend individuals as they are, that is, constituted within a manifold of social relationships and mediated politically into social action by instituted terms of social organization. Instead, they cohere an idealized world of one-on-one relations between rational individual actors. How can any policy generated within this fantastical construct help create the behavioral, institutional, or social changes necessary to overcome the curse? 64. In the WB/IMF framework, the totality of the developmental situation is segmented and distorted and relevant relationships are diluted. Even when the social forces and the contextual and historical patterns that shape the functioning of state institutions are mentioned, they are formalized into symbols with no referent in the realities of the job. Social classes and relationships, the development process in relation to other processes, the formation of revolutionary consciousness attendant on, and THC redistribution of wealth non-transformative cobics existing outside real time. LHC state as the mediation of class conflict vanishes, rather, in the neoliberal schema it exists as if it were a primary school student who could pass or fail an exam. Institutions imagined to be composed of atomized personae are a degenerate version of an ideal type that is too ideal to be real. It is a sort of historicism without the history. LHC fatal flaw is of abstraction that rails to draw its concepts from historically determined conditions. Neoclassical thought's point of departure is the quintessential trans-historical situation of subject-object, the individual affects his or her environment by a given action. There nothing to disagree with in neoclassical economics, not because it is right or wrong, but because its symbols could represent anything and its opposite at any time. Where it becomes dangerous is when it economizes the truth, as in when it omits wage slavery and imperialist aggression, for instance, as concrete historical conditions. In the interface between macroeconomic policies and outcomes is neither misguided nor inadequate, it is a purposeful design and serves specific ruling class objectives. Oil resources shored up ownership of financial assets and investments abroad. They have effortlessly assisted expenditure on imports. Petrodollar inflows have financed affluent consumption. The presence of sovereign funds abroad has retracted the extra funds that could have overvalued the currency. So once more, competitiveness did not decline because of overvalued currency. However, industrialization policy was relinquished and industrial shares shrank as trade accounts were freed. In the less oil-endowed Arab countries that exhibit precarious balances of payments because of import costs, where real currency appreciation occurs, THC non-tradable sector benefits from demand growth. In THC mainstream SCNSC, currency overvaluation occurs when the central bank fixes an exchange rate at a higher point than that defined by market conditions. The state-subsidized exchange rate blunts the impact of import price hikes on consumers such as the lower price of staples like bread in Egypt and Syria, but much more than that it fixes the wealth of the propertied class in dollars. The high exchange rate may dent the competitiveness of the tradable sector, but industry and the tradable sector are shrinking, so there is precious little to actually compete and convention A, pod ICIF.S. 65. With supply elasticity is low. Industry was hurt by lifting protection prematurely and across the board, not by higher exchange rates. The macroeconomic debacle is thus twofold. On the one hand, the GCC countries did not industrialize or acquire a culture of industrialization, and on the other, the petrodollars flow from the Gulf to the more industrialist Arab economies created insidious social models that contributed to their deindustrialization. They tickled the fancy of state bourgeois classes whose natural course of development is to see and end up in THC lap of imperialism, but they were tied down by their own pan-Arab hubris. What is really harmful are not the macroeconomic effects of petrodollars on competitiveness, but their funneling into funding the hordes of Salafi supposedly opposed to imperialism but that end up being more pro-imperialist because of their ill-fated strategies and tactics than otherwise. Why the private sector cannot lead development. Neoliberalism, whose defining ideology is laissez-faire economics, recommends freeing all markets, including THC trade and capital accounts. Promoting fiscal restraint at the expense of public investment in social and physical infrastructures and relying heavily on indirect taxation in contrast to progressive and capital gains taxes are steps to take before putting the private sector in charge of development. Prices would then determine the efficient transfer mechanisms and resource allocations. But the private sector has the task or development, and it is this failure that requires explanation. Private investment growth hinges on prospective returns and the degree of risk. For Kalecki, the investment growth nexus, defined as the inducement to invest, is determined by the gap between the prospective rate of profit and the RACE of interest. Later theoretical advances are permutations of this core idea of demand-led investment. The rate of capital accumulation depends on profitability, which, in a circular manner, depends on economic growth. If interest rates were suddenly to fall, it follows that the risks would be lower, the capital output ratio would be higher, and the growth rate would rise. Although analytically sound, this argument is incompatible with the specificities of the Assuming that returns can be redressed through bolstering balanced growth, it is the context or the component of risk that is definitively challenging in the case of the AVV. In view of various internal and external security concerns, many Arab states carry within them the potential for collapse. The risks to investment in the are serious because the stabilizing elements that allow for the calculation 66 of risk do not persist over the long term. Keynes, having lived through a war, differentiated between unquantifiable uncertainty and quantifiable risks. He noted, "By uncertain knowledge I do not intend merely to distinguish what is known for certain from what is only probable." Point 1 The sense in which I am using the term is that in which the prospect of a European war is uncertain. About THCSC matters. THCRC is no scientific basis on which to form any calculable probability whatever. Simply do not know. The prospect of war, omnipresent in the alters the background for investment decision-making, miring it in historical uncertainty. Thus one cannot assume away the context and a qualification of concept of risk with regard to is in order. In analytical terms, the risk function in the is only partly associated with typical market and price volatilities. Rather, it is one in which the bulk of capital assets could wither instantaneously as the state fractures. The investment function in the is therefore subject to time incoherence and structural shifts, that is real history and not hypothetical time. This, then, is not a case of actuarial risk. Although the ordinary types of market risk will always be present to some degree, the potential for complete collapse is portentous. The uncertainty shifts the ground beneath intertemporal preferences and brings the future closer to the present. Here is not much of a future to plan when the state may abruptly collapse. Investors will be primarily concerned with how returns must redress initial capital costs within a short gestation period. Subsequently, money capital lodges in ephemeral endeavors. Obviously, raising investment under these tenuous conditions must be conducted by ensuring stability over the long run through enhanced security. Underdevelopment, in short, cannot be tackled by supply or demand side policies that were tailored for developed economies performing at high capacity. It takes both supply side and demand side expansions to boost economics that lack skill, knowledge in production and economics of scale. Taken together, the Arab economics are small, comprising around 2.5% of world income. Nearly two-thirds of Arab income goes to the Gulf, which constitutes around 5% of the Arab population. The GDP measure does not include savings abroad in the cask of the CCC. Paradoxically, small markets induce small investment, and the opposite, big markets induce big investment, holds. Nurks attempted to resolve the enigma by suggesting a state-funded big push approach that would boost demand and convention a, pod ICIF.s. 67. And supply simultaneously within regulated capital and trade accounts. The subsequent crowding in of private investment would raise incomes and break the vicious circle of underdevelopment. The one-sided supply and open market policies of the neoliberal age, however, did exactly the opposite of that. Means literally do, roughly translatable as ICT them do as they like. In the absence of an equal playing field, laissez-faire policies afforded the local merchant class and its international financial capital carte blanche to do as THCY liked with Arab resources. Development policy became primarily a matter of redressing public account shortfalls, with much of the spending centered on building political allegiance and or inducing regime stability/instability as per the demands of used capital. The population growth rate has been high since the 1960s, and these policies of contraction meant to restore the fundamentals were supposed to structurally adjust economics the lift off into the world of, but their failure was, in a classically Malthusian way, blamed on population growth. Yet it was the neoliberal policies themselves, rather than high birth rates, that disengaged real resources and lowered job creation. When trade and capital accounts are open, security-weak industrializing countries will be opened for plunder. Shrinking the productive base in relation to the still rising population threw millions out of decent work and into poverty wages in the informal sector. The market that neoliberalism claimed it wanted to free did not exist in the auto-lived. The principal Arab market was state-guided and industry-protected, financed mainly by internal government borrowing. It became private sector-led, its industry was exposed to superior competition, and its financing depended more and more on borrowing from foreign sources. The economy mutated from an even distribution, public sector-led economy to a highly uneven economy led by the private sector and a privately owned public sector. The private investment promotion arrangements one-stop shop, easy profit repatriation, FDI promotions resulted in overall declining investment rates. FDI in the ranked low globally and was centered on resource-seeking activities, the kind with the fewest linkages to the national economies and THC kind most environmentally damaging. 2010. Garanux on repatriation do not offset uncertainties and market size issues. Moreover, private investment policies were built on the implicit understanding that private and public sectors compete for the same resources. In underdeveloped and financially relaxed economics, THCRC is plenty of slack for both types of investment to act in a complementary rather than competitive way. Development in a class-divided society finally depends on the ruling class's proclivity for capacity building. Developmental challenges the contradiction. 68. A restrictive monetary policy and a vigorous fiscal stimulus plan, the disjunction between regional savings and regional investments, and the absence of automatic stabilizers are issues that cannot be tackled under openness of trade and finance. The tension of reserves and their deployment in national economics through various selective price and protective require a degree of seclusion. A broader understanding of the social structure and the institutional framework that might allow for autonomy of policy is a good starting point for discussing policy options. For macro policies to work jointly and incrementally and developmental tools, the principal structural element underlying the policy framework, which is the linkage of development to security and sovereignty, also has to be tackled. Capital accumulation and long-term investment depend on a re-articulation of Arab security arrangements in a way that guarantees the security of the working classes and national sovereignty. Closing Rex Narcs. Volatile and unevenly distributed growth has worsened the social condition of the majority of the Arab working classes. Many social areas including education, gender equality, and developments in civil society have retreated or stayed below historically determined levels. Social relapse in turn reinforced the downward spiral of poor quality growth. Instead of raising both public and private investment via establishing stronger regional security arrangements and providing insurance on losses to long-term investment from non-economic or political causes such as war, the ruling classes did the opposite. Instead of gradual and selective approach to trade integration preceded by concrete measures to ease into the global economy as a regional bloc, they rushed into the WE Treaty. Instead of strengthening Arab monetary cooperation and imposing capital account regulation, they raised the financial risks attendant on open capital accounts. Add to that their withdrawing from investment in R&D, inculcating a structurally unemployable labor force in religious obscurantism, reducing public investment, foiling the increasing returns from the knowledge-based industry, and one has a still partial but clearer image of the totality that is the development. With such deficient national security, it was pointless for governments to erect institutional guarantees on repatriation of profits by foreign capital and investment. The guarantor must be a sovereign state. Principal Arab states were defeated and their sovereignty waned. The cycle of poor growth began in the late 1980s with investment dropping and the transfer mechanisms reallocating resources from the public to the private sector. Trade openness did not sharpen competitiveness or diversify exports, it deindustrialized economies. Selectivity, regulation, and gradualism in trade and capital account openness, and convention A, Pod ICIF.S. 69. Or policies that temper abrupt capital flows and value transfers, were dropped in favor of speculation regimes that were supposed to expedite the resource allocation mechanism. The WB/IMF idea that the private and the public sectors should compete for the same resumes in undercapitalized countries was not innocuous. It was intended to shift the ownership patterns into private hands in areas where there was slack in the economy in order to ensure that the underdeveloped state does not build its own capacity. The asset for rent acquisition further hastened THCism of merchant capital, for which Arab integration was anathema. Disintegration halted many forms of regional and working-class cooperation. In turn, poor quality economic growth bred poor social conditions, and poor social conditions engendered poor long-term present and past policies do not, to put it mildly, offer the optimal framework for achievement of high LCVCLS of employment, more equal distribution of income and wealth, poverty reduction, sustainable growth, low inflation, and macroeconomic stability in the macro policies would have to curtail the flow of value in physical, human and money forms away from THC national formations. The specific focus of policy should shift into modes of stemming resource flight, recirculating value nationally, revalorizing labor and redistributing value through social policies. Long-term investment in the physical and social infrastructure and industrial projects are the very core of effective state policy making. However, the interaction necessary for these investments between monetary, financial, and fiscal policies cannot deliver satisfactory results because of openness and maldistribution. IV foreign and the renationalization of social assets previously stolen via the consortium of merchant and repressive state must occur before anything else can work. The case is very simple. On account of the pittance in wages and assets of the working classes, demand cannot perform its leading function. Demand calls for more egalitarian redistribution. Supply calls for the capacity of the state to finance the future and hence for multiple exchange and interest rates that insulate public investment and the national consumption bundle from the vagaries of the international markets. These are the cornerstones of alternative policies and they necessitate class restructuring. In THCA, much of what is consumed at home is produced abroad. If wages ought to rise, they would be of little benefit to the national economy because the goods they would buy originated elsewhere. As evidenced by poor productivity growth and the knowledge/technological nexus RCGRCSS, OPS policies have dragged down the business cycle. Indirect taxation, deindustrialization, and trade and capital account openness have severed the positive linkages between various sectors of the economy. the production supply chain became 70. Shallow, not many value-added inputs could be manufactured in the home economy. Accompanying that, industrial knowledge also became shallow. It is that cavity in industrial progress that led to the hollowing out of culture as a store of knowledge, which in turn vitiated the ideological impetus necessary for revolutionary consciousness. It mainly withdrew the platform of material independence upon which labor can launch its struggles. The ideological crisis of socialism and the absence of labor organizations holding the promise of Rücksichtnahme combined to unterminen die Encroachment. In THC and CXT chapter, I explore THC class politics obstructing resistance and undermining THC process of sound development. Chapter 3. Class politics masquerading as democracy. Development, as defined in the introduction, captures the terms by which human potentialities are unleashed and the WCLFHRC gains afforded to the working classes are broadened. Development in this sense ensues not as a result of an atomized human agency realized in the state, but rather as a result of political struggle mediated in forms of working class organization that improve living standards. Development may be further defined as a balanced outcome that combines civil liberties and freedom from serious want for all. 1 Notion of development does not preclude freedom from hunger, oppression, and anything else that stands in the way of working classes participating fully in shaping their collective future. It is simply a concretization on sense definition. One is free by realizing the necessity to be free from want for the whole of the working class. On a less qualitative note, development combines the infusion of knowledge in production, incremental growth in capital and progressive institutional change. Hence, development is both improved living standards wrought in the class struggle and growth in capital stock. It is the realization of the subject of history as it interacts with the totality of the social condition, the object. Development therefore becomes THC articulation of the social forks that shape the outcome of capital accumulation. How does this expanded view of development tally with Arab conditions? When Arab developmental goals consistently fail to be met despite the presence of idle real and financial resources, the causes have to be explored, not endary issues like the rate of build-up of industrial and communications infrastructure, but in the way power is shared between social classes. A priori, missing the target of development points to shortcomings in the way various classes and national institutions relate to each other and to the outside world. These relationships are manifest in the sphere of politics, hence it is at this seminal level that disparities in development have to be explored. Confronting the political facts of modern Arab history discloses the connections that facilitate or distort the attainment of development objectives. Development, the long-term process, is underwritten by sound forms of social organization that incorporate THC, BCTTC, RMCNT of working class conditions. It cannot be reduced to short-term experimentation with coupled leaves by way of balancing short-term budgets. Pinning state budgets to the short term in undercapitalized, security-deficient and financially exposed markets inevitably underfunds social development. The mainstream social welfare criterion by which development is gauged cannot be residually derived from better economic performance when the mechanism of transfer private to the social SPHCRC is broken. In the PRCSC and CC of Imrum's redundant pools of labor, marginal conditions do not hold and efficiency shrivels. Markets only reach equilibrium hypothetically because they never do at levels where wages do not suffice to purchase a handful of calories. Dollar efficiency in a developing country context is the progress obtained from letting economic efficiency ensue from social values, not vice versa. Social values are in turn determined by the values of the class in power and its ideology, hence the significance of the state. There are commonalities and differences in Arab development. Nearly all the data on development exhibit poor performance. They do not. It is because the variable is token-like or materially insignificant. To enumerate these variables at length would be scholastic. It would also add little to understanding of the historical dynamics behind the development failure that all Arab countries share. but to study the reasons for the pervasively poor developmental showings in terms of underlying social class relations would add to knowledge from the point of our capability, why to know as opposed to how much we know, merely adding to a store of often not very useful empirical data. Underdevelopment is a totality in which the degenerate social conditions are both poorly measured and nirnemus. However, the social relationships that generated the historical dynamics of underdevelopment are those of us-ed imperialism. Foremost among THCSC social relationships are that Grassi division within and between working classes. Through the state and patronage networks, capital has promoted economic and social policies that breed inter- and intra-working class conflicts. The key question is to explore the political processes that has framed the working classes, either by ballot box elections occurring in devastated societies or by authoritarian repression. As noted in the preceding chapters, Arab ruling classes have moved away from industrial autonomy into a merchant mode of appropriation, from producing goods to just buying and selling goods. This regression FMRN national to extranational development has also vitiated the homogeneizing inherent in a market economy. Capital has differentiated labor and designated unequal labor shares to various sections of the working CLMSS from an already declining wage bill. So, in addition to the distinct economic structures, including their capacities, foreign asset holdings and natural resource endowments, the subordinated mode of integration with global capital has further inhibited the centripetal forces of THC mocked. By switching to MC1V hand capital, Arab ruling classes PRCVC and TCD wages arising from an integrated industrial economy fix and converging policy harmonization and labor homogenization confronted the formidable forces of an imperialist partnered merchant class to which a national social contract is anathema. In this chapter, the political preconditions of accumulation by forcible encroachment am analyzed with the aim of leading the discussion into the role of state in next chapter. Argument will focus on issue of security as the substance of sovereignty. Political aspects of the problematic of development. There needs to be an introduction on the role of democracy in development. Fundamentally, most Arab countries are undemocratic. On its own, this common denominator could anchor the argument for the lost development thesis here elaborated. The politics of the mainstream, the well-known art of the possible, is inapplicable to small exposed formations in which imperialist aggression defines path of history. Ilera are far impossibles than in the politics of central countries, and where the possible does come into being, it does so by way of internationalist solidarity against imperialism. Some theorists define politics as cooperation, negotiation, and/or conflict within and between societies that organize the use, production or distribution of human, natural, and other resources. Democracy can thus be seen as the systematic correspondence between the preferences of the majority and the policies selected and implemented by the government. It can also be understood as the accountability of the state, including the protection of civil rights, the subordination of state officials to the rule of law, and their adherency to THC standards of Behavior CXPCC-TCD by THC majority. Once again, these definitions pertain to an ideal world in which class politics is reconciliatory because central capital can offset its losses at home by means of aggression abroad. As seen through Eurocentric spectacles that regard capitalism as a progressive stage in history for all, including the victims of genocide in the colonies, class entente occurs nationally in the center, but international. The wars against Third World working classes are not part of class antagonisms. From this perspective, a Third World 74. Working class identified in terms of its nationality is not organically part of the international working class but belongs to some subspecies that is not so technologically advanced. While capital has been for the time being at least victorious in establishing national boundaries as class boundaries in the minds of many, the social classes involved in value relations and value creation are by necessity internationalist. Very few products can be manufactured from solely national sources, and few nations can survive on their own. In this macro-optic, THC internationalist class struggle, as opposed to chauvinist class reconciliation at THC is THC democratic process. On may note in passing that the wealth of the center is partly the historical surplus value of the colonies and, for long, the left strategy of tying reform to revolution in central formations has been more of a payoff to central working classes to quell peripheral unrest rather than revolutionary strategy. Of course conceptually it matters WHCTHCR on multitudes, north, or south, or first world to Tlinkasi scope of reform policy. WHCRC the structure of the thought or concept ends, the political and ideological impact begins. Reform politically centered in the West has rarely delivered an internationalist impact in the East. Unless the calculated risks are high, not a single floored by a central PKC movement could avert aggression in the third in Arab developmental circumstances. The struggle of the working class against a merchant class subordinated by Usaid capital defines the politics of democracy in a developmental process is manifest in the form of civil liberties and the success of the working class in overpowering the circuit or capital and increasing its share. General definition evades the more thorny issue of the disarticulation between social being and social consciousness. Are the politics of the working classes compatible with the betterment of their living conditions? In intra-class conflict, for instance, one segment of the working class may undercut another by grabbing a higher share of income from a declining wage bill. So, even as labor income goes down, one section of the working class can be better off at the expense of another. Capital's primary political objective is precisely to pit one stratum of the working class against another, including equally a vilification of many of the third world working classes. Within such strands of thought, class politics is viscerally ideological and conspiratorial. The ideal notion of democracy comprises the protection of basic civil and political rights, equality before the law, freedoms of speech, of the press and of political organization, regular elections for the legislature and the executive, civilian government and civilian control the armed forces. Arab countries depart from this categorization. They are at a nadir of their own aim and which they might differ between themselves by minute permutations. Steep economic inequalities further weigh on the 5. Democratic process and, by convoluted turn democratic institutions into ancillary structures for the reproduction of wealth by the ruling classes. Arab ruling classes, in fact, control the polity and the economy simultaneously. The collapse of egalitarian ideology relieved Arab regimes of the need to justify the fact that much of the social product is being disproportionately appropriated by the ruling minority. Political institutions have become immaterial in organizing workers' lives around common goals. The state has contracted in THCFACC of imperialistically funded civil society. Smug with its ideological how, it has reclaimed some of its social functions to civil society, and it has also supported the devolutionary splintering of the laboring classes into newly reinvented identities. Although the ideal democratic process is such a metaphysical abstraction that no country can completely conform to it, Arab ruling classes buttress anti-democratization at two foundational levels. Repression and the over-citizenship have reduced democracy to the rule of a fetishist ballot box over people. A citizen has come to reflect and internalize the social form of appropriation devolved to his or her section of the working class, and as such he or she belongs to sect, clan, or ethnicity and rarely to the state. In any case, the open capital and trade accounts side of the market reduces functional Arab citizenship to the size of one savings pocketbook abroad, and only abroad. No amount of cash can buy security at home in the world. The devaluation of citizenship, fact, is an essential attribute of modern capitalist democracy. The tendency of liberal doctrine to represent the historical developments that produced formal citizenship as nothing other than an enhancement of individual liberty is inexcusably one-sided. OV00D 1995, 21-1 The supposedly representative institutions, situated as they are within a context of unequal power structure, reproduce the power of classes rooted in imperialism. Boxocracy, the rule of 76. The ballot box is a kind of filter that blocks working class representation while transferring ever more political power to the ruling classes. It is thus a reified political process behind which lurks the agency of capital. This hollowed-out pseudo-democracy offers a choice between 2 or 3 variations of capital's program and its agendas. It is of the bundle of economic and social rights derived FMM working class participation in the power structure of the state. As such, bourgeois democracy is, especially in an Arab context, the alienation of THC working class OV00D 1995, 216. Civil liberties vary in inverse proportion to GIMC insecurity. In advanced formations, civil liberties flourish so long as they do not question or disturb power structures. Paul Goodman's dictum that in America one can say whatever one wants as long as it does not make any difference captures the sham of bourgeois democracy. The greater legitimacy derived FMM the ballot the Gravakerthal by which ruling classes undermine working classes, and by working classes, I mean the global working class. In terms of capital's longevity, efficiency, and returns to forms of political practice, unballoted dictatorships fare worse than balloted ones. Western democratic governments have also splintered their working classes. In 30 years of U.S. growth, wages have remained stagnant and inequality has risen dramatically, yet there has been no effective working class response. Illusory freedom derived from national pride, as distinct from freedom from want, appears just as ludicrous as the promise to jihadists of houris in heaven. At least in terms of convincing the working class to vote for a government that would finance televised wars in the world by issuing large amounts of debt, Usaid capital has ideologically outmaneuvered Wahhabism in bamboozling the working class. Set against a background of socially enacted and structural racism, ballot box democracy breeds divisions to the degree to which workers' organizations pursue sectional interests as opposed to class interests. Sectionalism is the product of limited democracy, but more importantly of socialist ideological retreat. In the dialectic of theory and practice, the internalization of atomistic modes of existence by workers reduces the possibility of ideological development derived from the conditions of social struggle. Counterform counters revolutions, and political failure brccds despotism and a crisis of alternatives. By reform I mean the measures taken to fuel internationalist class struggle and not the current payoffs to central working classes from colonial loot. Ballot box democracy operates as part of the arsenal of the dominant ideology, threatening the alienation of an already traumatized worker from the rest of society. It absorbs the pressures from below. No regime, of course, is unresponsive to pressure from below, yet the 77. Role of boxocracy appears to be most pivotal in assuring that the below is never cohesive enough to exert any on those above. This is one of the reasons why, after decades of supporting undemocratic regimes, Usaid capital is experimenting with the democratization of Arab formations. In any case, given the retreat of the Usaid capital has little to as 2012 Egyptian parliamentary election showed, the ultra-fundamentalists trailed the Muslim Brotherhood. Democracies bereft of working-class rights abort the historical agency of labor. THCY ha proven just as readily a block to capital as authoritarianism, perhaps more so. Ballot box democracy cracks within a pro forma structural context of social inequality antecedent to nominal political equality. Capital's media and cultural hold, weak working-class organization, working-class consent generated by ideological and financial means, and the adumbration of social and economic rights are some of the precursors to the ritual of voting in boxocracy. On top of all this, reinventing past as surreal identity politics clowns capital's ideological rule. The centrality of the state is such that, far more than a private person can achieve in terms of progress through civil society, a citizen in a workers' democracy can improve THC quality of his or her existence. Arab capital, or rather the transnational class alliance at the helm of the social relationship reproducing wealth in the by use of repression more so than ideological appeal, molds the state and the citizen to its desires. With Usaid capital embedded in this ruling alliance, it causes the degeneration of the Arab state. The global hunger for oil together with military-industrial capital's need for perpetual war drive it to do so. In central formations, A history of class struggle and imperialist spoils temporarily spliced together the conflicting classes adjoining that is now unraveling as working class families are almost completely asset stripped by a combination of money wage stagnation and successive financial crises that have destroyed their savings vine as the social wage has been cut. But the program of atomization was so successful in the US that the stably employed working class was successfully rebranded by capital's ideological organs as the middle class, which simply meant one not poor. Working classes paraded as middle classes, for the term middle substitutes the derogatory sounding TCRM working to underland status. THC working class as such was conceptually suppressed. Unhinged self-perceptions within layers of the working class at both center and periphery cloud understanding in general. Nonetheless, the state in this reified world appears independent of the class structure, though the contempt in which many working class citizens now hold their allegedly democratic institutions is fraying the illusion. In most of the periphery, imperialist central states are loathed because of their contemptuous encroachment and militarism. In the patrimonial gulf, 78 states, however, where there is one domestic servant for every 2 citizens, nearly the whole of the subject population has ideologically fused with capital. That said, the integration of the Arab national bourgeoisie with international financial capital in non-Gulf Arab states wrenches the state loose from society. State is weak vis-a-vis civil society and is therefore perceived as weak or biased, hence, the rise of civil society over the state. As Arab capital abases itself to the mercantilism of empire by deindustrializing, its national Altgeiansib becomes suspect. Imbalances in income, ostentatious displays of wealth and privilege as the merchant class emulates the consumption patterns of its central counterparts, state-licensed merchant activity and resource grab grind down national cohesion, or more loosely, the social contract. An imperialistically determined mode of organizing life around importing goods for sale on the national Arab market and exporting the MVV.NUCs in dollars decapitates national industry. Ayabur is not only destiled in this process or shrinking production, it is idled. Price system that shapes the process of exchange is no longer national. The terms of international trade set most of national prices. The citizens, the worker and the working class do not confront the national bourgeoisie in THC democratic process, rather, it is the powers that shape the globe with which national labor has to contend. Further complicating matters is that the confrontation with global capital happens through the state. State is a tool for collective action, regardless of the forms of political process and organization that characterize a social formation. The state, which is in one of its aspects the resultant force of differing political forces both at the national and international level, remains the principal agent of development. A sovereign and capable state, if security strategy is aligned with developmental objectives, can undertake social transformation. Sovereignty does imply at subordinate levels a professional and autonomous bureaucracy, a closed political system and state domination of private actors. However, more fundamentally, sovereignty's substance is democratic security, that is the security of the working class mediated through national security. In an Arab context, neither national security nor the downstream manifestations of sovereignty appear to kick in. Thus, the state that can develop the is missing. Arab state flies in an imperialist orbit. Security as the substance of sovereignty. Security is often reduced to an analytical construct around certain values or utilitarian ends. In reality, security is an objective condition of existence historically determined within the nexus of the class struggle. Security from want for the working class, quite simply, is c. 79. Development, and this actual security requires a whole set of anti-imperialist defense mechanisms, including national defense, to be exercised. The recent avalanche of recognitions that security is an inherent dimension of development arose from the sense of ideological security that imperialism has acquired as a result of socialist ideological withdrawal. Socialist ideology is so weak that capital need not be too underhanded when pursuing its objectives. Usseed capital, the principal perpetrator of insecurity, feels secure enough to claim that security is relevant to development. THC Kmperk and master of history is capable of exonerating itself of its transgressions. So linking security and development has become a policy fixation for a number of international institutions, government think tanks and academic IVCMHers. For instance, the UN's High-Level Panel on Threats, Challenges and Change recognized that in an increasingly interconnected world, progress in the areas of security and human rights must go hand in hand. Will be no development without security and no security without development. Similarly, the Commission on Human Security acknowledged that conflict and deprivation are interconnected. Deprivation has many causal links to violence, although these have to be carefully examined. Conversely, wars kill people, destroy trust among them, increase poverty and crime and slow down the economy. Addressing such insecurities effectively demands an integrated approach. A similar conclusion was reached by the higher-level plenary meeting of the UN General Assembly in 2005, whose draft outcome document stated, "We recognize that our nations and peoples will not enjoy development without security, nor will they enjoy security without development, and that they will not enjoy either without respect for human rights." With the publication of the UNDPHDR and the World Bank's Breaking the COE Trap, the security and development debate evolved into a well-established policy and research area. In this strand of research, poverty, conflict, and underdevelopment are dehistoricized. Conflicts and underdevelopment exist independently of colonial history and residue and imperialist aggression. In a new version of the well-established imperialist blame game of man's burden, it is the people of the conflict-stricken and developing territory who cause their Encroachment and bear THC burden of responsibility. Institutional concerns and political preconditions of development have crept up alongside a governance literature whose purpose is to conceptually delink the national ruling classes from their organic ties to the imperialist power centers. Generic Arabs and Africans are called to independently govern THC-MSCLVCS badly and to perpetrate their own insecurity even though security is instrumental to their development. When the topic of security is explored at length, the discourse meanders into putative interventions by development institutions. 80. Aimed at peace, state formation, and nation building, all this high-minded but condescending literature assumes that, but further for genetic or cultural reasons, the populations of former colonies are incapable of establishing either security or development, or for that matter doing anything whatever of value for themselves. Apart from the moderately insecure Arab states such as Algeria, the rest are insecure or in a state of violent conflict. Not counting the wars of independence from the direct colonial powers, the Arab states have lost one major war after another, the 1948 Israeli War, the 1956 War, the 1967 War and the 1973 War. And these states are not losing a war, they are being structurally adjusted to losing the next war. Arab states have BCC and PERP countries, as a consequence of this deconstruction and economic impaction, are at war within and with each other. Insecurity and development are two facets of THC SAMP process, highlighting THC connection BCTWCC and imperialist intervention and peripheral developmental disasters. To isolate security issues and treat them separately outside the continuum of history therefore exonerates imperialism. As for development, imperialism imposes neoliberal rules for Arab countries to follow, but when these countries do not meet the goals of good development, it is said to be the fault of their shaky faith in the secular religion of the market. Science impersonates theology. In the unipolar world that emerged after the fall of the USSR, the growing numbers of wars in the periphery could no longer be attributed to fending off the Red Menace. Wars and civil wars that lead to the destruction of assets swept across the Arab capital does not fully re-engage resources after military conflicts. The principal reason for military aggression is to restructure value relations and values and ratchet up the power of used capital. A secondary reason is that Arab economies are nearly fully integrated with the world's advanced economies that are already operating below capacity. Used capital has also financialized its profit-making procedures, which means it no longer places emphasis on extending its industry or its subsidiaries in the There are far too many industrial assets overproducing goods as it is. Hence, much of Arab industries destroyed in war are not rebuilt. So far, wars and civil wars have written off years of development. That it became inevitable for scholarly CNCRGY to be channeled into the relationships between conflict, security, and development is borne out by the course of events. The point of this literature is to limit the reasons for conflicts to intranational problems. Countries that are bombed, or countries 81. That are set on a path of self-destruction by WB/IMF free market policies, and whose state apparatuses crumble, are blamed for their own disasters and then dubbed failed states. European colonialists overhauled Ottoman modes of political organization and erected in their place the modern Arab state, which is just another name for a form of political organization, contra the racist discourse about Arabs and Africans as ahistorical and stateless people. The colonialist drafted constitutions, the identity-biased bureaucracies and legal praxis, very poorly matched THC requirements of Arab society. Through all this timk of THC struggling to catch up with the European state model, the material shortcomings of society caused by colonial plunder, war defeats and usurpation policies have stood in the way. The overdeveloped state model imposed by Europe was congruous with colonially engendered underdevelopment. In the slack BCTWCCN overdeveloped state and undeveloped capacity, was always room for comprador sections of ruling classes to push the state beyond its own sustainability and against itself. Class proclivities outweigh national identity. XX11N nationalism and security were ascendant during the short post-independency period. Authoritarianism prevailed over the operational side of the state, its bureaucracy, and development burgeoned. The state did not fail. History is not a pass-or-fail school test designed by imperialists. The post-colonial Arab state was predestined to malfunction because its initial colonial plan was faulty and it lost the war. Imperialist power positioning wars at the start of the 20th century fashioned Arab states as incubators of adversity, and since the late 20th century, US-led financial capital has collected the tribute. Security, from the abstract to the ludicrous. In addressing security, orthodox commentary moves from metaphysics to empirical ludicrousness. Real, concrete security in the context of development is defined in this commentary as human security. In part, this means safety from such chronic threats as hunger, disease, and repression, but also protection from sudden and damaging disruptions in the patterns of daily life WHCTHCR at home, at work or in communities. These are the manifold manifestations of security, not security itself. Security, as mentioned above, is the general principle of the working class struggle for rights. In the UNDP depoliticized notion of security, from the need for nail polish to the dictum the US has to protect its way of life, security can be said to include everything under the sun. The full gamut of human security includes what can be empirically detected in actuality to affect life, that is. 82. Tautologically, life itself. Insecurity in this broadest sense is an existential condition, a condition of being alive, but one that nevertheless acquires a particular intensity under capitalism. Fear and want in fact pervade the existence of the GMAT majority in class society and have done so since class society began. In reality, it is specific patterns of social relations, including relations of production, exchange, and distribution, that generate insecurity. The variations in the social relations reconstituting distribution, rather than the statistical sidings assigned to various manifestations of insecurity, are what require research. In Encroachment, war-ridden Arab formations, very of these primary human security needs are met for the majority. Insecurity arises because of structural social transformations instigated by war and neoliberalism. These transformations of the class structure, undermining the resilience of the working class, are the true universals and the creators of insecurity. Moving on from the ludicrous above, for Commission on Human Security, security embraces far more than the absence of violent conflict. It encompasses human rights, good governance, access to education and healthcare, and ensures that each individual has opportunities and choices to fulfill his or her own potential. On their own, these last words are similar to how Karl Marx defines communism, but is the CHS seeking the annulment of the class system? Human security as a concept interconnects freedom FMR and want, freedom from fear and freedom to take action on one's own behalf. The metaphysical in the way the CHS defines Encroachment. For the CHS, the class structure is not dysfunctional, and the context in which the individual interconnects is irreproachable. Human security departs from national security, but complements it by being people-centered. Apart from the vacuous term people, which buries social classes beneath the text, no aspect of security can depart from national security by definition. Severing any security aspect from national security is blatantly unrealistic, but the breadth of what constitutes human security renders it synonymous with the betterment of social conditions, which is in turn synonymous with state-sponsored development. The CHS does not mention is that security is a totality in which national security overrides THC intermediation between the moments of communal and individual security. Widening the concept of security to elucidate the security of people in general and human security as its numeraire shifts the intellectual emphasis from what capital is to the social conditions that capital produces. Insecurities abound, but no individual effort in a lopsided class structure will result in security until the class lopsidedness is leveled. Also, even if everyone wishes as hard as they can for insecurities to vanish, they will not. These definitions dilute the primacy of the class contradictions that shape the allocation of resources. Capital, the private appropriation of social product, is also the process by which resources are engaged to produce for profit. For the latter, capital must dislocate, bust unions or similarly bust in tilt, sell world states by wars of aggression to reduce the actual or ideological costs of its reproduction. Motion from production to dislocation underlies the making of secure or insecure living conditions. It is, to borrow from dialectical logic, the universal law of motion. Although in Marxian terminology, THC concept general is THC outward manifestation of THC particular, not of THC universal, or THC characteristics that are common to each individual condition. In the structurally defeated national security and sovereignty are the preconditions for all other sorts of security. Very few securities, be they economic, social, or political, emerge outside the womb of a nationally secure state. National security necessarily risks development SE 2006. However, Arab states CR and CRGCD as militarily incapacitated states, they WCRC nationalist but because of underdevelopment incapable of self-defense. Israeli victories in blitzkriegs are a case in point. Their underdevelopment in the post-NC period was progressively reinforced by THC disempowering of the working class, reducing the impetus in people's warfare. The lacking military capacity of Arab states and the expulsion of the working class from the formation of national security under neoliberalism lowered the calculated risk to used imperialist aggression. Hence, facile imperialist bellicosity rose alongside Arab underdevelopment. Absence of conflicts together with access to goods and services an expression of working class security within the purview of the nation-state. The dissection of security into its innumerable component parts conceals the complex and impersonal sweel forms that reorganize social action. The individual is not a historical force when particular politics are unmediated through the general forms of social resistance, which require collective action and collective consciousness. Economic or political security is an outcome of social agency, which cannot be a vector sum of individual volitions structured through political institutions. This is not an additive problem, it is a qualitatively structured movement. Economic security as the sham of value to labor is determined almost entirely within the balance of power VCTWCN labor and capital. At an abstract LCVCL, fork, an understanding of security begems in the contradiction between these two fundamental processes. The abstract is the process of transformation in social conditions resulting in security from the success of working class struggle against capital. In the repression and the decapitalization of national formations by war and neoliberalism reduced the means available to workers and set further and further back the starting point from which working classes could begin to fight for their security. 84. Arguing for the primacy of national security does not ignore or underestimate individual security. This is not a race between two independent forms. Nor is it an issue of preference for the whole over the part. The point is to assess their development side by side in the metamorphosis from the particular concrete working class organization, its forms, extent and militancy to the general, the power of labor within the state, as the historical pattern that actualizes labor. Promoting chambers of commerce and banning trade unions, as many Arab stacks have done, imply that THC historical movement is anti-kuklopmental and anti-security. More important, can national security in the be understood without recourse to a global analysis, especially with respect to the security of global financial capital? Nation-states are not self-enclosed islands, separated from global forces and the interests of other states. Rather, they are embedded in various international relations, chiefly their positions in the international power structure and economy. As such, to explore national security, an exploration of regional and international contexts must follow. The security of the which has been a victim of destructive international influences, is internationalist. In other words, one cannot mock SCNSC of Arab security at THC National LCVCL without incorporating into one's analysis the politics of oil, the foreign penetration of the area, the aftereffects of the Cold War, and the various intra-regional struggles for power. These are the international contradictions, which again have to be considered in the process of building security, understood broadly as an historical process determined within the varying levels of national and international contradictions, underwrites development, in which the absence of conflict is not a necessary condition, but a desirable one. The mechanical sequence from security, to sovereignty, to success did hold for China, the leading growth performer over the last 3 decades. Chinese and U.S. capital generally see eye to eye. Chinese production is nationally based, and China's difference with the US arc about how the US dollar share endangers the origin of Chinese wealth, which is its national capacity. In the by contrast, US capital wholly subordinates a merchant class that does not earn much from a national production base. The wages of Chinese workers rose nearly 300% in the decade BCTWCCN 2002 and 2012. Holcrocus labor's share of total product in THC fell to one of the lowest ranks globally during the same period. Whether seen as mechanical or as an articulation of historical relations determined simultaneously by coincidence and necessity, the sequence security Sakusenti development sheds more light on the developmental differences between the and other developing regions. There have been no Marshall Plans for the losses to war, and neoliberalism incurred by national production capacity have lingered. In the power undercurrents of global accumulation, capital requires a certain degree of disengagement of resources both to cheapen inputs. It requires many resources to stay idle under its thumb and, just as importantly, to strengthen its ideological hold. Because of the frail position of the more exposed classes within the power structure of the global order, their conditions degrade to the lowest standards of subsistence. Although these third world conditions boost the living standards of certain sections of the central working class, THCY return to haunt and DCPRCSS THC conditions of labor CVCRYWHCRC. Social production incrementally pulls labor togth. RHC selective fractionation of labor by unequal wage shares invariably fails in times of crisis, when capital has to impose austerity across the board. Labor resurges as an organic whole unadulterated by labor aristocracy every time crisis deepens at the center, as it has begun tentatively to do in the US since 2001, where the cross-sectoral dialogue of the occupying grandparents brought together skilled professionals, debt-crippled young graduates, unionized workers, low-wage service workers and the destitute. Point 2. So far, however, labor without labor ideology lets the bottom of the third world sink to one degree or another by way of the sectional improvement of social conditions in the advanced world. Arab states riven by war and internal conflict have borne the brunt of global capital dislocation. Incessant imperialist assault has disfigured their social structures and stripped their working classes of the security necessary for development. In the conflict has become the rule. The weight of an imperialist military that cannot be deterred by conventional military incomes has sapped sovereignty, unclamped resources, and paralyzed development. From security to sovereignty, as discussed above, security is a totality of interrelated moments in which national security mediates communal or working class security. The rights of the working classes in citizenship, the right to economic and social security, the right to social protection and equality of condition as a precondition for equality of opportunity are manifestations of security. In developing formations constantly subject to imperialist assault, class struggle is primarily anti-imperialist and circularly contingent upon the security of national working classes. The universal is not the social class. Social classes are ubiquitous, polymorphous processes, and their commonalities cannot be a rule for their universality. LHC universal is the process or forms of struggle by which anti-imperialist. This analogy was suggested by activist and poet Adam Korn 01XL. 86. Alliances are formed and act politically. Security in this context is gauged by the degree of alliance between laboring classes and nationalist ruling classes that becomes manifest in the independence that developing states maintain from imperial power centers. The realization of national security through the struggle of the laboring classes and the evolving structure of class alliances and FMNTS are for developing nations the substance of sovereignty. Working class agency in the political process, both nationally and internationally, determines THCDCGRCC obscurity, which will in turn be transmuted into national sovereignty over national resources and national ownership of development policy. A closer anti-imperialist alliance of national classes, in which the rights of the working classes prevail, denotes sovereignty. The relationship of sovereignty to security predates modern capitalism. Hobbes and John Locke is took to an argument over whether the sovereign power would be irrevocable until national security is compromised or else would be revocable even when national security is safeguarded, but when property and personal liberties are compromised. These positions on sovereignty were aired from different standpoints with respect to the English monarchy. At a slightly higher level of generalization, security, be it enacted in the sovereign or extended to personal property and other venues of life, underwrites sovereignty. The fullness of security expands sovereignty. In modern contexts, security of person and security from want are byproducts of working class security. Sovereignty, substantiated by working class security, represents the key moment for development. As proven by the case of Iraq, the sham of individualistic civil liberties, or abstract notions of freedom such as the introduction of ballot box democracy in devastated societies, merely drains away sovereignty. Voting in a disarticulated social milieu, devoid of social and economic rights, results in social implosion. The terms of political organization under the auspices of imperialism deny labor its rights. The ideological framework upon which the Iraq boxocracy was erected redirected the flows of capital away from labor. Sovereignty and development coexist under conditions where the political representations of labor have transcended nationalism. Although anti-imperialist struggle in the periphery requires an alliance between national working and ruling classes, the rise in the power of labor and its share of national income cannot be sectional. It has to be transnational, to the benefit of other working classes. Working class politics have to supersede national boundaries. Sovereignty in the practice of development transcends narrow. 87. Nationalist aspirations, otherwise the building of autonomy in smaller countries could end up like the attempt to build socialism in one country, a burden not even Soviet Russia was able to bear. Sectional sovereignty, as in advances of the class struggle without an internationalist support base, produces sectional dex Euro-opernant. As the DCGRCC of autonomy a nation exercises over its own territory grows, favorable developmental outcomes follow. Ideally, when policy establishes labor objectives as central, development assumes a fuller CXLSTCNCC. In THCA, exposed security becomes manifest as frail sovereignty. LHC laboring classes have succumbed to the overwhelming military powers of imperialism. The ensuing weakness of sovereignty has become the conveyor belt of reserve transfers from the A. This mechanism of dispossession is upheld by an articulation of class powers, both national and international. Psi condition for accumulation by dispossession, which in turn further undermines security, sovereignty and potential for development. It might have been possible to relate the concept of Arab underdevelopment on the basis of slack in due commerce and /or, by DCPC and DCNCY theorists, with RCSPCCT to the deteriorating terms of trade. But these pale in significance given the violence to which the A has been subjected. Power relations always underlie contracts and generated prices brokered by unequal power platforms. The terms of power meddle in the terms of trade everywhere. But in the A, power principally assumes violent forms. Even the semblance of equal power platforms in capitalist trade is ripped away in capital, ilja, grows by encroachment wars or the serious threat thereof. Military power enables Usaid imperialism aided by Israel to control Arab moneyed and non-moneyed assets. Usaid capital's positioning in the region underwrites its imperial stature and the expansion of its dollar-based financial system. The real or exaggerated strategic reluctance of THC aligns up many countries against Arab working classes for fear of abrupt disruptions to oil flows. Not that the human costs of war and underdevelopment have ever evoked adequate global policy responses, but in the A, reasserting the imperialist balance of power demands interventions of the most brutal kind. THC-MCRC suggestion that THC Straits of Hormuz might be closed rallies THC whole world behind the US-sponsored hegemony over the region. Even powers that are becoming increasingly concerned with the liability of holding growing American debt tacitly but unwillingly support US regional ambitions. The transition costs to the world from ructing USICD supremacy over THC region, less in terms of shortages or disruptions to oil supply, but more in terms of a possible setback to US imperial rank and the dollar, unnerve the planetary rulers. The possibility of a disorderly withdrawal from a Usaid financial system, which would be accompanied by dollar devaluation and, hence, a decline in the value of the world-saving medium, contributes to an ultra-imperialism. One is reminded of Karl Koskai's observation about superpowers agreeing on the exploitation of the colonies without recourse to wars, but in actuality the collusion itself is precarious because many are ill at ease with the racketeering of Usaid financial capital, an issue which will be discussed at length in the next 2 chapters. This then defines Bingation THC formidable task with which THC Arab working CLA.SSCS and their allies in THC central formations are mandated, to convince THC plank that their oil wreaks environmental havoc, that clean and sustainable alternatives exist, and that the dialectic of blood for oil has been more harmful to them than to anyone else. Development by encroachment wars oil in its crude form, in the way it is priced in dollars, and in the infinite technological permutations of its derivatives that add to its value represents a C constituent of global accumulation. Control of oil in all THCSC aspects is central to maintaining the stature of Usaid Empire, the present global financial order and its associated imperial rents. A cross-border class alliance of global capital and Arab ruling classes reproduces the articulation of the Arab social formation with global capital. Outright military superiority and hegemony over Arab working masses has reproduced the ruling class alliance and maintained Israel's military supremacy over the region. Not only is Arab asset destruction necessary to capital, but the persistence of conflicts, wars in the immediate stubborn inter-imperialist rivalries between the US and other powers in Europe and Asia over its disproportionate irrigation of imperial rents by means of its icating stature and military might. i.e. incongruence between US LCD capital rents and its waning imperialist rank manifests itself in growing US military adventurism. USAID capital's recklessness endangers the global financial structure and the dollar as the universal medium of wealth holding. The proclivity of U.S. imperial partners and holders of dollar wealth for future imperialist collaboration shrinks as the crisis of THC Republic fails to be redressed by the booty of empire. The flip side of the Arab working classes exercising sovereignty over their resources is that the US position would be downgraded globally. Arab development diametrically opposes the PRCSC anti-global wealth-making process and the financial order associated therewith. The immiseration of the Arab working classes is thus revealed to be both an outcome of inter-imperialist entente and a complex articulation of global powers. 89. Necessitating the development of the although power can be couched in various symbolic constructs, the concept of power that best befits what is being unleashed against Arab working classes is principally firepower. The manifold and continual aggression has so far resulted in a growing number of fragmented states, Iraq, Sudan, Lebanon, Libya, and Syria being the most obvious examples and the prevalent serious threats of major regional wars. Their boundaries intact but de facto nominal and illusory. USICD imperialist aggression SCCMS more costly than THC money form gains it is SCT to expropriacy from the measly income of the AVV. Recalling that part from the Gulf, the rest of the AR resembles the sub-Saharan market in terms of purchasing power. Given the small amounts that USAID capital is likely earning from bombarding the AVV, it may well appear to be conducting a civilizing or humanitarian mission, as sardonic as this may sound, as in bringing democracy to Syria and Iraq. Question is often put in an apologetic way, as in, why should WCSTCRN powers spend so much on war in countries whose income and resources will not offset war's costs? Imperial wars, seen from this double-entry accounting framework, are explained as part and parcel of a WCSTCRN civilizing process, which has already left behind it hundreds of millions of slain noble savages in the last few centuries. Save the racism inherent in all nationalisms, one has yet to see the last of the fruits of this civilizing endeavor. When stripped of falsehood, the money form prices and the sums of financial resources they amount to is brokered by a structure of power from which Arab working classes been discarded. As already noted, are the usurpation of the bigger sham of national wealth by Arab ruling classes and their foreign patrons, the resources remaining to the Arab laboring classes are insufficient to maintain a historically determined decent standard of living. It is not the money derived from the colony proper that explains colonial undertakings, it is the sum total of the monies garnered from the status of empire. In money form, the occupation of Iraq does not contribute much to the U.S. Most Iraqi UAID is with Turkey and many oil contracts are signed with non-American companies. In fact, the U.S. may end up footing a bill so high that the combined GDP of Iraq, assuming it all accrues to the U.S. over man years, may never offset the costs of the war. However, THR unprevalent asset transfers from THC rest of THC world and THC devalorization of world assets in dollars are in part a reflection of the American fragmentation of Iraq and its show of force there. The exercise of power was never a psychological trip, it is dialectically linked to expanded production or self-expanding value. Growth for the sake of growth, or the ideology of the cancer cell as it is popularly called, requires an indefinite show of power. Relative to the global product, then, the money value seized from the A will not be significant. But the power structure already distorts. 90. Exchange rates and price terms. The social product derived from imperialist control of Arab assets is significant in value terms because it partly stabilizes global capital's profit rates by underdeveloping the A from a purely quantitative angle. It also would matter little to USAID capital had Arab by market expansion, productivity gains, and higher wages. For such growth by trade expansion would also dim in significance to the trade between VN Eastern formations assessed in money form. The real reason for colonization has not changed, simply, It strips working classes of THCI world of sovereignty over their resources. LHC grand design is to allow the balance of forces behind the scenes to set the price of their primary commodities far below the social value necessary to reproduce the population. In a sense, as the bombings set the stage for the transfer of the raw material as part of constant capital or dead labor FMM the Third World on terms convenient to the colonialist, there will in dead labor not only spent muscle and NCRVC, but dead Arab and African labourers. In addition to this, wars, by destroying human lives in the presence of 1.1 billion unemployed globally, cheapen labor. The acquisition of Arab labor by means of forced migration, labor that is then engaged in capitalist production in a center that has not borne the initial costs of reproduction of the immigrant labor force, generates immense value and, hence, profit denominated in the dollar. Imperialism gets something for nothing. There is no departure from a trend set by expansionary colonial capital here. Us-eed capital must expand by destroying and grabbing peripheral assets. What the pricing in the dollar facade conceals is that short-changed values from the boost the benefits of central capital. Closing comment. Despite vast financial wealth, natural and human resources, THCR remains underdeveloped, including the Gulf states, which are the holders of this massive amount of money capital. Following the 2011 uprisings, social conditions only worsened. In countries with more peaceful transitions, such as Egypt and Tunisia, boxocracy has re-legitimized the old labor barons. As detailed in Chapter 1, income inequality, private sector hold over resources and low productivity private investment remain. The regional rates of unemployment have not improved. More than half the population lives below the $2 ADAV threshold in the highest per capita bod importing region. LHC daunting terms of power, which determine the terms of trade. Even the very making of the price system are calibrated by belligerent means to favor us-eed capital. Alongside enforced public to private transfers under neoliberalism. 91. Wars against working masses are the definitive instrument by which social and non-monetized resources and labor are coercively engaged in production and the formation of value. Wars also serve to militarize the global economy. For several decades already, the global economy has internalized wars or warlike internal conditions of the AVV. Markets have developed a cohabitation strategy, albeit an uneasy one, with these conditions. However, the fear cloud spun around Islamic terror, the Arab-Israeli conflict and Iran's nuclear ambitions infused global production with steady doses of militarism. Unlike primitive accumulation, however, which gradually socialized the English peasantry, wars socialize whole countries at once for the purpose of plunder. What is more, indebtedness due to war and the militarization of U.S. industry restructure the partition of value in favor of us-led capital as it imposes austerity incasures on the central working classes. That democratic and developmental processes in the seem to fail cannot be attributed to cultural differences. Tradition and folk mores cannot be reduced to culture or account for lack of democratization. The Shiites and Sunnites of today share but the name with those of the past. Ideas do not transcend history because their contents change in relation to the real material conditions of survival. Syria's elected parliament of 1955 passed some of the most progressive land reforms and social protection laws. But culture as the store of knowledge of humanity can only very partially explain WHV that did not develop. The difference between the and more developed Western countries is in the quality of social structures. As explained above, the working class of the is at the mercy of a continual joint assault by Arab ruling classes and us-eed capital. The development and security of Arab working classes obtained via an insurgent democratic process would block the oppressive two-headed behemoth, but the recent uprisings did not restructure the social classes into an anti-imperialist front. The military coup in Egypt aborted democratization and victimized a political Islam that actually pursued worse neoliberal policy than its predecessor the Mubarak regime. ILC opposition and THC incumbent government play out their struggle on imperialist-laid fields. The post-uprising policies have shunned policies of land reform, controlled capital accounts, selective protection of national industry, progressive income taxation, egalitarian income distribution, needs-based social policies and, more generally, macro policies that lock the circuit of capital within the nation. The Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt negotiated with the IMF a currency stabilizing loan for removal of subsidies on bread and fuel. There is not in the theoretical arsenal of the opposition the faintest idea that 92. Capitalism necessarily dislocates and that therefore society must compensate workers as a matter of rights. Such is the crisis of socialist ideology. The task of revolutionary transformation is implacable within the bounds of the itself. Redistributive and resource-retaining policies would block the building of socialism in a small country in an AGC when retreat in humanist theory was reinforced by the dominant ideology, in part because the threat of a supposedly socialist alternative in the USSR or China has also evaporated as THCSC Societics ha. Privatist Sir Capital under THC control of the party nomenclatum. THC crucial moment for development in the as elsewhere, is in reimagining the internationalist socialist project. Even while the capitalist entente on developing the proceeds, a working class counter-offensive needs to engage in the struggle for a working class security. The is central to a global economy organized in finance, militarism, and oil. Each of THCSC three constituent of capital reaches its apogee in war upon the to deconstruct capital and its encroachment wars. The world working classes must target not the weakest link in the chain, but the most critical one, the formation of working class-led states in the Chapter 4. The stillborn and decomposing Arab state. When the Western colonial powers regrouped the vilayets and replaced the Ottoman forms of political organization with modern states, they set the trajectory of what constitutes political activity in the Arab world for years to come. They refounded institutions and organized social relations with the aim of regimenting the labor process. They also kept intact pre-capitalist despotic social control measures. When, after decolonization, many of these states weakened under military or neoliberal assaults, they dubbed failed states. Golubkral package is not truly distinct from military assaults, in the at least, it is an outcome of Arab dayat and waning sovereignty. Neoliberalism in the developing world is the tribute transfer channel to empire. No cohesive social entity represented in a state would tolerate surplus drain under neoliberalism unless it were in a condition of surrender. Military defeats imposed wealth-draining policies by restructuring national classes to consent to the imperialist terms of capitulation. More recently, many of these states have splintered. However, these failures are not a one-time occurrence after which the states are resurrected in better form. Civil wars are fed to make them last a long time. Many Arab states retain the national symbols and borders, but concretely they are steadily collapsing. As agents of national construction, it is not only their effectiveness in development that is receding, it is also health, education, life expectancy, and the social and productive infrastructure. These are the principal repositories of security. Arab states have come to depend more and more on oil revenues. By ensuring that oil and state revenues devolve in ways that entrench identity politics divisions in the working class, the ruling alliance ensures the delivery of its political objectives, which are not always related to stability. The state diminishes into something like a sect or tribe and assumes the role of any other institution in civil society. Identity-branded social factions eclipse the state in terms of the authority they exercise over a certain territory. What these Accumulation Arab states share with the mainstream notion of the state is just the name, state. The new Iraq, for instance, purchased drones to 94. Protect its pipelines even as around 1 million of its orphaned children are abandoned in the streets of Baghdad. As far as being sovereign is concerned, state sovereignty is shared with Usaid capital. In the spirit of colonial times, the Usaid class forms pan of the ruling class alliance and partakes in governance. As malleable or collapsing models, Arab states support central capital with resources and, more importantly, by relinquishing control over oil. Prolonged crises at the global CCNTRC nuksatasi and increasing role by us ICD capital in laying claim to Arab states, or dismantling CWC and slightly socializing states. The NATO bombing and regime change in Libya were a recent case in point of the latter. Apart from the flow of reserves to the center, conditions of war reinforce global militarism and arc THCRNSCLVCS principal tributaries of capital. In an organically integrated mode of global wealth making, as social conditions improve in some states, they regress in others in order to restructure value and maintain downward pressure on the costs of certain inputs in production. Social debilitation, especially of Arab and African states, is necessary for the metabolic rate of the reproduction of capital. Capital accumulation as a social process engages preferably undervalued assets, including ideological assets, in the amassing of wealth. Apart from the requisite of strategic control, the degradation of the A reduces the price of resources to below value, not only resources drawn from the A itself, but also TV-SOURV.es drawn the lest of the world as a tiefsult of the leverage that us id capital exercises over a very strategic region qua the A, because the exercise of power in the A trespasses across national boundaries and affects the entire globe. It undercuts the myth of nation and highlights the significance of cross-border working class solidarity. In this chapter, I investigate the failure in A development as a result of unrelenting assault on THC sovereignty of Arab states. The Arab state arose on the historical scene stillborn by colonial design. Under the security cover of Cold War tensions, it arose as a surrogate bourgeoisie and acted in a developmental capacity. The rise of neoliberalism and the fall of the Soviet Union ushered an era of dilapidation, leading to the uprisings. The ideal state. The state in international law, according to the dictionary definition, is an association of persons, living in a determinate part of the Earth's surface, legally organized and personified, and associated for their own government. This is utterly vacuous. Much like international law itself. 95. The definition is devoid of relationship to anything historically concrete. It can encompass any form of political organization in history and, for that matter, any country club today. Formalist definitions in general transcend history and, at best, exhibit remote reference to reality. Instead of defining, they are subject for insidious reasons. Attempt to abstract from reality a condition so elementary that it applies as a common denominator to everything but explains nothing. They create irreproachable models that cannot be outdone by concrete development. RHC Stasi as a broad sociological construct docs int RCPRCSCNT a form of social organization, but it is a historically spec/FTC form. A modern nation-state is the principal institution that mediates the class struggles emerging across the landscape of capitalism. The nation-state is the state of becoming, the concrete institutional process by which historically conflicting classes politically reconcile themselves. Trajectory of its definition at different epochs of capitalist development follows the contours of successive crises and recompositions afflicting the social formation and the levels of organization of labor and capital, including their history, power, and symbolic dimensions. At its inception or in its heyday, definitions of the modern state emphasized its role as guarantor of rights, but as these states revealed themselves as modes of social control by violent means, definitions increasingly stressed their power. At the peak of idealism, more commentaries favoring the rights aspect emerged, that is, more than those corroborating the power of the state. The nation-state was, in the main, declared to be the realization of the spirit or the actuality of the ethical idea. At the height of rights-based idealization, the state became for Kant an autonomous state, one in which the authority of its laws is in the will of the people in that state. However, as working-class slums mushroomed in the late 19th century, the perspective in which power is the principal characteristic of the state came to dominate the discourse. The state became the institution of organized violence which is used by the ruling class to maintain the conditions of its rule or, more saliently, the organization that monopolizes legitimate violence over a given territory. Elise are generic labels FMM Marxist and Weberian notions of the Stasi-Style. THC individual as social being is both an agent and subject of a given social class, and it is the structure of classes shaping the political process that defines the state. In the extreme situation that is the state, in view of the disarticulation of the laboring classes, is the process by which the ruling classes organize and maintain a subordinate mode of integration into global capital. The political economic roots of the social state and its evolution are in its role in regimenting labor and redistributing the share of value in 96. Wage goods to the working class. First of all, the wage is in reality social rather than private. Individual productivities do not occur separately from social productivity and outside a structure of power. The reproduction of any single human being involves many people working together. So in the integrated simute of capital under financialization, the reproduction of the wage system involves transnational social classes and implicates the reproduction of global capital itself. The state affords power, time, and space for particular capitals to encract and LTHC organisk dimension of capital, its political structure of which the state is a percticasi, supports the expansion and realization of value, that is, expanded production and sales. Subject to cyclical movements, capital valorizes and revalorizes itself by means of its ideological hegemony, and operationally, by measures of control of which the supply of money is central in the financial age. The production of specific types of territorial conditions, state, or administration signifies a specific LCVCL in the process of the reproduction or capital itself. In a SCNSC, there is nothing too unusual here. The development of capital underlines the development of the state. An organized capital that pursues demand creation and social welfare policies requires a state more inclusive of national labor. Despite being seminally articulated with capital, the state as a result of extensive welfare policies may appear in certain non-decisive aspects distinct and autonomous from it. Capital, however, does not dissipate if it extends more in welfare. It is not demand that makes capital, it is the extraction of wealth via the wage system. Capital withers only as the wage system withers. The subordination of the state to capital arises not only from the dominance of the capitalist class over the state but also from the universality of capital as a social relationship, its hold on modes of social organization, its ideological hegemony, and the struggle that labor undertakes in superseding capital as a social relationship. Wage labor, as the variable component of capital whereby surplus value is created, is as prevalent as capital itself, and the utmost of the socialized states still derive their wealth simultaneously from their working classes and the power they exercise from tapping into the international division of labor. On ought to recall that THC historical stage, the traditions and habits of the working class and the rules of the game in general are already set by capital. Capital's passing, therefore, requires more than just the nationalization of the means of production, it is crucially the abolition of the subsumption of labor. The real autonomy of the state, or the gradual rise of labor as subject of histole, is correlated with capital by the rising share of wages and the flux in the power of labor within the class conflict. Generally in this continuously unfolding PMCCSS crisis, capital's response through the state has been sent to influence the ranks assigned to each of the social classes. A. Production relations, in particular class power and ownership relationships to the social means of production. B. The social division of labor and the function of each class in material and social reproduction. C. The distribution of social wealth and the form and amount of revenue to each class, and, consequently, D. Conditions of the RNCRNBCRS of catch class. From a Marxian perspective, wages are the wages of a social the working class. For Kalecki, as will be seen in more detail in Chapter 8, the nominal wage is determined simultaneously by THC macro conditions of monopoly power and resource CE leakage abroad. The real wage, in turn, is determined by the power of unions and the working class. In contrast to the neoclassical definition, the wage bill cannot be the sum of the wages of each worker, whose wage is determined by the myth of individual productivity. Nonetheless, the wage depends on productivity, which is primarily social, and ultimately on the power of labor in the state and at the point of production. The wage of each worker is determinately social because it is his or her share from the social wages of the working class. Where one draws the line between what surgeons receive in salary compared to the wages of cleaning staff is related to divisions within the same working class, but the total wage bill varies in relation to working class power and productivity. Accordingly, here is the root of the political economic state and its evolution. But, it is exactly in its outlandish departure from such roots or by the high degree to which the social conduct was privatized under neoliberalism that the content of THC Arab Stasi has to be explained. In its distributive function, THC Arab state served as idlical for the ruling classes to squander misorks in a way that has undermined their own existence. The excessive practices of the merchant class have extended far beyond what is necessary for the orderly functioning of the peripheral capitalist formations, over which the state parasites. It is the natural end of merchant grab from the national state to end in the destruction of the state itself as grab turns to speculate on the bigger pie of geology-idical rents leasing from the realization of value by destructi-militarization. 98. Illis the Arab state has been neither a medium of its own dominant bourgeois nor a mediator of other national classes. The way state power is arranged vis-a-vis other political institutions and classes including, no less, the imperialist institutions is such that any institution of civil society can bypass the state. State is neither an institution of its own nor an institution of all institutions. Under imperialist assault, the Arab state is either fracturing or being drained of sovereignty. National institutions, those construed by identity politics, do not relinquish their autonomy to THC state. Instead, they simmersorks by surpassing the state. Always under the purview of a USICD capital whose game is to incapacitate the national economy, this hollowed out state leads the assault on the security of labor, which in turn weakens state sovereignty. The share of Arab labor is thus determined not so much by the power that national labor deploys against its own ruling class, but by the struggle it exercises against the monolithic 1KWCR of USICD imperialism and its military PMSC-NCC. Without Exxon the semblance of an autonomous state. Statism is a combination of administrative and repressive practices and contingent arbitration of particular interests, including those of the dominant classes. Excessive third-world statism is often bound up with underdevelopment. Balibar extends statism to the modern state in Europe, in view of the rise of new forms of structured and differentiated racisms, in which Muslims are the major gmup at the receiving end. For him, the European state has ceased to exist as the rights guarantor state and has assumed the contours of third-world statism, but precisely because it is today isl.le to trace the frontier between social right and public right, or, if one prefers, social citizenship and political citizenship. The final conclusion is that there is no European law-governing state. Plagiarizing Hegel's famous remark, I will therefore risk saying, es gibt keinen Staat in Europa, there is no state in Europe. Rhe discrepancy between public and social rights voids the rights state. In fact, Europe's practice of racism in the colonies would have been ample justification to label European states as statist of the foulest kind centuries ago. The rights state never existed to begin with. For Hegel to have reached his definition of the state as the actualization of ethics, he followed the contradictory path of THC development of THC spirit in time as it oscillated between in itself mode and for itself mode, mediating larger and more inclusive forms of social organizations. Ultimately, the citizen as species being influences the state. So, in the Hegelian order of ascendancy, in the despotic Orient, on was not phi cc but all WCRC FRCC, in the Slacks age, some were free, and in the Prussian state, one and all were free. To counterpoise the same logic of spiritual/bourgeois democratic development onto the modern Arab state, one may aptly conclude 99. That in such states neither one nor all are free. That is quite a retrogression in culture, but if one turns Hegel upside down, one sees that the cause of the progression is the destruction of the material basis for the reproduction of Arab working classes by imperialist assault. Hegel aside, although public and social rights tear loose from each other in Arab stacks, their development cannot be simply filked under statism. As already noted, the merchant-commandeered Arab state is excessively pliant to imperialism and serves as its conduit. Arab Mewant classes have ruled by decree and mediated national labor in relation to the demands of us-led capital. As it has been a middleman in the economy, us-led capital has been also a middleman in Aral, state affairs. When the prospects of radical change dawned as in RCCCNT uprisings, us-ICD capital sither stabilist decocked ruling classes with petrodollars where it desired to do so, as with Gulf funding to it fomented violent internal strife where it wished to see social formation set on a course of self-destruct. 01 was in YCMCN, Libya, and Syria. Gulf petrodollars in American sovereign funds as part of the US sovereign paper debt are an endless arsenal for effecting imperial control. As discussed in the previous chapter, control is more important to capital than the money form of wealth. In any case, given the puny income of labor in the even a small sum of petrodollars exchanged on the local markets influences events considerably. Roughly, Arab working classes compose 5% of the world population and earn a meager 0.3% of world income. Arab states have come to rarely organize class relations around a social contract between national classes. The social contract is one between the ruling merchant class and international financial capital. Whenever the blindness of resource grab leaves a trifle for the national working class, states forfeit their distributive role to a surrogate civil society. As a result, the social person of society is further split from the public person or citizen of the state. The institutions of imperialistically ordained civil society inculcating the narrowness/uselessness of social personhood, woven through with divisive ideological identities sprung from THC soil of unemployment, induced scarcity and poverty, which weigh against revolutionary consciousness. The falsity of being as only private being inflicts upon labor the scourge of self-coercion. Merchants in charge of the state seize assets blindly and counteract the organized dimension of national capital. As merchants are set against industrialists, they undermine the vehicle of their own long-term existence within their national territory. It is at this juncture too that one sees the particular form in which Alavi's remark about the self-defeating ruling class/state realized. The organized dimension of capital, its docile side, which furnished it with its outstanding resilience, recedes. The state as rejuvenator of capital retreats. The reduction of state action to the action of one section of labor, namely capital security apparatus, concurrently narrows the state's capacity in development. As the state's ability to transform society is contracted to the requirements of an uncompromising class, whose reproduction actually occurs in international financial circles, national development falls to the bottom of the national agenda. Moreover, the act of not instituting development policy acts as a policy of anti-development. Development becomes a SCLF-Toursinforcing totality in which acts and their policies breed ever worsening conditions. Statism always negates development, but in the process assumes a meaning of its own. It does so, however, not in terms of the politics of regime survival or their impact on institutional development. Civil wars of various intensities or outright neoliberalism disable both and state. In weak states, it is said in a rather pragmatic tone, one limit on institutional development is the threat of the concentration of power. However, the politics of Arab regime survival give rise to the paradox that Stasi-Icatcras usually cripple their own institutions THCVCRY ones that could have assured them the mobilization capacity required to dominate and transform their societies. But for the Melvayant class, it is not its own society that matters, it is the fluctuations of the international market. The rate of capital flight as calculated in 2008 at times reached a quarter of GDP in some states. That functional state agencies should counter domestic and international risks is a banality, but the way in which Arab merchant classes are articulated with global capital requires that only the concerns of the leading capitalist partner are met. Between their welfare and repressive functions, Arab state agencies potentially destabilize the rule of their own ruling classes. These national class and value relations are not overlooked by mistake. The concept of cross-border class alliance enters into the analysis of the mainstream. Arab development failure becomes a shared responsibility between Usaid imperialists and their partners in the Moreover, strategies of survival are a misnomer in the case of the there are merely strategies for delaying the expiration date of regime and state. In this cask, theorization of Stasi survivability and institutional development should emerge from an understanding of the class structure, the imperialistically imposed undervaluation of third world assets, and the ancillary position of an Arab state, in that order. LHC Arab state can be defined as a cask in which the structure of society has prevented the state from politically mobilizing clients, nor by the altered priorities of state leaders or the difficulties in implementing policy caused by allowing civil society actors to capture the state's extensions. 101. There is a Usaid imperialist iron wall asphyxiating Arab states and a daunting balance of powers that molds class formations into malleable constructs for administrating value usurpation at the behest of Usaid empire. The iron wall in this particular case is Vladimir Jabotinsky's wall, supported by Israel's massive military arsenal and encircles the and most of Africa. 2 Political legitimacy and regime power in the are today only nominally national. The vortex of power shaping economic inefficiencies and institutional dysfunctions is that of Usaid capital. In retrospect, THCRC was less a cox in THC Arab states cliff cry of domestic policies WHC and they CMCRGCD from colonialism in the 1960s and 1970s. In the 1980s, none of the usual hurdles of a decorative parliamentary democracy existed to block development policies. Yet nearly all the policies delivered since have been anti-developmental. Even in areas of women's education, the indoctrination of auto-repressive obscurantist values in working-class women and girls has their adequate political presentation, which is what matters for gender equality. And just as an aside, Arab regime security is, for all intents and purposes, the security of the intelligence and repressive apparatus. But the condition of recurrent diktat and ideological defeatism, brought on by direct military assault or by the threat of it, metamorphosed society into a receptor for the terms of surrender. The hegemony of the state over civil society waned, a crisis of rule ebbed, and the merchant class became the henchman of Usaid capital. A state holding onto power by the brittle thread of the mukabaral, is itself brittle. 30 years of Usaid capital dictated neoliberalism and lost wars have reshaped the national class structure and the way social classes control wealth creation. One need not dwell on the issue of oil revenue redistribution when token concerns to the lower strata intensify working class divisions by objectifying social identities, as in the phenomenal rise of Wahhabism. The failure of national security and the relegation of THC national ruling class to an appendage of global capital coincided with the global trend under financialization. The steering of value away from the working class has gutted state and regime stability simultaneously. Little of the wealth that state and regime earned from national sums could be recycled in productive capacity nationally, the wealth stability potential was always greater abroad. Ruling classes' relationship to their own states became a one-time profit-making game. In hit-and-run situations, the scramble for grab intensifies the war of each against all. That Arab states exhibit many aspects of statism does not prevent the emergence of a developmental state. But a developmental state requires, firstly, an actual state, and secondly, state autonomy and state capacity. In the majority of cases in the this combination is a tall order. Even if the Arab state exists in some partly autonomous form, its capacity does not feed on national resources to satisfy national appetites for wealth. The Mervayant skewed dimension of capital, as mentioned above, allows THC state to unprevalent its own working class and, HCNCC, THC demand for nationally produced goods. Relative autonomy, however, may characterize developmental states and predatory states alike. Yet, autonomy from used capital cannot happen, since the merchant class is integrated with it financially as well as in security arrangements. For the most part, in fact, the political security of client regimes is not solely maintained by its own forces, but also by U.S. military support and bases. Non-autonomous states cannot subsume the interests of their own working classes under state policies. As benefits get determined before wages, the role of the state in revenue distribution, including the share retained for reinvestment in the national economy, is determined by THC priorities of USICD capital. Reflux recirculate into the national economy serve to build patronage safeguards and rarely past consumption into productive activity. In the contradiction between regime stability and poor developmental outcomes intensifies to the demands of used capital's strategic influence in the region. Where used capital cannot be fully in control, it inflicts structural damage, mug war, neoliberalism and civil war, such that the social formation in question edges further away from the state to lose territory. Stabilization, or not, follows the course of the hegemon. Although state expenditures may result in welfare-enhancing developmental outcomes when the state monitors investment policies and disciplines private agents, the Arab state also cannot fit such a model. When the state as the principal constituent of the organized dimension of capital moderates short-term profits for additional regimentation of labor, it follows the diktat of used imperialism, as there would be an interest of keeping things on hold for a while. But more and more this has not BCC and THC cask in THC obkosk, as I said above, THCRC is little national commitment left to organisk society at home. A state disciplines the private agent, merchant, or trader in positive relation to the power of the working class. Because the working class has been disempowered, few state policies discipline the private agent and channel industrial floor to enhance the productive capabilities of society. More of the wealth as a share of value in real and money form, as evidenced by declining subsistence standards, flows up or out. 103. The Arab state in its command aspect engenders malformed intermediation between state investment and rising capital output ratios. They invest in non-productive activity. Arab regimes are far less reliant on internal components of developmental security, including the role of security-sensitive sectors such as industry and agriculture in the national economy, because the state draws its revenues from the export of primary products. Political and economic forms of control are combined within THC purview of THC SAMC ruling class. THC point is that stabilization spending clicks TRS mostly stabilization, no more, no less. In times of immediate post-independence autonomy, state dirigisme, high public investment rates and more egalitarian redistribution characterized all Arab states. A particular set of Arab states followed the path of Arab socialism, that is, nationalist industry and agrarian reform in F.Gypt, Iraq, Algeria, Libya, and Syria, which resulted in significant economic gains. Principal military ATS in wars with Israel June 1967 and October 1973, sectoral open and implicit aggressions against Arab countries, and the 1979 Camp David Accords by which Egypt joined the U.S. constellation, gravely weakened Arab national and joint security. Half-hearted Arab socialist egalitarian processes, initiated from the top down, excluded the working class from participating actively in defending their gains. Under Arab socialism, authoritarian labor process regimentation remained in place. In due course and under neoliberalism, many of the passed-down working class benefits were lost to the old ruling classes or their reconstituted variants. At later stages, the Arab ruling class intensified coercion in labor process and began to gradually reverse the socialization of assets. Ever since, labor faced the daunting task of combating a local ruling class backed by the powers of used imperialism. Under neoliberalism, welfare reforms, where they existed, have been a sham. Already, Arab states are signatories to nearly all the covenants on economic and social rights, Arab regimes would probably ratify any treaty on human rights. However, it made little difference to the rights of women that the Bremer-designed Iraqi parliament has a quota for women, nor did Lebanon's authorizing civil marriage quell sectarianism. Arab social formations are subjugated and non-Saracen class structures. In them, internal industrialization flounders, the labor force is socialist without being engaged in social production, and petrodollars bolster consumption and identity-based divisiveness. Clearly, developing broad alliances in anti-imperialist confrontation may redress the shortfall in sovereignty. However, universal socialist ideological retrogression compounds the difficulties of working-class struggle, without the unifying objective of radical social transformation under 104. Working-class rule. Workers' struggles tend to remain sectional and culminate either in defeat or in a temporary and often divisive gain. Wagering on imperial power's contradictions to float the secular democratic forces is also a bad bet in view of the feebleness of the global democratic left. Labor's success hinges on an elusive internationalism. In the monarchic Arab states, the Gulf, Morocco, and Jordan regime stability is ordained by the extension of Western security arrangements and THC not so hidden fact that THC monarchs practically own national resources and manage redistribution solely for the purpose of stabilization. WHCRC there were departures from monarchism, in states such as in Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. A weakened national bourgeoisie failed to govern in the immediate post-independence period. In these conditions, the state under Arab socialism acted as a surrogate bourgeoisie in handling capital's private appropriation engagements. State as owner of principal RNC.ans of production and appropriator of the surplus. The private sector shrank but still absorbed a significant chunk of the labor force in artisanal and petty farming undertakings. State ownership existed side by side with a constrained private sector. In hindsight, it was inevitable that private sector expansion would recommence when the political climate ripened for free market policies and openness, as happened since the early 1980s. The key stratum that initiated the conversion from colonial to the post-colonial non-monarchical states, however, was alliance between the military and professionals that commandeered the state apparatus. This state bourgeois class owned the means of production not as individual stakes as the bourgeoisie does, but collectively via the state. The state bourgeois class consisted of party bosses, the upper level of the state bureaucracy, the senior management of economic enterprises, and the top ranks of the military and police forces. This class is what Petras calls the intermediate strata. Petras defined the intermediacy strata as a class-conscious and independent social stratum, distinct both from workers and from traditional landowners, that is horizontally and vertically linked to the salaried middle class. This class has its own political and economic projects, and initially aimed at the fulfillment of egalitarian ends. In its early stages of development, it was anti-imperialist and fax-out agrarian reforms that tallied with THC aspirations of THC pgassants and the less property-endowed working class. As ideological and military defeats gripped Arab society, this class underwent a volte-face. It promoted free markets under the shadow of state enterprises. At the intersection where state-led development was transmuted into privately led development, there was an avalanche of private and state propaganda peddling the soundness of Hussite pragmatism as opposed to banality of old-style revolutionary struggle. Pragmatism, the name given by 105. Charles Peirce to his neopositivist philosophy, became the ideological veneer for submissiveness to imperialist diktat. Behind a surface of calculated risks lurked the subtle politics of a state-restrained bourgeois class itching to grow into the wider financial dollar space. Defeat generated defeatism that served as an alibi for the national bourgeoisie to converge with its international counterpart. Being pragmatic when the alternative of resistance is written off by the ideological vortex of imperialism, means that there is no limit to how much of national asks could be siphoned. As the name implies, a bourgeois class, WHCTHCR Stasi or private, will maintain a capitalist-defined labor process, the wage system. The degree of egalitarian redistribution was proportional to internal and external power balances and the momentum of populist cant, as in socialist pan-Arabism. However, as the blitzkriegs of Usaid imperialism and Israel dealt their blows to the SC states and the contradiction of working class underconsumption versus state capitalist class conspicuous consumption intensified, state bourgeois class raised the dosages of repression, thus laying bare the falseness of its populism. Gulf petrodollars earned by Egyptian and Syrian professionals working in the Gulf propped up the behavioral patterns of consumerism. Ex-Ahabism mixed with oil paid an engineer nearly 100-fold what socialism's mixed nationalist industry did. In Arab socialist, protected and industrial leasing economies, much more could be bought on the black market with American dollars than with national currency. Petrodollar spending on luxury goods in these semi-socialized economies erected a model of easy earning without effort that many sought to emulate. Under the twin imperatives of defeat and its own capitalistic proclivities, the state bourgeois class transformed itself into a full-fledged private bourgeois class. To justify the ideological transition, the state bourgeois class flaunted the inefficacies of state-supported markets, war fatigue, and the futility of anti-imperialist the Arab socialist states, as noted, continued to exploit labor via the wage system. However, USSR-style industrialization and rising productivity meant that there was more being produced paired to the colonial era. This additional income was more equally distributed and living standards improved when compared to THC CRA. Moneyed and non-moneyed resources that had been transferred to the colonialists earlier were recirculated in national production. Industrialization drove up the rate of exploitation, but there were higher wages and Reinvestment in the social infrastructure. This period also saw the introduction of radical social reforms. While the Arab socialist experience partially reversed the West colonial debacle, its relative success piggybacked on security relationships. 106. With the Soviet Union. However, it is worth noting that fundamental transformations to the mode of production occurred nowhere under Arab socialism. Fundamental transformations require not only changes to forms of ownership, but also a cultural and civilizational transformation whereby ideally social responsibility for social property is manifested in social behavior. Comparing improvement in living standards under Arab socialism against some utopian condition is to assume that there is an ideal social state that would impede cleans up from socialization. Insofar as FRCC health, education, national financing of agriculture and land reforms WCRC concrete, and socialist reforms have had a lasting positive impact. The class content of states. By the mid-20th century, colonial constraints imposed upon Arab states thwarted the CRNCLGCNCC of an elective national industrial class. Puny industrial class that did form could not have assumed the responsibility of leading the debilitated Arab economies through immediate post-colonial transitions. Because this colonial oligarch class was so short on real and financial resources, the role normally played by the bourgeois class had to be passed to the state. The state bourgeois class, as noted, introduced progressive social transformations. However, non-military and military aggression on the in successive wars incapacitated the state and its ruling class in all its variants. The fanning of war flames around the Arab-Israeli conflict and the strategic role of oil rose to the top of world capital's agenda. The dangers of war, especially in relation to the Arab-Israeli conflict, afforded the Arab bourgeois classes with an alibi to repress national opposition under the pretext of safeguarding national security. As of the 1980s, growing merchant capital heightened this repression to satisfy USICD capital's hegemonic conquests. As THC sources of wealth shifted away from national production to co-opting oil and geopolitical revenues into merchant activity, the Arab ruling class came to espouse the objectives of Usaid capital. The balance of forces would no longer affect states as somewhat cohesive social entities, but more the particular working classes within states. In THC 2 decades that followed THC's Second World War, more than half the population were farmers and the industrial working class remained relatively small. The colonialist-bred bourgeois class diverted investment to commercial endeavors. Under colonialism, the circuit of capital began in money and returned to money without engaging local industry in significant value-added activity. Colonialists, in fact, had groomed a merchant class that circulates money rather than an industrial class that converts money into physical capital in complex production processes. 107. Profits accruing from corn meal alone are effectively a snatching of wealth from the rest of society to merchants. In the immediate post-independence period, private entrepreneurial skill remained limited to trade rather than industry. The weakness of entrepreneurship stemmed from the fact that the merchants and small retailers comprised a large proportion of the bourgeois class. It may be that few states anywhere in the developing world significantly overcame colonial stigmat or THC absence of an industrial class. YCT, adding insult to injury, THC envy, like sub-Saharan Africa, never escaped the far-reaching hand of colonialism after independence. While the scope and form of state intervention in economic and social activities varied from one country to another, the trend of the post-independence years towards more public investment was pervasive throughout the era. States acted as jinx of growth and undertook the task of economic transformation for these economics. For instance, aggregate planned investment in 18 Arab states totaled a substantial $326 billion during 1975-80, or 30% of GDP. The state-owned manufacturing risks accounted for more than 50% of value added in manufacturing. Egypt's state-owned enterprises accounted for about 60% of value added in manufacturing, and Syria's accounted about 55%. The output of these public enterprises recorded an average of 13% of GDP in Egypt and 9% of GDP in Syria. Reform resulted in increasing agricultural productivity and slowed the flood of urban migration. With extensive social investment taking place, this era in retrospect was a golden age of development relative to the subsequent neoliberal retrogression in practically all Arab countries. Even leaving aside the recent lag, the rate at which standards of living rose under Arab socialism is said to have been matched in more recent experience. It really is difficult to prove otherwise, given the quantitative indicators on record. The private sector, in the initial stages of post-colonial reconstruction, could not have carried out the more egalitarian redistribution needed to align the national forces into a defensive anti-imperialist position. THC private sector was engrossed in crisis, its reputation was tarnished by the stigma of a shifty national allegiance, and its central structural weakness, which is its lack of capacity to tap into the substantial resources needed for development, was starkly recalced. Apart from all that, the decisive moment that charted the course of lay not only in superficial squabbles between party bosses and merchants, but more so in imperialist pressures, foremost the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and the construction of Israel as the colonial settler state. These when kept up in order to drain the capacities of newly liberated or non-compliant Arab states. Under these warlike conditions, unless the state had intervened equitably, it was unlikely that any significant additions to capital stock and technology would have ensued. It is an intractable task to dissociate internal class forces from the forces of international capital in shaping Arab developmental processes unless, of course, everything is analyzed to oblivion. At no point in time did THC imperialist funding or THC weapons stop pouring into stabilisk or destabilisk social formations. The latest example of course would be the continued channeling of funds to influence events in Egypt during the 201 uprising. The more the national capitalist class becomes alienated from its national production base and working class, the closer it will gravitate towards the sphere in which its dollarized wealth reproduction occurs. The values of nationalism serve to propel TR4 victory of capital only when capital originates or is reproduced through a capitalist social class by nationally retained resumes and production. A memhant bourgeoisie, enfeebled by the prospect of state collapse, is socially predisposed to entwine itself with its transnational counterpart. From its very birth, the nation-state was a constituent of capital's social organization and assigned a welfare task, the function of reproducing, by coercive and ideological means, a malleable and acquiescent working class. The state became the mediation of the dominant class in the political process. But in militarily weakened or Arab states that are robbed of their sound CS, social divisions have yawned wide as a result of missing revolutionary labor institutions and the imperialist repression exerted in order to ideologically fragment the social formation. As the state and resources available to labor shrink, the larger the imperialistically funded civil society grows. Here once more, the private person of civil society also exceeds the public person or citizen whose realization in the state is political emancipation. Disarticulation on the level of consciousness situates consciousness at odds with the dire conditions of life. This spiritual disconnect is forced upon a poverty-stricken population by a barrage of ideological delusion. With undependable labor organizations, many workers who would stand to benefit from solidarity adopted reconstruct identities paid for by tainted petrodollars. Even where ballot box elections were held in the wake of the 2011 uprisings, Islamic parties won in Egypt and Tunisia. The eclipsed citizen voted in a state that is itself eclipsed by imperialistically funded civil society. What remains of THCSC states after the engineered divisions enshrined in rights-violating constitutions is the fragmented identity of the working class. In these elections, there was not an individual voting for an individual, there were organizations representing 109 sectarian, tribal, regional orientations and or ethnicities that picked up the votes of their members. Not surprisingly, these sectional institutions have largely taken over the welfare function that reproduces the working class. Personal livelihood depended on allegiance to sect, regional grouping or ethnic identity. As elsewhere, THC crisis of socialist ideology has created a vacuum that rainforest disintegration. The merchant capital state of neoliberal years regimented labor and organized THC DCPC and DCNT modk of integration with US ICD capital. It is not only that THC import share of the GDP that was rising, THC KCY sectors of security provisions such as food became more import dependent. But the buying and selling of imported goods does not by itself define a merchant activity. In the condition of uncertainty, real estate investment in affluent construction that does not redress the housing shortages for the working class became a principal investment activity. Investment in speculative returns on real estate, the SCVC sector and financial speculation is also in nature. Initial sums invested do not generate much productive activity around them. As in colonial days, money returns back into money, without deepening production activity or raising productivity. Hence commercial transactions also define the nature of what should constitute industrial activity of national bourgeoisies as in the rising speculation on the low productivity capital of the real estate sector. At this stage in the development of Arab states, the national decision-making process can be tipped one way or another by the intervention of US ICD imperialism. As in the days of colonialism, foreign forces broker national political differences. Cleverly enough, this quasi-colonist state appears independent and without a preponderance of foreign soldiers on national territory. In contrast to the ideal of the state, however, this recolonist formation is now a territorial arrangement impersonating a state. Yet in such a territory devoid of self-emanating sovereignty, the idea of reason within the state itself, because in certain features it resonates rights, has once more come under assault. A weakened working class need not enjoy a state with rights but also the embryo of ideas within the state that may resurrect the idea of rights in the future. A similar process occurred in Europe when THC crisis of the industrial bourgeoisie reworked a diminution of THC ideas of justice and equality within the bourgeois state. In addressing this attack on the vaguely trailing notions of reason and right within the state a century and a half ago, Marx notes the following: reason has always existed, but not always in a reasonable form. The critic can therefore start out from any form of theoretical and practical consciousness and from the forms peculiar to existing reality develop. 110. the true reality as its obligation and its final goal. As far as real life is concerned, it is precisely the political state in all its modern forms which, even where it is not yet consciously imbued with socialist demands, contains the demands of reason. And the political state does not stop there. Everywhere it assumes that reason has been realized. But precisely because of that it everywhere becomes involved in the contradiction between its ideal function and its real prerequisites. The concerted ideological assault on the working classes must include the extirpation of the notion of the Jensenaliness of the state. The state itself now must be rendered redundant. Its mediatory role and responsibility to govern are ideas that may pull together shredded Arab societies. Capital is no longer pursuing the dismantling of socialist states, that was dismantled. It is CVCN assaulting the state as reason and as an idea, period. Anything to do with reason and the pluralism of the state, its ideal function, is confronting us-ed capital. For Western colonialism, the forms of political organization in Arab territory were not deemed states by European standards. According to dominant Eurocentrism, the persons residing in these territories were without their own political history. The fantasy narrative mimicking history then goes on to say that these peoples accepted the generosity of Western colonialism when they were states. However, whatever name it was given state, province, or Bantustan as a form of social organization, the recent Aral state became the nemesis of the Arab working classes. To date, the physical geography of these states did not shift, but their human geography did. They became in some territories the means to effectively annul the working classes as historical agents. But no matter how disastrous these states as forms of social organization are, it is the idea of a state, THC reasonable entity that entails political representation that requires demolition. The former Western colonialist regrets the instilling of any form of social organization in the progeny of barbarians. In fractured states such as Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and Libya, shorter life expectancy, higher child malnutrition and ill-acrack abound. 50 million adults, 1/6 of the total population, are counted as illiterates in the but the number could be twice as much this. Where there is no war posing an existential threat to the population, the social conditions bred by neoliberalism posed it instead. The existential threats to per-colonial populations from a century or so ago, which led to the obliteration of whole native populations in the Americas and Australia, are really as close as they could be to current conditions in Syria and Iraq. The analytical notion that it is worse to escape exploitation by capitalism than to be exploited by it omits the fact that under global capitalism nothing lies beyond the reach of capital. This notion forfeits the concreteness of colonial history and post-colonial military intervention altogether. Value as a qualitative category is created the totality of the material available to capital. The dislocated millions in the are part of the material of capital. The real and ideological pressures that have pauperized and politically disempowered Arab workers LCSSC and THC costs of production in relation to massive unemployment and, more importantly, raised the shark of financiers via the power exercised by us-ed capital over the Arab region. The pauperization of Arab workers BV war and indirect colonization resituates the balance of forces upon which the money form and its associated financial system present themselves as symbols of power. Imperialist power progressively disengages more of social material in the AVN for resource grab. It also appoints itself as a proxy sovereign in Arab states in order to reproduce the terms of trade and price ratios in its favor. The apparent paradox that the cost of imperialist wars exceeds the returns from the colonies in moneyed terms occurs because exchange prices are not set by benign market conditions, but by the fact that a powerless third world cannot negotiate the price at which it valorizes its assets. Wars of recolonization by fracturing states create the disastrous social conditions that restructure values for global production by the degree of destructiveness wrought upon some corners of the Third World. Encroachment and accumulation nexus represented the leverage that redresses the market crisis. But development is not only uneven, it is also organically tied together. This means that the rate at which capital metabolizes humanity and nature will also rise in inverse proportion to the depth of the crisis. Under the steady revolutionary decline, many more countries may be poised to undergo a transition to a state that is MCRCLY, the social organization of militias with the addition of American drones or military bases. Iran, by submitting to desophranizing treaties or by bombardment, is one possible target, which would expand the street-side bomb corridor FRMR and the Fertile Crescent to Afghanistan. In Western formations where the spoils of colonial plunder bred a nationality bereft of humanist solidarity, capital continues to pollute the cultural discourse with the fetish of nationalism as an eternal social category. Whereas an imam may incant divisive dogma along the sectarian fault lines using financial wherewithal provided by the Gulf, in Europe the mode of splintering people has become a sophistry to which even philosophers succumb. For instance, in the discussion between Andreas Bader and Jean-Paul Sartre, the latter goes 112. So far as to exclude violent forms of struggle from the means of action of working classes in the center. Sartre, these actions might be justified for Brazil, but not for Germany. Gator, why? Sakire, in Brazil independent actions were needed to change the situation. They were necessary preparatory work. BXM, why is it any different HCRC? Sakirl, HCRC isn't the SAMPTYPC of proletariat as in Brazil. Sartre is here reinforcing the perception that differences between central and peripheral working classes require the former to relinquish certain forms of violent struggle. Is no doubt that conditions require forms of struggle, but no of struggle should be excluded. Foremost is violence because it is the twin of capital everywhere. Sartre is implying an essential or permanent difference between central and peripheral proletariats, not making a tactical argument based on current conditions. This distinction requires one to believe that the disciplining of European labor by central capital could have happened without the historical surplus grabbed from the periphery. Capitalist history abounds with violence every here, and the fact that there is not an infantile left engaged in organized violence in the present epoch is a mere symptom of European foot complicity. The path of armed struggle is neither an expression of some individual will nor is it merely the result of a committee's administrative decision, but armed struggle reflects the nature of the conflict, which is determined by the nature of the enemy. A violent enemy necessitates a violent response. Sartre's position tacitly assumes that there can be central capital that grew peacefully and outside colonial relationships, and therefore that central nation classes exist in isolation and outside value relationships with the Third World. Moreover, under the financialization phase of imperialism, capital converges globally, and the development of working class consciousness evolves toward the realization that the struggle against capital occurs transnationally. If working class alliances can develop in a context that prioritizes anti-imperialist struggle, and to the extent that central working classes distance themselves from capital, they will begin to steer clear of the domination of one working class by another. That said, in the current state of socialist ideological defeat, conditions for sound internationalist class alliances are more remote than in the times of Sartre. Armed resistance, be it effective or not, when it exists, becomes an indication of the shifts in the revolutionary tide. Closing comment. 113. Be it statist, overdeveloped, weak or whatever other form a state takes, it holds power. The state is a principal agent of development to the extent that laboring classes exercise their political rights. It is the one social institution that is capable of influencing the pattern of employment, the production and distribution of goods and services, and the distribution of income and assets at the level of society as a whole. The state, as a sovereign entity, can situate THC demands of laboring classes in a political program and throttle the avarice of profiteers, raise sufficient funds for social investment, and circ equality of condition prior to equality of opportunity. Equality of condition is a struggle-wrought working class right. It is about guaranteeing the basic NCCDS of individuals. The state can coordinate economic activity in pursuit of distributive ends of formal mechanisms of its involvement in the economy. State under the struggle one obligation to establish equality of condition can choose the optimal form of control over property, either through state ownership of specific assets or through redistributing the end products of society. The state guarantees access to essential material needs such as basic food, housing, health, education, and water. An autonomous Arab state can underwrite its own credit expansion, which in turn may mobilize real resumes. These measures were partially carried out under Arab socialism, and their associated state debts percent are comparatively negligible OXT, various years. Real development cannot come from oil revenue redistribution in the form of Sadaka. In the warped social context of neoliberalism, not a single cent of all those petrodollars engenders development. So far, under the merchant mode of organizing social life, petrodollars have generated only human and environmental waste. The Grokskukspiration of THCSCXCS as exercised in Saudi Arabia cannot be seedklopment no matter how many glossy high-rises mask the landscape. Economic and social policies that engage the dynamic deployment of resources also rejuvenate the social transformations. Development is after all a civilizational project. Reigning cross-border alliance between Usaid imperialism and Arab merchant capital is by no means force majeure, but it is a major force to deal with. It infiltrates the real and ideological structure of all social relationships. It cripples the effectiveness of working-class struggle and the success of social reforms. Conversely, counter-reforms raise the share of capital, strengthen its means of control and foreshorten working-class people's perspective to immediate survival concerns. Given the puny power of Arab labor, the proper framework introduced by IMF AVB poverty programs actually raised 114 poverty levels. The neoliberals assumed a fantasy market devoid of power relations and contradictions, in which poverty results from social exclusion or the disengagement of individuals from market processes. But markets are a subset of social relations, which reflect the distorted balance of power between social classes. Market-driven growth cannot be inclusive in the best of circumstances because merchant patents inherently dispose of resources to upkeep profit rates. Moreover, Arab industrial markets shrank under the Golibkril Pakik and am now incapable of integrating Thusku WCRC socially disengaged on THC advocacy of the IMF/WB consortium. Illy's was not a mistake. Capital accumulation is firstly a social process and only secondly a money accounting framework. In integrated markets, the social means of control of labor, of which unemployment and lower wages are necessary parts, grow harsher with the demands of global capital. These demands include the determination of both market buying power and market costs by making sections of the working classes powerless and abject. Circularly, the fulfillment of these demands lowers costs and reproduces ever more lopsided power relations. The market may act as an engine of growth and poverty reduction in some corners, but it must dislocate in others. In the AVV/THC process of eroding the state as a power platform that could integrate the working classes cheapens humans and nature as capital inputs. Poverty in the AR results from its and oil subordinate mode of integration into global social and economic reproduction. Unless the Arab state is reconstituted with significant labor representation, value entrapping mechanisms, and radical redistribution, the poverty trap will persist, at the very least because there are 100 many idle people needing work in too little industry. Chapter 5. Wars and Oil Control. Wars are an integral part of the global economy. They reshape the social conditions that produce value, and they uphold the power of the social class that relies on the war economy for reproducing itself. Wars galvanize military technology and civilian spin-offs with public funds, which maintains the Usaid capitalist class advantage in technological edge and intellectual property patents. Financially, funding for wars expands U.S. indebtedness in the dollar. Usaid wars enlarge the dollarized money supply that has in turn to be underwritten by further military expansion and hegemony over strategic resources, principally oil. In the financial age, the growth of moneyed debt spent on wars also requires higher tax levies and lower social spending on THC central working classes, hence the now all too familiar austerity. Save the cultural otherness promoted via the War on Terror, USAID wars reproduce the social relations by which Arab assets are devalued, including human assets. These wars not only subjugate the occupied or aggressed nations in the Third World, more importantly, they elevate USAID power and classes vis-a-vis other nationalist or advanced capital circles. Ultimately, wars, as the aggressive facet of capital, generate a most desirable outcome for the bourgeoisie: they commodify human lives. As will be seen in Chapter 8, WHCRC technology and market have disengaged billions of working people. The commodification of life or the merging of working people and their labor power implies that by dispensing with some of the working people by means of wars, capital demonstrates the worthlessness of the labor, unlike the Malthusian model, where welfare measures enacted to help the lower strata later cause the famine that reduces swelling surplus populations so that wages can rise. Again, in the late 20th century the surplus of labor power is so huge that by expending human lives, capital destroys unnecessary labor and cheapens already engaged labor. War demonstrates labor's irrelevancy and justifies its low returns on the basis of its lack of scarcity. Under capitalism, there is no peace, there are different degrees of war. War as a social process restructures power. 116. Relations and social institutions with the aim of getting the most wealth for the least costly inputs. It erects the real or symbolic forms of power that grind down the working class. The Arab world is a war hot zone and the incipient ground for the so-called War on Terror. It consumes vast quantities of ordnance produced and sold by central countries and foments the conditions for war elsewhere. Combined with the power emanating from oil control, the internalization of regional conflicts into the core of the world market has long contributed to imperial occult creation. Wars in THC are an integral social process of THC world economy, a process with which capital comfortably cohabits. Accumulation on a world scale without wars would lack an essential component, which is the coercive reduction of third world power and value. For capital to mow away from making as such would result in a negative shock to the world economy after an incremency lag. At least the cheaper inputs would cask to be cheap. But also, somewhat in the way that economics grow higher rates of raw material utilization, the intensity of war itself is foundational to the growth of imperialist riches. Unlike raw material consumption, however, which immediately raises production, social dislocation valoriscas inputs in production after certain lags in time. World capital, in short, has taken on war as part of its reproduction, and income levels are partly determined by this embedded relationship. Not that there ever was a world built around an expanding peace industry disciplining the blind competitive forces of capital. Wars of dislocation create the material of capital, that is, the terrorist labor, and cheapened raw materials raise rates of profit. Like war, oil control is fundamental to capital. Capital as a social relation is inherently a relationship of regimentation, control, and hegemony, in which oil control figures prominently. Oil control matters much more than just the money earned from the sale of oil grabbed from the poorer Arab countries. What is at stake is not solely the power of the US over smaller nations. Oil control is crucial to maintaining the leading power position of USAID capital within the imperialist center. In more advanced financial circles, the conveyor belts channeling the money form of value to USAID capital are significant. The income of the OECD nations is around SCVC and TYPCR% of global income, and nearly all global financial transactions occur in their designated money space. War in the may appear to have indigenous causes arising from the tragic farce of resurrected long-dormant Arab sect/clan identity as the sole political form of working-class representation, but in actuality the courses of wars are charted by historical agents at the helm of capitalist development maneuvering to promote war for its own sake and for oil control. The historical agents are the mediation of USAID class power in impersonal and objective. 117. Social forms such as the Security Council and the Bretton Woods institutions. There is almost no resemblance between the types of political Islam practiced today and past historical forms of Islamic politics. In point of fact, modern-day political Islam shams more in common in its central bank/monetary policy with central conservative parties than it docks with the central banks of the caliphs, had they existed. At any rate, the idea that capitalism expands simply by enlarging THC marked for commodities implies that crises could be diked by an appropriate global fiscal policy. IEs might be so under a social plan in which both quarterly profits and consumerism are regulated and circumscribed, but not in a production system segmented by power structures and organized by an accumulation process that is blind to its own social and environmental consequences. The voracity of capital accumulation continuously shifts forms of primitive accumulation to the developing world, where acquisitions of sources of raw material and non-monsid constituents that go into the formation of value provide the extra margin of profit. It offers capital-grabbed and undervalued sources that Eurocentrics consider entitlement by virtue of Western civilizational and technological advance. Reified nationalism and nationally developed technological advance lend capital, the indivisible global social relationship, a false air of divisibility as it manifests itself in the concrete forms of commodities. The socially constructed international division of labor, its manifestation as a fetish in the national order, divides humanity itself. However, capital in the financialization age, more so than in the monopoly age, steadies its progress by aggressive encroachment, including military aggression, rather than by the simple realization of commodities in expanding markets. Financial institutions wed themselves closely to the state, and militarism, as in the monopoly age, becomes not only in itself a province of accumulation, but also serves through encroachment and dispossession to overcome the inherent crisis of accumulation. Lenin 1966 further emphasized that militarism represented a decisive moment in an accumulation process under imperialism and the principal means by which capital overcomes its crisis. In this chapter, I explore the war issue in relation to development in the and its consequences, abjection and development. These outcomes constitute a totality, in which all the moments tell of unspeakable social conditions. From the totality, mainstream literature selects aspects of underdevelopment to obscure the KCR&CL of the process that is, dictated by imperialist assault. For instance, the UNDP Arab Human Development Report of 2002 selected 3 areas of shortfall in the actually unitary condition of underdevelopment: gender, democracy, 118, and knowledge, which it called deficits. Later, Usaid imperialism, in its attack on Iraq, employed these notions in a racist ideological campaign against Arab working classes under the pretext of their cultural inferiority, making light of the killing of hundreds of thousands. Uncroatcolopierent is overdetermined, and all aspects of existence explain it. Housing, food, employment, environment, and all else needed to support a decent existence were deteriorating. The point is to search for the universal social relationship that motivates uncroatcolopment, which is, as this book argues, the social agency of Usaid imperialism. THCUNDP strand of Arab capital-funded literature is not only lacking on methodological grounds, it falsifies Arab world malady by reducing it to few selected cultural images in order to justify wars of aggression. This literature does not mention the class-subordinated alliance of Arab Memhant capital with Usaid capital and their security arrangements. Real Arab deficit is the waning of real and ideological power of Arab working classes in opposing imperialist aggression. This chapter investigates the relationship of imperialist wars of ambition to development. Wars in the Arab world. Since the second half of the 20th century, the has experienced the highest frequency of conflicts globally. It has witnessed numerous wars, civil wars, and security threats. The Arab-Israeli conflict, the Gulf Wars, intrastate conflicts, and civil wars such as the Al-Libanese, Syrian, Iraqi, Algerian and Yemeni civil wars, not to mention the disasters of Somalia and Sudan, characterize Arab world historical process over the last 3 decades. The impact of these wars has been devastating. Following Iraq's war with Kuwait, the USAID military campaign shattered most of Iraq's economic infrastructure within 6 weeks. The sanctions that followed caused THC deaths of around 1.5 million people, including around 500,000 children. The sources for these figures vary. According to Juan Cole, Iraq lost 4% of its population, but the point here is not to play the numbers game. 2/3 of Iraq's GDP was lost during this period. The occupation and ethnic cleansing of Palestine planted a colonial SCTTLCR society armed and backed by European colonialists in the heart of the which to date has been a source of bellicosity and underdevelopment for much of the Third World. As to the condition of the remaining Palestinians in the occupied territory, poverty had risen substantially, leaving more than 60% of the population below the poverty line of US 2.3 per person a day. More than 59% of the total population of Gaza depends on food aid from the United Nations. 119. The It-Bain civil war caused around 150,000 deaths. Of human life was accompanied by the destruction of capital and infrastructure and the dislocation of more than 1 million people. The lost output due to the war was around 12 times the value of It-Bain's GDP in 1974. More recently, the Sudanese civil war and the Somali, Libyan, Iraqi and Syrian civil wars are also appalling man-made calamities. Apart from the long-standing Palestinian refugee situation, THC United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees estimated that more than 1.2 million Iraqi refugees have sought asylum in Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and the GCC countries. The area is swarming with refugees. Recent estimates of Syrian refugees surpass 1.5 million. In short, it is one big disaster. Through ideological channels, reasons of propinquity or geopolitical positioning, impact of war and security threats the whole region. Regime military stabilization spending are included in IV Sorks due to internal and external security spending. The rates of militarization are actually far above the reported rates, which are nearly twice the world rate. The Middle East is home to some of the world's most militarist states, with high proportions of armed forces to total population. As already discussed, military conflicts in the reduce the capacity of the social formation to reproduce the working population in relation to the historically determined level of subsistence. Displacement, educational and health degeneration, CLCCRVA.SC in income, destruction of capital and productive capacities of the economy, disruption of patterns of economic production and capital and resource flights undercut the capacity of the social formation to provide for improvements in living standards. Another aside about the historically determined level of subsistence, the notion of Arabs as noble savages or primitive tent dwellers derived from the Central Nation TV image of traditional desert nomads does not constitute a criterion for the minimum standard of subsistence. The standard of living itself moves up globally with the progress and wealth produced under capitalism. It is the ideologically inculcated image that assumes that noble savages inhabiting tents should be satisfied with minimum caloric intake, which is too preposterous to be debated. 1b illustrate. Unlike past days, prior to 1980, many Arab cities, particularly Baghdad, Damascus, and Beirut, experience long hours of water and electricity shortages when these are currently essential for human development. A United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, number of Syrian refugees LBPS 1.5 million Mari with many more expected, 17 Mav 2013. Online. http://vunker.org/519600059.html 120. One need not dwell on the impact of de-electrification or these actual physical constraints on the development of revolutionary consciousness. Conflicts in the structurally shift developmental progress onto a lower path. Their consequences persist after conflicts taper down, although none of the conflicts really abated. Mainstream social science docs not highlight the importance of the structural value shifts in favor of USAID capital resulting from wars. Instead, The impacts of wars in THC Gayan, magnified by THC perpetual terrorism scark, architectuate to tmonisk THC whole of THC and of working classes. The length and high frequency of conflicts also leave little room to investigate whether pauperization by conflicts presupposes the next war. Unlike Japan, Germany, South Korea, and other countries where conflict followed by aid and financing from the center propelled their economies into more technologically advanced entities, in there is time BCLWCCN conflicts to rebuild or to STRRN interests opposed to rebuilding. Poor development in this context exhibits a reflex-like relationship with the high rate of conflicts. Poverty, economic decline, and economic shocks may or may not trigger internal conflicts, depending on the hold of ruling classes on state power. It is not inequality or dependence on primary commodities that spark conflicts, for these conditions always exist. The degree of control by the ruling class determines the moment of conflict eruption because in poverty-stricken developing formations, the conditions for violence are omnipresent and are not attenuated by bourgeois institutions. In old-school colonial law, destabilization and jostling to acquire greater influence within the Arab national class structure are important to Usaid capital. In the as will be obvious given the facts presented, it is impertinent to dissociate inequality from conflict. However, it is not the functional nature of institutions in charge of managing these inequalities that mitigates conflict, because it is unlike that the conflicts can be mitigated no matter how effective national institutions are. The imperialist assault and the balance of forces favor the imperialists so much, such that it is pointless to discuss this point in the present epoch. I'll proposition that THCRC arc institutions to allay inequality overlooks THC perkmisk that war of aggression qua colonialism is a politico-economic relationship aimed at recomposing classes and their attendant institutional and value relations. It also oxerly mimics the English accumulation model in its applicability to the Third World. Capitalism as progress or as the Engagement of socialist labor in social wage activity is not a necessary outcome when crises of overproduction prevail. The world is not the English countryside of primitive accumulation centuries ago. In non-Smaran Arab states, there are no mitigating institutions. 121. Institutions are forms of social organization that manifest the conflicting forces of class politics. In the Arab context, imperialist intervention is decisive among these class forces. The mainstream literature further views the relationship of conflict to development in terms of the types of social contracts, their legitimacy, order, and fairness, and the capacity of the state to provide services. As grievances stemming from social inequality rise, groups are said to mobilize HCNCC in missing THC probability of conflict. Intrinsically, THC Greikvanks of the poor are met by the GRCCD of the rich who seek enrichment by causing and prolonging the conflicts themselves. To this school of thought, the policy alternative would be an institution that moderates the grievances or simply one that lessens the financial attractiveness of war. But how are these solutions supposed to materialize? Poor nation must negotiate its with a benevolent imperialist that pretends to poor's best interest at heart. In this as-you-go method of thought, there is no departure from a price equilibrium model, and a new institution qua market would clear the excesses and put matters back in equilibrium. While genuinely legalistic markets exist nowhere, in Arab markets not even the mere semblance of legality surrounds market transactions. The ideological and legal veneer of equal free traders, which at times furnishes some conditions for progress in Western markets, is patently absent in Arab markets. However, in war, as in peace, grievances and greed exist as cernterns of the material mode of organizing life. Does this explain anything? Does the changing nature of war FMM national wars to intrastate wars matter? The new type of war with transnational connections, plunder, and criminal activities is said to add something of a novelty to the explanation of conflict. In this line of argument, the collapsing Third World nations in which the political forms of divided classes supplant the state itself are reconstituted in thought, and only in thought, as ideal states responsible for their own fate. A more adequate conceptualization of the Arab state would stress its changing character under war and neoliberalism to underscore the difference with its concrete structure in the immediate post-independence state. This reification of the state absolves THC us ICD imperialists from THC plunder they have accomplished with their policies. Blame shifts onto the working classes of the Third World, who are supposedly incapable of building good governance or democracy. Much in the same way as the welfare function in central states co-opts the central working classes, the aid and geopolitical flows function, structurally channeled via imperialist finance, accentuates identity differences in the as the state has retrenched, imperialistically funded NGOs have become the 122 Trojan horses of sectionalism in the labor movement. Imperialist finance has pitted social classes against themselves and situated sections of identity-bonded labor above the state. Imperialist power positioning in the Arab formation ratchets up the power of the Usaid imperialism against other actual or would-be imperialists that will funnel significant capital into USICD financial institutions. In relation to the returns on the power generated by Usaid wars that undervalues third world assets and absorbs immediate Monsirksunks from THC Ukulthikramon Psyched economics, spending on NGOs dims in significance. However, until now the United States has been able to run up a truly giant national debt for a special reason. Being the world's leading capitalist economy, and a military superpower, its currency has been used for payments between countries. When it needs to pay its DCL, T.SID-RNCRCLY issues a treasury bond to which investors around the world rush to subscribe. Foreign investors buy not only bonds issued by the government but also American corporate bonds, shares, and real estate. These inflows, soaking up as they do the world's savings, ensure that the United States is able to import more than it exports, year after year, without suffering the treatment handed out by the IMF and bank to countries like Argentina, Brazil, India, and so on. This endless supply of golden eggs depends on the United States remaining as the supreme imperialist power and the dollar remaining currency for international payments. However, that is precisely what is now threatened. The very act of devalorization is a reassertion of Usaid power that draws financial flows on account of its currency as world reserve currency. These immediate money benefits and longer-term ones arising from devastating or controlling the Arab state also offset the costs of interventionist campaigns. This is not a simple case of taking over their oil fields and selling their oil. Compared to U.S. imperial rents, owning an oil carrier at sea to deliver and sell oil is not much of a gain. Arresting oil supplies and owning the global financial channels is the real story. Much more important is the control that diverts resources to USICD capital through manifold financial channels. Under financialization, the high frequency of financial flows magnifies the contradiction between the high rate of financial earnings and the discipline necessary to clamp down on excessive financier avarice that may loosen the controls of capital in times of crisis, with results like those of the 2007-08 financial crisis. As will be shown below, the intensity of this contradiction becomes itself the impetus for further social deformation of peripheral states' means of war. These disciplining and control processes are the necessary by 123. Backmund work for the establishment of the price system and its associated profit rate. The price fetish, when stripped bare of their mystique, prices, and the sums of money they amount to, are brokered by a structure of power from which the working classes hobby cc excluded. In addition to forked public to privacy transfers under neoliberalism, wars inflict upon the Arab formations act as the ultimate instrument of encroachment by which resources and labor are cohesively engaged in the formation of value in capitalist accumulation. This real subsumption of labor to capital, in the presence of immense surplus population created by large-scale industry in agriculture and the factory system, is exploited in a way that saws the capitalist a part of production costs of capital, and allows him to speculate upon misery of the workers. The double whammy of neoliberally commanded Arab markets that mislocate resources and Usaid imperialism that reinforces abjection by war coercively subsumes Arab resources to capital. Capital socially binds, represses, and harnesses the material available for production, including labor power, before it engages it. The social category of control as such and the power platforms attendant upon the actual or ideological standing of the working classes precede the formation of prices. Making the Arab working classes more insecure, more vulnerable in the forms of their political organization, means more profits accruing to central capital. In one facet of this, one may envisage that the power setting influences prices. The pittance spent in money form on control or destabilization, whether it is the financing of Islamic fundamentalism or the US aid to Egypt, generates value for capital by the degree to which prices of third world resources fall below value, or, more significantly, the degree to which capital exercises control over value-forming processes. By tearing apart old ways of maintaining a living, inflating the ranks of the unemployed and driving people into poverty, capital inexpensively re-engages in production non-money assets that had been disengaged by mass unemployment. Moreover, the images of dying Arab children, the cause of whose misery is assigned to cultural and identity politics, by demonstrating that Arabs are culturally and nationally inferior, boost racism-laced nationalisms in the CC and TRC. Absurd scarcity and lifeboat theories bringing the third world poor to first world safe havens acquire momentum and ideologically bear the weight of capitalist dynamics. The function of these campaigns is to conceal the fact that wars and their 124 consequences in famines and chronic hunger are necessary to reproduce the ideological tools of capital. Deaths in third world wars, famines, and hunger are advertisements for imperialism. More often than not, diplomatic means of resolving conflicts are doomed to fail in the non-worked in the past unless the PCAC terms exacted more of a human toll than war. Egypt after the Camp David Accords is a case in point. After 30 of growth, 1 out of 3 of its children is malnourished. That THC perk will not TACX for an answer is not haphazard. War is necessary to circuitously reproduce THC International Division of Labor attendant on accumulation by militarization. Thus, despite the embargo on Iraq acting as a slow-motion WMD and the capitulation of its leadership, Iraq had to be invaded to crush X and its remaining traces of sovereignty. Those on the left who argue that the differences in wages across globe are primarily derived from, forget that productivity in an integrated world is indivisible and that criminally wasted lives have gone into what is being produced. Accumulation and productivity do not start in the factories of the ACST, they begin in the Congo and Iraq. The concept of socially necessary labor and the reproduction of labor power presumes that wages are not exclusively determined by biological factors but by historical and sociological ones. The formation of value is an integrated historical process, in which all social moments participate in the realization of the commodity, and not a statistical exercise accounting for distorted or power-brokered prices. The politics of imperialist aggression grapple with the growing rift between the USAID capital's bloated share of private appropriation and the redistribution of value to a complex global production structure. In the age of financialization, this rift is magnified by the fetish incarnate in the dollar-based price system. The more acute THC contradictions, the more developing nations have to be stripped of their security before they are deprived of political will and national resources. Wars trace the outer limits of encroachment in the accumulation process. They am entwined with expansion by commodity mollization, that is, the process by which commodities are brought to market and sold to realize their value. Wars also preempt revolutionary consciousness because they delink progressive reforms from their intermediation in revolution. In view of labor's abundance, those who perish in war reduce the number of laborers by so little relative to the huge total such that they reduce the value of those remaining alive. When central nation working classes are estranged from their own humanity and under the incessant barrage 125 of scaremongering associated with terrorism and alleged resource scarcity, their initial attitude of compassion for and solidarity with third-world dead or skeletally starved people transmutes into its opposite, deepening nationalisms and other identity forms to the benefit of capital. It is this ideological input of war distorting revolutionary consciousness that lays the ground new wars. That wars are justified by fabricated information time and again is not a series of gaffes or mistakes, it is, as often said, a systemic calculus of Masskrimk. Just as wars contribute to THC reproduction of social conditions under capitalism, so also THCY buttress the ideology of capital, which must be continuously reproduced and is separate from the expropriation of Arab formations. The epitome of war-making ideology was justifying what is utterly unjustifiable under the Charter of the United Nations, launching a war to protect a way of life. During the ideological and media whip-up for the second UND, that ideologues went so far as to quote philosophy out of context in a manner that resembled the language of Mein Kampf JL. Here is the snippet from Hegel: I conflict with another sovereign statal is the moment wherein the substance of the state, i.e., its absolute power against everything individual and particular, against life, property, and their rights, even against societies and associations, makes the nullity of these finite things an accomplished fact and brings it home to consciousness. War is the state of all airs which deals in carnest with the vanity of temporal goods and concerns. L. Point 1. War has the higher significance that by its agency, as I have remarked elsewhere, the ethical health of peoples is preserved in their indifference to the stabilization of finite institutions, just as the blowing of the winds preserves the sea from the foulness which would be the result of a prolonged calm, so also corruption in nations would be the product of prolonged, let alone perpetual, peace. Point 2. Here is Hitler to illustrate the resemblance and dangers of quoting Hegel or any CLSC. For that matter, out of context, to those who said that it was war which had sapped the substance of Germany, and that another war would end European civilization, L. Point 1. It was only eternal peace which destroyed peoples, and that neither the individual nor society could escape nature's decree that the fittest alone survive. 3. To do justice to Hegel, who can hardly be quoted in a way that does not seem out of context, the above quote is extracted from a treatise in which the state has not yet realized the spirit and, hence, it succumbs to war. The view that HCGCL is a totalitarian theorist or fascist ideologuk who glorified war as a human achievement is a caricature that has BCCN universally icked. War for Hegel reflects a condition of the underdevelopment of spirit associated with the underdevelopment of the state, therefore it is the byproduct of an unethical state. Under the rule of us capital. Economizing with the truth or falsification that promotes war is admitted at decisive levels of the public discourse. Rat is all the reason why global working class differences nurtured by nationalistic wars are an essential proviso of fear commanding the social processes that create wealth. The imaginary national rift splitting worker not the organic ties of classes. The war oil nexus in the then, war serves multiple functions, however, it principally bolsters militarization and abets the control of oil. Discussing the occupation of Iraq, Paul Wolfowitz, Deputy Secretary of Defense under George W. Bush, stated that Iraq's war was about oil. Process of accumulation rides upon three broad currents: demand-side growth, dollar-expanded financialization, and militarization. The American economy cannot generate in due commerce, it generates by war and militarization. In this duality of republic and empire, argues James Petras, the empire side is deployed to offset the failure of accumulation by commodity realization/overproduction within the republic. Not that this analysis changes much. The U.S. Republic was imperial from its inception, steadily conquering and colonizing territory westward according to manifest destiny, displacing or slaughtering native peoples, and importing and then breeding slave labor for primary goods production. HCRC. Eurocan wage slavery, as it has been noted in the mid-19th century, needed slavery pure and simple. War was the Republic's instrument from the beginning. Today, the power standing of US capital hinges on international consent that the US is in control of oil. HCRC, the perception of control is as Recruitment 3 Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf. Online, http://mhive.org/stream/mainconf 035176 mbp/mainconf 035176 mbp_djvu.text. 127. As actual control. Perception of control bolsters confidence in the dollarized financial system, in the sense that dollar expansion is underwritten by oil control. Strengthening control our oil resources provides us capital with strategic leverage on most countries. Oil price fluctuations matter less to the US than to others because oil is priced in its own currency, the dollar. USICD capital's share of global income is declining. US GDP is at around 20%, or less than half of what it was by the end of the Second World War, Mkanwilk, Author National Capitals Arkeskending. LHC US chronic trade deficit, which is around $800 billion a year, has for some time now incorporated declining competitiveness in areas where the US has been a leader, but the US remains potent in the production of high-tech knowledge. That the trade deficit persists partly because of loss of capacity due to deindustrialization or the outsourcing of manufacturing SCS is less significant because global flows SCCK the security or the superpowers risk frec dollar assets. U capital has maintained its lead via its military might and the technology derived from militarization that provides an edge over other national industrial capitals. The more the politics of austerity suppresses US national demand, the more that war or oil wars stabilize the dollar pricing of oil, flows of Chinese surpluses and other surpluses into T-bills, and other imperial rents that have propped up long-term US growth. In an adjacent manner, the discourse of declining US empire is one thing and declining US capital is another. The corporate profit rates exhibit unrelenting growth, and capital, which assumed a more financialized role centered around the US economy, is not at all in decline. In left theories of imperialism, wars emerge from persistent crises in the center. The more severe the crisis, the more it reduces the role of realization in the process of capital accumulation and more it expands the role of capitalist war ventures. Consequently, war is crucial to resolving the difficulties arising FMM trying to maintain profit rates while balancing the national production and distribution sides. After 3 decades of neoliberalism, the share of US mal wages fell slightly and investment in productive activity is on wane. DCPC and DCNT Arab oil formations edging towards or experiencing war represent an opportunity to re-empower USICD capital. With US capital wedding itself more closely to financial capital's deflationary policies, central demand is likely for US Department of Commerce, FMIGN Frade, US Census Bureau homepage, 2012. Online, http://www.census.gov/foreign-trade/statistics/highlights/annual.html. 1 foot 28 inches to remain torpid. The implication of a deepening crisis in the center would further drive US capital to lay claim to oil or to shift the power structure in oil regions in its favor. Imperial rents and dollar signage, the gains of borrowing indefinitely in one's own currency at little cost, pervsent at the global scale, become attached to oil control and its associated wars, which are nowhere more prevalent than in the functionally redresses the shortfall of capital accumulation and the mercantilist impetus of imperialism by its wars, and security exposure. This reproduction of oil control and war requires articulation of Arab ruling classes with USICD capital, specifically in how this alliance disempowers the Arab working classes. There are some nuances that differentiate these wars from previous colonial wars. Unlike the Usaid Empire, which imports capital by multiple financial channels, colonial Britain exported capital because it also had more serious colonial competitors. It recanted its surpluses from colonies, mainly India, to Australia and Canada. This provided impression that it was exporting a great share of capital vis-a-vis what it received at home. However, in terms of value for price, the net gains from colonialism remain significant. The deconstruction of indigenous industry and resources around the world produced for Britain an immense historical surplus value. The resource flows to the US are more significant because its imperialist competitors are doubly subordinated by its expansive peso and dollar hegemony. Many separate concrete capitals from around the world merge into the abstract money form of the dollar. USID capital wars resemble past colonial wars, with twist that the channels of resource flows to empire are more flexible and intricate as a result of the diluted identities of national capitals. Global wealth is held in dollars, and the world's wealthy become one in the dollar. The billions of dollars wired daily globally involve dollar premiums that are pocketed by USID capital's financial institutions. The rents obtaining to USICD capital from its imperial standing rise according to the power it garners from the global holders of dollar wealth. USID capital's national identity undergoes restructuring at the same rate at which financialization sucks non-American capital into its structure. The prices are real values, the blood and toil of working classes. These values are the labor, assets, and all other goods required to improve the lives of working classes. They are grabbed and underpriced by imperialist power relationships that shortchange the vanquished working population. Colonialism appears more costly to the colonisters, but because of a history of colonialism that already tilted the exchange platforms and enormous real assets are engaged cheaply in production, the actual returns are great. That is once more why the real reason for neo-colonizing or destroying states is to 129. Strip working classes of sovereignty over their resources before their resources are taken away. The balance of forces behind the scenes sets the price of indigenous resources and primary commodities far below the value necessary to reproduce their working populations. As inter-imperialist rivalry lingers over U.S. financial liabilities and its excessive money grab, USICD capital expands by eroding security-exposed peripheral states and immersing itself as a broker of power within their class structures. This insertion of U.S. representation into THC peripheral governing structure is a reenactment of old colonialism. Or over 50 years, THC surfeit money capital of the remained unrequited transfers or uncashed checks. Following the demolition of Iraq, many corners of the Third World are subjected to the full force of a colonial anti-development agenda. Libya, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, Sudan, and Lebanon are now merely plundered territories. Anti-imperialist ideological defeatism, in form of from secular nationalist or socialist ideologies, correlates closely with military routes. SPCCD with which Arab wealth evaporates leaves few developmental traces. Most investment is about passively consuming technology and or the object of investment itself without knowledge linkages to THC local economics. For more than 30 years, the International Country Risk Guide database has pinpointed the as one of the riskiest regions globally. 5 The macroeconomic and supposed anti-war policies have merely aggravated conflicts. In the Central Arab-Israeli conflict, aid to the Palestinians boosted the Israeli economy because the occupied buy and rebuild with the money and the goods produced by the occupation force. So-called peace process resulted in more land confiscations. The creation of scarcities in the occupied territories alongside NGOs wielding European or Gulf capital-funded fragmentation and the near collapse of cohesive Palestinian resistance. Not that the instruments of the UN Security Council ever amounted to much. Realpolitik superseded international law. André Gunder Frank's triangle of oil, guns, and the dollar constituted the hinges in the framework of Arab development. Through all-out assaults and belligerent international relations, USID capital created a social existence for the that swings between full-fledged conflict and a high level of tension. In view of THC smallness of non-Gulf Arab incomes and per capita incomes in relation to petrodollars, war in the is cheap to fund and easy to foment. Wars can be fanned wider by their own heat as a result of already existing hostilities. Even without the deliberately induced oil control wars, the flames of regional war drive value from around the world into the safety of the U.S. market. 5 The International Country Risk Guide nearly always places the in the high-risk category, various years. 130. USID militarization underwrites the power gap between the US national production structure and its position in the international division of labor. These inter-imperialist power gradations are political, social, and technological, and they require both wars and the ideological constructs for war to be continued. CMCRGCNT consequences am such that if CVCN1 conceptually excludes the pursuit of oil from the schema, war making for its own sake would still be a reason for conducting regional wars. The MJN has not been afforded developmental consideration by THC Central nations. THCRC is not much to track with it in Valakat merchandise in THC Arab Guyane. The region simply produces oil and buys manufactured goods and food that are by an historically determined average incapable of reproducing the population at conditions better than those of the past. As such, the A is the prophylactic used for USID imperialist positioning and repositioning in international relations. Only in thought can the reasons for war be separated into war for its own sake as opposed to war in pursuit of strategic resources. Capital accumulation processes, which are class relations mediated through the social agencies of capital, are real, and their primary objective in the A remains oil and its control. Oil has figured in imperial designs since the early 20th century under European colonization. The belligerence of USID capital in the A has grown in step with the relevance of oil as a strategic commodity. The commodity itself is strategic because of the world's dependence on it not solely for energy use and the value-added conversions derived it, but even more for the hegemony it provides over other major economic entities. Thus, because the perception of oil as a strategic commodity involves control over other channels of resource flow, its scarcity as a commodity is invented and exaggerated. The appearance of controlling something relevant upon which the survival of the global population hinges underwrites the issuance of dollarized money wealth to cover much of the world's future transactions. In an example of oil scarcity scaremongering language, a few months before the invasion of Iraq, a commentator expressed the hope that the fight for oil would be carried out in cash and not with missiles. The degree of control itself is a material relationship product over timtulkrag dollar-based monetary system that remains in large part commodity-based. Also, because of high price variations and steadily growing quantities of oil over the last 3 decades, oil's share of global trade varied BCTWCCN 10 and 20 per cent. In Standard Trade Theory 6 UN, various years, Standard International Trade Classification 131. The value of a national currency derives in part from national ownership of a significantly traded commodity priced in that currency. Thus, dollarizing the price and exchange of oil is central to USID capital. Oil's energy share in still rising powers in the developing world is twice that of OECD, making this group more vulnerable to US strategic control of the commodity. But it is not only the control of oil itself that counts. Control of the oil market also comes into the picture. So what is this oil market, and how is it controlled? Controlling markets. Although every market is a process of social and power relationships, the oil market is even more extraordinary than other markets. The struggle to dominate the oil market, is no ordinary struggle. Of control over the oil market translates into some DCGRCC of enhanced power in all other markets. But to control an oil market, the principal player, which is undoubtedly USID capital, intervenes at the source militarily or otherwise, and shunts other players aside whilk at THC sometime keeping THC financialist transactions of oil under close watch. As already noted, therefore, USID capital strips oil states of sovereignty over oil and dollarizes oil transactions. These two measures represent the collateral needed to lay the foundation of the oil-dollar standard of the world financial system. In this relentless exercise of power, the commodity-based global monetary system flourishes by the expansion of oil contmel, which underwrites the dollar. On the surface, oil prices change in response to a vector sum of economic and geopolitical factors. In recent history, however, the amplitude of oil price variations has been more typically attributed to growing Iran-related and Gulf-related geopolitical risks and an abundant dollar money supply rather than to narrowed refinery margins and smaller cushions. The currently high oil price, which rose from around $10 per barrel in 1999 to a current plateau of around $100, was partly driven by CXCCSS liquidity banking on oil futures. Despite the fact that very high international oil prices may hinder an already fragile global recovery from the 2008 recession, U.S. interest rate policy and U.S. raucous war on Iran discourse jitter the market and rattle prices. Below the surface, oil prices are rarely left to two-dimensional frameworks of supply and demand. As noted, with the oil dollar standard gripping the international financial system, rising oil prices dampen the performance of 132. All oil importing economies to a higher degree than they do the U.S. economy, for the obvious reason that the U.S. pays for oil in its own currency. Oil price variations engender shifts in the degree of power enjoyed by the U.S. economy vis-a-vis other economies. In the ongoing lethargic global business cycle since 2008, the U.S. partly reasserts its stature through the demand for dollars arising from higher oil transactions and strategic oil control. Financial capital was contented as a result of expanding U.S. indebtedness and rising fictitious capital. THC rising DCBTS raised THC share of real value and wealth acquired by the ruling classes through austerity, for instance, as millions of families whose earners were made redundant were unable to service their home mortgages or were falsely placed in default. Their homes became the property of the lenders, who were able to resell them at higher prices involving new mortgages as the market recovered. Rising debts or fictitious capital have had non-fictitious and in fact dire effects on the working classes of the center. But the worst consequences of expanding central debts fall upon working classes in the wars that see expanding USDCBTSBV staking oil rise in intensity as the bond tying oil to the dollar weakens. Much as there were too many dollars for gold, which prompted the U.S. to part with the gold standard, there could be too many dollars for oil or oil control. Hence, propping up the oil dollar standard involves oil control. Moreover, oil prices have much more to say about the state of the global economy than merely the cost of petrol at the pump. Crude oil prices exhibit high variability. In the same way, when the AH weakened as of the early 1980s, so did OPEC when in the mid-1980s oil price determination moved to the Chicago futures market. As aptly put by Jyoti Ghosh, OPEC is more like a club of a minority of oil producers, rather than a cartel that is in command of world oil supply. More recently, the OPEC reference basket price reached USS 140 per barrel in July 2008, declined again to $35 by the end of that year, and in 2013 rose above USS once more. Financial speculation, mainly the buying of crude oil futures, was behind the 2008 price surge, and the present hike is driven by speculation around a VCRY co-politically charged future. It is worth noting that the much-discussed geological considerations relating to peak oil and extraction cost are not responsible for the oil price rises of either 1973 or 2004. Oil reserves matter in the long run, but current oil prices have not BCC Encroachment by beliefs about the long run. LHCSC geological considerations have an impact only on the forward-looking or long-term price. But in the Internet age, geopolitical problems unnerve the market almost instantaneously and are becoming more portentous the minute. 133. Nervousness in the Gulf, past and present, has gained the semblance of equiminence and has risen in intensity. The perceived short-term concern influencing oil price relates to a sudden disruption of supply and a higher risk of sagging in the cushion placed beneath the market's ample posterior by Saudi Arabia, which provides the bulk of surplus capacity. On the consumption side, demand for oil continues to rise by I2% on average yearly. An increase in the rate of growth of China and other parts of Asia over THC past 2 decades has steadily raised demand for oil. Constraints on THC production capacity of THC cheaply extracted and light sweet crude oil both in the upstream sector and in the downstream USA are slowly emerging, but the coming online of shale and tar oils reduce the scope for supply constraints globally. It is relevant to note that oil's strategic status was only minutely a long-term issue. Oil's strategic status risks from short-term considerations, hegemonic control of supply Sol VC.S or a lockdown or the host regime, in relation to oil, and the oil-dollar nexus. Short-term disruptions to shipments or the independence of regimes from U.S. hegemony in relation to the currency in which oil is sold are weighty considerations. To illustrate with proceedings from an actual event, at the conference China and the Middle East, implications of a rising political and economic relationship, a Gulf scholar addressed a Chinese scholar with remarks that if China continues to support Iran, the Gulf may suspend oil shipments. Not that the scholar's words would make a difference, but in strategic terms that is what shutting off the spigots means. In oil, all it would take to cause major disruptions to mal and financial markets is a single short-term fiasco. However, until 2013, supply constraints have not represented a problem per se because more refineries are accepting sour quality crude and the cushion has been anything but flattened. On should not see that the petroleum market cannot function effectively unless a certain volume of surplus production capacity is available. The extra volume is needed to offset the effects of strikes, storms and smaller wars. No cushion, however, would suffice for a war that resulted in the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. 7 The fear factor developing around this trumped-up story, in particular, is of some significance in pressuring oil price movements, but it is not really threatening. Neither the information sources integrated within the oil market nor central state intelligence services. 7 Nur Hidayvati Mohammed Miharja, scholars discuss China and Middle East relations at Will attended event, National Eunuch Society of Singapore, Middle East Institute, 2011. Online, http://svme.news.edu.sg/blog/scholars discuss China and Middle East relations at Well ended event. 134. Believe that the Iranian military is capable of blocking the straits. Had Iran's military capabilities been enough to arrest the flow of oil from the straits and withstand a massive U.S. assault, the international financial order would be drastically different. Militarism and U.S. control of the eastern flank of the Persian Gulf are what calls the shots and are more relevant as provinces of wealth-making than the share of oil revenues obtained by the major oil corporations. THC price of oil is increasingly realized in American futures markets. It RCSTS on an ASM black of filters, spot, physical forward, and derivatives markets where, with expanding liquidity, the futures markets lead. Participants in these markets include major financial institutions such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Societe Generale, and J.P. Morgan. A large number of hedge funds and individual punters also take part in this market. Hedgers, on may add, are also speculators in view of their fear that actual price is liable to be less than the price that they are willing to insure. In today's oil market, therefore, the major players are speculators who may more often than not manipulate market outcomes in their favor. The main point to not see from this is that THC price of oil also moves in response to differential rates of return from investment in other markets and not solely to demand-supply concerns. The presence of dollar liquidity and low rates of return in other markets draw the excess dollar liquidity into the oil market and displace direct producers as the driving forces of this market. Gulf-related geopolitical concerns and talk of sanctions on Iran are not new and have always felt. Market has operated with such grim analyses in the background and cohabitated with these conditions for many years. Recently, however, the stakes have risen. The views propagated in the USA by think tanks and the mainstream media about an inevitable strike on Iran elevate the stress level. But the more important issue is not the closure of the straits, it is how other powers China and Russia will consider the assault. Whoever feeds this information into the market further destabilizes, in no haphazard fashion, an already unstable oil price. The power emanating from U.S. geostrategic control of oil areas and high oil price variability are self-reinforcing elements of the same process by which USICD capital boosts its own clout and negotiation standing relative to other players. The dilemma for importers, specifically China, is to strike a balance between reducing U.S. control in oil areas so as not to become strategically squeezed in terms of strategic supply, and not to weaken the U.S. to the point of loosening the U.S. dollar standard. LHC ladder cask may precipitate dollar devaluation and, subsequently, a U.S. debt deflation process. Much of the handling of this fluid relationship depends on the USAID capital establishing hegemony over oil strategic areas to cover its voracity for money. 135. Expansion and on how the ripple effect FLXJM oil price fluctuation redistributes the shock to its own economy and others. The oil dollar standard is not an identity as in or in which the value of a given currency has to be stable in terms of commodities. As such, the dollar would, ex ante, maintain a stable value in terms of commodities. At no time in recent history has there been a shortage of oil, and at no time have oil prices been even mildly steady in the dollar. The link BCTWCC and THC dollar and THC pre-C of oil, which is inherently unstable, is SCT by the DCGRCC of U.S. power in relation to direct producers and importers. To qualify Putnaik's point, this money system is not only commodity-based, it is also power-based. The variability of oil prices is partly managed to preserve U.S. imperial stature within a range at one end of which global imbalances press for dollar devaluation while at the other the U.S. threat of such devaluation and deflation to blackmail holders of U.S. The oil dollar standard is in this sense a power-defined commodity money instrument both furthering and being furthered by imperialist conquest. Closing cornerant the oil dollar nexus varies in strength even as USAID capital's economic power at home wanes. As its share of world industry dwindles, or as it moves labor-intensive and environmentally costly production processes to China and India, the U.S. bolsters its mercantilist facet by military enterprise. Despite a sizable depreciation of the dollar over long stretches of time, the U.S. trade deficit persists for reasons having to do with outsourcing and loss of capacity due to long-standing degradation of intermediate-level industry. Since Volcker's hit of U.S. increased rates in THC lassie 1970s to partially RCD-RCSS in spnks by foreign savings, U.S. imports have steadily outstripped U.S. exports. As U.S. social reforms retrenched, U.S. foreign policy mimicked the brutality the U.S. exercised in its own ethnically segregated slums, especially as it bombed away various parts of the Middle East. Its mercantilism follows from the inflow of world resources for T-bills into the U.S. economy. Technological supremacy resulting from militarization situates CS power on apparently unshakable long-term grounds. I have added the qualifier apparently to underline the fact that the 136. Graveyard of history is littered with the shattered claims of chosen peoples, or in a more literary tone. And on the pedestal these 1Ls appear. My name is Zymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal WRCCK, boundless and bare. THC lon and LCWCL sands stretch far away. Shelley, Ozymandias, 1819. Years of Arab post-independence development have been written off by wars and neoliberalism, which freed, in primitive accumulation fashion, many social assets either for acquisition or simply to remain material for more central capital. In times and CLSCVVHCRC variants of primitive accumulation led to improvement in economic and social developments, in the security and development goals parted ways concomitantly with weakened sovereignty. Wars disengaged social assets, adding to THC problem of an already low production capacity. They served as principal development tools. Whenever short-lived peace ententes prevailed, the weight of potential defeat restructured social classes into adopting neoliberal policies that usurped the resources of nations. The terms of peace, as was the case for Egypt, were worse than war. Such is the grip of capital on history. Impact of war is not solely physical. It is also ideological, because defeat and defeatism corrode the sovereignty required in anti-imperialist struggle. War reshapes the interrelations between security, sovereignty, and economic development in a way that ensures that the terms of war linger on in peace. Without doubt, sovereignty and security and their requirements impact both the Encroachment because of the strength of the state, regional integration, and economic development. Wars hinder development or deconstruct states by imposing a different pattern of political and economic development in line with the alliance between Arab ruling classes and Usaid capital. In this dynamic, the degree of subordination of national ruling classes to Usaid capital determines development. Development in relation to security CMCRGCS as an outcome of the multilateral power structure, the resultant vector of which is Usaid capital, for which oil and war are essential. Chapter 6. Dislocation under imperialist assault. A.S. argued in previous chapters, poor development in the Arab world primarily follows from the politics of imperialist aggression and subordinately from the interface between free market policies and their anti-developmental outcomes. The stranglehold of free market ideology is evidenced in the fact that despite the world being mired in a global crisis in which one child under 5 perishes from hunger every 5 seconds, 35 million people die each year from hunger or its immediate aftermath, and 1 billion people are permanently and severely malnourished, few scholars any longer voice alternative policies such as land and income redistribution, nationalization, and self-reliance. It is probably unprecedented in history that so many people unconsciously share the same belief in the one idea, which is the market dogma. The depth of the schism on the left is so deep such that even the socialist brand names of the North, Trotskyism and anarchism, which exhibit a puny presence in the South, still mull the issue of why the revolution did not arrive in Weimar Germany when the devastation in the colonies appeared trivial. Where the geographic limits of structural concepts end, the ideological stance masked by social science becomes visible. Presence of a left organized around THC straitjacket of bourgeois democracy, as opposed to the necessity of violent struggle, is all on its own an indication of how detached socialist ideology has become from the working class. The hold of capital's ideology as the social unconscious that distorts the revolutionary consciousness of working classes exceeds the notion of ideology presented by Althusser. In the present epoch, people more than create for themselves an alienated by the fetish of Islamic Ummah and Islam deployed in pro-imperialist mobilization against the working classes everywhere, left liberalism converted this virtual reality into something real to justify its collusion with Usaid imperial assaults on the Islamic world. Western universities are awash with Islamic studies courses relating present-day developments to the dead ideas. 138. Of the past with the purpose of othering and demonizing Arabs and Muslims. When such a state of consciousness exists, there will only be a slight divergence between what people want and historical outcome. For the first time, historical materialism, the social science that investigates why history happens against people's wishes, stands corrected. Recently, more people make history as they please despite the displeasure of the outcome. Such is the depth of the left's ideological crisis. After THRC seedcads of Arab developmental failure, THCRC is an indictment neither of past failed policies nor of those who implement them. In countries where the uprising led to ballot box democracy, the new Islamist governments have overlooked past policies and attributed failure to corruption as a moral category. Not, for either the Islamists or the older nomen/Ifwia, that the free market inherently channels social wealth into private hands, which is the corruption inalienable. It was deviation the market ethic by those in charge that squandered all those resources. In reality, however, Arab development proceeds in the shadow of an international ideological and power play. It retrogresses according to the DCGRCC of interimperialist CNTCNTE to bolster the Usaid capital hand in the Arab region. As Usaid capital co-opts other competing capitals in its quest for oil control, the autonomy of Arab states exercised over the execution of their own policies diminishes. To be sure, the UA tested the limits of inter-imperialist collusion when the US breached the covenants of international security and occupied Iraq, or when it exceeded the Security Council mandate by devastating Libya. The divergence of imperialist opinion over occupation of Iraq demonstrates the relevance of the to imperialism and the extent to which financialization had diluted the national identity of capital. The nationalism of U.S. capital is related to how it engages the powers of U.S. society in aggression, underwriting the money value wealth of American and non-American ruling classes that have become united in the dollar. In that sense, U.S. capital's national identity is in form national, but in content, functional and utilitarian. Also in the same sense, the ideological glorification of Western forms of democracy applied to the periphery does not necessarily serve as effective anti-imperialist fronts because they remain a progeny of THC mother ideology. Democratic or otherwise, the opposing mode of political organization in the periphery is effective when it dents capital as it raises intercapitali.st antagonisms or destabilizes its power structures. Rxumk, Arab development docs not clud policymakers. It is policymakers who reshape real development into an elusive goal. The scope and scale of coordinated economic and social policy, which augment national productive capacity, are capped off like a used-up oil well. The meager 139. Sovereignty of the Arab state. In the more so than almost anywhere else, nearly all aspects of poor sovereignty and inadequate working-class security ensue in a manner reminiscent of Hobbes' weak sword of war from frail national security. The exposure of national security undermines personal, communal, and democratic securities concurrently. When batter CD, THCSC composites of security vitiate any sovereignty substantiated by working-class hegemony over society, and with it, the state as the principal agent of development. In such circumstance, one stands confronted with a skillforsinforsing vicious circle. Sovereignty and autonomy over development policy are necessary but insufficient conditions for the allocation of resources within national economies. Sufficiency in turn is contingent on the interaction between the choice or policies and their outcomes gauged by social progress. Social and economic processes that involve increasing productive capacity and the fiefdom of the working class from want involve reform that favors state-led industrialization and civil liberties. The burgeoning or civil liberties need not be inversely related to regime stability. When THC Stasi itself reallocates value to workers rather than to a minority ruling class, the hegemony of labor over social institutions and the sovereignty rooted in security will prevent state implosion. Determined autonomy, security arrangements, and military balance of power demarcate the limits of a development policy that seizes and redistributes the social product national. Each rapport de force with its concomitant degree of national sovereignty entails a particular pattern of resource allocation that meets the sufficiency condition according to the share of value allotted to labor. Ideally, an anti-imperialist front, composed of national classes with vested interests in recycling resources nationally, mobilizes assets that build productive capacity. But the subjugated Arab states are far from THCSC ideal conditions. Instead of labor representation, THC imperialist powers implant themselves into the state structure. The joke circulating among Arab émigrés is that some Arab despots seek the U.S. ambassador's authorization to use their toilets. As already noted in earlier contexts, the rise of an Arab merchant class integrated with Usaid capital in the neoliberal age has obviated sovereignty and sustained a DCPC and DCNT form of integration with financial imperialism. It is this integration, reigning over the by military power more than other forms of control, which suppresses development. One may note that it compromised Arab national security and lopsided international covenants. Hobbes's remark that covenants, without the sword, am but words and of no strength to secure a man at all, can bear significance for these times when covenants am taken to mean international covenants. 140. Circularly, dependency on Usaid capital weakens state defenses, lowers the costs of imperialist aggression and contributes to the cycle of expropriation by encroachment wars. The subordinated mode of integration wrenches the developmental decision-making process out of the hands of national forces. Coercion exercised against the working classes by the combined powers of imperialism and Memhant/Comprador is not coincidental. Politics of repression follow THC demands of THC-icating capital or USICD capital. More and more, THC structure of power ruling THC development process RCSCMBLCS/BRC Euromcune. The distorted balance of power is also worsened by the unresolved Arab-Israeli conflict. USID capital hegemony over the rests on military superiority, of which Israel's military capabilities are part and parcel. The interconnectedness of USID capital with Israeli capital is firm. After years of normalization with Egypt and Jordan, their trade with Israel remains insignificant. Israeli trade targets European markets and third-world armaments sales. Israel's CNTC with Arab states counters its role in enforcing regional militarization and providing supplementary support for USID oil control. Not that Israel can ever integrate with its neighbors and remain a principal constituent of USID capital. From a complementary integration viewpoint, there are few potential markets in the with which Israel can engage. By the late 1950s it became clearer that militarization and devalorization of third world capital alleviate the brunt of central crises and twist the role of reform in central formations away from the revolutionary path to co-opting working classes. The leftward-moving labor opposition to capitalism has been counteracted and bought off. Enough benefits of economic imperialism and of systematic waste of capitalism's surplus product have filtered down, or have been wrested from big business by unions and other interest groups, so that those potentially dissident elements which count have been harnessed to the chariot of the vested interests. Enter the Great Recession of 2074. 8. The lingering recession as experienced BV USID capital further calls for restructuring of relations with many of the states in the from relations with cohesive states to relations with fractured ones. In the Cold War days, difflurks over THC redistribution of resources among the advanced economic powers were, for the most part, mediated through an entente aligned against the Soviet Union. In the post-Cold War era, as rising U.S. debts infringe on the steadiness of 141. The dollarized money capital and capitals with national production bases exhibit unease about the sheer avarice of USID financial grab. It is not that lenders will scurry to translate their paper wealth into real American assets and cause a run on the dollar, rather, under less tension-infused global conditions, other hard currencies would become as desirable as the dollar. Tensions with the potential for militarization, therefore, specifically those emanating from the Arab region, keep the world on edge and in search of risks, written dollar assets. USICD capital money and THC role Israel plays in reshaping Arab states' Hussite conflicts and impart uncase that affords the dollar with its risk-free position. In relative terms, the pressures on other currencies as a result of instability could be greater than that experienced by the dollar. U.S. hegemony and oil cartel underwriting the dollar are intertwined with the restructuring of Arab states as satellites and or their destabilization and deconstruction. Frustration of other imperial forces over unfair share of USID capital from financialization and unrestrained dollar issuance collides with their apprehensiveness over rising U.S. militarization, the receding dominion of the dollar, and the potential losses to their dollar-held assets arising from dollar devaluation. Steepening global imbalances remain an element in the aforesaid contradiction, however, they have become secondary in relation to the build-up of fictitious capital, that is, debts that cannot and will not be paid. This chapter addresses the history of dislocation in the under colonial and imperialist assault in relation to the crisis of capital. I remain Amas Arkovan d. A. The mode of integration of the with world capital, b. The articulation of nascent Ottoman capitalism with European capital, and c. The dislocation of the neoliberal age, which matches that of the colonial age. The chapter ends with a prognosis of the rise of merchant capital and the road to disintegration. Structural aspects of the mode of integration: few countries that enjoy a certain level of security by the extension of superpower defense treaties reap development FMM. The market expansion SIDC of capital accumulation, as was THC cask in East Asia. THCSC countries serve as advanced imperial outposts and, on the development side, they are touted as models that all countries can mimic. Paradoxically, by the adding up fallacy or, realistically, by the logic of blind competition, not all countries can replicate this path. With Accumulation mainsuck from security ticks to THC imperial centers only materializes after a degree of autonomous policy space favoring the accumulation of national wealth is acquired. At times, these models also serve an ideological role and are flaunted as paragons of disciplined. 142. Of capitalism nonetheless. Disciplined or not, capitalism cannot sustain equitable development and remain capitalist. Moreover, it was not because of their moderation of profit rates that they developed. There is a myriad of overdetermined reasons for why they developed, but the primary reason was that they were protected by a Cold War cordon sanitaire air. By the logic of unexon development, the masses in the security-exposed third world states could not exercised sovereignty their national resources and alt at THC samtimk. Gosk on objective grounds as mork fall dead when engaged in capitalist production in THC and Africa, their newly pillaged value exceeds the value accrued from small states manning the frontiers of the US empire. Here one is assuming the colonially unthinkable, which is that human lives enter as inputs into production processes and are of equal value across the globe. In the spectrum of developmental experience, Sorn quite see the conditions or until coloparent and DC development, states can sometimes detach themselves from an imperialistically dominated accumulation and adopt a course of self-reliance. This is not an unrealistic detachment whereby because a developing social entity escapes imperial exploitation, it ceases being an integral part of capital. No developing entity falls beyond the ideological or closer to the subject the military reach of capital. The idea that there could be void spaces or islands outside the reach of capital stems from a static perspective irreconcilable with an integrative global history. Even when these third world states are sucked dry, their abject conditions function as potential material of capital, value grab and ideological goals. With ebbing socialist ideology, their destitution drills fragmentation into labor. In the oil and resources are being sucked dry, and in certain corners such as Yemen, Syria, and Iraq, conditions, as is well known, are deplorable. What is a realistic prospect, however, is the growing threat to countries, regions, and peoples to be marginalized. That is, they may be involuntarily delinked from the world process of evolution or development. However, they are then delinked on terms which are not of their own choosing. The most obvious case in point is much of sub-Saharan Africa. There is a decreasing world market in THC International Division of Labor for Africa's natural and human resources. Having been squeezed dry like a lemon in the course of world capitalist development, much of Africa may now be abandoned to its fate. However, the same fate increasingly also threatens other regions and Pkopilk CLSCWHCRC. V% ever escapes exploitation falls victim to the missile silos of imperialism and is unlikely not to form part of the idle resources available to capital. 143. These resources are either snatched up or left idle as assets waiting to be directly exploited by capital on demand. Isolated developing formations that ceased to advance on their own terms did so by the incursion of more advanced Western capital. Colonialism deconstructed their national industries. The older colonial ideological link assumed that they genetically incapable of development. The neoliberal line supposes that they are culturally incapable of progress. These more modern cultural justifications, however, are implicitly ctic. Implicit in mainstream development discourse is THC notion that reliance on WCSTCR and civilization develops previously undeveloped nations, otherwise, left to themselves, they might as well remain cave dwellers, which of course in reality they were not. In the Wealth OJ nations, Adam Smith refers to the industrious and rich East. However, detachment from colonial capital and later USAID capital furnishes the security space for insecure developing states to grow into. Freed, THCSC security exposed formations evolve their own mode of national capitalism, or better yet, they socialize relations in their own civilizational context. Realistically, however, capitalist metabolic accumulation leaves not a stone unturned. It harnesses world resources, and where it hijackes prosperity in parts, it must underdevelop other parts. As Rosa Luxemburg puts it, the interrelations of accumulating capital and non-capitalist forms of production extend over values as well as over material conditions, for constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value alike. The non-capitalist mode of production is the given historical setting for this process. Since the accumulation of capital becomes impossible in all points without non-capitalist surroundings, we cannot gain a true picture of it by assuming the exclusive and absolute domination of the capitalist mode of production. Point 1. Seeing that the overwhelming majority of resources and labor power is in fact still in the orbit of pre-capitalist production, this being the historical milieu of accumulation, capital must go all out to obtain ascendancy over these territories and social organizations. RCCC Antiques shows no example of successful Arab development. Gulf's consumption pattern includes industrial establishments that WCM imported with their know-how and labor. The Gulf industries merely PMXY the buying of durable consumption goods, which exhibit no linkages to national industry. LHCSC undertakings do not backstop national production or DCCPC and supply chains. In contrast to this model, although the short-lived post-independence Arab development project subdued the liberal notion of citizenship, it defined a long-term industrial project and a view of the future in which social classes are incorporated within the state. It was not a model of placated hegemony over civil society, but its populist-driven agenda redistributed reserves more equitably under controlled trade and capital accounts, hence raising purchasing power and demand for local goods. In the shadow of the non-aligned movement, post-independence Arab states enjoyed a margin of maneuver at the critical intersection between national security and the bipolar world order. As THCS.011D transitioned to a USICD unipolar order, a feature THCC and D of THC Cold War, THC unthinkable happened. Invasion of Iraq, which would have likely resulted in a major transgression on a Soviet area of influence during the Cold War, took place without significant opposition of the Great Powell Star. From an unimaginable to an actual condition, the disaster of Iraq and its sectarian fault lines triggered a chain reaction of tension across the Muslim world. It became difficult to distinguish who was PM American imperialism, Iraqi Shia mullahs American or Wahhabi imams. It a rare moment in history that denuded the actual political from the imaginary religious. Supposedly opposing sects of Islam objectively allied themselves with the US and Israel's policy of deconstructing Iraq as part of their factional security objectives. Arab countries further from semi-autonomous states into factional states, in these formations, so that it was no longer the state itself that was dependent on imperialism, rather factions within the state. In a manner resembling colonialism, the Peners development that followed was commandeered by foreign capital. The history of development by colonial violence in the Ava has not only corn full circle, it has also become a downward cell spiral. A synoptic look back at history. Although the first shoots of capitalist development were in evidence in the Mediterranean basin by around AD 1500, slowly incubating capitalist relations in the picked up speed as a result of direct colonialism in the late 19th and early 20th century. In Ottoman days, neither the grip of the state, its expansive territory, nor the lex.l of development in capitalist social relations, technology, and production know-how could regiment resources to potentially socialist them. See nearly 500,000 kapulk employed by the Ottoman states in various social functions. The empire's level of development was still lagging in comparison to Europe. While the modern nation-state and advances in wage-driven production were on the rise in Europe, the few Arab experiments that attempt to uncap potential wealth via capitalist development, Muhammad Ali of Egypt and the industrial southern belt of the Ottoman Empire linking Tripoli, Aleppo, and Mosul, were strangled in the cradle. The shaping of capitalist. 145. Development by colonialism selectively reinforced despotic pre-capitalist relations in the colonies. Colonially bred modes of identity splintered the old social order and regimented the labor process. Outlying resources carved within reach of capital. Arab landowning classes tightened their hold on power by a gradual shift to cash crop production, complementing the new mode of integration with colonial Europe. As to the socialization of the rural areas, the majority of the peasant population remained where they were, working the land to FCCD-THCMSCLVCS and their families. In contrast to significant export enclaves, principally coastal Algeria and Palestine, the latter exported 500,000 boxes of oranges to the UK in the late 19th century. Much of Arab agriculture remained at subsistence level. Trade volume with Europe rose, and colonial capital articulated the vasta of subsistence agriculture with its own mode of production as that world under its political jurisdiction. History of Arab capitalism is said to begin as the hierarchy of expansion of European capital hitched Arab formations to colonialism. But a higher degree of integration by trade volume with Europe does not necessarily signify THC initiation of capitalism in THCA. The Ottoman Empire was experiencing a dual course of development towards capitalism, firstly by the development of its own capacities, and secondly by its desultory ties to European capital. Capital as a social relationship arose in the as it did on much of the planet, via the exigencies of development of productive forces, but its hold over social processes was cemented under colonialism. This differentiation is key because it sheds light on the Hume-centric argument that capitalism was purely a European phenomenon related to its liberal values. From the redesign of older forms of political organizations into nation-states to the type of civil administrative service, the historical process making the became the product of colonialism. True, there were cash crop cultures, vast textile industries and dozens of commercial SCA trading posts prior to European colonialism, but they all lacked two fundamental ingredients, a centralist political authority and advanced weaponry. So advanced was European technology that repeated aerial bombings of Iraqi tribes in the 1920s protesting absentee land ownership could only have been possible under THC British. Although the restructuring of pair-capitalist social relations began under the Ottomans and a momentum was building for a bourgeois transformation conceived locally, colonial forces expedited these changes and their rechanneling. There was no pre-capitalist Arab formation being assimilated by the Europeans. THCRC was a slowly developing industrial capitalism that was snuffed out by European colonialism. The colonial rapport de force implanted itself in the nascent states as the national power broker. The fact that there are so many Arab states, some small and 146 Arab OPM evidently only viable as outposts of global capital, imply that an Arab industrial structure could not have, sus generis, molded the geographic configuration of today. It is against the raison of national industrial capital to fragment its own market. Not simply because it has more subsistence farmers than wage workers. An Arab region get defined as pair-capitalist rather than capitalist. Slavery under capitalism was as cruel as if not crueler than past forms of slavery, but it was capitalist. The issue of whether a formation is capitalist or not docs not DCPCND on numcris. THC Sisk of THCRCSCRVC Army of Labor is irrelevant to the definition of capitalism. Ibra long Timk, Sudan exhibited a huge unemployment rate while the central pillars of the economy were privately owned, wage-staffed enterprises. Did this characteristic make Sudan pre-capitalist? It is misleading to constitute a case from these static empirical observations and suppose the coexistence of two distinct modes of production. Sudan and all the other Arab states am within reach of capital, all sorts of reach. Capital all is a social relationship of control. As a relationship, it has straddled the Arab historical process. In development under colonialism, it was colonial Europe that determined the metabolic rate of resource utilization. Gradual infiltrations WCRC followed by occupation and, consequently, the conditions of surplus value usurpation came to be determined almost entirely by the pace of European capital. Outright colonialism signaled the beginning of hegemonic articulation. The full wrath of Western colonial practice bore down upon the Arab peasantry and working classes. The surplus peasant population, although delinked from capitalist production proper, represented a mass of workers that maintained downward pressure on national and international wages. This population was articulated into colonial capital by violence, which was to overpower impoverished areas. This rather long passage from Lutzky describing the practice of forced labor illustrates how bonded Egyptian labor was made to march in front of British soldiers in the First World War so that the enemy may exhaust its ammunition on shoxel-wielding peasants before it reaches British soldiers. Egyptians were recruited to the labor corps 2 or 3 times a year. Each time, up to 135,000 mcnlooker called up. Officially, the recruitment was supposed to be voluntary. Point 1 In 1917, the voluntary system was abolished and the British recruiting agents began working in the open. What were these labor corps like? Why did the entire adult male population of the villages HCC to the DCSCRT at the side of the recruiting agents? Why did thousands of starving people avoid the doubtful honor of becoming volunteers? Why did soldiers and police comb the land for these volunteers who had fled, and deliver them under guard to the barracks? 147. Because service in the labor corps was the worst kind of penal servitude. Point 1 They were the first to come under enemy attack. When the British advanced across the Sinai Desert into Palestine, the Egyptian labor corps went in the front, paving the way with their bodies as well as their work. All told, on million Egyptian fellahin and workers passed mug this hell. Point 1 The British used the Egyptian labor corps not only on the Suez front. Egyptian fellahin with shovels in their hands could be CSCCN in Gallipoli, in Mesopotamia, and in Fa-F0FT Lorraine. According to official data, in 1916 alone, over 10,000 Fala WCRC sent to France and over 8,000 to Mesopotamia. It is not therefore possible for a hybrid mode of production, half capitalist and half capitalist, to have emerged when capital is defined as a social relationship as to capital being a pilk of commodities or a mass of money. Capitalist relations cemented non-capitalist relations to the CXTCNT that social regimentation of labor was possible under prevailing conditions. Deconstructed by European military incursions, national capitalism germinating in the prior to its contact with Euro-C could not pursue its own route to development. On C capital comes into the picture, a capitalist labor process and its associated unemployment and wage system emerge. The vague system transforms pre-capitalist social relationships, including the shape and substance of the political form of organization come the nation-state. Despite being seminally articulated with capital, the emerging Arab state under colonialism did not attain even superficial characteristics of autonomy, that is, moderate separation of economic from political interests through the legal system as occurred at the inceptions of the colonizing states. Although Egypt and Iraq have been supposedly independent states since circa 1920, not one major decision in these states has been taken without colonial consent. In one morose incident from the pile of facts indicating their subordination, the Iraqi Prime Minister was slapped repeatedly by the British ambassador to Baghdad. The British ambassador relates an encounter with Prime Minister Hikmat Suleiman which, in addition to clearly showing the DCGRCC of British influence in Iraq, also RCFLCCTSTHC of the Prime Minister's character. The ambassador informed the Foreign Office how he told Hikmat Suleiman very sharply that his manners were bad. Point 1 YV11NL The time came to tell him what was thought about it if C governments circ to buy arms from non-British sorks low by all in London. I was in some difficulty because I had, as it were, to hold him up with one hand and hit him with the other. I hit him, nevertheless, and the blow was hard because I took him by surprise. 148. In colonist formations, the colonial power chooses the measures of distribution by which value is drawn from the subsumed working class, but more importantly, how the distribution impacts all the joints of social and political domination. The Arab state, gestated socially in a colonial antediluvial context, and the forks opposing indigenous DCW law parent WCRC reign lorked by the discovery of oil qua oil control. The proportions of waged to unwaged labor are irrelevant to defining Arab formations as capitalist. The undervalorization of subsistency farming and THC disengagement of gas ants from THC countryside CMCRGCD by colonial diktat xpc THC fact that THC capitalist enclave could not have possibly engaged the massive exodus from the land. The way consensual explanation treats resource dislocation, including proletarianization, is to assume that the categories of low technical development and low marginal productivity pre-exist in less developed formations, and resources migrate into ARCA.S of higher productivity and returns. ARC present as gins, without historical basis. Little is said of the fact that by the mid-19th century, textile industries flourished in both the Levant and Egypt, silk and cotton respectively. In Muhammad Ali's development project, industry employed nearly 40,000 wage workers. Then, by the late 19th century, European colonialism imposed trade conditions that eroded national industry, which resulted in the first phase of Arab industrial decline. Colonial suppression accentuated an inherent path of uneven development under capitalism by hindering indigenous industrialization. More important, colonialism set the exchange price or the local currency in relation to its own currency at levels that undervalued the output of the dominated country, especially the countryside. By the late 1870s, the Ottoman Empire literally pawned Egypt's tax revenue to Britain, and $1 million in taxes had to be excised from the Egyptian peasantry to service Ottoman debts to British banks. Farming areas WCRC condemned to poverty in relation to Ukulthikra small enclaves made up of middlemen and compradors. Looking back at this experience and other similar ones in the Third World, Ainwayar Abdel Malik formulated his concept of the historical surplus value, the build-up of central wealth as a result of undermining the production processes of colonist formations. YCT, all THC value that formed in the CC and TRC in relation to the value snatched from the Third World does not necessarily mean that central working classes exact a toll on peripheral ones. This is not an issue of shares, who gets what and how much. It is an issue of revolutionary consciousness, such that when it comes into bloom, it will recall the organic unity of working classes as they reappropriate the wealth that is theirs. As rural abjection and poverty MSE, the mainstream addressed it in absolutist terms and attributed it to the peasantry's own technical shortcomings and not. 149. To the shifting of value FMM the countryside to colonialism. There was lit to explain how these low-technology situations came to exist or why there should be an interconnection between less developed and more developed formations. By price motive alone, the price of total capital assets in some Arab countries would not compare to the price of a single luxury street in central cities. In most colonial campaigns, the money cost of wars may outstrip in money value form the benefits from the exploitation of THC colonist countries, but not in unproprik-valic form. If it did so, imperialism cascas to BC a politico-economic domain. YCT in hindsight colonization appears imperative to central capital. As to why there needs be a disengagement of resources in the colonies, or an uprooting from the land and an exchange of labor services for wages, the mainstream claims that an individual makes a choice to engage in waged work. The colonial conditions that create necessary environment dislocation of any resource, including labor, are brushed aside. A comprehensive view of reserve decommissioning would address the impact of the incessant imperialist assault on various social levels that mediate the action of the social class in charge of resource allocation, not the money form, but THC encroachment flux of value relations and transfers, which exposes the rationale for colonialism. In value terms, the reasons to bludgeon the Third World in relation to the social requirements of capital persist. In the as in many parts of the Third World, colonialists restructured resources for the picking. The benefits of European capital to the working class in the center were tardy and skimpy, but altogether they were devastating to Third World, in which the A falls on the low end. By the condition of irreplicable historical time, that is, when comparing capitalist development in relation to itself in real time, one may say that there is nothing progressive about capital now. The inertia of unequal exchange lingering from colonial days still affords the imperialist forces the authority to dictate THC terms of exchange. I am using unequal exchange to mean the totality of interactions and value relations and not the narrow declining terms of trade dictum of dependency theory. Following the post-colonial Dexaloparent project, Arab capitalism has relapsed into severe crisis since 1980. Its rate of build-up in productive capacity cracked from within has been sluggish. Instead of social transformation and institutions mediating local development requirements with their global contexts including knowledge exchange and trade that could galvanize local production, the militarist side of global capital seized upon the opportunity PRCSC by social retrogression and unemployment and shattered Arab social entities. In resource-deprived formations, the schism between social being and social consciousness, between what living conditions are and what revolutionary ideas engage people in a development project, gaped wide. 150. Rain-scented forms from the pre-capitalist past, actually from a non-existent history, were propped up by oil funds to mystify living conditions. Arab expat workers returning from the Gulf to the protected economies of Syria and Egypt in the early 1980s when, holding on to hypervia.sing power dollars and the ideals of anti-socialist Wahhabism THCN fighting to liberate Afghanistan from the Soviets. Between defeats in war and the deployment of anti-rational religious ways of comprehending reality, the general state of consciousness sank in some aspects to adherency to a schizophrenic mode of corruption which is not so diflow conceptually fix and neoclassical economic symbolism. Working-class solidarity in war-beleaguered social formations is regressed by the destruction of reserves, the absence of progressive reforms and the lapse in public spaces meant for socialization. Instead of ideology as a system that describes real relations which govern the existence of individuals, ideology becomes imaginary relation of those individuals to real relations in which they live. Brand or the eternal and unconscious ideology, to employ Althusser's concepts again, promotes abstract and private being and departs from the realization of social being in general terms. Social being correlates with social ideology, and the latter has receded. At this juncture, an ideology that situates human beings in an existence that is privately rather than socially determined, and which reverts blame for regression onto this imagined private individual, commands the discourse more than at any other time in recent history. As reforms and revolutions go hand in hand, so counter-reforms, arising lost real and ideological wars, accompany counter-revolutions. Selectively devolved and financed, resurrected traditional structures are given a new political identity through which their share of the social product is determined. Labor divided along religious or ethnic identity lines will be further alienated from the objects required for its survival. In a system structured by capital, a social class as a process realizing itself cannot begin to overcome its own internal divisions unless THC structure of power is overturned by its hegemony and alliances with other classes in much of the developing world, chiefly the peasantry. Simply put, working class struggle requires unity and the situation of class above identity, which is in this era a daunting task. The slow rate of transforming the reserve labor pool into actively engaged labor in hours to raise productivity takes a vast space for petrodollars to develop a system of patronage. In times of crisis of overproduction, the whole idea of employing the majority of workers in high productivity jobs is simply ludicrous. In the crevice between permanent unemployment and delusional efficiency criteria, the patronage system employs an ideology and promotes selective customs meant to justify the preponderance of idle human resources. The high percentage of Sharia students in the total student body in Saudi Arabia is not a foolish policy that keeps labor from 151. Producing actual commodities. The whole purpose of Sharia studentship is to keep labor self-delusional when opportunities for productive work cannot be created. By political Islam, one is reminded of Wilhelm Reich's early work, which among other things analyzes the role of both grandiose national myth and the co-patriarchal reduction of women to baby-making machines in justifying Nazi repression and harsh social discipline. The Sharia policy is meant to establish a code of law and conduct so rigid and doctrinaire that FCN thought outside ICTL in action, is an abomination. Gosk Sharia, which is actually repression in THC labor process, is divine will. This stringency in Sharia, by the way, is only true of the modern Wahhabi Sharia. In fact, the many schools of Sharia that were formerly practiced as Islamic jurisprudence, especially during the Abbasid period, varied widely according to the requirements of historical conditions of the times. But since the newly funded Saudi ideology justifies every misery in terms of divine will and compassion of the deity, it induces a numbing and CVC and a schizoid dissociation between experience and the enforced conscious interpretation of that experience. Fantasies built from a falsified history of Islam impose modes of consciousness that attribute politically caused economic and social disaster to divine retribution. As said _we. Encroachment identity politics has separated a social mode of being the working class experience from the necessity to struggle in unison against the precariousness of economic conditions caused by the capitalist-induced market. In pre-capitalist epochs, class consciousness is unable to achieve complete clarity and to influence the course of history consciously, or BCC-OSC interests in pre-capitalist society never achieve full annihilation, and hence the structuring of society into castes and estates means that economic elements am inextricably joined to political and religious factors. For these manifestations of working class frailty exist in all societies. For the Frankfurt School, however, the disarticulation of state of being from state of consciousness is more acute in formations internalizing ethos of differentiated racism and invading developing formations. Probably a relatable explanation of the generality of this phenomenon can come from literary sources. Goethe remarked that cultures decay when characterized by the tendency to pure subjectivity, while all progressive periods try to grasp THC what as it is. Moreover, the defeatism attendant upon the military crushing of the end of working class also induces consent to despotism. The futility of struggling against combined US-Israeli military superiority is touted as a pragmatic choice for the masses. In actuality, the main result of this pragmatism is its function for imperial power, which is that of using shortened life expectancy and deaths from wars, generally the abstract labor of Africa and the as inputs in the factories of capital elsewhere. 152. Because the as a condition of primacy to us capital serves to undermine other imperialist powers, the political logic explaining the narrow geographical strip so named departs from economic rationales. Imperialism in the can be clarified with politics without the economics. Mercantilist-like convictions, such as that USRI capital's ultimate goal is to own all the oil wells by title dict or to trade with the poorer world, conceal the fact that capital is primarily about hegemony and regimentation first, and that oil may or may be that lucrative of a deal. VSHCN in Kantmel, imperialism practically owns THC Rxunks anyway. Would a tide formations arc principal pawns in financial rent grab and interimperialist rivalry. It is from this mundabout way of posse and finance that the money circuits to U.S. empire begin to surface. Dislocation under. Much as under colonialism, under neoliberalism a process of dislocation has gained momentum. Peasants, in particular, have borne the brunt of it as they are increasingly divorced from their previous means and of livelihood. Capitalism has as its final goal the destruction of the former modes of production and relations of production all over the world in order to substitute its own mode of production and production relations for them. However, these substitutions are neither immediate nor complete. Ray adds, capitalism can never immediately and totally eliminate the producing modes of production, nor of how, in link with R.C.Y.'s critique of the stages of structuralism. The experienced a crisis of transition to capitalism and later became chained to a process of development under persistent crisis. There were no substitutions, rather a process of less industrially evolved Arab formations forcibly. 153. Complementing more industrial colonialists. The social ruptures in the Arab formations were reinformed at every stage by political and constitutional frameworks designed in a context of national and class wars by the colonialist forces. In the post-independence period, building Arab national economies was arduous to begin with, and precarious when income grew more dependent on oil and geopolitical revenues. The social institutions assembled around Arab capital mirrored its powerlessness to fully socialize and engage labor by socialist HCRC mock THC privacy farmgra on THC landa social labour by eviction. By fully socialist create wage labor that is actively employed in productive industry, not labor that is merely waiting to be employed and that meanwhile ekes out a minimum subsistence in the informal sector, that is, expelling farmers from private lands or socializing them without re-employing them later. At the height of the neoliberal FILSE, the contradictions between various concrete labor sectors WCRC fueled by a declining labor share of value and an increasing division of labor and a mode of discipline rooted in feudal despotism. The socially necessary labor and abstract labor are realized in conditions doubly foreshadowed by national merchants and imperialists. THC very destruction of the economy from which the merchants circulate their money capital can sometimes be the objectives of the used imperialist. Because imperialism is in the driver's seat, in the socially necessary labor corresponds even more remotely than in other capitalist corners to the necessities of its own society. Value drain from peripheral agricultural areas in the was not restored through exchange with more advanced enclaves. Countryside, the place where the majority lived, slowly perished. Although politically, the less developed areas of the remained under the purview of the central governments, a combination of deliberate underpricing of rural human and agricultural values, highly unequal distribution and rural underrepresentation entrenched their fringe status. As the state became progressively captured by CSLCD capital under neoliberalism, the crisis of the rural areas reached tragic proportions. Rural poverty estimates were 2 to 3 times the rates of poverty in the urban areas 2007. Between 1980 and 2010 the share of the rural population from total population in the dropped significantly from about 60% to around 40%. In absolute terms, an estimated SCVCNTY million people moved from the countryside to urban center within their homelands. 2. This estimate does not take into account the huge numbers who migrated to the countryside around Cairo and who are still counted as rural area residents. To bring things into focus, this conservative estimate is nearly equivalent to the total number of rural-urban migrants since the beginning of the 20th century until 1980. In a SCNSC, neoliberalism is competing with old-style colonialism in how rapidly and brutally it dislocates Arab labor and resumes. In addition to war and a ruling class that combined political and economic control without recourse for any conflicting interests, as of the early 1980s the entered into inauspicious trade treaties with the rest of the world. These supposedly free treaties also disguised the structural terms of surrender to imperialism. The very word tree marks an insidious form of enslavement in waiting for the weaker party. Inflow of cheap imported drove peasants into poverty as the socializing ideology of resistance waned. Instead of a social ideology that tallies with their social conditions, the mosques of the countryside funded by Wahhabism and Iranian Shi'ism relegated the causes of the social condition to a religiously tinted positivism of the human condition. By being uprooted they were socialized, but they were deprived of the social, ideological, and organizational means to develop a framework that would wrest for them a decent livelihood and more equitable social standards. After the uprisings, the desperate corners of the countryside became poorer and also the sites of Salaf Islamic movements. 3. This exodus was occurring, basic food production was decreasing and food imports were rising. The is a region where food price hikes immediately impact the livelihood of the working population. With the exception of Syria and Morocco, the consumed food bundle is more than half imported, hence a rise in food prices can reduce income by the exact proportion of national currency spent on food priced in the dollar. As noted in the first chapter, for half of the population, expenditure on food consumes half their income. For countries not experiencing balance of payments problems, importing food is not much of an issue, since they can foot the import bill. However, as agricultural production clinked, THC poor economics YCMCN in particular faced additional debt to cover imports of basic food. As elsewhere, free trade treaties simultaneously undermined domestic agricultural production, food security, and national security. Altogether, food consumption per capita in the has declined. 3. Egypt's poverty rate rises to 26% in 2012/13, Capmas, Aram Online, November 28, 2013. Online, http://english.ahrm.org.eg/news/87776.aspx. 155. Slightly over the past decade. With conflicts afflicting more countries after the Arab Spring, food shortages and malnutrition became more pronounced. In 2012, 500,000 Yemeni children were at risk of suffering physical and mental damage as a result of malnutrition. Problems of caloric intake deficiency and hunger increasingly plague the working classes in the poorer and conflict-damaged countries. Arab regimes and bank policy makers have deliberately eroded national agriculture and instilled food DCPC and DCNCY in THC rural sectors by opening up trade unconditionally, designing macro policy that accentuates unexcellence and reduces investment in agriculture. On average, by early 2000 employment in agriculture was half its 1970 share, and agricultural contribution to GDP, which was already low, went down by a third. Dependence on food imports is rising throughout the NV. Agricultural trade treaties introduced since Carly have intensified a process of rural-urban migration and, instead of shifting resources allegedly uncompetitize farming into areas of comparative advantage, as per the neoliberal mantra, they have instead added to unemployment in the urban areas. IHC National Agricultural Basque is no match for the protected, highly productive and subsidized agriculture of the center. Depriving people of the independence that comes from self-sufficiency in food production is both necessary to lower wages and also to corrode any potential social base for labor's resistance. In that sense, proletarianization became inseparable from the process of socialization under capitalism or the destruction of norms of petty private property, which is a requirement for profit-driven accumulation. Closing comment. The Arab uprisings occurred in an era of crisis in humanist theory and its ideological progeny, socialism. This is not at all similar to the position that Erdogan expressed to seize state power when faced with the question of the acquisition of state power in semi-developed Russia. At the time, the ideological power of social democracy was sweeping the planet. Lenin's injunction that THC only choice was to seize opportunity and power had behind it an internationalist movement that offered weighty support. As of 1980, the politics of differentiated containment began to show results in Poland, neoliberali.sm was sweeping the globe, and social democratic ideals were in retreat. By 1990, the fall of the Soviet Union shattered what remained of the utopia of egalitarianism and ushered in an era of triumphant capitalism. Neoliberal ideology, whose incessant chant was Margaret Thatcher's "there is no alternative," dominated the social discourse and spearheaded policy. As CLSCWHCRC, income inequality in the at a RASI that stripped economic growth of its supposed benefits to the working class. Capital, the social relationship, rose to prominence, and accentuated the symptoms of the private sector's engraphic symbiosis with THC public SPHCRC. RHCRC arc no stages whereon waits for a bright filter Kafikra stint in social purgatory. Every antisocial reform adopted now influences the future. The more antisocial the reforms become, the more central reforms assume the shape of a bribe to central working class, the further social revolutions retreat. There are two salient cases characterizing the countries of the Arab uprisings. First is disintegration of state and its transformation into a territory plagued with violence. Countries are YCRNCN, Syria, and Libya. The second case, comprising Egypt and Tunisia, saw the rise of Islamists to power. Despite worsening social conditions after the uprisings, ideological Islam appears to have lowered THC threshold at which people's distaste for their conditions leads to revolt on the one hand, and ratcheted up the power of the ruling class on the other. When one adds to this picture Lebanon, Palestine, Iraq, and Sudan, we are confronted with an immense social calamity. In the where one witnesses economic growth and where one does not, the bottom line is, there is no development. Uprisings so far have led to state collapse or to redomination of old bourgeois ideology. This is only secondarily because bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than variants of socialism, or because it is more fully developed, as Lenin noted in 1902. It is principally because Usaid imperialism has supported, organized, and disseminated propaganda boosting the Islamic/Salaf alternative as the sole alternative for social change. Add to that the retrogression in socialist ideology, which has made it all the more effortless for a non-existent phantasm of Islamic history to incarnate the present social discourse. Where Salaf doctrine reigns, the spiritual disarticulation it inflicts upon society transcendentally moves consciousness from a concrete comprehension of social processes to an alienation emanating from THC money fetishism of modern society, but more so in an Islamic context, it will be cloaked in obscurantism. To shed more light on this, where Herbert Marcuse's Nth-dimensional man escapes the drudgery of everyday life with modern props that estrange him from others and himself, political Islam provides medieval catechism to do the same for Arab v-sorkers today. Wahhabi versions of political Islam anesthetize the revolutionary consciousness otherwise destined to spring up in societies undergoing. 157. Commodification by the forces of imperialist penetration. Not only the neo-patriarchal separation of the sexes, but every social measure political Islam implements reinforces the rule of capital. Fundamentalist political Islam la al-Qaeda is, as Chasudovsky rightly defines it, a U.S. intelligence asset because it acts in favor of capital CWN when it is supposedly THCCNCMY of the foremost capitalist class, which is the US. However, nearly all colors of obscurantist versions of political Islam are an ideological asset to capital. Political Islam was purposefully authored by a different act structure of racism to make it into the identity of THC. Political Islam was boosted in the Cold War as part of the anti-communist effort and is, more recently, laid out on imperialist grounds as in the shallow differences between Saudi-backed or Qatari-backed colors of political Islam. As such, it is a cultural fetish meant for mobilization against the Arab working classes. None of political Islam's tenets, as they am today, have existed in past. It is the mongrel-esque progeny of Western capitalism. It anti-imperialist resistance into wasteful ends. In a sense, Saudi Arabia, the model peripheral state to imperialism, is being replicated everywhere in the Islamic world and to some extent in the center as the welfare state withers away. Wealth snatched from the working classes appears to have been bestowed by divine right on merchant capital. Obligations in political Islam obviate rights. The Arab uprisings occurred in the wrong historical moment, one in which the absence of alternative models of social change moved back the historical starting line to the vantage of imperialism. Chapter 7 Arab Disintegration and the Rising Power of Imperialism. To resume earlier main points, the Arab world is imperialistically encroachment. Imperialist assault, WHCTHCR militarily or through value-sapping neoliberal policies, explains much of its underdexaloperant. After 3 decades of sustained aggression, the majority of Arab states are decomposing from within. Deterioration in the quality of health, education, and nutrition, along with rising food dependency, among many other social variables, indicate receding national security and, conversely, rising USICD imperialist hegemony. Disintegration, both nationally and regionally, has marked the recent path of Arab history. The actual costs of disintegration to working classes in terms of lost lives and living standards are immense. Counterfactually speaking, the costs of an integrative process could have been lighter and the gains in national security could have been significant. The merchant ruling class, which is innately comprador, deploys the cant of pan-Arab or national integration to placate the working classes while implementing policies that have long caused dissolution. It is important to recall that the class pull of world financial capital on the merchant class in charge of Arab development is stronger than its national commitment. In this chapter, I argue that sovereignty and industrialization are requisites for integration around a social contract or an egalitarian redistribution bolstered class entente within a nation-state, and that they also promote cross-border integration with other working-class bolstered nation-states. So far, the elephant in the room is an that has deindustrialized and lost wars, both of which processes have vitiated its sovereignty. Also, the industrial mode of development that was gaining ground in the post-independence years ebbed and was replaced by a merchant mode around which social life is now organized. Commerce bereft of industry spends on political stabilization and docs not reinvest for development. Merchants tapping into natural or geopolitical resources risk if they integrate with other merchants. They also lose if they integrate their own working class by investing in it. 160. The merchant mode that came to hold primacy in Arab development therefore predictably severed the umbilical cord tying private to public concerns. The incapacitation of nascent Arab industry under neoliberalism caused the working class to become social without being decently employed. Moreover, obscurantist ideology funded by oil revenues has further disarticulated the working masses' state of consciousness. Through ideological channels, overbearing imperialist military power has supported THC merchant class deployment of sectarian and other forms of social divisions that have drained THC working class of unity. The struggle for working class unity and for Arab integration, not necessarily on the basis of pan-Arabism but at least on the basis of anti-imperialism, is crucial to arrest value transfer by neoliberal dispossession and encroachment wars. This chapter concludes that reintegrating the Arab state within itself and integrating Arab state with other Arab states depends on outcome of the present struggle and the CXTCNT to which the working class grasps power within the state. Economic integration requires a level of development surpassing the early stages of industrialization. Past THC early stages of industrial development, on expects an autonomous rise in productivity, incomes and, consequently, welfare. As mentioned in Chapter 1, the exhibits declining productivity growth rates in the presence of underemployment and the highest unemployment rates globally. In underdeveloped oil states where money capital and absorptive capacity are abundant, national markets are condemned to divest and not to redeploy reserves nationally or regionally. The point was made in Chapter 5 that Gulf petrodollars have contributed to ideologically shredding and to lessening the competitiveness of the national productive bases of many Arab economies. Therefore, the two intertwined conditions of sovereignty and industrialization that would have laid the grounds for a process of integration are schriftling in the alongside imperialist bellicosity, the merchant mode of accumulation obstructs integrative transformation. Maldistribution and the near absence of positive intermediation between private and public wealth supplant the welfare base for working class autonomy and, hence, integration as well. THC merchant mod revolves around quick privacy gains, docs not require productive reinvestment in society, and usurps wealth by financial means. It does not rent grab. The notion of rentierism or rent grab is inappropriate to the neocolonial situation of the AVV. Often, the critique of local Arab ruling classes as rentierous SCRXCS as an ad hominem argument meant to conceal the fact that value transfers away from the working class are conducted by the alliance of the Arab merchant and Usaid capital classes. Rents are the rightful bread and butter of Arab working classes and it is their theft or the 161. Theft of the national wealth that impedes development. As explained in the introduction, the merchant mode of accumulation is a reincarnation of old mercantilism in a modern guise, including the backward conditions. The degeneration in social and political rights, including the status of women, is a vivid manifestation of the social retrogression driven by the ebbing of the cultural spin-offs associated with industrialization in much of the Arab mercantilism differs from that of Germany and China. One may recall that PRCSCNT exporting industrial superpowers such as Germany and China are dubbed mercantilist in THCSCNSC, that they often exhibit a trade surplus. But the is not and has never been as industrial as Germany. German mercantilism is the commerce of industry selling its products and accumulating a trade surplus consistently over time. The Arab merchant mode is about taking raw or semi-raw products out of the nation-states and selling alongside developing chattel slavery and nationalisms laced with racism and colonial genocide. European mercantilists engaged wage labor in industry and introduced technology and a complex division of labor. They did this under the global pressure of rising trade volumes to meet the demands of the emergent world market. In this way they initiated the swath-making process of capitalism circa AD 1500. In the however, deindustrialization, state stabilization spending derived from oil or geopolitical revenues, and the rise of informal or low-productivity service activity laid the foundation for the new material basis of social relationships. The subjugation of national capital to norms of financial capital, whose activity is centered on money exchange, also earn 1/8's acceleration on the duration of the turnover of profits in national economy. Where Arab industrial and merchant capital did remain tied to each other, the space for their joint activities to produce and sell at home or abroad accounted for a puny portion of total income under neoliberalism. Uneven development, by hindering the homogenization of labor and value grab by imperialist conquest, also assisted THCism of merchant capital in the Capital, to be sure, regulates its metabolic rate of reproduction, the consumption of man and nature by value grab and value creation simultaneously. The weaker states of Africa and the mainly fall on the grab side of capital. A process of deindustrialization and fragmentation is THC main staff of their principal historical subject, which is used capital. Imperialist hegemony and the merchant mode are interrelated, they reinforce each other. How imperialist assault is the underlying historical moment around which all other moments coalesce. IHC merchant mode of accumulation sets in motion anti-integrationist dynamics. It splinters societies. If a scale of reference serves to illustrate the point, it divides according to the magnitude of its subordination to used financial capital. 162. Furthermore, the merchant mode requires little expansion in productive capacity or synchronization of human LLS with expanding technology. The conventional wisdom posits that oil and geopolitical revenues in the are unearned incomes. That is a fallacious and misleading claim. These incomes are earned at tremendous social and environmental costs to the working classes. Human losses in war and the demobilization of resources are incurred by society as a whole. The reified nation-state concept confounds oppressor with oppressed. THC joint loot of THC Arab ruling classes and their international patrons is uncurrent income, however, the rest of THC Arabs THC STRCCT vendors, the unemployed, the population stricken by poverty and war have more than earned their own shrinking share as the merchant mode governs social activity. Oil and geopolitical revenues are mainly spent on increasing imports, domestic pacification and foreign assets. These measures address used imperialist objectives that thrive on popcrisation and discrimination of Arab working classes in relation to its hegemony. In integrated web of global production, national boundaries can no longer disguise the fact that capital draws on a huge pool of global resources. The idleness of Arab resources is closely tied to the central crisis of overproduction. Wealth is humanity's wealth, but, commercially, working class deintegration in the is the heavy price paid for the unearned income of the ruling class alliance. More important, the re-empowerment of Arab working classes could dent the hegemony of the US-Israeli alliance over a region in which they enjoy the freedom of action, notably military action that is almost unparalleled globally. 2013. Arab disintegration in Nuremberg. The exhibits one of the lowest rates of intra-regional trade integration in the world. Despite the ANV's high degree of openness to the rest of the world, intra-regional trade integration remained historically low. CVCN a fear the Greater Arab Free Trade Area came into effect in 1997. The A exports significant quantities of raw material, and its competitiveness in manufactured exports ranks below the average for least developed countries. Despite an openness rate of 86% with THC rest of the world, the AFCRAC intra-regional trade proportion remained below 12%, and in the case of the GCC intra-trade ratio, it is as low as 6%. In comparison with other regions, the share of intra-Asian trade for instance was 25%, and that of intra-Latin American trade was 40% in 2007, while the shares of intra-NAFTA and intra-EU trade were 41 and 66% respectively of their total trade. Historically, the annual average rate of growth of intra-regional imports dropped from 14% during the period 1986-89. 163 to 7% during the period 1990-96, bouncing back to 10% during the 1997-2003 period after the GAVA agreements were ratified, to drop again to 8% during the 2003-09 period 2011. A cursory look at the share of manufacturing's value added to GDP in Arab countries that on average most of them are low, mostly around the 10% mark. According to the World Bank, the share of manufacturing in investment is declining almost CVCRYWHCM, and THC share of manufacturing in gross domestic product is lower than that in all other developing regions except sub-Saharan Africa. However, the share of high-technology exports from total manufactured exports in the A is at around 1 to 2 percentage points, below the rank of sub-Saharan Africa including South Africa, which is around 5% various years. Historically, the share of investment in GDP, as noted in Chapter 1, has BCCN and its low output capital ratio activity docs not hold the promise of conversion to large-scale industry. The shares of manufacturing value added in Egypt, Syria, and Iraq fell significantly, whereas the shares of Gulf countries rose. Saudi Arabia displays a share of 10% in manufacturing value added. The reason behind this rise is that huge petrochemical plants were branch planted along with their skilled labor and know-how, tapping into low-paid Asian labor and cheap energy and therefore generating few positive linkages to the national economy. The jump in this figure led some to argue that Saudi Arabia exhibits traits of a developmental state Locke 2007, Herdig 2010. More recently, it is difficult if not absurd to claim that Saudi Arabia has developed when the press carries stories of leading Saudi clerics warning that driving inflicts damage on women's reproductive organs. In any case, with so few tertiary linkages, such rare permutations on oil value added, and such low employment capacity, the Saudi supply chain remains shallow and the imported petrochemical know-how is incompatible with the broader knowledge base of the economy. Far from signifying development, the inhumane conditions suffered by Asian service laborers in these establishments point in the opposite direction. In any case, the sham of industry as a source of the national income remains low. With the rise in oil prices beginning at zero, old probably BC the same as sub-Saharan Africa's share, but South Africa's exports push Africa's share upward. Saudi cleric says driving risks damaging women's ovaries, BBC News, September 29, 2013. Online, http://%avav.bbc.co.uk/news/wad Middle East 243233934. 164. In 2002, oil's contribution has also risen as a proportion of national incomes. Intra-Arab investments and capital flows have remained steady and low by international standards. However, the economic impact of highly valued cash in impoverished rural areas is significant. Incoming flows restructure rural societies by rewarding the service activity related to the demands of the cash-holding expatriates and undercompensating the productive activity in subsistency areas. Propped up by THC skank rasi differential, THC wag rasi in farming areas climbs, which also makes the labor-intensive production of staple items costly in comparison to the mass-produced imported items. This shift away from farming is also supported by the open-ended trade treaties, which altogether overhaul the old social relationships and weaken the traditional support base of farmers. In general, and the Gulf countries in particular, remain net exporters of capital to Western markets, as can discerned rates of capital flight and the savings output rates of the oil economies, which exceed the investment output rates. To illustrate with averages for the Gulf states, Oxford THC period 2002-10, the average savings rate headed toward 50%, while average investment rate dipped below 20% OVDI, various years. Intra-regional investments mainly went to countries that implemented policies conducive to strengthening the operational framework of the domestic financial market, namely Egypt and Jordan. CCN fully co-opted in an arrangement souring U.S.-Israel security. Subtle imperialist considerations dictate the interdependence between Gulf countries and other Arab economies. The expulsions of Palestinians from Kuwait, of Yemenis from Saudi Arabia, and of Arab Shiites from the Gulf states recursively illuminate the selective process that determines the numbers of Arab migrant labor and the size of the remittances. 3. The aid intervention of the Gulf states in the successive wars in Iraq, the financing of the First Gulf War, the refinancing of the Second Gulf War, along with the GCC countries' contributions to the rebuilding of Iraq, post-uprising aid to Egypt and Tunisia, and their financing THC Syrian armed opposition ARC measures that cracked us ICD capital's objectives. 4. Not only in agriculture, the pressure from $3b circ, it Benan Shiites ousted from Gulf as Hezbollah fans, Associated Press, II July 2013. Online, http://bigstoli.ap.org/article/lebanon-s-hits-ousted-Gulf-Hezbollah fans. 4. According to the Central Bank of Egypt, resins fell by, on average, around $2 billion a month in October, November, and December 2011 and January 2012. Recently, reserves declined by some $600 million a month. They are now at $15.2 billion, half. 165. On locally generated wages mounted in the countries supplying labor to the Gulf, which in turn created a two-tier wage system that contributed to national working class divisions. For segments of labor, the rise in local wages encumbered nationally bred capital with higher costs uncompensated by rising productivity, production prices, or expanding markets. The result was a dichotomy between the two strands of the economy linked with Gulf petrodollars involved in service and low productivity endeavors, and the national productive economy, whose competitiveness was dampened by THC externally induced boost to wages. Apart from THC CFFRCTS of hyper involvement of women in agriculture, the macro effects were commensurate with the size of the labor drain experienced in the labor exporting economy and its degree of openness. For a brief period, the events of 1 September 1, 2001 cast doubt on the appropriable nature of ARL, money capital abroad. Capital abroad in times of violent regime change or significant political tremors may be withheld by the host country. One ought to note that this argument applies to few individuals. The huge Sakuine Gulf funds held against U.S. debt are exactly as sovereign as THC small Gulf states ARC in relation to THC U.S. Lhat said, the SCNSC of insecurity on the part of Arab investors who chose foreign markets may potentially urge them to repatriate their funds, which would impact development prospects in the region. In 2002, the value of Saudi capital transfers abroad fell by approximately two-thirds, and many nationals brought back funds to the Saudi or East Asian markets. However, persistent uncertainty at Horn continued to outweigh the threat of possible confiscation measures by U.S. or European governments, thus limiting the scope of investment for Arab money capital at home. This process of fund repatriation lasted only 1 quarter, after which the divestiture process resumed its earlier course. The integration literature at a glance. A vast array of literature covers Arab political and economic integration issues. Inter- or intra-Arab integration would entail political power shifts against USAID regional security arrangements, a point that remains central to Arab integration literature. Under assault and in THC grip of merchant capital that controls both economy and state, The ruling class appropriation hat they used to be prior to the uprising. These reserves cover only 3 months of imports. The Gulf states intend CNED at XRE stage to halt the decline in reserves. M. Samauri. Egypt's Harksai Economic Choices, SATA, January 30, 2013. Online, http://carnegieendomment.org/2013/01/31/Egypt's Hard Economic Choices/F7IB. 166. Mechanism predisposes distancing from nearby neighbors. Colonial and post-colonial belligerents in underdeveloping Arab social formations tore the circuits of capital circulation loose from their national valves. The transfer mechanism from private sector to social welfare seized up, the authoritarian and anti-rational cultural values promulgated by retrogressive reforms rose, and cheap petrodollars sanctioned waste and divisions based on identity politics. Unlike the previous nationalist post-independence period, under colloquialism, pan-Arab integration was THCVCNCCRBGATH, which disintegration policies WCRC laid. As with the Arab Common Market Accord of 1964, economic integration rose in the accord's early years but soon retreated. Politically, integration fared even worse, as INTEF Arab conflicts marred the historical landscape. Integration can't lulls the dispossessed working masses that would benefit from larger markets and stronger third world political ticks. Conditions of recurrent and continual conflict obviate graduated forms of integration created by a SCNSC of security community. Security withers and a democracy that engages the working classes fails to materialize. THC Standard Analytical Argument points to THRCC factors that obstruct Arab integration at the regional/international level: troubled intergovernmental relations, the influence of external military threats, and the heterogeneity of Arab countries. At the domestic level, the obstacles are the impertinence of intellectual arguments, the rent-based economy, and outmoded ways of thinking that continue to be shaped by the heritage of the colonial era. It is also difficult to do justice to the vast literature on integration, but a summary is provided below. Regional level. There is to begin with what I think should be called THC probabilistic argument, which basically says that both national and external factors divided the Aviv, but it is the national forces that inflict discord by a higher probability. The persistence of divisions between the Arab states suggests that it is not possible to attribute the present situation in the region entirely to the Arab-Israeli conflict and THC political affiliations of different Arab stacks during THC Cold War. Pinning probability to social history and allotting significance to national forces reads more like a formalist assessment than an actual study of the development of events. It is baffling that one can lump together national nitics whose classes arc in a state of war as a single subject of history. IHC implication of this view is that all the masses that protested their us-backed despotic ruling classes were themselves somehow masters of their own history, and therefore it was they who have taken decisions to drive the apart. 167. That is the absurdity of the argument. Even more astounding is the inference that Arab social classes express their agency in forms of political organization capable of daunting the military grip of Usaid imperialism. There is not an iota of understanding of the terms of military and ideological power with the hegemon in this proposition. Since the detour taken by Egypt at the Camp David Accords, Arab countries have defined their security by the degree of their separateness from each other, while their ruling classes decided to integrate vertically into USICD arrangements, such as THC Gregakar Middle East of THC Euro partnership concoctions. THC growth in the politics of divisive angst partly transpires from the negligible role accorded to the League of Arab States. This league, by its very constitution, lacks the legal and political authority to override the sovereign autonomy of any Arab state. The preamble to the Charter of the League pulled the teeth of this regional arrangement by affording veto power to all states. Sovereignty and of states garn inviolable LOC cause a unanimous decision is required for any resolution. But the anti-imperialist stance that Nasserite Egypt displayed furnished the League with some consensus in the 1960s and 1970s, which would later taper off after Egypt's moral authority suffered a setback when it ratified the Camp David Accords. Additionally, the following are point-form summaries of some of the explanations of Arab disunity. 1. External threats, the strategic importance of the Arab region, in view of its oil reserves and the strategic alliance of the United States with Israel, in particular, in Hempley-Lamak's political anchor 10111 IC divisions. The frail Common Defense Agreement among Arab countries lowers the barriers to possible outside intervention. Israel opposes Arab rapprochement. Also, it disparages multilateral negotiations with its Arab neighbors, the result of which might link broader normalization with the restoration of Palestinian rights. 2. Diversity of Arab social, economic and political systems. The diversity of the social, economic, and political systems of the Arab countries poses a considerable obstacle to regional integration. There are clear discrepancies among Arab societies in terms of human development, education systems, income, participation of women, economic and trade systems, and political and human rights. Putting intra-regional free trade before regional capacity building in a diverse environment may result in trade diversion as opposed to trade creation. LHC emphasis on intra-regional free trade treaties may be misplaced in the absence of common investment projects in infrastructure, plant, and equipment that would homogenize the diverse conditions. 168. 3. Domestic discourse. Arab intellectuals have delivered no compelling argument on integration. Although a vast literature on the virtues of third-world regional blocs was available, most Arab treatises drew on sloganeering to sway opinion. Arguments on both sides are rarely based on sound research. Winners and losers are mentioned, but the game, its payoffs, and the social fortes that have governed it have not to date been considered. Recently, the exigencies of globalization have brought back the notion of CXTC and DCD nationalism and regional blocs a la SCCRS, but THCSC discussions exist on THC franc. More cover, a number of THC challenges faced by the contemporary are require a concerted regional response of risk pooling rather than a country-based response. Improving and deepening regional integration and cooperation, through the development of new institutions and the reorganization of existing ones delivers in terms of security and welfare. Closer integration will not only improve states' socio-economic situation but will also to see the likelihood, and thus the co.sts, of conflict. It is not, however, the difference between those who wish to unite the Arabs within the framework of Islam and those who advocate secular integration that stalls integration. These are virtual historical trends that are used as symbols for THC mobilization of working classes. Content-wise, these discussions avoid the class issue and the detection of what it would mean for global financial capital for Arab or African working classes to pool rank. In most cases, these high-handed integrationists are deeply mired into the mystification of nationalism or pan-Islamic models. The latter model acts as a repository of imperialism and ancillary support for the merchant classes. It is not only the anti-imperialist weight of integration that threatens capital. Once the issue of social class enters into the framework of analysis, the priorities of an integrative project also shift from satisfying the profit mechanism towards the fulfillment of social ends. Working class integration at the social and political LCVCLS is a foremost anti-imperialist platform. Another more concrete facet of disintegration is the failure to enact binding integrative agreements. The articles of the many ratified regional transport and trade agreements, for example, are seldom monitored or implemented in full. There are inter-Arab treaties for almost anything that would, if obscribed, unite Arab states simply by the weight of implemented infrastructure development projects. Devised in the 1950s and 1960s and envisioned as the instruments of ZAB integration, the Council of Arab Economic Unity, the Arab Fund for Social and Economic Development, the Arab Monetary Fund, the Arab Economic and Social Council, and the Agreement on the Arab Common Market became more and more irrelevant with the shift in Arab class structure towards imperialism. Over the past 3 decades, countless multilateral and bilateral economic and trade 169. Agreements have been designed to purposefully overlook any provision for an implementation mechanism. The rentier state argument, a predatory Arab state as opposed to a developmental state, overshadows the debate on Arab integration. Societies in resource-abundant countries can be cooked as an amalgam of atomist individuals of whom some band to prey upon society. Blawi was THC Prime Minister of Egypt in the military coup Accumulation July 2013 to March 2014, that is holding its grounds because of geopolitical rents from the Gulf states and its continued commitment to the Camp David Accords. He was previously Under-Secretary General of the United Nations in charge of democratic development in the yet police force was gunning down protesters in the streets. Some authors confuse integration with exchange rate or custom unions, a sort of reductionist integration policy. The absence of well-defined integration policies in Arab countries constitutes another obstacle to regional integration. In the area of trade integration, governments do not specify medium or long-term visions of their main foreign trade objectives, and there is a lack of national committees for the coordination of transactions and government policies. Another major barrier to trade development is the lack of cooperation and coordination among Arab countries in transport and infrastructure. SCNCC of countries hinders regional trade integration. Moreover, the inefficient data systems and large statistical gaps in Arab countries do not allow for meaningful cross-country and regional comparisons. THC lack of transparency and uniform disclosure in Arab companies and the absence of uniform Arab stock market regulations represent another obstacle to regional economic integration. Underdeveloped financial institutions in the Arab region further hamper regional trade and economic integration. In particular, domestic credit directed to export-oriented small and medium-sized enterprises in Arab countries is at a low level in relation to the needs of cornpanics and states. These are not causes of disintegration but rather outcomes of a merchant mode of appropriation that negates by its very being any form of integration. In fact, money capital and credit expansion cannot promote productive employment of resources in a merchant-based market meant to deprive the working classes of their well-being. Markets are also social institutions with social forces, where in the absence of rights and level playing fields, the transmission mechanisms favor the powerful and ruling social classes. After 3 decades of neoliberalism and failing left activism, social classes have been gripped by modes of cultural differentiation that promote versions of social Darwinism. The rising division of labor and a civil society operating under religious guise have overwhelmed the state and pitted public person against private person. Currently in the ecological crisis is far too SCVCRC to allow the reconciliation of the citizen as species being with the person who realizes the sovereignty of the state by his or her citizenry. The religious person supersedes the citizen. Patronage networks. 171. Under the control of the merchant imperialist class alliance support the division of classes and immerse workers in imaginary identities drawn from pseudo-historical fantasia. In the agriculturally based pre-capitalist Islamic empires, full employment was the rule due to the low output per worker and the recurrent crisis of underproduction. Under capitalism, crises of overproduction and profit rates necessitate the permanent disengagement of labor. How does Islamic historical projection on social policy work when such a significant difference in THC social order prevails? THC-SC fantasia gripping the social imagination by inks and propaganda impede by brutal aggression the initiatives of revolutionaries to realize the working class in the political sphere. More than any other point in history, labor, the historical subject, awaits a reawakening of internationalism. For the time being, networks of families and individuals with parallel stakes in politics and business exercise power such that contradiction between public and private interests remains recalcitrant. Anti-integration imperialism. The overwhelming majority of Arab states can be reduced to the merchant usseed capital class without much sacrifice to content. The schism that separates social personhood from political personhood via racist differentiation in Europe and the CSA does the same in the Arab countries by virtue of racism. Manili St in heart of the legal structure of pliant Arab states. Revamping of constitutions, as in Iraq, Libya, and Egypt, even when they only nominally separate state from religion, is the first measure USAID capital undertakes. Iraq's American-authored constitution splits not only the country but every citizen from the right to belong to the state. To invert Marx's language, every worker dissociates himself from the abstract citizen. He has recognized and organized his own powers as private powers, O'Lark says social powers, so that he always separates this social power from himself as political power. In this state of selective democracy, the only citizen is the representative of USAID capital and his or her subordinate merchant in the ruling nomenclature. USAID imperialist intervention redesigns the grounds for the expropriation of political rights from the citizen. The record of imperialist intrusion to fragment states and halt any form of Arab integration is lengthy. Integration by way of a forking class solidarity strengthens the economic and, subsequently, social and political standing of an Arab political alliance. Common regional objectives, at least those concerned with the retention of a higher portion of the wealth for regional development, can prise loose the grip. 172. Of the imperialist security arrangement. In the existing arrangement, the anti-Arab balance of forces relies on Israel's superior military capabilities, which assist in maintaining this overdetermined condition of disintegration. Israel and major European powers place the prevention of Arab integration at the top of their agenda. In reference to the only experiment of Arab unity that between Egypt and Syria, the West was concerned as to the union's effect on stability in the area. If Iraq-Jordan iotcration was the only alternative to Jordan's being swallowed up by Egypt, then what had happened was the lesser evil from both viewpoints. Position. U.S. policy toward Iraq. Republic-friendly support for Qasim's declared objective of neutral and truly independent Iraq despite many months of abuse of U.S. and harassment of Americans in Iraq at last beginning pay dividends. Qasim's earlier suspicions of U.S. and of British as well seem to have been largely overcome. The US position differed tactically but not substantially from the European-Israeli position. Two underlying assumptions motivated the U.S. stance as it began to crowd out the old colonialists in the Middle Fast. First, that Arab integration was not serious and that each Arab nation followed its own interests, and second, that Israel should not overindulge in its security concerns because its military capabilities were so superior that it would be able to defeat many Arab armies combined in a very short period. Although these views are expressed in a document that appeared in 1961, it famously took Israel 6 days to devastate Arab armies in 1967. Following is a selection from the archives on the subject. Under-Secretary McGee expressed understanding Israel's apprehensions arising from its exposed position but commented. 173. U.S. has great respect for Israel's military and estimates it as being match for some time to come. Arab combination. 5 They so completely distrusted Nasser, the British were much more willing to undertake the risks which would be incurred by attempting to follow the third possibility of a nationalist comeback in most other governments in THRK, as well as some British circles, have shown less concern about developments in Iraq and have hoped that IM would provide a useful counterpoise to Nasser. These hopes are fading, and we believe that awareness of the communist threat will spread. Initially, most of these governments will prefer action to reverse trend without augmenting Nasser's influence, but if this VCS not there will LOC increasing willingness to countenance, if not support, Nasser's efforts. Notable exceptions will be Israel and probably the present regime in Jordan. What is peculiar in Arab political literature describing this period is the language of accusation of treason made by the Arab communists against Arab nationalists. The Iraqi communists, in particular, repeated ad nauseum a statement by a Ba'athist leader, Nasser al-Saadi, in which he says that he had arrived to power in 1963 with the assistance of the U.S. But in actuality, the position of regional communist parties opposing the UAR played into the Israeli strategy. As such, Soviet-prescribed communist politics were less internationalist, because with the power of hindsight these fracturing national positions strengthened the Israeli position at all stages. Iraqi and Syrian pro-Soviet communist parties literally tilted the balance of powers toward Israel by being anti-Nasserite. Communist parties underestimated THC necessity of anti-Israeli struggle in the region by bowing to the Soviet strategy of détente with the USN in Iraq. Specifically, Soviet foreign policy assumed a utilitarian anti-internationalist line. First, the communists backed Mustafa Barzani against THC monarchy, but as soon as Abdulkarim Qasim took over in a 1958 coup, they backed him. According to Tarbush, a shipment of weapons destined for Barzani was diverted to Qasim in 1958, but no sooner had the Soviets backed the Qasim government than Barzani began to side with regional partners like Iran and Israel. Soon after, in 1959, Barzani launched a protracted guerrilla war against Iraqi army that would end in its quasi-surrender in the 1975 Algiers Treaty. In hindsight, despite its many shortcomings, the pan-Aral, nationalist stance was more internationalist and anti-imperialist than THC-PM Soviet communist position. In addition to THC-SC regional and Xtrarch-Guyanal anti-development forks, there are specific national appropriation constraints that hamper integration. The bond between merchant class and state represents a social rapport that has so far worked well for its beneficiaries. The unquestionable hold of capital on the state, all by itself, accentuates the rate at which the state siphons Rxauervx at the BCHCST of merchant class. Profits could mad simply by buying anywhere and selling to small monopolist markets or by tapping into oil exports. Forestalling regional market integration is forestalling the sharing of a privately owned asset with others. In the case of the Gulf Cooperation Council Monetary Union, the plans for a single currency are still on hold. Not that a single currency matters in this case, given low intra-region trade as low as 6%, but this union foisted by the US to strengthen its Gulf allies' security against Iran during the first Gulf War offers proof of two post facto conditions: A. Merchant capital inherently repels integration, and B. Merchant capital lies at the mercy of Usaid capital. If any advance in future integration occurs, it will be that which is acquiesced to by Usaid capital. Although there were instances where the immediate post-colonial crisis yielded intermittent socialist or populist reforms, conditions soon relapsed into the colonial-like mode of appropriation. The populism of Arab socialist states did not afford the working class command over the institutions of the reform process. Working classes were incorporated into the state structure. The working class was disengaged from the political process, but not depoliticized. For depoliticization to occur, the working class must be alienated to the point where it actually becomes in its state of consciousness part of capital. That is, it completely incarnates THC imagination of capitalist ideology through war support and consumerism. However, to pin socialist failure on the so-called excesses of faulty policies of the socialist years is to mislead, as the uprisings of 2011 demonstrated later. The excesses of the moderate Arab socialists were not the policies of industrial protection, the nationally funded fiscal policies or the macroeconomics of regulation. While these policies were implemented, they delivered dynamic economic and social results. The financing of macro projects was via nationally sponsored credit created. 175. Within a tightly articulated capital account environment, discretionary fiscal and monetary policies under fixed exchange rates and multiple interest rates targeting different sectors swayed little to outside pressures. The transgressions of the Arab socialist period were not the left macro policies but those of the class in charge of development, which adhered to the terms of victorious Usaid capital. Having structurally surrendered, the Arab ruling classes employed the state as a medium for private accumulation. The share of the state Burgkoisik from total wealth Rosk. With THC laboring classes already excluded from political participation, THC Stasi capitalists metamorphosed into a class of private capital. Deindustrialization, as noted, has marked the course of events since 1980. The openness policies constraining national industry were in fact the imposition of war tribute delivered in real assets or value form to Usaid imperialism. Arab state opposition to regional cooperation is itself a privately cornered resource allocation mechanism. It is a product of internal class articulation neatly nesting in the prevailing international division of labor and deployed to bolster the USAID imperialist security framework. Anti-Arab integration in turn inculcates THC merchant mode of appropriation because it actually reduces the geographical space within which a regional industrialization project may incubate. The scope for an industrial market institution, one that expands by building industrial capacity and disciplining the price system through public participation, is sharply narrowed by Arab disunity. It is this retrenchment of industry that underscores the starting point for national underdevelopment. So far, recent political uprisings have amounted to a change in some of the faces of the ruling class and have accomplished little in the way of class restructuring. Neither the working class nor an industrial entrepreneurial class has taken power. There was neither an industrial bourgeois revolution nor working class one. Unlike what some Arab class literature posits, the present merchant class does not gain from redistribution of assets pursuant to integrating national markets. Wealth, as things stand, cannot expand by infusing knowledge into production or from integrated regional markets. Despite this past facto condition and myriad inter-Arab disputes, the mainstream literature on integration employs catchy phrases highlighting the supposed commitment of Arab governments to integration. Regional integration is said to constitute an important element of the international policy strategy of Arab governments. The very fact that intra-regional trade has been low for so long corroborates the view that neither USAID capital nor the regional comprador desires the promotion of cross-border activity. Dividedness reigns despite the fact that being small. 176. In a globalizing world is a disincentive for capital accumulation. Unless very differentiated production roles are adopted in the international division of labor and export markets are secured, smaller economies may not realize economies of scale. Remaining uncompetitive and small or missing out on the development of technology-based value-added products in an CRA globalization is the furthest any country can situate itself from a strategy of sound development. In the case of the Memhunt mode of accumulation, industrial capital retrogresses because THC bulk of oil or geopolitical RCW nooks flow out of THC region in one form or another under THC policy acquis of international financial capital. What is more, as a result of dwindling finances, these money flows precipitate real transfers of value, which in turn feed a vicious circle of underdevelopment. Not only do Arab merchant classes repulse one another, but the retreat in pan-Arabist or socialist ideology left few values in common between working strata within and across Arab states. Material bond BCTWCC and private and public concerns mediated by the state or Arab supranational organizations came undone. Resources sold via non-state institutions that constitutionally stand over and above the state further accelerate disintegration. For the allocation of resources to BC based on social rights and for small, risky market structures to grow into their opposites, the sovereignty of the state has to override the autonomy of sect, tribe, or region, the reverse of actual conditions. With the rise of identity over class, these building blocks of integration are in retreat globally as well as regionally. As can be observed in Sudan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon and Yemen, the financially lacking Arab social hibernations, national fragmentation is again underway following the uprisings. As socialist ideology has ebbed, counter-reforms have engendered antisocial revolutions. Supported ideologically and financially by free market ideology and Gulf capital, regressive fantasia displaced labor rights ideology. Symbols from the vast experience of Islamic history are refabricated to resolve issues associated with modernity. The needs of forcibly displaced labor under capitalism are dealt with by charity. Regression has in turn thwarted social development and widened the gap between civil society and the state. In this crevice, the conditions for the uprising matured. However, as religion is thrown back to THC privacy SPHCRC when THC public sphere or the right of active citizenship is denied to private persons, The mix of petrodollars and political religiosity bamboozles vast sections of the peasantry and the working classes. The demystification of real-life prkskas cannot be formalist. History is a fluid condition in which real timk is not an algebraic symbol and variable interdependence is unbounded and mediated through complex social structures. In these structures, revolutionary consciousness defines the ruptures in real time, and power relations reflect the 177. Mediation of agency in structure. In the power is the military power of the US and Israel, and revolutionary consciousness seems for the time being fast asleep. However, it is likely that class lines will once again become all too visible as imperialist aggression inevitably mounts. Despite financial wealth earned via oil revenues for over 50 years, the Gulf states, that is, the states that escaped the wrath of imperialist war, remain industrially underdeveloped and, in terms of civil liberties, they are unspeakable. Encroachment is short of capacity by definition. There certainly exists plenty of absorptive capacity for misting oil surplus in the Gulf states. Metaphorically, greening the desert is a possibility. Yet, as mentioned in the first chapter, every measure has been taken to ensure that oil dollars prop up mercantilism, salafist thought and wasteful consumerism. Under these conditions, oil venues hacks dichotomist economies. A highly capitalist sector has created jobs to capital invested in it, while alongside it, some modest job expansion has through patronage in the public sector. However, public sector underemployment, which is neither socially nor economically effective, merely pacifies. It mitigates unrest and prevents any seepage of knowledge into the productive economy. To view the situation from another angle, integrating one merchant earning directly from oil revenues through the state or by selling to a capitalized market can only result in losses to one of the parties, because wealth is not expanding from rising productivity so that both parties can expand their profits. They both simply tap into existing assets and reserves. The material basis for merchant-sponsored regimes accordingly lacking, such reforms corn to not socially discernible short-term profiteering forms the basis of one myopic development strategy after another. The drainage of the social value needed to reproduce living standards nationally, however, is determined by the more powerful used imperial capital. When the divide between private and public is unbridgeable, and when the exterior dollar safe haven is accessible, investors are likely to play the one-time hit-and-run strategy and then escape with their cash away from risky zones. For national capital, this transition to merchant/finance capital is a leap from concrete to abstract capital, or from industrial to finance capital in some cases without ever having passed through THC industrial stage, as was THC cask of THC Gulf states. THC material structure of accumulation is anti-integrationist within the state and integrationist with used financial capital. At the regional level, high-risk markets saturated with money capital and short of labor existing alongside markets with abundant labor and little money capital arc the stubbornly persistent state of affairs. At the national level, states with weak sovereignty cannot fuse together their private and public social spheres. Hence the formations of the its states, disintegrate nationally as well as regionally, the supranational Arab League. 178. The material basis for the deployment of resources necessitate their divestiture flxm the national economy and the working classes. Reorganizing the regional social formation in a way that locks in resources would entail a shift in the class structure that defines the intraregional as well as the extra-regional relationships. Complicating matters further, the imperialist hold on the oil-dollar connection and imperial rents defines a key moment in this process. So long as the politics of oil are more extra-regional than regional, the anti-development/integration structure is likely to remain immutable unless the working classes plaque anti-imperialism at the fork of the struggle. Inequitable income growth, capital flight, and the low rates of investment are indications that the historical subject, which is the imperialist emperador-class alliance, means to replicate these policies time and again. Closing comment. When sovereignty, the national manifestation of working-class security, weakens, Sovereignty over national resources also weakens. The national ownership of domestic resources would mean that citizens of those nations own those resources and that the international institutional context promotes this process as a right. Instead, Usaid capital maintains control of Arab resources by outright military reach, while its dominance in international financial and political institutions promotes usurpation. Internationally sponsored resource liberalization regimes, including free capital movement, imply anti-development flows. Integration requires sovereignty and autonomy over state and policy space. The idea that for nation-states to integrate, they must be sovereign and be able to partially relinquish sovereignty to a supranational entity in the process is nearly 200 years old. G.W.F. Hegel argues as follows. International law rests simply on treaty and agreement, subject to the particular wills of the participants, so it cannot regulate treaties or ensure their observance. Its primary principle, parla sum servanda, as Hegel puts it, goes no further than THC ought to be C. It is an empty aspiration. The principle cannot be C an article of law because the law is itself treaty, which can hardly be the source of its obligatoriness. In consequence, the actual situation, as Hegel tells us, alternates the maintenance of treaty relations and their abrogation. If states WCRC to become members of an international community, their sovereignty would be dissolved and some higher sovereignty would take its place. A community of states is thus strictly a contradiction in terms. 179. None of the Arab states is sovereign enough to relinquish sovereignty in an integrative process. They cannot give what they do not have. Harris was writing in a Hegelian context, where the development of spirit in time would later result in thought progressively growing out of itself and a communion of nations ensuing. But as envisioned by Marx, a materially grounded picture allows for historical contingency to be reconsidered. Hegel's spirit-cum-cultural development is independent of what social classes do materially to be reproduced. For Marx, THC extension of THC capitalist mode of production into other arcas of THC globe is a nuxurate outcome of the unfruitpix, fit-driven expansion of wealth. These extensions do not always entail progress. Imperialist expansion entails political ententes or subordinations, progress or development, always in relation to the metabolic rate of capital reproduction. Capital's reproduction is in increasing crisis, and integration of with the rest of world through imperialist encroachments subjugates its sovereignty with brutality. Imperialistically sponsored regional security arrangements underpin the dynamics of resource allocation to local labor, national and international capital. Trade treaties, Yumkin cooperation accords, and scenarios law the greater middle last emanating from the center supplant national technology and purposely erect barriers between Arab states. The impact of this mode of integration into the global economy further widens the gaps economic, social, and cultural between neighboring nations and social classes within a nation. The national wealth divide mirrors the extent of linkages to external markets through oil or geopolitical ticks. Major merchant class linkages to Western markets, the higher the social disarticulation. The bellicose mode of expropriation in the .axv leads one to Hobbes, no room for industry, commodious living, or private property beyond what can be secured via one's own force. That is an adequate reflection of Arab actuality. The reverse of that case is then a re-empowerment of labor through the state, and to draw from Hobbes again, a state made sovereign by the power of labor and amenable to commodious living and the passions that incline men to peace. In this epoch, which is rife with civil wars, the hurl of national integration is proving as close as was the regional on. With many Arab stacks folding from within, it is no longer a question of integrating the as an anti-imperialist front but of how to integrate the single state. The course of events appears to be heading toward more violent fragmentation than already taking place in Syria, Libya, Iraq, Sudan, and YCMCN. LHC leading strands of world capital, military and financial, seem to be preparing to target in either in a bigger war or in some deal, which is similar to the Camp David Accords, and that can just as devastating as war playing out in slow motion. instead of building. 180. A large anti-imperialist FMNT composed of all cultural variants of society, Iran supported the rise of identity politics, Shiism, in Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria with geopolitically devolved rents. In the broader Sunni Islamic world, the US and its allies have used sectarianism to isolate and weaken Iran in its milieu. The weakness of internationalism is such that the anti-imperialist front is Shiite, which also is, as any sect constituting a form of social organization, capitalist. The problem with the sectarian front, however, is that even if it wins the military war, it iscus THC social on, unless THC day-to-day struggles of THC LCFT mark THC labor of history. Chapter 8. Commodification of labor. For over a decade prior to the uprisings, the unemployment rate in the UAE remained among the highest globally. Despite high growth rates from 2002 until 2011, the official not the actual unemployment rate stayed in double-digit territory, between 10 and 15%. This poor job creation response to economic growth discloses flawed macro policies. If the reason for unemployment's persistence was related to the WB/IMF's macro fundamentals, then up to the point at which the Arab uprisings began, these were well positioned. The fiscal accounts were either adust or in surplus, the inflation rates were moderate and declining, and RCSCRWS coxcred about 2 years or imports. Despite that, and as if in defiance of mainstream economic doctrine, unemployment reacted poorly and income inequality gaped wider. The reason is simple enough. In the neoliberal age, the decent job-producing economy had become too small relative to the sheer size of the labor force, and most workers had to resort to poverty wage employment. Value and wealth were extracted by pauperising and disempowering the working class. Consequently, as noted in Chapter 1, labor's share of total income declined. In retrospect, it is apparent that public sector employment and declining productivity growth enhanced WCLF and acted as a social valve when job creation was declining and in the absence of unemployment insurance. The population across the UAE was growing at 2.7% annually on average. The capacity of the economy to create decent jobs was dwindling. It was plain to see that the macroeconomic and demographic variables were moving towards an imminent and inevitable collision. There is little room for argument over the unavoidability of collapse, rather, it was a question of timing. The imbalances of an economy whose incremental expansion did not keep pace with demographic growth reached extremes that awaited a weakening in the repressive hold of the ruling class outer the state to burst. Under unreformable regimes, gradual political change possibility was never a newly imported labor-saving technology. Reliance on oil exports and deindustrialization were labor shedding the structural shift from state-led to 182. Privat-held economies decommissioned much of labor. In contrast, between 1960 and 1980, the rate of population growth was nearly the same as between 1980 and 2010. In the early post-independence period, the rate of job expansion nearly kept pace with the rate of population growth. In the seemed, neoliberal phase beginning in 1980, it did not. So long as accumulation proceeded on the basis of oil and gas-based revenues and merchant activity, the state did not invest in the skills of the workforce. Not only was labor being deskilled and its labor POVR capped, it was also being commodified. Immiscrisation spliced labor with THC commodity labor sells for a wage labor posse its ability to that workers themselves began to be treated as commodities as noted by Malassu.x and, more recently, by Lee. This process of commoditizing people has been akin to capitalist development since its early stages. It was not merely the products of laborers turned into independent powers, products as rulers and buyers of their producers, but rather also the social forces and the one form of this labor, which confront the laborers as properties of their products. Here, then, we have a definite and, at first glance, very mystical, social form, of one of the factors in a historically produced social production process. It was not merely that another commodity such as oil reserves, which stood over and against labor and dictated its life, it was also the mounting reserves of the working class's own labor that stood against people, the surplus population, as Ebenezer Scrooge, quoting Malthus, coldly refers to it. As discussed, wars, civil wars and child malnutrition are parts of a process by which labor is dispensed with to further squeeze socialist ideology and to pressure wages downwards. Neoliberalism created poorly paid jobs, below subsistence, and demolished the principal link between decent job creation and poverty alleviation. Where neoliberal policy fell short of this goal, wars decimated labor, physically and ideologically. This chapter examines the insurmountable unemployment issue and attempts to chart the policy terrain from a radical policy perspective. Setting aside the threat of us eat imperiali.sm, in the absence of a dine productivity in THC non-oil sector of the economy, it argues that for the right to work as in Article 23 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to be implemented, social equity has to precede the mythical individual productivity criteria for job creation. This is not the same as the so-called right-to-work laws established in many states of the U.S., which foresee labor to work for minimal wages and undermine living security. Article 23 ensures equal pay and remuneration that preserves human dignity. Because it is impossible to achieve full employment and rising productivity measured in 183 moneyed form as a result of the pursuit of profits. The principal thesis for the argument is that a social consideration based on social as opposed to private values must replace the neoclassical efficiency criterion that demands ever lower wages to expand employment. Foregrounding unemployment judging by official statistics, official unemployment racks respond poorly to THC ongoing period of economic growth fueled by high oil prices, which began in 2002. There was roughly a percent point drop in unemployment over a 9-year period that also saw a cumulative growth rate of around 45%. Mainstream macroeconomic theory adopts a neo-Malthusian bent and points to a demographic transition as a principal cause of unemployment. Whereas every person finding a job in the 1980s, their WCRC2 newly working AGC entrance into the labor market, by late 1990s, there were nearly 4 such new entrants to every person finding a job. But contrary to the conventional wisdom, this was in large part because the rate of job creation actually much faster than the rate at which the labor force grew. Meanwhile, with capital and trade accounts wide open, financial and other resources were fleeing the exodus of labor, in particular, a resource whose social cost of reproduction was borne by the home countries, was scooped up at cheapened wages. Labor power is not cheap, it is cheapened. Savings were invested abroad or at home into low productivity, labor-saving areas such as Mal Estate. INTL regional and Gulf unemployment was rising, nearly half of the Gulf population was foreign, of which around 15 million consisted of expatriate bankers from Asia employed at low wages. This vast Asian labor force aroused attention due to the inhumane conditions in which the workers were employed. The Gulf's excess paper wealth sustains the consumption of its own unemployed in boom times. However, in Saudi Arabia, after a long streak of low oil prices FMM 1981 to 2002, nearly 30% of the nation's population lived below the national poverty line in 2002, and many still subsist below that line despite WST wealth. One ought to note that THC Saudi state itself was borrowing nearly $200 billion at exorbitant short-term interest rates to cover its expenditures in the late 1990s. At the same time, much of the private wealth was held abroad and, in typical financial scheming, the local merchant class that owned the banks was diverting Saudi Arabia's riches conceal a GRO% problem of poverty. Guardian, January 2013. Online, http://wxvw.com/world/2013/jan/01/Saudi Arabia Riyadh Poverty Inequality. 184. State assets to itself via these unnecessary loans. In any case, the Gulf policy of paying people to consume and not produce is affordable when oil-generated cash is available, but at the same time it is a disengagement of the human resource from productive activity. Creative workers are IVs to consumers. From the demand side, for this situation to be overhauled would require, in line with Keynes' euphemism, a euthanasia of the merchant class and the recreation of an industrial capitalist class. But such a metamorphosis is prohibited by imperialist diktat. After THRC of neoliberalism combined with heightened political erperction, THC hard fact remains that there are plenty of idle financial resources, huge numbers of unemployed people and a shrinking productive economy that could hire only a fraction of the reserve army of labor under mainstream efficiency criteria. These criteria relegate employment creation to a set of wage rates that match productivity growth. VVHCN productivity is negative, subject to the phantasmagorical world of equal marginal conditions. DCCCNT employment elevation ceases and poverty wage employment flourishes in the informal sector. The analytics of the neoclassical scheme are straightforward. As productivity growth declines, wages decline and more workers are hired because firms cut costs as a result of lower wages. Yes, there will be employment, but in the absence of industrial or knowledge-based firm expansion, it will be roadside begging employment that contradicts the basics of human living. Still, the reasons for this gap between available financial resources and the low rate of real resource deployment, including labor, fall outside price incentives as an explanation for 4.1 VC allocation. Merchants gather no additional value from capitalizing the national economy, including labor. As per the often quoted phrase of Marx, circulation, or the exchange of commodities, creates no value, and in this context, the greater part of additional value is snatched from the resources by which society maintains itself. Every cent is usurped from schools, hospitals, life expectancy, and the basic sustenance of the working class. The merchants' vested interests reach consensus on the point that any serious effort at allocating resources to build national capacity amounts to a transgression against the control of us-eat imperialist powers over oil. Alongside the exigency of placing social equity before neoclassical efficiency in order to create jobs, it may be the role of demand, ideally fueled by productivity gains, that has been purposely overlooked by past and present WB/IMF regional policy. One ought to note that employment creation in a developmental context is not demand-derived but development-derived. Demand, in view of very low wages, may be insufficient to fuel employment. Nevertheless, the Kalekian hypothesis that supports the case for demanded employment is that both unemployment and real wages are demand-determined, not price-determined. It is not because the wage rate or the price 185 of labor falls that firms hire more labor, it is because there is more general demand for what they produce. Real wages are determined in the product market rather than in the labor market, while money wages are determined in the labor market, where trade union activity takes place. Real wages are little influenced by the conditions in the labor market and are effectively determined by the degree of monopoly and leakage to external markets. Now, in the leakage hug and THC ruling merchant class monopoliscas both Stasi and market. So as capital flows out and biased power structures determine market conditions, real wages become determined almost entirely by political stabilization or destabilization criteria. That is the closest any economy can come to emulating a planned economy, but in reverse, meaning it is a planned capitalist economy as opposed to socialist. The plan is to stabilize or destabilize via the mediated instruments of capital, that is institutions under its thumb, in relation to imperialist geostrategic interest. Inkerst of valorizing colonies, past and present, never ceases under capitalism. Shrinking Arab industry, rising inflation, and regime-sponsored corporatist unionism have DCPRCSSCD wages. When demand RCCCDCS, real wages decline, and this in turn causes a further decline in demand and output. The neoclassical assumption that firms hire more labor when wages are cheap should not hold, because demand in general is depressed. Keynes held similar views to Kalecki's as he rebutted the crude conclusion that a reduction in money wages will increase employment. In reality, a high level of aggregate demand generates higher wages and output. Firms hire in relation to higher profits that ensue from higher economic activity and demand. This does not preclude the fact that each individual firm needs to cut costs. But this is a case of cost cutting in relation to profit making, whose relationship to each other is determined by higher demand. Thus it is demand that determines levels of employment. Real wages, however, are also affected by the political power of labor, whereby trade unions influence money wages relative to increases in general price levels. When macro measures are taken to lock in resources enabling the resimulation of wealth within THC national economy, it is the coordinated politics of labor and union activity that ensure a rise in living standards commensurate with productivity growth. Arab regimes have suppressed both autonomous trade unions and the political representation of labor. A 2007 report by the International Facultnian Confederation notes that workers in the Arab region still have fewer trade union rights than anywhere else in the world. The mechanism of rising wages, rising demand, and rising employment is institutionally jammed by the class in charge of development in 186. That is, by the ruling alliance of Usaid Capital and its subordinate partner, the Arab merchant class. That said, the virtues of the demand side, even if they were to exist in the AVV, would be insufficient to drive employment generation. Underdevelopment is essential, the holistic social condition that partly CXPRCSSCS itself in macroeconomic terms as a problem of capacity. The capacity deficit cannot be tackled by supply or demand side policies tailored for advanced economies. Western economies already enjoy intricacy and complex supply chains and vast real capital assets. Encroachment, amounts to a simultaneous supply and demand side problem. It is also a qualitatively different subject. Consider for example the labor market in the supposedly it is a place where labor services are exchanged for a money wage. In an Arab labor market, the labor sham forms around 30% of total income, productivity growth is persistently negative, and, if unemployment is assessed comprehensively by inserting a historically determined living standard into the measurement, since around half the population wallows in abjection, by implication half the labor force could be considered unemployed. Also, when one considers how little value-added production exists and that compensation to employment is based on unit of labor inputs in production, the real unemployment rate would tally with the rates of disguised unemployment, which is also at around half of the employed labor force by virtue of the fact that oil is nearly half of GDP. Most of those remaining employed will be clients of the mere hand/us-led capital-ruled state, not workers who exchange labor services for a money wage, but who exchange consent or submissiveness for a minimal money form value around 30% of the total income, which is the share of labor. Quantitative dissimilarities point to deeper qualitative differences. The social agency that cements the conditions for the hold of the ruling classes on accumulation in the requires the emiscration as well as disempowerment of the Arab working class. For a long time, the WB/IMF framework emphasized supply-side concerns. It advocated reskilling and education even as decent jobs faded away. It unlocked the capital and trade accounts, facilitated the transfer of resources to THCCC and TRCS of Finank in dollarized currency, and THCRCBY drained Arab wealth. Not only does the free market not actually exist anywhere, even as an imaginary situation, it is the furthest from a model that might serve as a conduit to development in the Arab markets are qualitatively dissimilar because the merchant class, in its subordinate relationship to Usaid capital, must reproduce the conditions that disengage the Arab working population from the production process so as to curb workers' control over their state and natural resources. 187. Not until the poverty-stricken working class poured into streets in violent protest, did the thrust of the international financial institutions recognize that unemployment was partly a demand problem? For years, the unemployment ranks were swelling, and the principal policy advice was supply-sided. His was the case until 201-3, when the UNI, P and the ILO issued a report entitled Rethinking Economic GMWTH, TAW-MS Productive and Inclusive Arab Societies, which replicates many of the findings of the earlier series of reports entitled The Survey and Social Conditions in West/Eastern Asia, but docs not prescribe according to the survey's radical policy frameworks. In any case, faced with huge post-uprising problems, the Rethinking Economic GMWTH report could not help but state the obvious. The report acknowledges that the creation of decent employment in past had much to the report accepts that past economic reforms downplayed the role of public investment on the assumption that it would be replaced by private investment. Private investment, it says, was expected to be more development-friendly as it would be driven by profit opportunities on the production side while meeting consumers' and job seekers' expectations on the social side. These past neoliberal economic policies and reforms were therefore based on purely fictional assumptions. Private investment depends on the nature of the investor. In an Arab context, it would have been easy to see that the major wielders of private funds were the ones with their jails full of prisoners of conscience, their bank accounts abroad and their security apparatus manned by the US. These past policies cannot be a gaffe. No one with the most basic knowledge of the political economy of the could be that deluded. 3. The report acknowledges that foreign direct investment in THC region has BCCN low and favored resource extraction. For a long time, the neoliberal policy framework advocated dropping the national barrier to foreign investment because its qualitative linkages to the national economic structure will boost performance. Once again, how can a Tiberson investor place capital in a market of efficiency-seeking FDI when the region is deindustrializing, growing at almost 0%, and exhibiting the lowest cost, highest reserve oil extraction in the world? 188. 4. The report acknowledges that trade and capital account openness soured liberalization, and were counter-developmental. Now, these past reports speak of supply capacity constraints, market access problems, and insecurity at home that may lead locals to shift money capital abroad, yet they recommend openness because it sharpens competition. Competition in what? These openness policies were the key policies that brought back colonialism and its tribute under the guise of liberty. Capital became FRCCR to THCDCGRCC that it usurped resources. 5. IHC report acknowledges that privatization paid scant attention to the income concentration outcomes of handing over management of public goods to private operators. When all the institutions underpinning the performance of the market are under the thumb of the merchant class, including the state and the legal institutions, can privatization imply anything but the grabbing of public wealth? Previously, these issues were critically assessed bv the survey submitted to the UN Economic and Social Council. Because of their statutory UN mandacy, that is, unlike THC UNDP reports, which are financed by private and external sources, the surveys cautioned against adhering blindly to neoliberal policies. However, after admitting the failures of past policies and after some insidious selection of facts abstracted carefully to bridge the somewhat missing confidence divide with the reader, the UNDP/ILO report reverts to trivializing policy, citing youthing under the sun as a remedy for an irremediable unemployment situation. One need not dwell on the details of the report. One particular point, however, undermines the spirit of Article 23 of the right to work, that is, employment leading to an existence worthy of human dignity. In the being unemployed is itself a terrible existence, but informal poverty employment is if anything more undignifying. The report says that the employment response to output growth has been significant over the last decade or so, and that economic growth in the Arab region has not been jobless, because any economic reform that moved countries away FMR and the old social contract Turks LS a greater role for THC private sector was likely to increase employment. Setting aside the fact that it is impossible to reduce unemployment when investment rates are falling, as the report itself points out, investment rates fell and hollow growth was generated from rising commodity prices. The report provides an example of the empiric reduction in unemployment. It says, 1 HC Empiricsivt link in unemployment in Algeria, citing Algeria as an example, was accompanied by an increase in informal employment, at a rate of almost 1 to 1. One wonders if industry and decent jobs are shrinking. And 189. Unemployment income is non-existent, then it only makes sense for a worker to either migrate or eke a living in the poverty-stricken unemployment sector. Algeria may be the top performer still, but creating informal poverty employment is not necessarily proof that market liberalization works. A state of desperation at work is inconsistent with the dignity of under universal human rights. Yet these organizations mandated with monitoring the Universal Declaration favorably impressed by the creation of desperate poverty employed by THC privacy sector. THC most blatant falsification comes to THC fork when THC report says that THCRC was a 1-to-1 chop in unemployment and rise in informal employment. This literally means that the people working in the poverty-stricken informal sector were now being counted as employed, and that is why official unemployment fell. The trouble is not the market, or any other specific feature of capitalism, but capitalism itself. Both Keynesian and neoclassical economists assume that the economy exists as an independent entity, and that as such that entity is intelligible. But Marx argues that this economic castle in the air is simply commodity fetishism, in which relations between people tassi on the fintistical form of relations and things. Capitalism at its most basic is the selling and buying of labor power in the creation of surplus value and the realization of that value as profit via circulation. But although central to it, the final buying and selling of goods is the culmination of social process that begins with the extraction of raw material from faraway places. This activity is only part of capitalist society and therefore subject to multiple social and political contingencies, utterly inseparable from society in its capitalist relationships. The objectification of commodities including labor power, their acquisition of an independent movement and existence of their own entwined with contingency, makes a reading of the reified economy as such an illusion. An illusion, the appearance of commodities exchanged for prices, cannot be reduced to a set of scientific laws because one must look at the social relationships that have led to the exchange and gave to that exchange the power of a fetish in order to conceal its essence. The moneiform measure of economic activity clouds many social relations and mediations of contradictions that cannot be distinct from reducing all social reality to final prices and exchange. All the micro-assumptions upon which the neoliberal models were built are fantasies meant for ideological delusions to which the ruling structures that fund such science, in their more sober side, do not add to or take signal from THCMSCLVCS. When THCRC is a deep crisis, mainstream economists resurrect demand policies and forget all about efficiency and higher output per worker. None of the renunciations of previous assumptions upon which the unsuccessful neoliberal policies were 190. Practiced would turn the UNDP/ILO report into science because it cites many reified policy instruments as solutions and avoids the question of who did what and why. It fails to investigate the real history or the social forces behind the movement of things and or to demify the social conditions, and therefore it is false. In other words, political economy as practiced in the report and by the mainstream is fundamentally flawed. The economy of free competition, scarcity and independent price formation they pretend to script docs not exist. On cannot rcly on something that docs not exist to fix something that docs. Empirical background. Widely circulated estimates put the overall unemployment rate in 2010 at around 13%. Figure is approximately twice as high as the international average. In conflict areas of Iraq and Palestine, unemployment rates in 2007 were, respectively, 27 and 29%. In Libya, Syria, Sudan, and Yemen the rates are difficult to measure. In any case, when in a state of conflict or when nearly half the population spends around half of its income on basic food, official measures of unemployment ring hollow. Naturally, when the bulk of the population is in the youth category, youth unemployment rates will be considerably higher. In Jordan and Egypt, These were 3.6 and 5.9 times the adult unemployment rates, respectively. Furthermore, female employment averaged at 25% of total employment in agriculture, 17.9% in manufacturing and 26.7% in services, nearly half the world averages. When an economy generates too few jobs to keep up with labor force growth, it is predictable that young entrants into the labor market will incur more of the unemployment. Oddly, mainstream literature addressing youth unemployment and the so-called youth bulge prior to the uprising treats the issue as a surprising demographic anomaly, or as if some forms of cultural values target the youth for discrimination. How can population growth, the steadiest least variable of social variables, be so unpredictable? THC bad faith of this literature is in its ignoring the innate underpinnings of the unemployment problematic under capitalism, particularly in the context of poor job creation, where the creation of idle labor resources chips away at wages globally, and here in particular, the sovereignty of states. Also, when national income is rooted in commercial activity that does not require the buildup of knowledge and its transfusion into mass consciousness, dislocation measures institutionalize the disempowerment of youth and 191. Women both socially and politically by forcing them into inferior and narrow employment positions. The idle labor of both men and women, although remaining outside moneyed production, buttresses the material of capital, as resources that serve as a reservoir for capital accumulation. The social regression manifest in the separation of the sexes and the relegation of women to inferior status helps generate the symbolic power structure that undervalues work altogether. Religious obfuscation projects in mystified cultural forms THC causes of failed accumulation onto non-existent historical traditions WHCRCBY concocted cultural laws ban women from engaging in the total array of productive activity. But with the rise of obscurantist trends in political Islam, the history of women's participation in the economy prior to neoliberalism is completely falsified. In the first half of the 20th century, subsistence areas in the Arabian Peninsula, as elsewhere in pre-capitalist working conditions, saw the full employment of women in productive activity, namely non-moneyed subsistency. In what could be utterly unthinkable today in Saudi Arabia, a woman, Fatima al-Zamal, was ruler of Ha'il in the Arabian Peninsula from 191 to 1914. It was not the resurrected ideas of Islam that disengaged women from productive activity, it was the rise of merchant capitalism. As Maxime Rodinson noted, it is rather the historical socio-economic factors underlying the religious ideology that propel development in the Islamic world and, accordingly, the slow development of capitalism should be ascribed much more to economic distress and political déclassing than to religious precepts. Lethargic capital accumulation, which requires disabling of the state, CN.8 spiritual underpinnings that reinform the development with every aspect of dominant ideology. The issue here is not about banning women from driving, as it is the case in Saudi Arabia, for that is an issue that the monarchy may placate the international community with by removing such a restriction. The crux of the problem is the imposition of idleness upon labor, and subordinately, it is the banning of women from engaging in the full spectrum of activity, which is the essence of their disempowerment. Under pressure from inflation and in the absence of autonomous unionism, real wages in the UAE have been falling for the best part of the last 2 decades. Egypt's nominal minimum wage remained unchanged for 26 years in the face of significant inflation. Unless one considers the creation of poverty employment as employment, the employment-to-income relationship vanished. According to the faulty official records, it took a 45% growth rate over 9 years to bring down the official unemployment rate by 2 or 3 percentage points. With growth generated in commerce tapping into oil and geopolitical revenues, impossible growth rates of more than 15% per annum would be needed to absorb new entrants into the labor market. 192. It is unlikely that higher growth rates would be able to absorb the mass of unemployed after such a prolonged and significant period of economic underperformance. Following the deconstruction of Egypt's national economy, the productivity job-creating nexus represents less than a quarter of the actual economy. Shrinking industry, high capital-to-labor ratios in the oil industry, and labor-saving imported technology account for the low response of employment to growth. THC Okok internal multiplier of THC Arab economics dampened THC already limited employment creating impact of THC 2002-2013 oil boom. Mainstream views. The kernel of the mainstream argument holds that state intervention and implicit public sector employment reduce domestic economic dynamism and accentuate the long-term impact of fluctuations in oil prices. Like so much of the mainstream ideology, this is an upside-down view of reality, and especially with regard to the job. In the Arab post-independence period, the strategy of state intervention exerted some of the highest employment-generating growth rates between 1965 and 1980. VAT1 at is more, the average population growth rate then was not very different from the average rate for the last 3 decades. But this is only the beginning of the comprehensive and vicious falsification that is neoliberal economic ideology as it relates to the T1TL world and to the in particular. A corksling to the co-liberal/co-classical mainstream, state intervention leads to resource misallocation, rent-seeking activities, and economic inefficiency. Trade or capital account protection accentuates the decline. In due course, public sector employment declines and unemployment rises. The WB/IMF panacea is for employment to be generated by cutting wages, social insurance, and pension contributions along with the enforcement of what are euphemistically described as flexible employment conditions. These policies are supposed to promote jobs in labor-intensive and low-productivity industries. But the numbers of the unemployed and poverty-employed are, to put it mildly, in THC majority. Any more downward pressure on wages or flexibility in the labor market may cause them to fall below the minimum caloric intake necessary for subsistence. In plain words, they would starve. But apart from this, the fact that there are so many people living in poverty is the ultimate flexibilization of the labor market. El Hevixtig of regulation nominally applies to the public sector, which employs on average a quarter of the labor force, but the issue of where to THMW civil servants when there are no jobs being created is central to policy here. 193. In reality, low wages attenuate demand, and the impact of these structural adjustments is to restructure society into wretchedness. Labor demand derives not only from demand but also from holistic development. Notwithstanding its high rate of import dependency, the most important complex relation explaining the reproduction of unemployment is the rise of commerce under open capital and trade accounts and the concomitant decline in industry. As pointed out by the mainstream, the transition to employment creation supposedly occurs when rigidities in THC labor market and real wages are broken and public sector employment shrinks. Government intervention qua distortions are said to reduce investment and productivity growth and to lead to insufficient job creation in the region. Theoretically, opening the market to international competition, while strengthening the institutions that support markets, encourages investment and stimulates productivity growth. Let us forget about how war drives away development for a moment. In actuality, instead or a positive spillover in employment, Luxembourg labor markets have resulted in higher unemployment rates. What end would it serve the merchant class to expand the local demand component by valorizing labor when that class quois charter lick holds on import markets that satisfy national consumption, which rise or fall by the degree of stabilization spending? Indeed, by making the labor market more flexible, the merchants responded to market signals and hired more unskilled casual labor at below subsistence wage rates in the service sector. The rise in foreign domestic and menial workers underscores the flexibility of the labor market and explains the role of merchants in the rise of intra-regional labor flows. For instance, a skilled labor exporting economy like Jordan engages low-skilled Egyptian immigrant labor. These economic relationships conceal value transfers from lower-end economies to higher-end ones. The ratio of imports of goods and services to GDP in the went from around 20% in 1970 to about 45% in 2011. Profit margins grew in relation to higher imports, not higher national industrial output. The leakage is significant to the point at which the multiplier of investment, which would create more output per dollar than invested in the national economy, could work in the opposite direction. It creates more output for THC exporting economics. Because THC merchant class expands by outside production and oil income, it has only a slight interest in the national labor force, which is to keep them purchasing their imported products. Policies like the so-called Saudization of labor are ideological placation tools and would only succeed as such. The underlying relationship is that depressing the national service sector wage serves the purpose of profit maximization rather than raising productivity. In the presence of massive poverty employment and a low productivity informal sector, the labor markets in the cannot be rigid. The supply of workers remains elastic. Real wages have dropped sharply and are therefore flexible. Real wages fell steadily in the lost decades of the 1980s and 1990s. Real hourly manufacturing wages in THC oil exporting economies fell by almost half between 1986 and 1992, and recovered only slowly by the end of the decade. Bank 2004, 115. The workers' strikes in Egypt prior to THC uprising WCRC in response to high inflation and non-adjusted wages. LHC public sector sparked the process of wage compression and the traumatization of the working class. Predictably, the remaining rigidities in the labor markets, especially public sector employment, contributed substantially to reducing unemployment or to keeping the ranks of poverty wage employment from swelling further. The false alibi of population growth. Although in the 1960s and 1970s, population growth was nearly as rapid as it was in the 1980s, job creation boosted by state Encroachment was also rapid, and cities absorbed a huge mass of rural migrants into decent jobs. When the transition to neoliberalism occurred, job creation receded while population levels continued to grow at about the same rate. Protected and regulated economies, multiple exchange and interest rates and high public investment were blamed for the shortcomings of the 1960s and 1970s. However, these policies were means to an end, and in comparison to the neoliberal period they performed well. The class behind these nationalistic policies was allied with the working class. Later, as we have seen, the class in charge of development performed a volte-face and implemented policies of deregulation that reduced job creation. Instead of assigning blame to the class in charge and its insidious policies, mainstream analysts often attribute high unemployment to high population growth in relation to regulatory policies. How population policy and, subordinately, the politics of reproductive behavior, provide strong evidence that the state regulates the reproduction of the workforce subject to the demands of capital. To describe the situation schematically, the THIRD population and labor force LCV/CLS arc achieved between a lower point at which the ranks of the unemployed do not swell to assist in the formation of a socially cohesive force that threatens the grip of the rule of capital, and a higher point at which labor shortages begin to cut into profits through higher wages. In the under neoliberalism, of course, capital is not national capital, but international financial capital. This manipulated equilibrium worsens the plight of Arab working classes because their reproduction is not linked to their own national capital demands but to 195. The demand of us-ed capital, for which the commodification of labor serves the purpose of denationalizing resources. In an Arab context, therefore, the absurd consequences of the iron law of wages actually appear to hold, but it is only an appearance, for in actuality it is the workings of the wage system in imperialistically controlled formations that is actually happening. For one thing, as incomes plummeted and wars flared, population levels rose more slowly than what could have occurred in THC absence of war and objection, because of forcible migration, shorter than potential lift expectancy relaxed to THC. Corrosion in basic social scriveaks and death related to war. The idea that wars and a below subsistence wage reduce the workforce is a truism, and like most truisms, it is so true that it conceals its falsity in itself. Firstly, wages vary over much shorter spans than the time it takes to replace working generations, so it is unlikely that wages denominated in money form solely as an explanation of social reproduction of the labor force. Rather, the labor force is reproduced by social value-forming elements that contain both moneyed and non-moneyed components. Secondly, there is a gaping divide between the historically concrete and an analytical mode of reasoning that gauges lift by the yardstick of prices. One is hard-pressed to find any situation in history where the increase of a surplus population relative to existing capacity does not add to some potentially eruptive social pressure. What neo-Malthusians do not disclose are the class structures and the mode of appropriation that lead to the immiseration of the working class. The subject of history, that is, the class in charge of development, defines the nature of a historical process. Under capitalism, it is the wage system that disposes of labor in relation to an organically regulated mode of capital accumulation that crosses national boundaries. Value relations crossing national boundaries are often missing from social analysis rooted in Eurocentrism. However, 2 centuries after Malthus, extreme scenarios of the iron law linger as ideological scarecrows that posit scarcity as an inherent component of life, but in fact, as even some of Malthus's earliest critics pointed out, scarcity is socially constructed. The fall in the wage rate to below a historically determined subsistence in the is a symptom of retreat in state intervention in welfare policy and not cost of disaster. The class in charge of THC state under capital aims to calibrate the ratio of population growth to the highest rate of exploitation. This latter condition requires capital to disengage as many workers as possible from a given productive activity and to persistently lower the wage rate, making subsistence goods beyond the reach of many. In the CXTRCMC cases of unemployment related to wage depression and the deconstruction of national economies by war and neoliberalism combined with rising population trends leos the ranks of the reserve army of labor. That is why it is not conceivable. 196. To speak of supply-side considerations when the demand for labor is purposely deconstructed. The neo-Malthusian discourse denoted an anti-interventionist macro-policy position. The call for small government is meant to reduce the social cost of the reproduction of the labor force and to boost the process by which labor power is expendable in a shorter or cheaper lifespan. It is a process by which the cheapening of labor power requires a cheapening of THC labour. That must be CVICOTD globally and not from imaginary Eurocan political boundaries. RHC creation of THC valid that labor power combatics also generates additional surplus value to the degree to which more grabbed and non-moneyed value-forming components such as unpaid domestic labor reproduce human beings. Immigrants on whom the host state did not expend a penny illustrate the point. Immigrant labor power was produced by another country, yet it benefits capital of country in which it is being used. Capital, in its pursuit of profits, depresses the living wage and extends fewer resources in the reproduction of the labor force. It is under this latter rubric that population growth under capitalism is best understood. Population growth rates are underscored by a specific relationship of surplus value extraction, which is co-determined by the rate of replacement of living by dead labor in production and by the resulting relative surplus population that depresses wages and thereby augments absolute and relative surplus value. In weakly sovereign territories, such as the Arab states, the capital that regulates population growth is the sovereign or useed capital. Deaths or lives of Arab labourers am only equivalent in relation to imperialist booty, positioning and control. In contrast to the politico-economic approach, neoclassical economics frames employment and human reproduction in terms of individual choices. Not only does it hilariously postulate that workers can always choose between leisure and employment, but one of its recent extensions, the home economics paradigm, constructs a theory around an individualistic and one-sided view of childbearing, which maintains that the quality of life to be provided to the child in order to achieve better quality children is an essential component of family planning. I must add the qualifier hilariously because for a majority under war and abjection, entertaining the idea of choice is rather outlandish. Backed by the self-evident assumptions that parents seek a high standard of living for their children and that higher quality children in terms of health and education are afforded at higher income levels, it assumes that parents allocate resources for child rearing within a set of PRCF-CRC-NCCS and income. That people naturally aspire to better living standards for their children is a platitude too hollow to discuss. However, to lump children in with other commodities is to reduce children to their capacity to labor. 197. And to further advance the assumption that a capitalist market redistributes income fairly according to effort. On the former point, under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, children are born with inherent rights to decent living regardless of their ability to labor, so it is dehumanizing to reduce children to commodities. On the latter, the level of wealth is determined by productivity, which is determinately social. THC drawback of this approach comes to THC fork as THC labor practice under Arab capitalism is inserted into its framework. Universally, the class position that an individual or family occupies qualifies the behavioral response. A dispossessed individual/family that depends on unsteady jobs and faces an uncertain future behaves not according to fantasy choices but according to necessities imposed by prevailing social conditions. Parents' employment options and their ability to prepare their all-caring earning a DCCCNT living arc functions or how values are encoded in behavior in relation to accumulation, class position, and wealth. For working-class families in the behavioral response is determined by the fading farming traditions, which required high reproduction rates and BV having to choose BCTWCCN 2 or 3 bad options or by finding themselves with no options at all. This is simply because in the expulsion from the countryside, unstable markets, uncertain futures, and recurrent crises shape living standards, the path of job creation and reproduction. The drives to broaden the options for work and life choice and to ensure healthy and educated children have both long been central to working class struggle, and their levels of success are outcomes of that struggle. From a class perspective, it is the labor process under capitalism that explains the cycles in population dynamics and not an individual choice framework situated outside a historical continuum. Recently, the fall in the fertility rates across the follows THC greater rates of urbanization and underlines a transition to a mode of reproduction in which lower fertility rates set in. Despite the tapering rates of new entrants to the labor markets, the growth in the ranks of the young unemployed earmarks the persistent incapacity of the economy to create decent jobs. Analytically and historically, it will not be high fertility that causes unemployment, but a policy whose sole purpose is to disengage labor. Neoclassical formalism, in short, discards the bulk of historical actuality. By transmuting social conditions into ideally quantified economic variables, the principal political linkages that fuse economic conditions with social conditions are thrown away. LHC currency of the economy with its price structure is only an epiphenomenon of the social condition. Neoclassical marginal costs and revenues are quantities devoid of social meaning. Neoliberal economic advisors and policy makers and their 198 paradigm, which reduces people to economics as opposed to homo coeles, the social and political human, applied absurd concepts of productive efficiency and equal marginal rates as policy tools in addressing employment. There can be little productive efficiency under deindustrialization, and marginal/average productivity driving the wage under conditions of malnutrition relegates the labor force to oblivion. As under colonialism, bondage to foreign powers, colonialism, and economic concessions granted to foreigners by virtue of their political and military might still SCTTHC context in which working people chavk. A radical policy approach. As we have seen, Arab social formations are developmental failures and are not producing adequate jobs. Mainstream policies do list a variety of reasons for underperformance and unemployment, but their purpose is to obfuscate the primary reason. For instance, they list in passing, as one reason among many, the cyclical nature of the unemployment problem. Cyclical in the sense that the economy itself does not produce sufficient jobs. However, the mainstream treats all the reasons for unemployment as contributing to it by one or another degree of statistical significance but with equivalent historical weight: factor A, X%, factor B, Y%, factor C, Z%, and so on. And when it comes to policy, the orthodoxy grotesquely places the accent on educating the right people for the right jobs, when indeed neither the right nor the wrong jobs are being produced. At its root, accumulation is a social control process. The roots of the unemployment sickness am in a class and power structure that reproduces it using policies of openness. It is not discretion on the part of the WB/IMF to exonerate the social agency behind unemployment, but complicity. This subordination of economic theory to THC power of capital is the furthest any discipline places itself from the status of a genuine science, and neoclassical economics applied to a third world context, in particular, represents a kind of paroxysm of pseudoscientific falsification. Apolitical policies aimed at restoring disengaged labor ring hollow. Labor, as historical agency, has to prioritize its rights. Without upsetting the structures of power and restraining the merchant class, even demand-side policies such as more expansionary fiscal and monetary policies, the building of virtuous linkages between sectors, greater investment in research and development to MCCT sustainability, increased public investment, public-private partnerships and integration of regional policies into national development strategies, even these will remain mere political slogans. The primary way to restrain the merchant class is to allow its expansion to proceed. 199. Only in rationed national dollars. The merchants should not be in a position to handle at will the transfer of national currency through open capital accounts. The principal artery has to be clamped. Multiple exchange and interest rates and partial barter trade shift the rules of the game in favor of the distraught cedars of the aral economy, that is, the urban and rural working classes and the desperate hand-to-mouth survivors on the lower rungs of the informal sector. When ruling classes strip working classes of their security and certainty by depriving them of THC medium of THC state, THCY invariably manipulate macro prices, wage, skank, and interest rates to reinforce a distorted balance of forces. A far cry as this may seem, to even the playing field, the first step would be for labor to seize a modicum of, preferably all, political power within the now merchant-dominated state. Whether sugar-coated as aid or subsidy, all forms of monetary intermediation from capital aim at further social dislocation. Second-hand pro-poor sentiments conceal the fact that money is money form value and that value is the creation of class and power relationships. In relation to the soaring industrial sector in which the laboring class is being socially capitalized, there has to be a pop-crisk sector, socially controlled, to provide cheap value for higher profits. The agricultural sector, which is the last stronghold of social support for huge parts of the working masses, was being shrunk relative to the economy in order to socialize farmers, depriving them of their little property. Since 1980, the share of agriculture in total investment has fallen continuously to reach a low of 5% by 2009. WCRC concerted and premeditated efforts aimed at weakening the working classes and reconstituting social value for grabbing by absolute and violent means. More relevant explications of why capital needs to drive apart the national economy would introduce the role of colonial plunder in mitigating the tendency of the racy of profit to fall. Thus, in a globally interlocked process of accumulation that metabolises capital and labor, there is room for radical reform only insofar as the requirements of accumulation do not raise the standards of living in one corner at the expense of another. Uneven development grows by the degree of financialization. Radical labor reforms imply THC antithesis of sectionalism. Radicalism in relation to more internationalist capital requires internationalism. Reform policy is cogent only when the interests of the poorest countries tally with the outcome of reform in any middle or high-income country. So far, in the current international division of labor, industrializing middle-income countries are being reprieved from imperialist assault by the extent to which misery and war plagues the lowest echelons such as Yemen, Somalia, and Sudan, etc. To illustrate, it is as if Brazil is going to gain grounds in development. Imperialism must ensure that social conditions in the least developed countries deteriorate further. Without mention of the centrality of class antagonisms, Keynesian demand-side mantras mask the real objectives of capital and strengthen its ideological hold. Where demand policies work, some other corner of the planet must be socially undervalued to maintain the flow of real wealth always within the bounds of historically determined wealth and subsistence conditions. Keynesian demand-side policies provide a way for capital to manage accumulation by raising THC popularization inflict upon scurrid exposed countries of the planet, and countries are at the forkment of insecurity. But because value creation is a social process, development policy acquires pertinence when it is made from the standpoint of the forcibly undervalued layers of labor. Conventional policies for job creation such as labor-intensive economic growth are for remedying unemployment, however, they are no longer solicited to bring back the massive armies of disengaged labor. Now, we are faced with a structural impasse. Given the small size to which the productive Arab economy has been reduced relative to excess labor, intensive growth would require gads before it starts to pay off. This would also have to be an intensive growth that requires at a minimum the adoption of national industrial projects, an import substitution policy and labor-friendly technology. Even then, given the high numbers of the unemployed, low productivity growth will ensue. Low wage growth will follow low productivity growth. The impact on demand that would be needed to kickstart the economy may not be significant, unless there is redistribution of wealth. Based on the sheer magnitude of the problem, unemployment cannot be solved by standard demand-side recipes. In the Arab context, equity must precede efficiency in employment creation until the valorization of socially valuable work begins to pay off at some future date. In any case, full employment under the prevailing global conditions of oxer production is a far cry from the days when low levels of industrial technology were labor absorbing. The socialization of labor or the fact that people depend on the market for survival should entail actual socializing the national product by building more egalitarian ownership and distributional structures. Several further points reflexively arise from the foregoing. Firstly, the price system must be reinvented so that it revalorizes labor and capitaliscas the economy with stasig cracked capital. Secondly, property and wealth must be more socialized so that the mode of appropriation also turns back toward the social production requires. 201. Social appropriation and land reforms, for which state-sponsored industry and financial regulation of major banking institutions are essential steps. At the national level, retaining the social product for recirculation within national borders involves multilayered price engineering to ensure that exchange and interest rate policies lock in reserves, kapitaalk, money, and capital. At a subordinate or sectoral level, leading reform measures include setting guarantees for agricultural output, financing industry and agriculture at concessional rates, and integrating agriculture via investment into the economy. Full employment policies would necessitate a relative delinking of Arab economics through macro price engineering and partial protectionism. State has to act as the principal employer and introduce public and social work programs. As mentioned earlier, development depends on autonomy over policy, reserve recirculation within the economy, and adequate interface BCTWCC and social policies and outcomes. THCSC, in turn, DCPC and Anerkennung Comprater links to imperialism, a delinking with globalization, and a refusal to transfer underpriced social value to the center. Development depends on the nature of the agent of development and on ruling class predisposition toward capacity building principally, the degree of sovereignty over resources, and the class context of the will determine whether and how far the various developmental challenges will be dealt with. On the economic side, the contradictions between expansive monetary policy and a vigorous fiscal stimulus, between savings and investments and the absence of automatic stabilizers, must be resolved by confining the issuance of credit to the purview of the state. Attenuating the balance of payment constraint through some degree of autonomy furnishes the state with the capacity to focus public investment in job creation. This measure of financial independence is not a novelty, it was the policy framework in the 1960s through the 197s, and as earlier noted, it outperformed the neoliberal framework. For macroemployment creating policies to work jointly and interdependently and become developmental tools, Arab countries would have to tackle the imperialist impasse underlying the policy framework. They would have to translate idle financial resources into real resources, introduce a social criterion for employment and link development to working class security. In none of the Arab countries is there a working class secure from want or a national sovereignty determined by the security of the working masses. At present, steep national income differences and deepening labor force differentiation fuel uncertainty. The short-term relocation of money capital to secure money markets supersedes long-term investment in the national economy. So long as the security apparatus of an Arab country's ruling class depends on imperialist military cover or financing, exploring the interface BCTWCCN employment policy and outcomes is pointless. Only real starting point for discussion is analysis of the USAID imperialist predisposition to underdevelop the collusion of many other states afraid of oil supply cuts because of us and fusk global insecurity incrementally adds to THC development spaklk. Hat kapelk of working AGC arc disengaged from productive investment or mainly engaged in exchanging their consent for a token money value is systemic to the so far. The Arab uprisings have done little or nothing to restructure value transfer in society, and it remains a political face-changing process rather than a social revolution. In places such as Libya where the control of capital was not cornplexy via neoliberal policy, forces and civil wars have accomplished the dereliction of the state. Currently, one group of countries is in open civil war and another has conservative Islamic parties or THC-USFIM military rising to THC helm of power. Els quite crook, Islamic political parties have assumed power through the ballot box. These countries are trapped in the previous regime's policies, further underdeveloping them. The corruption that any revolutionary process is supposed to reverse involves stemming the transfer of value and underpriced resources to the more advanced countries, not the puny dollar bribes that feed the children of underpaid civil servants. So long as the political parties voted into power sanctify property rights irrespective of the degree of maldistribution, ordain a repressive labor process and place obligations before rights, development will continue to wither. The problem, then, is ultimately straightforward: the majority of the working class has been forcibly dispossessed, the sector of the economy that can employ people in productive activity has been made too small, and hence, Arab economies cannot conceivably re-employ the massive redundant population that was created under war and neoliberalism subject to the mainstream efficiency criterion. Short of a radical solution that revalorises social labor, Ductraliscas THC social skraviks of the Stasi and SWCRS the imperialist umbilical cords, little will change. The next uprising awaits not the deplorable social conditions becoming more deplorable, for they are too deplorable already, but the weakening hold of the imperialist groomed ruling class on the state. Arab labor is captive to an accumulation structure that is redeployed in time and space through resume divestiture. Reorganizing the social formation as a way to lock in resources for development would require a shift in the 203 parameters that define intra-regional as well as extra-regional class alliances. The looming element of oil control is the determining moment in this historical process. The politics of oil are extra-regionally determined. Hence, the structure of accumulation by expropriation will remain unchanged so long as global powers reposition their forces counter to the welfare of the Arab working classes. Politics can always assume primacy, and it always has economic weight when values and wealth are generated by a class structure organized within THC nation Stasi. For THC organized dimension of capital, control takes pregnancy over imdiacy money gains. Not that THC primacy of politics is peculiar to the pauperization of the but such primacy assumes new heights here. Arab abjection had to become an end in itself so that maldeveloped Arab formations would act as power and value tributaries to imperialism. Chapter 9 Conclusion. In times of socialist ideological retreat for more than 3 decades, the dominant mode of analysis in the Arab world has STRED. Private sector development. An enabling environment for the private sector has gradually taken shape, but development has correspondingly retreated. The freer the markets and the flows of trade and finance, the greater the private property wealth held by the ruling classes became, and the less free and less propertied the working class became. History shows that there are few complete socio-economic impossibilities. Almost certainly, one of them is to achieve development in non-sovereign states that fall on the war and oil side of accumulation. In these countries, capital injections and stabilization efforts resemble filling a sieve with water. Their poor developmental showings should be understood from the standpoint of imperialist power relations and their manifestation in aggression against working classes. In such a context, primacy is not so much the operational side of monetary or fiscal policy, it is the ownership of such policies. In Arab monetary policy, the history of growth in money supply shows that money expands principally to satisfy forcing skank demand or demands of merchant classes that will convert national funds into dollars. Mkanwilk fiscal policy has retrenched, many primary budgets have been maintained in surplus in order to subvent the convertibility of the national currency into the dollar. Had the working classes owned macro policy, the policies of deindustrialization, lopsided openness, and the rest of the social and economic policies that have so deeply compromised national security would never have been implemented. As unlikely as it is to get development restarted in non-sovereign war-beset states, it is equally unlikely to find someone with reasonable knowledge of the who would think that an unregulated aerial market would not unleash savagery of powerful ruling classes. WHCRC bombs and car bombs are not ripping inhabited streets apart. The monopoly of the political and legal system by the ruling few efficiently rubs out anything operating in the interests of the working class. Although intransparency and corruption indices the affairs badly, these measures misleading because they overlook the macro leakage circuits or the efficacy with which the ruling class snatches reserves when it practically owns the state. CLH and Spartancy International 2012. A decent corruption index would measure the power of the ruling class in the state, including the Fomin component, and the extent to which the private sector suctions THC public sector. Corruption in THC is not THC bribery with a loaf of bread of a Syrian customs officer at THC border. LHC malcorruption, that is the usurpation of national resources and not the banal moral category, is the macro policy by which the country's reserves hold U.S. debt instruments or assets abroad, or by which Arab labor drowns in the high seas in refugee boats seeking work and safety in Europe. At the time of writing in 2013, 2 boats have recently sunk, on offshores of Italy and the other the coast of Australia, both carrying Lspansk, Accumulation, J01 Tlanian, and Palestinian refugees. The Palestinian victims were seeking refuge from their bombarded refugee camps in Syria. Moreover, THC historical points of departure, which policy should HCCD, are so near disaster levels that if mainstream economic theory were to set a price of labor intended to clear the market, the equilibrium wage rate would be so low that it would also clear away many human lives. Markets cannot become frictionless by a set of prices clearing the indefinite real hurdles, transaction costs hampering equilibrium. They are terrains of social interaction determined by power structures and interests. However, in neoclassical economics, reality is tailored to fit the fiction of free competition, with earnings based on individual productivity and scarcity. There is never free competition, but rather a continual flux of concentrations of power to control markets, and scarcity applies only to the class without purchasing power. Scarcity of the basic conditions of survival, like secure shelter and sufficient calories. In the materially enforced neoliberal fantasia, the social human was forced to conform to the symbolic neoclassical human. The end result was that the social human was cast off like any other disused material object. The dynamics of employment and population growth have been shaped by THC neoliberal paradigm with the unspoken but evident aim of reducing the value of human life and cheapening the outlays on labor that would generate wealth. This was the policy of the class in charge. 3 years after the uprisings, imports are headed to constitute nearly half of income, unemployment is at around half of the labor force, industrial capacity is at a fraction of what it used to be, and so on. The deconstruction of Arab social formations is nearly complete. Mauritania and Morocco exhibit severe poverty. 207. Algeria is barely recovering from a civil war in which 200,000 lives were lost. Libya is in a state of internal strife. Egypt's children remain malnourished. Yemen, Palestine, Sudan, Somalia, Syria, and Iraq are possibly the worst places on the planet. That is the formidable problematic with which W.C. Fact. How to return value resources, commodities, and wealth that would improve the living conditions of working classes in the to those working classes. According to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Peoples may, for their own ends, FRCCLY dispose of their natural wealth and resources, and in no cask may a people be deprived of its own means of subsistence. Human rights interpretations bow to the whims of the principal powers, however, that politically suppressed Arab working classes have been denied the right to their own means of subsistence is afical. Returning wealth to its rightful owner, the working class, is first of all a political problem. It has to do with the organizational and ideological capabilities of the working class. Working class solidarity, to begin with, has been fragmented along religious and ethnic identity lines. Ideologically, the influence of political Islam grows into the ideological empty space cracked by global socialist impotence. Cheap petrodollars have inflated Wahhabi doctrine from a marginal cult followed by around 1 million people in the early 20th century to a world phenomenon, which in turn has cemented the disarticulation in Arab formations. Although a very small minority in the Islamic world do embrace Wahhabism, its influence in political discourse has left doctrinal and political schisms more pronounced. 011 Both national and regional lexils. As contradictions within and between Arab countries have grown, the security resulting from class and regional solidarity has waned. Lost also in this fragmenting process are the complementarities that could have arisen between Arab economies with different resource endowments. There are, of course, subtly contributing secondary reasons for the national level divisions, but the high degree to which regional resources are controlled by a globally integrated merchant minority, including its privately controlled public sector, constitute sufficient raison d'être for the divisiveness. Redistribution as a right has disappeared from the vocabulary of Accumulation. Worldly system of capitalism, which destroys nature and human lives to create wealth, funds, and resurrects an Islamic civil society to substantiate absurd interpretations of the ongoing Arab disaster, the wrath of God upon evil sinners. Such is the ideological victory of capital. In leur national cotenant 0 social and cultural rights. Online, http://www.okchar.org/n/professional-interests/pages/cfscr.aspx. It obscures real processes and obstructs the development of concepts that deal with these processes with medieval liturgy. Ideas and the war of ideas are very important. The amount of capital spent to attack concepts like nationalization, land reform, and egalitarian distribution, probably tallies with the amount spent on bombs. LHC language of demystification is being purged from popular vocabulary. To sever the ties to imperialism would require protection of national industry, controls on trade and capital accounts, and national egalitarian distribution. Now, on asks, if mighty Russia encountered difficulties in that transition at a time of socialist ascendancy, how can a small Arab country at a time of socialist decline attempt it? Not to mention the oil, the strategic value and war economies associated therewith, which would be bound to trigger imperial aggression. To play on contradictions within the imperialist camp, as did Ho Chi Minh in declaring independence in 1945, would not solace. Imperialist camp of today encompasses nearly whole planet, and the international ITFT is not so international. Hence the accent in the struggle must be laid on internationalism. THC necessity to practice internationalism is not new. More than a century ago, emancipation was tied to an internationalism that confronted the pillage of the colonies. If the emancipation of the working classes requires their fraternal concurrence, how are they to fulfill that great mission with a foreign policy in pursuit of criminal designs, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure? It was not the wisdom of the ruling classes, but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England, that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. Point 1 IHC fight for such a foreign policy forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. In the present financial PHMSE of imperialism, the dollar has universalist capital. Capital has become dollarized and has begun to draw profits through financial channels. It has also increasingly become a unified force against global labor. Financialization and exchange for the sake of exchange do not create value. Values emerge in two ways, from production and increasing labors of social productivity, or from lowering the share of labor in the social product by pauperization or austerity measures. Hence, the historical surplus value extracted from the periphery continues to buttress the wages of central working classes even as both relatively decline. There is a 209 glut in global output, and investment in industrial activity has long taken a backseat to finance. Thus, global profits in finance are determined collectively by capital at the expense of the global share of labor. The organized policyal dimension of capital suppresses labor as the crisis of investment in new production DCCPCNS. The objective grounds that tie labor together also expand by the homogeneity of capital in the dollar because the share of wages will be determined after THC shark of financialist profits. That is why, among other things, there is austerity. Financialist profits are the sums of money capital that are shared by a multinational bourgeoisie. Wages stagnate or decline across the board as a result of capital's offensive to lower labor's share, now globally determined as a result of rising financialization. The point of departure in the struggle against imperialism has to also shift from the national to international terrain, or appropriately, national struggle has to see the internationalist position or insert internationalist resonance and impact. Capital is at its most vulnerable in the yet if us-led imperialism loses its grip there, the working class in the global crisis that may unfold will only have left sentimental sloganeering to rely upon and not an agenda for socializing the means of production. There will be negation without constructivism. Although the objective grounds for the unity of labor have grown, subjectively the social ailments of alienation and commodity fetishism that have spread into every aspect of life and culture in the center countervailed the stress of falling wages and drudgery of meaningless toil. In much the same way as Islamic politics corresponds to religiously colored alienation, the central working class's disbelief in the viability of internationalist alternatives stands for worldly alienation. One may counter with Lefebvre's point that historically, all ideologies have been superseded after a greater or lesser period of unhappy consciousness, but given the collapse of the old working class movement and the virtual obliteration of socialist ideology and organization, it is equally likely that more regimenting forms of capital may arise, that is, fascism. The imposition of Hollywood culture upon consciousness led most to think that history mimics a football scripts. THC iskris leave THC race. But history is the making of social facts that linger. As Michael Parenti notes, many of the social achievements of central formations have arisen as a result of competition with the Soviet social welfare model. The language of socialism, especially the nationalization of the means of production, must once again clasp the working class imagination. This is not the communization of the past, it may be or a variant thereof, the seizure and repurposing of means of production, distribution, and communication outside of capital's control. 210. By workers' assemblies. This democratization empowered by workers' reappropriation of the means of production must in advanced capitalism be the very basis for the social revolution, of which the political revolution is the expression and completion. The social revolution must draw its poetry from the. In this financialist epoch, a resurgent socialist working class movement is necessarily an internationalist process. 2. The absolute general law of capitalist development did not cease to operate. VV11C and THC mystique of THC nation Stasi is lifted, THC third world unployed will be rerouted as THC Lazarus class of capital. As far back as the 1870s, as well as the present time, the dislocated labor in a closely integrated world has contributed to value creation by virtue of its very abjection. The relative overpopulation becomes so much more apparent in a country, the more the capitalist mode of production is developed in it. This is due to the cheapness and abundance of disposable or unemployed wage labourers. Under financialization, the world has become more integrated than a single country in the mid-19th century. Labor, unemployed or employed, and the very mass of labor, contributes to value directly or indirectly by structurally influencing THC production process. In a crisis of overproduction where financialization has elevated the snatching of wealth in money form to the principal mode of capital concentration, there is less of a need to engage excess socialized labor in low-return production efforts. Here once more the contradiction between the supposedly perennial progressive side of capitalism and its capacity to create mass misery assumes new heights under financialization, not to mention the grave mental crisis. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and, therefore, also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. The more extensive, finally, THC Enzarus layers of the working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Capitalism was progressive in relation to pure capitalist modes of production, but in relation to itself, that is having been the imminent historical phase for some 5 centuries, it is not only regressive but also ugly as per Lukács. The socialization of the workforce must entail also socializing the labor process, an arrest of surplus value and accumulation. Socializing production necessarily implies a reinvention of a price system. Capital hides behind the prices it makes, and bestows upon these prices godly qualities and the capability of generating fantasy-like equilibrium and social prosperity. These capital-brokered prices render unnecessary much of the social labor of the globe. To revalorize labor and capitalize the distressed sectors, nationalization, price guarantees and subsidies should equalize the conditions of livelihood. As I have noted, in the short-lived socialism of the it was not nationalization that went wrong, it was the nature of the ruling class in charge of THC national economy. VVHC and THC class in charge of THC state was working class committed, nationalization performed well. IHC outstanding lesson of past experience shows that redistributive policies disconnected from the political empowerment of the laboring classes on the basis of the right to organize politically and to defend working class achievements lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, top-down socialism adopted policies and plans that were less and less congruent with actual social necessity. They lacked working class participation. Yet despite them and uprisings, the class structure and its institutional framework prohibiting the Arab working class from the implementation of an effective development strategy have stayed intact. How might class restructuring favoring the working classes and their development come about? Reversing Arab development as an imperialist imperative. There are no ready-made answers to the question. Of the many definitions of development, the one adopted for this work emphasizes development as principally the result of incorporating working class aspirations in the political process or, more fully, as the outcome of working class struggle that compels this incorporation. A reversal of development is a turnaround in the struggle of Arab working classes to retain and deploy their own resources for their own welfare. Mass political participation must check social priorities, while bearing in mind the organic linkages of the international working class. The principal contradiction is therefore between the Arab working classes and the alliance of Usaid capital with Arab ruling classes. In this situation, the State of Israel provides Usaid capital additional security and buttricks US money. For Usaid capital, Israeli capital should grow without integrating with the Arab region commercially or politically, otherwise its gendarme role may falter. As a partner of US-led capital, Israeli capital belongs geographically to the but not economically or socially. Leaving aside the minimal integration implied by the Camp David Accords, it is Israel and the US that viscerally oppose integrative normalization of Israel into the This is not the selective peace treaties whose purpose is to weaken Arab structures. The whole of the Arab anti-normalization movement places 212. The accent on imaginary conditions. Israel simply cannot normalize relations with the given its raison d'71 as a gendarme for imperialism implying Arab development. Israel only normalizes what keeps it apart from its milieu and what keeps the momentum for imperialist aggression ongoing. It is a product of imperialist history and not a maker of it. In modern times, existential threats do not resemble the massive annihilation inflicted upon Native Americans or Australian Aborigines. The closest one comes to this kind of existential threat is in THC Congo War. This war has BCCNRCCC and DYTHC subject of PCAC talks and has tapered down in intensity. However, the war in Syria, as recently in Lebanon and Iraq, has picked up speed and has begun to resemble an existential threat. The Palestinians in particular, and the Arabs of the Fertile Crescent in general, have endured a significant death toll related to imperialist aggression. Michael Newman likens the Palestinians to the Native Americans and SCCS as justifiable their violent forms of resistance. The Indians had no chance of defeating the whites by conventional military means. So their only resort was to hit soft targets and do the damage. That wasn't just the right thing to do from their point of view. It was the right thing to do, period, because the whites had no business whatever corning thousands of miles to destroy the Indian people. The comparisons with the situation of the Palestinians are beyond obvious. So in reverse, there is an existentialist threat to capital from the working class such that it makes its war against labor a war for existence. In the capital targets social factions that demand the clamping of the open veins of the to borrow the phrase from Eduardo Galeano, nationalization and socialization of resources. Its Islamic-colored foes, however, do not question privatization and laxness in RX1TE flows, their wars are an asset to imperialism, and as such, they materially compose a pillar of capital. An immiserated Arab working class imparts much of its immediate insecurity at the national level. Masses residing in underdeveloped conditions would need to sacrifice more heavily in anti-imperialist struggles. The success of their revolutions would be attenuated by their LCVCL of Encroachment, literacy, health, technological capacity, and educational attainment. In colloquial terms, the hungry are unable to put up a good fight. Subdevelopment therefore becomes a matter of redressing the regional balance of forces against Israel, the US and their partners, the Arab ruling classes. When all the military defeats to which Arab formations have been subjected are considered, the Israeli factor alone, in as far as it engrains a state of defeat in the social structure, explains much of the desolation of Arab society and 213. Its associated failure of development. The way Arab societies have coped with defeat is in how their ruling classes use defeat and defeatism to promote their class interests and implicitly or explicitly impose the terms of tribute transfer and surrender upon the working classes. It is innate to bourgeois ruling classes to pursue wealth-making within the context in which they are found. Is nothing sacrosanct about national allegiance to them. It is not only the crass brutality of the assault on Arab working classes that differentiates THC practice of imperialism in THCANV from its practice CLSCWHCRC in THCDCA Open World. THCRC are also distinct politico-economic circumstances for the differences. As pointed out in Chapter 5, the unfair share of USAID capital in imperial rents as a result of the dollarization of the world reserve currency, together with the dangers of underwriting U.S. debt further by hegemony over the is causing increasing unease and frustration among emerging regional powers. Brazil, Russia, India, and China are economics that extract value national industrial production and concerned with expanding dollar debt in relation to real assets. These worries heighten not so dormant inter-imperialist rivalry. USAID capital's insatiable appetite for imperial rents and THC expanding WIUMC of dollar money supply do in fact jacopardisk the global financial order to the disadvantage come displeasure of national capitalists that denominate their wealth holdings in the dollar. Hence the presence of U.S. military powers in the buttresses USAID capital's hegemony globally as well as supporting its consumption patterns propped up by international inflows. Pictul at T is one of consumption without production, dependent on inflows of borrowed foreign capital, which inflows are in turn dependent on American military supremacy. Thus if it does not invade the West Asian region, the United States stands to lose dollar hegemony by losing control of the major oil field development projects in the next decade. Necessarily but not exclusively, the level of tension in the will be contingent upon the degree to which the war/oil-dependent growth of U.S. capital becomes a liability to world capital and warrants a parting with U.S. hegemony and its dollar BV liability HCRC not only in terms of simple economic cost-benefit analysis of the two closed systems of competing imperial rivals, but also in terms of how vital the U.S. and its ally Israel are as a security blanket for the interests of financial capital as whole in the ABV. USAID capital also continues to gain from funding fanatical ideologies around the Arab-Israeli question. Doctrines of the clash of civilizations and cultures of militarism are inseparable from the actual military superiority that the U.S. displays regionally. Lest exeloped Arab countries whose national security is exposed. 214. Will, whether by the demonstration effect or by the actual integrative processes that enable USAID capital to cheapen third world resources, witness further commoditization of human life. The price of labor power globally continues to be partially set against the misery of the devastated imperial booty in the form of the higher share in imperial rent that US-led capital KCCPS for itself, the persistent global imbalances, and the potential unsteadiness of the US dollar that endangers wealth holdings combine to keep competitors for THC thron of Kmperkukov CD. In short, USICD capital hegemony over THC delays the moment at which foreign holders of US debt will convert their US money assets into real assets. This would represent a partial conversion of fictitious capital into real capital, not that anything like a full conversion is possible given the vast mass of fictitious debt, but closing in on that point is the threshold beyond which empire descends. Problem becomes an antinomy. On the one hand, the dollar's RI/STLVNGTH as international currency rests on the US securing an underdeveloped as collateral against future issuance of its own fiat money. On the other, USAID capital continues its grabbing of imperial rents and against other productive national capitals. This intractable contradiction leads to varying but non-zero degrees of complicity and even collusion among nations in overlooking the human disasters of the Arab region. How can any nation-state dislodge U.S. imperial standing when part of its wealth is being held in the dollar and against which Arab development is its collateral? The brutal embargo on Iraq, which dragged on for many years as an immense tragedy, serves as a recent case in point. None of the upstart nations could afford to defy the threat of oil supply cuts or still rising oil prices. At the same time, they do their best to resist USAID capital trespassing on the values of their wealth in the dollar when the U.S. Federal Reserve stretches the dollar supply to satisfy the demands of financialization. Wars, quantitative easing and the dynamics of profits extracted by reducing labor's share in financialization suggest that USICD capital's high wire act cannot last for too long. The latest positions of China and Russia on the Syrian conflict are such manifestations. The recent financial crisis CXCCSSCS so egregious that value transfers can no longer be underwritten by growing the dollar money form without the scrutiny of other nations. USAID imperialist hegemony over the Gulf, including the possibility of an Iran assault or an Iranian deal that will deal to Iran what Camp David dealt to Egypt, arc more and more nakedly racks that USICD capital employs to underwrite the dollar and other imperial rent expansions. The precariousness of the international security arrangement mirrors the unsteadiness of the international financial order. It is because the US is able to heighten insecurity and exercise hegemony simultaneously that capital flows to the US increase. The rise of the dollar after the financial crisis persisted despite the fact that the US economy initiated the fiasco and was itself in dim shape. After the great financial crisis, the resettling of the international financial order into low-intensity currency wars and the calls for away from the dollar system unveil the apprehension on the part of many nations in the present US-dominated dollar mechanism that mediates value into money form. In light of THC high USD-CBT to GDP ratio L, the hegemony exercised by USICD capital would have to intensify to redress weakness in the strategic collateral required to underwrite expanding dollar-denominated money wealth. When this hegemony retreats, the adjustment process will reach a breaking point that may imply significant dollar devaluation. The decision-making spacer swings BCTWCC and US debt deflation and a further exercise in militarism such as laying hegemonic claim to the eastern flank of the Persian Gulf. Substantial dollar devaluation is an indication of decline, and it protractedly corrodes the status of empire, especially when opportunities for further imperialist encroachments are dashed. It is at this juncture that the crisis of capital, as a crisis in power standing, drags the deeper into war and conflict. USID capital has to command the war-making/deconstruction process on Arab formations and, as such, it grabs new value from accelerating the debilitation of the Arab states. There is to be sure a continuous effort by USID capital to redress its power standing in view of the persistence of the slow credit cycle and precarious financial profitability as of the Great Recession of 2007-08. As mentioned above, USICD capital is eyeing the containment of Iran to ensure hegemony over the eastern flank of the Persian Gulf. However, global capital is split on the issue of aggression against Iran. Rising national capital in China and other nationalist economies are strategically opposed to the amalgam of USID financialized capital on this issue. The tacit collusion of capital account-constrained Chinks capital with the US-agrixistang over Iran may hold only to the point at which its strategic losses in oil areas begin to critically destabilize its national economy, and the same holds true for other rising industrial nations. They would also be especially concerned losses sustained to their dollar-denominated wealth holdings. USICD capital, in particular the financialized classes and institutions that shaft, in the grab resulting from increased financialization, know well that a stable dollar and dollar rents rely heavily on US control in oil areas. Financialized and free-riding capital symbols will continue to support the US unconditionally in laying stake to the eastern side of the, or at least weakening the sovereignty of the Iranian state, such that US hegemony expands. As to more nationally based capitals, keeping their wealth steady in THC dollar is one thing, but forfeiting THC real sunk of their occult, which is their hold on their national economics, is another. In one indication of the growing dissatisfaction over the bellicose stance towards Iran, China, which has sparingly used its veto power in the past outside its own vicinity, twice vetoed the UN Security Council resolution over Syria, which is the gateway to Iran. The struggle within China between and right wings or nationalist versus capital can be CDCTCCTCD way capital controls ha BCC and settled so far in favor of the national capitalist. China has been the main force breaking the embargo on Iran. The way an alternative petro-renminbi is forming in Asia to pay for Iranian oil is disconcerting to USID capital. This embryonic shift from a unipolar to a multipolar world is a window of opportunity within which smaller, insecure nations may exercise the right to reown their policies and the right to develop. To develop in context, as has been pointed out all along, the defeat of national forces necessarily restructured Arab society into the pliable political formations they have become. THC redistribution of wealth to the ruling classes in a context of capitalist despotism imposed scarcity in basic needs on the working class oxer which it competed internally and splintered as socialist ideology moved back. The rise of Islamic obscurantism had nothing to do with recreating the past. The PMST cannot be recreated anywhere. It was wholly a product of present-day defeatism and petrodollar cronyism. Political Islam is THC-infused ideological obsequiousness necessary for the Arab merchant and USICD capital alliance to demobilize the working class and disengage Arab arsums. Disarticulation or the Massisi disconnect between people's real demands and the ideas and forms of social organization with which they SCCK to fulfill THC-SC demands, is not an exclusive condition Arab formations, but the last 30 years, the rift has severely deepened. The discord that has formed along politically instituted cultural lines grew as a result of shifting from industrialization to 217 Marant modes of reproduction. It was not only the ghosts of an Islamic past whose pressure transformed resistance into subversion, so that redistributive capacity devolved to the newly formed religious identity institutions. The USID imperialist alliance choreographed this working class fragmentation at CW restage. Historical agents WCRC wars and the international financial institutions. It is highly improbable that any of the existing Arab ruling classes can draw legitimacy from nationally imdict working class positions for on simple reason, no CF tort is being spared to dismantle the working class as a historical agent. It has become a working class without a working class consciousness and thereby pitted against itself. Ironically, not much money value is extracted from absolute surplus value creation or from immiserating the Arab working class. Them are mall, not many valuable working hours by which working class could be shortchanged. Generally, much of Arab working classes and Rixauervks lick in a state of suspended animation as material of capital. They are part of the labor force by their waiting to be engaged in value production whenever capital calls and they see XCRT downward pressures on the improvement of living conditions on a planetary scale. This state of being is a result of three major factors: the global reproduction crisis, the way the desloping mode of production is articulated with the developed, and the way in which peripheral crises are part and parcel of the formation of value in the center. Labor power and resources exist as use values for capital. When it is said that capital is accumulated labor, which serves as the means for new labor, then this refers to the simple material of capital, without regard to THC formal character without which it is not capital. His means nothing more than that capital is an instrument of production, for, in the broadest sense, every object, including those furnished purely by nature, example a stone, must first be appropriated by some sort of activity before it can function as an instrument, as means of production. In more particular terms, although much of the Third World can be classified as geostrategic, the hyped worth of oil to humanity and the location of around half of the world's known oil reserves attach substance to the claim of Arab strategic importance. Add to that claim the fact that around a third of the world's seaborne oil supply passes through the Straits of Hormuz, the threats of expanding wars that keep the world on edge, and the OS geostrategic position becomes clear. 218. Through the ideological fog. In these circumstances, the concept of primacy of politics implies that imperialist positioning in the region cannot be explained solely in terms of the money form value extracted from the Arab formations proper as in the general condition above. The matters more for how USICD imperialism secures control of the regional its imperial position in relation to the rest of the world. That is why Arab national economic relations and policies do not nurture national development, but rather supplement THC position of USICD imperialism globally by their very Encroachment. RHCDCGRCC of imperialist coercion suffly RCD by the Arab working classes is not coincidental. It is an outcome of the necessities of USID imperialism and the specific characteristic of a region carved up and reshaped by continual imperialist aggression. Arab oil and Arab local wars, by virtue of their contribution to value and by being means of imperialist global control, are requisites of capital and within the purview of us ICD imperialism. Overcorning the earned pass. How then does one mobilize real resources? Put differently, how can the develop? The present work has argued that in order to assess policy options available to the one must better understand its class structure as mediated through its political framework. In more illustrative analytical wording, it is the resultant balance of class 4 vs that will drive and shape the task of development. General policy prescriptions that claim to provide a panacea for development, like the motto "Free the markets," are just platitudes used by merchant regimes in alliance with us-ed capital to inculcate the discipline of a market that is anything but free. Development, after all, depends on the nature of the agency of development. The class substance of Arab institutions, that is, the actual decision-making context of the will determine whether its countries will be able to deal with the various developmental challenges. The principal challenge is to recirculate value nationally, to close the spigots of real and financial transfers to the center. This means a revalorization of national values by what is socially necessary for the working class in the resisting nation. It means making your own preeks with which to value your own resources. In the golden age of post-NC Arab growth, monetary policy followed a vigorous fiscal stimulus plan, regional savings tallied with regional investments, redistribution superseded automatic stabilizers, and the state's capacity to increase in productive investment was socially linked to THC health of the state itself. These measures were possible because the economy regulated and trade and capital accounts were tightly controlled. Money partially defeatised and financing growth could not be done at the 219 expense of the working class. Real wages and employment were the crux of the development strategy. The manipulation of exchange and interest rates cushioned international pressures on national currency. The decision makers were bound to the working class. These measures worked. In fact, the deficits and debt levels WCRC insignificant when compared to the PRCSCNT era's indebtedness rates. That is why incomes policy and redistribution countervailed the absurdity that the rich save to invest at home or to invest. Simplifying reality to a SCT of almost Platonic forms: THC nation, THC leader, THC truck faith, and inevitably, the subhuman enemy. In order to promote an aggressive agenda is what fascism does. One is hard-pressed to find historical examples of a bourgeoisie whose class interests were subdued by its nationalism, unless of course nationalism was itself an instrument in its capital accumulation. The tenets of the post-independence projects emphasized non-ionary growth accompanied by fair redistribution and rising wages. Intensification of the class struggle to temper profit motivation and promote egalitarian state policies will clash with the bourgeoisie. Such reforms call for state intervention and planning investment, which cannot materialize without an egalitarian redistribution and a significant weight for labor in the state. However, in the grip of phantasmagorical ideology has become so strong such that many realities have just turned upside down. When in 2008, the global financial crisis overtook the planet, the interlocutor of the ruling social class in Syria announced that their economy was spared and that $1 billion in investment was forthcoming from abroad. Li.S was at a time when malnutritional stunting in children under 5 years old had reached 28%. Not long after, that country witnessed an uprising and a civil war that is ongoing at this writing in 2013, leading to the exodus of over 1 million refugees, the largest migration in such a brief period in recently recorded history. When one contemplates the brassy fanfare of claims by Arab countries wallowing in severe social cases that they have weathered the global financial meltdown and are successful economies, one is witness to the monolithic power of capital's ideology. These are countries with high malnutrition rates and poverty employment, some are in a state of war, and yet they speak of fiscal and monetary contraction as if their capitals WCRC London or New York. Even worse, the Arab intelligentsia is still co-opted and peddles the neoliberal fairy tales ad nauseum. For http://www.allwatan.sy/dindex.php, IDNS 128939 and IB_Saurx Ezranasaj. 5 At a glance, Syrian Arab Republic, online, http://www.unicef.org infobicountry/sia_statistics.html Mute October 27, 2012. 220. In its 2012 conference, the Economic Research Forum rehashes the old terminology of state rebuilding and eliminating corruption. B. According to this worn-out and empirically vacant rhetoric, states were not deconstructed and the MACM accounts did not divert resources to antisocial ends as a result of neoliberal policies. Rather, the cause is the inherent immorality of an Arab population incapable of adhering to Western liberal democratic standards. To reiterate, Arab states have been dispossessed of their sovereignty and they do not possess tools of development. AVHC and CVC are an imperialistically induced disaster happens, it becomes an unintended consequence. In THC, all social disasters are the intended consequences of the ruling class mediating its position in an ideological vortex of complex forms of organization and decision-making. The avalanche of capital's ideological victory, its power vortex, creates downstream the imagery, the institutions and structures from which the interest of capital served intentionally or unintentionally in relation to its capabilities. At this stage in socialist ideological, it may be safe to say that not a single disaster can escape the steel tentacles of capital. When idle resueltes and unemployment figures in the exceed those of the Great Depression, it may be best to paraphrase Chekhov, CVCN and Imuchilk can cope with the crisis. It is everyday life that exhausts us. To imply that the has weathered the financial crisis is to say that the was not in crisis to begin with. But the was and is in severe social crisis, including acute economic crisis, and the fact that damage from the 2007-08 meltdown was minimal owes more to the disconnect between the financial and the mal sectors as any underdeveloped economy, or to the abundance of financial wealth accrued from oil rents, than to the effectiveness of macro policies. Ideal policies mediate the divide between economic growth and development. In the however, constraints emerge at every juncture in the policy-making space. Merchant capitalists commandeer institutional arrangements and treat public policies as extensions of their vested interests. Whereas expansionary fiscal policies require a progressive taxation system and a reconstitution of several exchange rates protecting the national consumption bundles and currency from balance of payment pressures, a state tax RCX arctgrift from indirect consumption taxes lkvikt upon the working classes, and the capital accounts remain open. The region's import gap reduces the effectiveness of fiscal policies by dissipating public expenditures via leakages and weak multipliers or accelerator effects, but the trade account remains wide open. Similarly, the effectiveness of monetary policy is weakened by the pegging to the dollar and the rely between the financial and real economies, limiting price effects to areas that attract speculative attention, yet there are virtually no regulatory frameworks. These structural issues require resolute political power capable of shutting off the capital and trade account leakages. After years of market liberalization, uncertainty has also risen with the growing inequity in the ownership structure. The recent real estate bubbles fueled by central bank policies draw further apart THC wealth of real estate owners from that of non-owners. LHC/SHCCR magnitude of privately owned assets relative to the huge mass that does not hold assets is in itself a seminal contributor to uncertainty. The steepness of the divide, keenly supervised by used imperialism, hinders the formation of development-mediated social forms of organization. In view of the strength of the merchant class hold on economic returns and or of ambiguity surrounding ownership that mixes private and public sectors, any national redistributive strategy can be perceived as harmful to the haves vis-a-vis the have-nots. Them is no Keynesian widow's cruise whereby entrepreneurs earn what they spend and workers spend what they earn. Arab imasters mostly carn what THC states expc and ds on labor and only marginally earn what they spend at home. They are mainly merchants and not industrialists investing in the knowledge economy or plant and equipment. The usurpation of surplus, which depletes the economy of the capacity to regenerate itself, would cease under equitable industrial reforms. Another way to 100k at this is that the severed social intermediation of private with social interests, combined with imperialist intervention, lays the terrain for the reproduction of, in theory, the stands to learn from the successes and failures of other regions in buttressing their positions vis-a-vis their Accumulation crises. It could, for instance, partially model its institutions on the basis of the East Asian experience, where rent-seeking and security objectives WCRC aligned in parallel with developmental activities. It could steer away from the very causes of the recent financial crisis in the center, namely, neoliberal policies that have compressed wages and demand for more than 2 decades, and allowed short-term profiteering from financial speculation to boom at the expense of socially driven economic activity. It could also learn from THC-EU model of integration, whereby nation-states relinquished part of their sovereignty in order to expand output. But none of these strategies can be mimicked by the because the simply is not a world for the Arab working classes. While the rest of the world was anxiously eyeing the steady rise in the unemployment rates of the more developed economies in the aftermath of the international financial crisis, unemployment rates in the had been the highest globally paid attention. In 2009, the principal for more than a decade and no one statutory publication submitted to the UN Economic and Social Council warned, crisis or not, in a conflict-affected developing context in which the rate of unemployment, a key measure of welfare and development, holds nearly steady at the double-digit level and responds poorly to fluctuations in growth rates, the vast majority of the lower strata, who are already in dire NCCD, could likely sustain little more harm than they have already suffered. Point 1. Already a huge part of THC region's savings do not get filtered back into national or regional investment, unequivocally implying that this leakage is underpinned by an articulation of various levels of security that has for long undermined the potential for development. Point 1. It is for that reason that security and sovereignty become interrelated goals and form necessary, albeit insufficient, conditions sound economic development. Sufficiency will the establishment of a domestic coalition for a pro-poor and rights-based development policy. The crisis of the is not one that can be merely quantified with economic measures. It is a deeply rooted social crisis that is continually fed and reproduced by social dislocation, artificially stimulated religious and ethnic conflict, and a vortex of international powers emboldened by U.S. military excursions and Israel's superior military capabilities. The regional dynamic of development is, plainly put, oil and wars, together and apart. Is why it is difficult to replicate the experience of others in the AVV. That is why, in addressing the nearly intractable task of exposing the process of development, it is advisable to focus on the single most fundamental issue underlying the feebleness in all capacities, which is the power deficit of the working class in the state. It is inevitable that THC ideological illusions will come undone. THC state that the Arab working classes will want to seize will be a continuation of their former national liberation struggles. It will also likely involve the immediate and forcible mass resocialization of the means of life, starting with the financial sector, distribution, transport, and communications, that is increasingly also THC only open path of anti-capitalist/communising action in THCCC and TRC. In these struggles, history has proved and will go on proving that people's war is the most effective weapon against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys. All revolutionary people will learn to wage people's war against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys. I.e. struggle is not an Arab problem alone. As capital becomes ever more rapacious in its destruction of human life and the biosphere, the struggle of the international working class will be the struggle of the Arab working class.